Could somebody be so beautiful? Yeah, it's only a dream. It's how I feel. That you deserve better than me. You deserve better than me. You deserve better than me. If I was smart, I'd find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark.
Hellos, कैसे हो दलोज? What is up, chat? How's कैसे क्या हाल है? हाल का मत पूछो, तुम लोग कैसे हो? बस आज मेरे को कितना, अभी 6:30 से लेके 12:30 1:30 तक स्ट्रीम है, फिर 2:30 से लेके 8:30 तक स्ट्रीम है, और उसके बाद वापस 1:30 से लेके 6:30 तक स्ट्रीम है। बस इतना ही तो करना है। हाँ, इतना ही तो करना है, और उसके बाद एक और नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम। समझ रहे हो? आज गोल लगा दो, पूरा होगा। क्या बात कर रहे हो? पूरे 21 स्ट्रेच में नहीं है ना स्ट्रीम, 3 अलग अलग करना है। गोल तो मेरा आज तक पूरा नहीं हुआ, ना ही कभी होएगा, वो कंफर्म न्यूज़ है। आज गाफ लगेगी, मजे ही मजे। दिल्ली ट्रैफिक से बाहर निकले भाई, हैवी ट्रैफिक भाई, हैवी ट्रैफिक। 1 घंटे का भी रास्ता नहीं तो उसको 1.5 घंटे से ज्यादा लगा है। बेचारी लाइव अपडेट्स दे रही थी। लाइव अपडेट सही है, किधर है तू ट्रैफिक में? किधर है तू ट्रैफिक में? उसके बाद में अपडेट्स लेना ही बंद कर दिया। रैंक पुश वही होता है भाई, अभी रैंक पुश, फिर 5 मैन, फिर रैंक पुश, फिर 5 मैन, फिर रैंक पुश, यही है। कुछ बचा नहीं है रैंक में मेरे हिसाब से। हर बार सोचता हूँ 5 मैन के लिए मैं पिंकी के आईडी से खेलूंगा, बाद में सोचता हूँ कि मैं मेरे आईडी में खेलूं कभी। बस मैं अभी शाउट आउट देता हूँ, बाद में देखूंगा नहीं चैट। जल्दी जल्दी दिनेश भाई, बिग शाउट आउट टू यू, मेरी जान के टूटे। 1 month फॉर रेडियंट, लव यू यार, थैंक फॉर मेकिंग मी स्माइल इन बैड टाइम्स। लव यू अक्ष भाई, मैं माँ दुर्गा ब्लेस यू। लव यू यार अक्ष भाई, लव यू यार, लव यू यार। क्या हो गया? सैड टाइम्स क्यों आते तुम्हारे? हाँ, एक बात बताओ, ये जो डिनर तो तुम करने गए हो, हाँ, एक ही प्लेट में दो दो स्पून है, दो दो ग्लास है, आंखें बंद है, नहीं मतलब बेंच, गर्लफ्रेंड के साथ गए हो, डीपी निकाला है और सैड टाइम्स है। ला 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 ला, मैं पिछले लाइफ में वो था, हाँ, इन्वेस्टिगेटर। शेड्यूल वाल वेदांत भाई, ऐसा बोलूंगा ना कि वेदांत में दांत नहीं बचेगा तेरे। ठीक है, ठीक है, ऐसी बातें मैं बोलूंगा। अकेला खेलूं मैं,
Match found.
अकेला खेलूं। पिंकी भी नहीं है आज, अंकी भी नहीं है, नहीं अकेला खेलूं मैं। शेड्यूल वन स्ट्रीम, शेड्यूल वन स्ट्रीम, शेड्यूल वन, वन ही बचा है। जो कब से बोल रहा है खेलते हैं, वन ही बचा है भाई। डिले लगा है क्या? मैं बिना डिले का खेलता हूँ, क्या डिले? हारे तो हारे, गांड मरा है। चैट मिस नहीं होनी चाहिए। क्या फायदा, तुम लोग कुछ अच्छा मैसेज करोगे, मैं उसका 1 मिनट बाद पढ़ूंगा, अच्छा लगेगा? तुम लोग 1 मिनट तक ऐसा बैठे रहोगे, विंक्स भाई मेरा मैसेज पढ़े कि नहीं पढ़े, इतना लंबा पैराग्राफ लिखा था। अच्छा नहीं पढ़े, रुक जाओ, ऑल्ट ए, कंट्रोल सी, कंट्रोल वी, कंट्रोल वी, कंट्रोल वी, कंट्रोल वी, कंट्रोल वी, फिर 1 मिनट बाद, अरे बिंक्स भाई ने अभी भी नहीं पढ़ा, स्पैम मारा। फिर टाइम आउट कहेगा। नहीं भाई, गाली एंड ऑफ द डे मेरे को ही सुनना पड़ेगा डीले में, समझ रहे हो? इसलिए डीले नहीं डालने का, सिंपल बात। हारा तो हारा, कोई सीन नहीं है, डीले नहीं डालने का। अच्छा मेरी चैट नहीं बढ़ता, वाह वाह वाह। विंगमैन का कुछ अपलोड करोगे? शूट तो होने दो, वो अपने काम में बिजी है, मैं इधर बिजी हूँ, शूट तो होने दो यारो। हे लव यू इंटेल, इधर ही रहना, खाना खाने मत जाना, ठीक है?
Match found.
सही बात है, सही बात है, सही बात। चैट पढ़ लो, क्या पढ़ो? गो टुगेदर में बग्स बाय कॉमिक कॉन व्लॉग। मैंने व्लॉग किया था, मिनी व्लॉग था वो, मिनी व्लॉग, रील आएगा उसका। वॉइस लो, तुम जैसे लोगों की वजह से वॉइस लो है। अगर तुम लोग 150 का मेंबरशिप लो तो हो सकता है कि मेरा माइक अपग्रेड हो ना, हो सकता है ना, नहीं हो सकता है ना। वॉइस लो, इधर है माइक, इधर इधर, समझ रहे हो? इधर। अभी इससे ज्यादा मैं क्या भोपू डाल के बात करूं? भाई हेवी लैक ऑफ स्लीप है चैट, हेवी लैक ऑफ स्लीप है। डे बाय डे रूडनेस इंक्रीज होते जा रहा है। हूँ मैं रूड मदपा? भाई वो तो बेस्ट था पे वॉच पार्टी का। हाँ वो बेस्ट सीन था वॉच पार्टी का। यस आई एम रूड मदपा। मैक्स का ऑपोजिट है तो डिले डालता है, क्यों? रैंक पुश के लिए खेल रहा है ना रे बाबा, वो रैंक पुश के लिए खेल रहा है एंड इज वेरी सक्सेसफुल। अगर मैं उसको ऐसा बोलूंगा ना 10,000 ओनली शॉर्ट खेल, नहीं खेलेगा वो, समझ रहे हो? वेरी सक्सेसफुल। मेरे को अगर कोई 10,000 दे, मैं भी नहीं खेलूंगा शॉर्टी वाला, लेकिन पॉइंट समझो। गल लगाओ माइक के लिए, ये सब चीज। गोल क्या माइक लेने का रहता तो मैं अभी कभी नहीं ले सकता हूँ यारो। हाँ, ए मेरे 12-13 मेंबर्स, उससे आ जाएगा माइक का। गोल क्या लगाने का? ए भाई मेरा पॉपअप आ रहा है क्या भाई? मैसेज आ रहा है, पॉपअप आ रहा है। I and Nikhil sir sailed together and we sometimes used to your ganda gameplay. Excuse me? You sailed with my brother? ठीक है, देखते हैं टेस्ट, क्या वो पार्टी करता था शिप में कि नहीं? क्वेश्चन टू यू। सो दैट मिस, सुपर चैट तो आया ही नहीं है, इसी मेंबर चैट स्पैम हो रहा है। बस by my gold hearts to go, I am a कौवा main. I absolutely, I get absolute boss in team. हर बार 20-25 किल काटता हूँ, 5 मैन भी नहीं हो रहा, हेल्प। जैसे मैंने 50 मारा था वैसा 50 मारो, 25 में अभी कुछ नहीं रहा है। मैं कैसे 50 मारा था? मैं तो एसेंडेंट लॉबी में 50 मारा था, एसेंडेंट 2 अस्कांडे थे। तो गोल्ड को तो मार ही सकते हो भाई। कहाँ करे बिंग्स भाई, कैसे पार्टी होगा बताओ? मतलब तू नहीं किया है, क्योंकि कोई भी कैरियर हो का एक सीक्रेट पॉकेट है जिसमें वो जूस भरता है। झूठ बोल रहा है। अपाचे चाचे ये अपाचे चे ना
Safe for you.
अपाचे ना अपाचे
Spike down,
अपाचे
B.
अपाचे ये। तेरा बुम्बट अंधा है क्या लौड़े? बुम्बट अंधा है, अल्टी भी नर्फ हो गया, बुम्बट भी नर्फ हो गया, सब कुछ नर्फ हो गया, अंधा है क्या? बोय बॉय
Spike down mid.
गया था ना बुम्बट मेरा।
Last player standing.
I have retreated.
Apache Pache, yeah, Apache Tin na. Apache तो ए बात तो है भाई आपके जैसे बॉडी बनाने के लिए इट इज भाई कम से कम 200-250 किलो का डंबल एक उंगली से उठाता हूँ मैं एक उंगली से टफ है
Two smoke heaven. No help. Bro.
Why he alive? How much should I effective if I were?
Oh, legit. I can't wait for you to run circles around them.
Go A.
ये टीम थोड़ा सा कैजुअल है जिससे मैं तो डर रहा हूँ Fight ramp.
Okay, fight them. Flash here. I'm gonna dash.
Oh shit, my bad.
Hey, heal.
One inside.
Go side.
One inside.
Oh bro.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
Plant here.
Plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
CT, last CT.
वो सिटी में जाके 100 साल हो गया सिटी से क्यों आएगा वो डिजिटल बेबे क्या बंक्स भाई एनएच क्या है चलो
Okay, inside the vent.
watching well
No, he not A.
la
Okay, shot kill.
जी भाई उधर ही बैठा है भाई
Now we're on the right path. Let's keep going.
रिबन का खत्म हो गया अभी आपका स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ लोल
I have one
to
flash.
you
No you.
name left 5 run that's why you love Bebo Bugs bye yo hello Bugs bye today early stream yes sir
Wait, don't go start.
Reloading.
wait for
Who in heaven?
Can you push?
Spike down A. Last player standing.
क्या हगा में क्लोव पे
Oh, nice try.
क्या हगा में क्लोव पे चैट
I got her.
वार्म अप गेम
I think we Cypher can flank, bro.
Yeah.
They rotate so fast.
Apache ये कोई ना एंटी तो है I want to learn full valorant please suggest me where should I start
Hey, Ravi,
start
Cypher.
by install off
Would you?
Ravi, sorry.
Right?
Cypher A.
Upper. Okay. Going to be. Okay, dog. Hey, flash.
What the flash?
Spike down mid. Player standing.
Oh my god, Sky!
Oh, Sky.
Just dog, don't blind.
I dug already.
Go mid to B. Go mid to B. Let's Cypher come B man.
There.
Hey सिंगर बांग हाउस जो आज कौन सा गाना सुनने का मन है यार? आज नहीं कल करते हैं। आज
can
मेरे
flash,
हालत की माँ
right?
बहन हो रखी है।
I'm gonna hold my click.
Love your
My left click.
smoke. This
Cannot
and
hold.
this.
I don't know what happened.
What's this? No peeking.
You can hold.
My dog is gone.
You can take it.
I got a flash.
You're blind.
100.
Spike down mid.
ये साथ क्यों ऐसा हो रहा है यार? अल्ट मार दिया भाई।
Last player
Oh, behind,
standing.
behind.
Another fight? Clean slate.
Apache
Let's wait and
tate, apache chena, apache nu. Ah.
Winnable.
I'm here.
Go fight round.
Just get 3 rounds, boss. Huh? You let him go?
Bro!
Hey,
Come B.
No, he don't. You do.
I'm low. Read me, come.
Yep.
Hold this Cypher.
Let me go first.
I know it. Last player standing.
Oh.
Ah.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two.
Let's try be fast, boss.
There.
Never try.
Let's go B.
अपाते भाई कैसे नहीं लग रहा है यार? ऐसा लग रहा है सर अच्छा लगे है चैट रेकमेंडेशन सॉन्ग।
Shit, I lost my pet rock.
एम तो है पहला गेम है ना
Grenade! No peeking.
ब्रो किस तरफ
He dropped.
वन सिटी
Low,
टू सिटी
they're low.
One enemy remaining.
One. What's it?
CT.
No drama.
यू कहीं ना बंग होता है मेरे साथ क्यों हो रहा है यार लेट्स गो भाई
Out of charges.
Find a trip, find a.
क्या है चैट ये कितने मार पा रहा हूँ मैं
Reloading.
काय क्या हो जाता है हेलो आई वांट टू जॉइन SC12 मेहनत करो
Hawk out. Grenade. Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke.
Perfect. Oh,
Kill me.
अंदर चोट
One drop.
Last player standing.
heaven
One
last.
enemy remaining. Spike
Right here.
down B.
Refreshing.
Okay, okay.
These parasites
भाई
are
आज
gonna
आज
take
आज
one
कुछ तो जोश है
step past this
मेरी बात
place.
सुनो आज कुछ तो दोस्त कोई तो हेटर कोई तो हेटर स्ट्रीम देख रहा है टीबोन देख रहा रहेगा शायद हाँ
Sky, if I hear, don't flash off here, okay.
फैंटम डे आके खुलने दो
Grenade.
One heaven.
Get out of my way.
Under. Full heaven.
Last player standing.
One inside.
Nice try, nice try.
Binks भाई बादशाह can you have तेरा सुरूर हिमेश रशमिया in your voice क्या रेडी हो
Go side, go side, go side. Dock here.
गेमर से सिंगर व्हाट अ सफर हाँ रेडी हो जाए आज गैलेक्सी
I'm
भाई
back
ओपी
here.
हो जाए ठीक है तेरा 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 सुरूर तेरी यादें सहारतें तेरी बातें तेरा तेरा तेरा
Last round in the
सुरूर
half.
Last call for all the things you need to kill him with. Buy up.
Huh? Dun 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 very nice, dun dun nice, dun dun nice. Dun
Tell
dun
me,
dun
pick up.
dun dun nice, dun dun nice.
We
मेरे
can
लौड़े
get-
लग रहे गाना गा रहे हो इस लोग भाई मैं पूरा गेम शरीफ चला है क्या चैट मैं पूरा गेम शरीफ चला है क्या
Hawk out. Lock the sight. What's this? Fire in the hole.
One enemy remaining.
Got out, got out.
Last player standing.
One time.
Okay.
फिर गाने भाई
Switching
मेरा भाई
sides.
इसके बाद एक डेथ मैच इसके बाद एक गरम चाय और एक डेथ मैच चैट याद है ना तुम लोग ने मेरे पे गिव अप किया था रेडिएंट वाले गेम पे उसके बाद क्या हुआ चीट्स ऑन करने दो कर दिया अभी इतना शरीफ चला ही लिया है गलती एक बार ये होती है, एक्सक्यूज मी, तुम कब गलती से हुए? आई एम सॉरी टू हियर दैट। तो श्योरली
Rush. What the fuck?
One. Six.
Camera taken out.
I got A side cipher.
또.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Raze, what's wrong, bro?
This reminds me of this one time where I
What wrong? Oh, Raze. You see the name here?
In my defense, it's lag. भाई पूरा शेरिफ ही खेला। मैं गाली करने वाला हूँ। और चैट में गाली करने वाला हूँ। मैं गाली करने वाला हूँ। गाली करने वाला हूँ चैट। Then why you? That's a good question.
Raze, I'll smoke. Raze, I'll smoke.
Reloading.
They won't come side. Just play him in. He can't rotate.
थोड़ा सा गिर गया।
Don't die.
Don't die. Bro, with defender, why you peek?
Oh.
Oh.
Running B.
The guy took that. I swear.
reloading.
Spike planted. Player
अंदर चुप। तो तेरा देश मेरा।
One tap him.
अब चलो सर देखो।
Bro, I don't know.
विनेबल है।
Just leave him there if you can't fight.
विनेबल है। अब मारेंगे ना वन टैप्स बेबी। विनेबल है, देखो टेक्निकली देखा जाए विनेबल है चैट। टेक्निकली देखा बैड डे नहीं, बैड गेम भाई। डे नहीं, डे क्यों बोल रहे हो? बैड गेम। शर्म कर लो। एलएफ का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया क्या? ओ मेरे को अभी समझा, एसी ऑफ करके। हाँ
Hey.
अब समझा मेरे को भाई। Do you need help, Jet?
What?
Spike planted. One
Side,
enemy
side.
remaining.
Right.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Can see again.
चार डबल। यहाँ से ही अपन ऊपर आए थे चैट। हाँ
Oh, yes.
We know
Defender,
what
man.
we're doing. Trust
यहाँ
each
से
other
ऊपर आए
and
थे
drop on.
भाई। बेचारा मेरे जैसा पॉजिटिव बंदा है, लेकिन मैं उसको रिप्लाई नहीं दे पा रहा हूँ बिकॉज ऑफ पर्सनल इश्यूज। हाँ बिकॉज ऑफ
Oh, flash,
पर्सनल
yeah.
इश्यूज।
Oh, Sky. Shake them.
Hey.
See? Don't die, he lie.
Right here.
Nice.
Drop in a smoke.
Gonna pick 3, 2.
Right here.
Close.
Teo mid.
Mid.
Yeah, to mid.
Go take heaven. Go take heaven.
Satchel out.
Dandari nice.
B man.
Carry.
Spike down B.
90, 69.
One enemy remaining.
Side.
मेरे से शूट क्यों नहीं हो रहा? शूट क्यों नहीं हो रहा? मैं हेडशॉट मारा था.
Break. No worries.
हेलो?
Can you camp? No matter.
चैट.
Can drop.
मैं गोली मारना छोड़ा देखा ना.
I need to blow something up.
कुछ गलत है क्या?
Go get it.
When I check.
What the fuck you gonna do?
Satchel out.
Oh, ET. He take my guy on B main. Oops.
Spike down B.
B main clear.
One A.
Go spike. Yeah, two.
Come B main. Go B main. We got spy B main.
Okay.
Right here.
Help. Game.
Remaining.
Maybe easy. Careful.
Reloading.
From CT.
Yeah.
CT. Here or the grass thing.
Here.
वो मैप देखता
Take
हमारा.
Right.
देखो चैट
Many
देखो.
countries.
अरेला.
I play heaven. I play rent.
Can drop sky. No one guy play with me.
Oh,
Cypher play A.
You go B.
Then one guy play with me. Can you break the drone? Break the drone.
Come on, let's go.
अरेला चैट.
Maybe
If that
play
miss-
here. Break the drone.
दोनों पड़ा.
On mid. Suffer me, careful.
Fire in the hole. Here comes.
Code.
Chill.
Reloading.
What the?
Suffer me.
Enemy remaining.
Last
Mid.
Spike down B. Enemy remaining.
Well play. On sky thing?
On me.
Player
I know
standing.
exactly where you are.
यार
Bomb on
तो
me.
बुरा लगा. यारा तो बुरा लगेगा रे बाबा.
Drop in a smoke.
यारा तो बुरा लगेगा चट. भी आ रहा है. मेरी बात सुनो. भी आ रहा है.
30 seconds left.
भी आ रहा है. भी आ रहा है.
They still B, I think.
भी आ रहा है. भी आ रहा है.
Spike planted.
अरे मैं इसलिए नहीं बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं नीचे हूँ. हाँ सिटी.
No peeking.
Well
बच
play.
गए. सिटी नहीं
I'm
रे.
just trying to do my job here.
सिटी के पीछे. भाई कैंप का आवाज तो ऐसे है जैसे सिटी से डाला ना. Easy baby, easy. Winnable.
More than you did before.
Winnable. गाली कहूंगा ही रही। जाने दो। मैं समझ गया तुम्हारी भावना पहुंचलीस।
Oh, sorry.
Bomb buddy out.
Where?
Me. Careful, Cypher.
Camera taken out.
Cypher.
Headshot.
Clear mid.
Cypher. Mapping, Cypher.
Can you...
One mid.
Ah, yeah, Cypher mid.
143. Go.
One
140.
enemy remaining.
Last mid.
Spike down B.
Oh, he's here.
Reload. Someone is B. Reloading. Reload.
Chill, bro. Chill.
He too.
30 seconds left.
There you are. No shit.
क्यूटी के सामने भेज देती हो रही है रे बाबा।
We move as a unit.
Can drop one.
Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
Drop दो।
Can I get a drop?
Alright, I can...
Thanks.
I'm feeling low यार।
KB.
मैं चप्पलें पड़ रही है सीधा।
Go to Happy. KB, go KB.
I think Ren.
नीचे। टेक्निकली स्काई के ऊपर देखा जाए तो।
Get out of my way.
Is the...
Enemy spotted A.
Fuck! 120.
Grenade. Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted.
वायर था वहाँ पे भेंचूत।
One, this corner. Right side.
Player standing.
Empty. Cypher can trip here.
वायर
If
था।
you see one of my creatures, good help a girl out, would ya?
Can I have it up?
वहाँ पे वायर था ना यार। वहाँ पे था कि नहीं वायर? बोलो एक बार बोलो प्लीज बोलो। था कि नहीं था? था कि नहीं था यार? मैं क्यों देखूंगा उधर? I know, listen to me bro. That's it.
B.
Bomb buddy out.
Mid.
Wow, humming. They're going back A.
Like I never left.
Spike
Oh,
down A. Last player standing.
I know exactly where you are.
Match point.
Listen up, you mucker. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just take a wee tip.
देखो टेक्निकली देखा जाए ना तो वो उसको बचाने के लिए मैं नेट डाला था। मेरे को लगा नहीं था 5 जन के अंदर, समझ रहे? टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो
Time to mobilize my pack.
शेड्यूल 1 खेलना था यारो। हाँ शेड्यूल 1 खेलना था बहिन छू। डिफॉल्ट हो रहा।
No peeking.
There.
One down. Hawk out. Blinded.
One enemy remaining.
बेंगलोड़े
Down mid.
Outrun me.
मैं अगली बार से म्यूट करके खेलूंगा मैं
Anyone have any
Binks
space?
मिलता है
I may have jammed my fingers. Would you? Multiple fingers.
कुछ अच्छा बोल रहे रहेंगे ना चैट
Jeez,
विनेबल
mate.
हाँ कुछ अच्छा बोल रहे रहेंगे ना अनम्यूट करो पट से दो मारा अनम्यूट हाँ इससे दो मारा अनम्यूट
On my wire.
One enemy remaining. Spike
That's a man,
down
that's a man.
A.
मेरे को दो हेडशॉट कैसे पड़ सकते हैं प्लीज
Okay,
एक्सप्लेन करो कि मेरे को दो हेडशॉट कैसे पड़ सकते हैं कैसे
We know the drill. Stick to
Can
your
buy new?
roles and we'll
बाकी
Bye
लोगों
bye.
को 15-20 बुलेट लग रहा है दो हेडशॉट कैसे पड़ सकते रे बाबा म्यूट वापस म्यूट मैं म्यूट पे मार रहा था म्यूट पे मार रहा था वॉल बैंग अरे तो वॉल बैंग फिर भी दो हेडशॉट बॉडी मारो ना मेरे जैसे भाई एक किल तेरा बाइक अल्टा रहा बाइक राउंड है
bomb bite out. Hawk out. Grenade.
ये तो स्कैम्बा होई गबा अप डाउन
Satchel out. Satchel out.
बैकअप आ गया दोस्त टेंशन नहीं बैकअप आ गया बैंक
One enemy remaining.
Here.
विनेबल
Switching sides. Overtime.
Go B, go
I
B.
hate to say it, but
Probably best to play team. What's the plan?
देखो टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो बैकअप तो आ गया था ना कैरिड क्या भाई ट्रिप छोड़ रहा हूँ ना मैं
reloading.
करोगे लाइबिलिटी लोग एक गेम खेला तुम्हारे लिए जल्दी आया तुम लोग ऐसा कर रहे हो ना एक बार मेरे को गरम चाय लेके आने दो
Even fight? That's fun.
No need net. Two net close. No need.
Evan.
Last player standing.
I try it.
दस का बीस ले लो भाई मेरी बात
Match point.
यही है
Make sure to follow my pack in.
यही है
They'll lead us right to the enemy.
हो सकता है फैंटम डे हो यू आर राइट हो सकता हो सकता है फैंटम डे हो सकता है म्यूट डे भी हो, यू नेवर नो। एक गोली नहीं लगी रेस को। हो सकता है पॉसिबल है।
Spike planted.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
तारे जमीन पर
Here.
Team 8.
Easy take.
भाई ते हो क्या उड़ा भाई,
Switching sides.
ते हो क्या उड़ा, कुछ तो बोल रहेंगे चैट।
Go A, go A.
Overtime.
One down.
To be the more oh. I can't play dead.
Can we just wait for the Tae who gonna molly there?
हाँ
Just play contact first.
Okay.
Just shift. No need to I'm watching screen, you can walk. No. You watch screen and tower from me, I'm gonna walk. Big.
Here.
Guy watching out.
Jets.
Nice. Wait.
Go.
Come on.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
तेरी बहन की आंख,
Tap.
टीटी कौन बैठता है चूतिया।
He's going in.
Cover me, got me. Let me die.
Cypher, hurry up. Cypher.
Bro. Oh, inside. Under you, Cypher.
Cypher.
Player standing.
Too slow.
Know exactly.
Enemy remaining.
Low. Real player.
Shield.
यार वो साइपर वहाँ पे क्यों बैठेगा।
Ready.
Switching sides. Match point.
We gotta pick. We move this. Got it?
चैट मेरे को देखो, मेरा दिल बोल रहा है, ये मेरा दिल बोल रहा है भाई देखो, एक ड्यूलिस्ट के साथ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। एक बार अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलना चाहिए ना। लोग कैरी कर रहा है, कैरी क्या भाई, एंट्री कौन निकाला 1 to 2 1। कोई तो हंसा पे, मैं म्यूट करने वाला हूँ फट से म्यूट कर।
Hey. Wait.
Rush or not?
No. Don't answer for A. Oh man, heaven. Careful. Heaven. Stay for heaven.
What the?
Shoot.
हाँ
Sure.
लौड़े का छे।
One enemy remaining.
Where? Nice.
GG.
Guys.
Who's got this?
Defenders win.
मैंने म्यूट किया किसको? हाँ भाई किसके वजह से जीते अभी बोलो ना, किसके वजह से जीते बोलो। टेल मी। आया लास्ट में एम आया। नीचे कटन ब्लास्टर 3000 नीचे लौड़े के ड्यूलिस्ट हो आप। हाँ ये मेरे को बताने का नहीं था, लेकिन यू आर LKD यू आर। हाँ तो फर्स्ट ब्लड हाँ भाई देखो टेक्निकली रेज डिफ नहीं था क्योंकि वो स्मर्फ था, समझ रहे हो। हाँ क्योंकि वो स्मर्फ था, मैं उसको जानता हूँ। ISO सैड ये एक्चुअली ब्रिलियंट प्लेयर है, मैं इसको जानता हूँ समझ रहे हो। A से नाम चालू होता है और S से नाम खत्म होता है, ये इसका स्मर्फ आईडी है। कैरिड लाइक अ चैम्प। भाई तुम लोग को एक बेस्ट चीज बताओ क्या, मैं बच गया यार, मेरे सारे फट चुके हैं भाई, मेरा सारा फट चुका है चैट, समझ रहे हो? आसपास देखो, तुम लोग ने बोला हो आसपास, तो मैंने नहीं बोला, तुम लोग ने बोला, समझ रहे हो? बोला किसने? तुम लोग ने बोला। मेरा सब कुछ फट चुका है 5 मैन खेल के चैट। हाँ, यहाँ पे ऐसा 2 लिखा रहता था, सब कुछ फट चुका है, नो शील्ड रिमेनिंग। अब अगर डी रैंक हो गया ना, मेरा हो गया यार। इसको बुलाओ क्या कैरी करने? मैं कैरी करता हूँ भाई, ये लोग को, बच्चे लोग, ये लोग जेंजीज, मैं करता हूँ। आजा यार, मैं करता हूँ भाई बच्चे लोगों को कैरी, ये जेंजी फक्स। जेंजी लोग भी नहीं आ रहे यार चैट। जेंजी के बाद वाला कौन सा है? जेन, हेलो? अब पाते पाते ये, अब पाते, ओ माय गॉड, स्क्रिम्स लीक। रुक जाओ रुक जाओ रुक जाओ रुक जाओ, शर्म करो भाई, तुम लोग हंसे ना, हंसे कि नहीं हंसे? तुम लोग को हंसाने के लिए स्ट्रीम करते हैं, मारने का तो मैं 30 किल यूं ही मारू भाई, यूं 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 ही मारू मैं 30 किल, समझ रहे हो? मैं अगर हर गेम 30 किल मारा तो कोई देगा बिंग्स भाई आपके लिए चैलेंज है, 30 किल मारो, $10,000 दूंगा करके? ये सब चैलेंजेस आना बंद करेंगे तो कभी कभी हम्बल बनना पड़ता है। तुम लोग तब समझेगा जब तुम लोग यूट्यूबर्स बनोगे, सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ। देखो अभी क्या चैलेंज आ रहे हैं, बिंग्स भाई गाना गाओ इमरान हाशमी चैलेंज, ये आ रहा है। एक टाइम पे क्या आता था, MVP, नाइफ 1, ऑपरेटर 5 शॉट्स इन सिंगल मैप, 3 अल्ट किल्स इन सिंगल मैप, ये सब आता था। अभी देखो चैलेंज क्या आ रहा है, इमरान हाशमी सिंग सॉन्ग। इसलिए हम्बल बनने का, ये हम्बलनेस देख के ना फिर लोगों को ऐसा लगता है वी नीड ओल्ड बिंग्स बैक। पैसा फेंको, ये तुम लोग जब भी वो बनोगे ना यूट्यूबर्स, तब तब समझेगा हम्बल बनने का। अभी हम्बल को चाय की जरूरत है, लेकिन टाइम का वो है कीमत, तो हम गो करके जाएंगे। अगर इंस्टेंट मैच मिल गया तो चाय के और मेरे दोनों के लौड़े लगेंगे, समझ रहे हो? तो देखते क्या सीन बनता है। मुंबई में खेल और ऐसे आएगी, ना 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 ना।
Match found. Choose your agent.
अरे मेरे को काम का कॉल आया था, मैं देख ही नहीं पाया, मैसेज आया मेरे को, काम का कॉल आया था यार। ये लोग आया नहीं, कर दो MVP 5000 सुपर ड्रॉप बाय। ये तुम्हारे लिए, ये गेम तुम्हारे लिए। अरे मेरे को काम का कॉल आया था, मालूम ही नहीं पड़ा यार।
Match found.
एक तो घर में अकेला उसी भागा दौड़ी करनी पड़ती है। कोट कहाँ गया? आ गया। चाय लेके आ रहा था। क्या स्ट्रीम लाइक करो टू जाने दो, 50 के भी होगा सुपर चैट। क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है। चलो किल्स के लिए खेलेंगे। चैट ओपी राहुल भाई को सारे लोग अपना अपना गाफ दो, ठीक है? और सब लोग वो दो, क्या बोलते हैं, लिप्स वाले इमोजी, ये सारे इमोजी मतलब एकदम ओपी ओपी कर दो। लव यू लॉक इन टाइम बेबी, लॉक इन टाइम। Let's fight me.
Selam. Taking point. Let's spread out.
चलो
On my mark. Where are you? Bring them down. Look at him.
go B.
You can go ahead, bro. Wait, Vice.
Enemy spotted. Hey.
Oh, come on.
Flash placed.
Right there. Light planted.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
I'm low.
Right there. Still here, I'm moving. Reloading.
Keep pushing. Don't
Keep
give them
pushing,
time
baby.
to
Keep
adapt.
pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
There.
Let's go, eh?
There.
अपना लड़कर रहना आजा. And now you blind here. I go in. Smoke this two.
Let's go kill them.
Vice play.
Just follow first.
Bomb by
No smoke. Blind.
One knock.
Enemy A.
44. Towards. One more.
One enemy remaining.
Last up. Can come flower.
Weapon here.
MVP God is back on the MVP England. Excuse me, क्या हो गया आज? आज क्या हो गया chat?
Out of charges.
5 minutes. आज Galaxy भाई thank you for the 5,000 मेरी जान के टोटे. राहुल भाई thank you for the 8,000.
Weapon here. Check your box.
Come let's fight, man. Oh, pichut! क्या होगा spray? Rena 120, not with them. 120.
Bring them down.
कि माँ का क्या होगा spray बे?
Gun here.
Fuck. चलेगा मेरा अल्टे आ रहा है next round.
Down.
Spike down mid.
120 ball.
I have the spike.
Go be.
Right there. Taking that.
Love you मेरी जान के ठोठे गैलेक्सी बाय love you. तू मेरी चैट में बढ़ता इसलिए मैं तो भगवान से यही प्रे करूंगा MVP ना बने. सुधांशु भाई कितने बड़े हेटर हो आप. हाँ हाथी देखा कभी?
30 seconds left. Plant the spike.
Obscuring vision.
10 seconds left.
Recovering it. My ult's ready.
Launching thorns.
You're blind.
Thorns activated. Blinding. My blind is dead.
Both sides.
Pulling them in.
One enemy remaining.
Shot. अरे इसको तो गांड मार रहा है.
Distant. Settle.
जीपे करना भाई मेरे को घंटा फर्क में पड़ता है. 30% जाए तो जाए. एंटरटेनमेंट ऑन टॉप होनी चाहिए ठीक है.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
जो करना है करो टेंशन मत लो.
Can I get a drop?
हाँ ये ड्रॉप में.
Thanks.
Rena will push me.
There.
You blind.
Drop.
The left side.
एक तो तो मिला। हम लोग
Yeah, bro.
My ult's ready. Satchel out. Still here, amigo.
चार के डांड मारा।
Okay, I only have like
Huh?
78 grenades.
भाई
left.
यही रीजन है मेरे को रेस पसंद है, यही रीजन है। उछाल के
Careful, oh.
उछाल के मारा।
Jet, B, jet.
Spikes here.
Anyone feeling
Good
generous?
I can ulti let's go B.
We got this.
Let's make him dance.
Herman fight mid.
We're covering it. Need that back.
Come back.
Bingo B, bro. Making out.
Obscuring vision.
My ult is ready.
Ulti.
Grenade.
Check out.
Right there. Take them. Here comes it.
अदर चोट अल्टी कैसे नहीं लगा इसको?
One more, man.
अल्टी कैसे नहीं लगा? चलेगा मैं लीड पे हूँ।
One enemy remaining.
अल्टी कैसे नहीं लगा चैट? कैसे नहीं लगा?
Find you.
अच्छा सेव करो, किल मत दो किसको। अल्टी कब लगता? कैसे नहीं लगा यार? कैसे पॉसिबल है वो? हाँ? सरेंडर कर दो, मैं एमवीपी हूँ, प्लीज सरेंडर कर दो। सरेंडर कर दो, इजीएस्ट 50K ऑफ माय लाइफ का यूट्यूब शॉर्ट्स बनाऊंगा। सरेंडर कर दो दल्लो।
Now we win.
दिखाओ स्ट्रीमर ही कह दे। Astra drop.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
There. Careful here.
One out.
Bomb buddy.
Wait. Blind.
Connect.
Shoot. One tap मारा।
Okay.
Vedar, Sheriff. Jet -80.
Now.
Still waiting. Still one enemy remaining. My ultimate's ready.
वाइस आ रहा है, वाइस को किल में देना। भाई सरेंडर कर दो अभी भी प्लीज।
Careful here.
Planted. Reloading.
One round ult wasted.
Weapon here.
बाहर के वेट कर रहे। ड्यूलिस्ट एंट्री ले लिया तो पता नहीं क्या सीन है, कुछ रुक गए रहेंगे। नाइस वाइस हमारा। सबका हालत सेम है, विनेबल चैट।
Take a breath now.
Can we fight mid? They're gonna push. Wait, you reveal here?
There.
Come Reyna, fight mid. Ego.
I have the spike. Last placed.
Okay. Grenade! Take hold. Obscuring vision. Right, satchel out.
80.
Last player standing.
No?
You say something? Sorry. Ears still ringing. Yes.
Let's go B, let's go B.
Reloading.
चलेगा 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 ऊपर हो चलेगा. You always play with those specific panda bundles cage, then why you buy so many bundles, dude? Flex. जैसा तेरी जली बाकी लोग की भी जलेगी ना.
Find you. Reloading. There.
Keep going, guys.
Reload.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Obscuring vision.
Step back.
Reloading.
Come back, come back, come back. Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
I think next time you just go here.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Guys, 120. Damage दिया, it counts, aces counts. पेड़ के गांड में आती का लड़.
My people ain't ready. You must cultivate a sense of calm. Out of charge.
Can we hide from reveal and go away?
Yeah.
Now we wait.
Out of charges. Need a
Asra,
drop.
you take back your smoke here.
By your guardian or right now.
Need a drop.
Reyna, hide.
There. Thank you.
Hide from. Never mind.
I can ult.
Reloading.
I can ult. Okay.
Roller close.
My ult is almost ready.
तो दांत में डालेगा क्या ये ब्लाइंड? कैसे मारे उनके एंगल में? Two here.
Covering it.
Okay. Give me bomb.
Last player standing.
I have the spike.
Spike down A.
रोलर दिया था. अरे ब्लाइंड ने दिया. दोनों एंगल लगा के बैठे थे ना. या फिर मेरे को बाहर यहाँ से जाना पड़ता था. यहाँ से आएगा मौत फिक्स.
Enemy remaining.
ए प्लेयर.
Taking that back.
About 2 more rounds.
You're up. Stay safe. Out of charges.
I don't know when you blind though. Hard to pick. Come, let's try to win with Vice ult. If we take here, let Vice ult smoke. I go in.
What? Again.
Let's start this party.
Come here.
I got the spike.
Give me bomb.
I have the spike.
Ready to smoke, bro.
Vice, can you come here? Run out.
Satchel out.
Run up.
Well divided. Satchel out.
Smoke. It's okay, man.
Hand का लोड़ा. One back side.
WATCHPARTY. Pulling them in.
Not on.
Not ready yet.
No time though. Nice.
Oh, let's go.
Have I told you you're okay? You're okay.
Yaar.
Out of charges.
Come, let's go fast. And after close blind, you blind here. I ulti and go.
Now we win.
Apache, ye Apache, tin.
Get out of my way.
Hey, you're gonna make, bro. I'm fighting.
No.
Micah.
Go blind.
Watch out.
Hey, banda out.
Face your fear.
You can see the lines.
Last player standing.
Fuck, पेड़ बन रहा है भाई.
Last round before the switch.
Bend it over.
Yeah, we need to take up.
Out of charge.
Take me by the stinger and rush out, bro.
No prisoners.
Go fast, bro.
Take back your smoke here.
Yeah. Get.
Reloading.
क्या जैसा वाइड स्विंग करता है ब्रो रेना. इतने लोग मिड में वाइड स्विंग कर रहा हो यार. चलो फेड मर गया. 4 किल.
Last player standing.
हाँ मेरी जली नहीं बट आई लाइक योर लॉजिक. विश यू नथिंग बट द बेस्ट ब्रदर. लव यू यार. मैं तो मजाक में बोला मैं. वन में दर कोई नहीं है. एक बिलिंग बेटा बिलिंग का है. चलो अब मारना पड़ेगा अपने को. ठीक है, सिंपल बात है.
Switching sides.
हर राउंड मारा तो है मैंने. हाँ हर राउंड मारा था भाई। थोड़ा अगर अपना ब्लाइंड का कॉल दे देता था ना, गेम थोड़ा सा इजी हो जाता था। क्या बोलते हो? ए वन कंपी बॉ Did you maybe take a main info? टीम MVP या मैच MVP? टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो बोला नहीं है, टेक्निकली
Obscuring vision. There.
one behind you, Fed. Coming B. Smoke B.
Jets grabbing. See ya.
Last player standing. Spike down B. Enemy remaining.
That moment is gone. But it'd be cool though. Now we look
Hit
here.
by. I thought Astra is belong though. Fuck be. Astra लगा belong है इधर.
Playing slow, bro.
I know we can limit though. Just limit.
Enjoy the playing.
there.
Step is.
Cut bait का try किया bench.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
भाई ये लोग kill क्यों दे रहे हैं गांडू लोग?
Team Ace.
Dreams are a funny thing.
Am I watching?
Don't twist them.
Come fight mid, fight mid. Smoke here, fade you see here. From our. Leave, leave, leave. Cannot
Okay.
fight. Cannot fight, bro. Our Rina playing back out.
Only man.
See.
Out of charges. Spike down mid.
Recovering it. Teşekkürler. Thank you.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Surrounded by Minya.
Surrounded by Mia Khalifa. We won't lose. God करो भाई रेना. मैं भी मार देता था उसको. उसका गन वही टाइम पे निकलता था जब मेरा निकलता. डैश मारा था उसको. बट अच्छा हो उसने मारा. Hey, one compy bao.
Me. Then we live.
Yeah, we can leave though.
The hunt begins.
Let's throw a big.
To be man.
Be clear.
Yeah, they're going back, bro. Contact me.
Okay.
One mid, one.
Come Astra, we fight.
Come here, come here, come here.
Inside.
One side, one side.
Can you stun when you plant?
No one side, bro.
Even backside maybe.
Blocking vision.
3 down.
Something big.
30 seconds left.
Walk. Just walk.
Come. We go all flank.
Grenade.
Come. We go all flank, bro. Astra.
It's okay, bro.
Reloading. Enemy spotted. B.
On.
Last player standing. One enemy
क्या मारा
remaining.
उसने गांडू ने?
Come now.
Oh, nice round.
Diffuse.
अच्छा मारा बे फेड ने.
My ult is ready.
हाँ, फेड ने सेक्सी मारा.
Shock for them.
बाजू में डॉटर्स लव योर स्ट्रीम थोड़ा कम गाली हो जाता तो मैं गाली नहीं देता.
Let the asset guard.
Thank you so much. That's
Out of charge.
I'll try to reduce, but cannot promise. तो थोड़ा सा म्यूट करके.
They're taking mid.
हाँ,
A lot, bro.
let's.
Can we take A man?
Let's blast them out.
There. Blinding. Mark 2.
Contact with me,
Just
contact with me.
get it.
Okay.
Light with fear.
Spike card, boss. Spike card. Maybe Artin. I'm watching Artin. Hey, you watch Amin, bro. Nice.
Flash placed. Blinding.
Going B.
30 seconds left.
Enemy B. Enemy down.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
ये लोग भी मार रहे हैं.
One dream ends, another begins.
Come, let's play 3B, bro. Fit, come fit. Astra, you break the A. Wait, you play here maybe?
We can retake A, bro. Just leave A, bro.
Yeah, they'll come B. Astra ult.
Get out of my way. There.
Smoking B.
There.
Ready. One knock.
Come, we can
Stay
retake B now.
Concealment.
Spike him in.
Enemy remaining.
Flashing.
Need that back.
Nice.
Punishments on them.
Control the space. Control their choices.
Out of charges.
Same, play 3B. They have Astra ult. Wait, you stay here.
There.
Astra, you break the blind, huh?
There.
Then Fate reveal here.
There.
Break the reveal.
Break it.
Watch it, find it!
You.
Activated.
On back calls.
One on,
Spike
okay?
planted. There. Enemy spotted.
You outside. Inside. On you, hold you.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Good retake. बस भाई 2 किल मारना है ये राउंड में 2 किल मारना है हाँ ये राउंड में 2 किल मारना है चैट
Match point.
2 किल मारने बस also and somebody destroy the flower
There.
Launching sword.
one go B bo one go B one default star here Astra they call you this now
B.
Obscuring vision.
B.
Face your fear.
Pulling them in.
get back we retake we have Astra ult let them plant Astra ult we take back set hold on let them plant huh?
Concealment.
One.
where is Vice
Blocking vision. Go get it.
30 seconds left.
Go này. Đây.
yeah but where is Vice
Careful,
Where's
food.
Vice?
Here. Planting này.
okay coming
Spike planted.
Con chụp lát đây nè. Oh! One up.
Last player
one
standing.
behind
One enemy remaining.
last behind bo flower hello
Oh, my friend.
I demand what I'm owed.
can you hear me
Bro, my vice tell me that I leave, bro.
Bo, I called twice, I died from him, Bo. What the fuck?
No, he keep saying link.
I report him.
Sorry, bro.
All good. Wait, can you sit from here? This?
Okay.
Okay.
Go.
Nee.
Spike planted.
One mid up. VMS roll.
Last player standing.
What the fuck, bro? What?
मैं MVP बन गया चैट, मैं MVP बन गया चैट, मैं MVP बन गया चैट। हाँ ये तो ठीक है। एक और किल, अरे एक और किल बहिं चोद, एक और किल, एक किल की कीमत तुम क्या जानो रमेश बाबू। यार कौन मरा लास्ट इससे? कांडू कौन मरा फेड से? अपना फेड ही मरा, दगड़ दल्ला इंसान। साला फेड डिफ करके पैसा खाया ये हरामजादा। क्लोज था लेकिन मजा आया, मजा आया, मजा आया। क्लोज था, क्लोज था यार, क्लोज था यार, क्लोज था। या फिर वो एक किल नहीं मारता, या फिर एक किल मैं मारता। क्लोज था, बट तेरे भाई ने लॉक इन तो किया था। हेवी डिफ दिया उसने मेरे, बाकी सबको मारा है मैंने। अच्छी लॉबी थी बे, कितना फर्क है देखो ना ये लॉबी और वो लॉबी में। इधर एक्सकांडे या एस्कांडे, 4 अस्कांडे भोसड़ी वाले, इधर सारे इमोर्टल। एंटी था यार, क्लोज था, क्लोज था, क्लोज था। चलेगा चलेगा चलेगा। टीम में भी नहीं इतना दल्लागिरी नहीं करता, चलेगा। अभी अपने पास टाइम है एक और खेलने का। वेल वी गॉट टाइम चैट, एक और खेल सकते हैं। ये क्या है अभी? डिफॉल्ट स्किल। कौन कौन ये लेने वाला चैट बताओ, सच्ची बताओ दिल पे हाथ रख के। यार बुरा लग रहा है लेकिन ठीक है, क्लोज था यार, क्लोज था यार, क्लोज, क्लोज था ना। क्लोज तो था यारो, क्लोज तो था, क्लोज तो। एक किल यार भाई, जीपे दो। नहीं नहीं ऐसा मत कर यार, अच्छा नहीं लगता, अच्छा नहीं लगता है। मेरा मॉड्स कोई जीपे दो उसको, अच्छा लेने लगता, मत करो यार ऐसे। रामी प्रो मैक्स पेज, हाँ मॉड्स खुद का जीपे मत देना। वो रहा नाइट बॉट ने दिया है। लव यू, लव यू। वैंडल लो, भाई मजा आया बे, लेकिन चैट मजा आया बे। और एक एक किल के लिए तड़प रहे थे बे। कितने टाइम बाद किक मिला मेरे को। हाँ अंदर से ऐसा लग रहा है मैं सलमान खान ही हूँ। क्या बोलते हो चैट? कैन वी हैव राहुल वर्मा डब्ल्यूज एंड हार्ट्स एंड ओपी इन दी चैट मेरी जान के टोटो? कैन वी गिव हिम सम चुपा चुपा, सम ग्वक ग्वक? फाइनली आज पनीर बनेगा भाई, पनीर महंगा है भाई। फाइनली आज मैं ब्रेड खा सकता हूँ, फाइनली आज ब्रेड खा सकता हूँ। राहुल वर्मा थैंक यू फॉर द 10,000 सुपर चैट मेरी जान के टोटे। लव यू लव यू लव यू लव यू लव यू लव यू लव यू। मेंबर्स गिफ्टेड करो इससे अच्छा। कर तो देखो, कर तो सकता हूं मैं, कर तो सकता। 100 गिफ्टेड, 100 गिफ्टेड चैट के लिए।
Match found.
कर तो सकता। तो करना आने तो जी पे ओपी करो ना तब तक। अभी वॉच पार्टी हो गया 8:30 बजे मेरी जान के टूटाओ, 8:30 बजे। अभी बराबर ओपी डब्ल्यू सा भाई, कितने भाई जैसा स्ट्रीमर वैसा चैट। मान गया भाई आज, जैसा स्ट्रीमर वैसा चैट मान गया भाई, एकदम ही मतलब एकदम गलत लेवल के गिर चुके हुए तुम लोग। बिकाऊ स्ट्रीमर समझ में आता है, बिकाऊ चैट। हाँ 1 मिलियन फॉर बिंक्स यार, जब भी जो भी होएगा होने दो, कुछ सीन नहीं है, अपन सबके पीछे नहीं भाग रहे। प्लस मेरे से कंटेंट वॉन्टेड नहीं होता, मेरे को 10 बार गाली पड़ी है गोल्डी भाई से, गाली कि एसिट्रोल के साथ कंटेंट बना, बूट कैंप आ, स्ट्रीम कर, इंस्टाग्राम लाइव जा, गाली देके, समझ रहे हो? माँ बहन की गाली नहीं, डैड्स एंड वेजिटेरियन गाली, भोसली वाले ऐसा, लेकिन मेरे से नहीं होता, मैं क्या करूं? इतना समझाया मेरे को गोल्डी भाई ने। Banks by Hopi, Godfather Edit, thank you for the 6 months. Love you.
I'm curious, Walker. When you travel,
मत कर, एक गिफ्ट एक ही दिले कितना बार जीतेगा? सुधांशु भाई अगर तेरे को गिफ्टेड मिला अगर, तो तू हाइड होने वाला है, तब तक तू खुद से मेंबरशिप ले ले। एक तो हेट फैलाता है, हाँ आई विश एमवीपी ना बने, हाँ तो सही क्या? ओ मेरे को काम भी आ गया। ओ सीजी पे या फिर नोटिफिकेशन नहीं है या फिर वो नहीं है, मैसेज भेजा क्या उसने चेक जीपे करके?
Bomb, hurry up.
One enemy remaining.
बिना कौन सी चीज के ये जो आवाज दी है, not bad, not bad.
I must wait a moment.
जीपे आया देख ब्रो, मेरे
Find them again.
ब्रो 10,000 सुपर चैट के साथ 50,000 जीपे अलग किया इसने। नंबर लिख करो क्या चैट? राहुल भाई कमिंग अप ह्यूज विद 50,000 जीपे एंड 10,000 सुपर चैट, मेरी जान के टोटे। होली फकिंग होली फक, ये लो तेरे को गीली चुम्मी प्राइवेट वाली, गीली चुम्मी प्राइवेट वाली। हक्स टू यू मेरी जान। हाँ मैं भी एक दिन में समोसा खा सकता हूँ।
Free है. Allah, go back, bro, go back.
कैट ओपी हो जाए। फ्लैट करंट एक्चुअल में 1 महीने करंट, 1 महीना फ्री का। मेरी मॉम का रोने का मैसेज आया व्हाट्सएप पे, मम्मी आर यू सेंटी? ब्यूटीफुल। मम्मी का मैसेज आया बे।
Reloading. I must kill my reflection. It's the only way.
मम्मी ने हेवी इमोजी भेजा मेरे को।
Thanks.
लव यू राहुल वर्मा भाई, लव यू मेरी जान के टोटे राहुल भाई। लव यू 1 महीना फ्री में रहूंगा मैं, ये
Bomb buddy out.
Knock, knock.
Battle out.
Both inning. Fuck, Agas. Out.
One enemy remaining.
Last back set.
Come down.
He's stuck.
Got you. Hide.
No more to oppose us.
Thank you. भाई थोड़ा चैट वैट भी करो. आप कहाँ से हो? आपके फैमिली में कौन कौन है? थोड़ा चैट करते यार. गिफ्टेड कब होगा? जब राहुल भाई बोलेंगे तब. उनका पैसा है भाई. मेरे तरफ से 40,000. ये लो फंक्स भाई. लव यू पिछला. थैंक यू तो 40. स्ट्रीम देख की दिख गया है चैट. आराम ज्यादा चैट. Can you blind from here to here? No. Blind shot. I'll call for blind. Blind now.
One enemy remaining.
No.
Nice.
Do you want to dance?
Your streams and highlights made me laugh through some very difficult times. It's just a small thanks for all those times.
My ult's ready.
Love you, yaar.
My ult's ready.
Love you, yaar. Love you.
Can you OD a shot?
I hope I helped in some way, but it is all your naseeb. इतना भी credit मत दो मेरे को. Love you.
Wallah.
Come.
Free gear.
भाई blind क्यों नहीं देता?
It's you and me.
भाई होश नहीं है उसको.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Love you all. Bye. Thank you so much.
Quiver is never full.
My ult's not ready. Yeah. Let's play slow.
ये मेरे ग्रुप में है क्या है? राहुल भाई आप मेरे ग्रुप में हो क्या? एटलीस्ट पर्सनली थैंक यू तो बोलूं.
My ult's not ready.
राहुल भाई ये लोग को कभी दूं मैं 100 गिफ्टेड. आप बोलो. ये लोग को भरोसा नहीं था मेरे पे. मेंबरशिप चैट मिस. हेलो बंसा क्या हाल है? बाय द वे आपका रेडी है. इंडिया आके देता हूँ पर्सनली आपको. डन सीन प्रीमस. बाय. डन सीन. राहुल भाई बोलो. नॉर्मल चैट में बोलो. आज हो गया. आज का हो गया. नॉर्मल चैट में बोलो. ये लोग को कभी दूं मैं 100 गिफ्टेड.
Had your fun. My turn.
Player standing.
Garage.
Stay taut as opposed to the fight demands.
I'm from Delhi. Whenever you're in Delhi or Dubai, just hit me up. Dubai public sure. अरे लेकिन हिट यू अप किधर? मेरे को हाय हेलो कुछ तो लिखो. भाई नॉर्मल चैट करता ही नहीं है भाई. बंदा नॉर्मल चैट करता ही नहीं चैट. हेलो राहुल भाई मैम मॉड्स आर वेरी नाइस. यू कैन नॉर्मल चैट बड़ी. Can you blind the shot on my call? Smoke now. Blind the shot.
strong because we are together. Don't forget that. No.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, bro.
राहुल भाई ऐसे आ जाते हैं यार ग्रुप पे। राहुल भाई वेलकम टू द कास्ट। दो मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के दोस्त।
Out of charges.
ना मान रहे भाई, भाई ना मान रहे। कितना हो गया चैट? ऑलमोस्ट 60 if I'm not wrong.
Loosen up.
It's you and me.
क्लोज था।
Last player standing.
राहुल भाई आओ ग्रुप में आओ। मॉड्स हेल्प करना। देव भाई नाम मान रहे थे, राहुल भाई नाम मान रहे हो गया। पिकाओ एंड वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर ही कहते हैं। एक्चुअली में देव भाई अभी भी नाम मान रहे, थोड़ा बिजी चल रहे हो लाइफ में। मैं ऐसा नहीं हो, फॉलो अप लेता हूँ। उनको बोला भी बिना सुपर चैट के भी हाय लो बोला करो, अच्छा लगता है करके। बिका हूँ लेकिन इतना नहीं। ओए मेरे मॉड्स किधर है हो? प्लीज उनका हेल्प कर देना ग्रुप में आने में। फाइट मिथ। Knock.
One, two.
Hey, left side. अरे बहन उधर क्यों देख रहा था मैं?
Joke's over.
You're dead.
Enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
आए नहीं। I'm waiting. गेम में ध्यान दो, मैं संभाल लेता हूँ। कैसे ध्यान दूँ भाई? छोटा अमाउंट है क्या? 60,000 कैसे ध्यान दूँ? That's what I'm so happy for Binks. I love you, but it's all him. 60 plus है.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned.
Things how to complete watch time. I have subs. I started with family and friends, and then it grew.
My ult's ready.
Out of charges.
Let's try C1. We have solo ult.
My ult's ready.
Okay, let me out for it, bro.
My ult's ready. My ult's ready.
No need from. Just ulti on your ult.
Plant a spike.
Yeah. Okay.
Revealing area.
Grenade.
Enemy spotted.
Sova ulti. इनके लंडे स्ट्रोक।
My potter broke.
क्या है बे? इरिटेटिंग। Surfer.
Last player standing.
Headshot. Cage trigger. Where is everyone hiding?
One enemy remaining.
Cage trigger.
Half. Why is everyone beating la?
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
ये
I can drop.
देख रहा हूँ, अभी तक आए नहीं है। Waiting.
Can we save? I can go for one.
Come, let's take garage first. Recon garage smoke window.
Scanning ahead. Reloading. My camera is destroyed. Time to jump.
For me, that.
Out, boy. Ah, irritate होता है मेरे को.
One enemy remaining.
Last B.
Someone's B.
Irritate हो रहा है मेरे को अभी.
Go 140.
Blood.
What down?
अभी तक आया नहीं है.
Huh? 140?
आया नहीं है.
40.
Last
40.
round in
One
the
guy
half.
take 40.
Spend those creds before. Can I get a glob? Thanks.
Let's go, eh? Omen, you blind from here till here. I'll call both. उनके जीपे नंबर से ऐड नहीं ना. जीपे नंबर हिडन रहता है
Can I
ना.
have your vendor?
We.
जीपे नंबर हिडन रहता है. स्टार होता है. जीपे नंबर से ऐड नहीं कर सकते.
Scanning ahead.
Smoke.
No, I'm blind.
Red, you blind?
Allah.
Not going to. One back set. Nice back set.
There.
One enemy remaining.
Side.
Back set. अंदर.
Feeling it.
Heaven.
Reloading.
अभी तक आए नहीं है. तन बदन हो रहा है. अभी तक आए नहीं है.
Okay. 120.
Heaven.
It's you and me.
Roll by check जीपे.
Last player standing.
राहुल भाई मैंने 4 पेटी भेजी है. चेक जीपे. 4 पेटी का प्यार.
Wow.
Switching
प्यार
sides.
बाबा प्यार. Binks भाई, is it possible to reach Radiant with laptop 144 Hz? कैसे?
Let me sit away.
ये आते ही क्या चीज बेचे. वेलकम बड़ी. आज क्या जीप भेजा है. इधर टिब्बोन का फोटो भेजा बे. Done. Whenever I'm in Delhi or Dubai, I will hit you. Ups.
Grenade.
Yeah.
Close that. Smoke long.
Bomb buddy out.
And back. Go see.
In C? See.
I have to attack.
Last player standing.
79 SOA.
Spike planted.
इतना डैमेज दिया भाई.
I'll fix him. I'm safe.
ऐसे लंडूरे राउंड्स हारते हैं ना, इरिटेट होता है. आ गए. So can you shut that?
There.
Okay.
एक दिन हम भी कमाएंगे और जरूर देंगे सबसे डांसिंग.
What the hell? Bro, I didn't know they're in, bro.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
70 vs 55 ऐसा तुक्का ही कहते बहुत सही है भाई 20 मिनट में चालू हो रहा है चूत में चाय पीना भूल गया क्यों भूलता हो रे मैं समझ में नहीं आता Love you, thank you once again मेरी जान के रोटे I cannot express as much but it means a lot thank you so much दिल से शुक्रिया मेरी जान
Let me set up C.
दिल से शुक्रिया रिएक्शन थोड़ा एनएच के क्योंकि मेरा थोड़ा लंडिश रिएक्शन है बट थैंक यू सो मच
Got one.
Can you smoke window?
Why you blow me?
Spike down.
No! I tried to hear you, bro. I tried to hear you, bro. Sorry.
It's okay.
One enemy remaining.
100,
Last guy.
Last row, last row. 100, bro.
Woo! Beautiful run. Right up. Both blind the wobble. What the fuck?
Won't happen again. I need this. Won't happen again.
Did Phoenix blind 3 times?
Can I get a drop?
Oh shit.
Won't happen again. Won't happen
I think we stack C, but Phoenix got all. Never mind, we retake C. We full retake C, yeah?
BB. Mobi, come on. Alright, guys.
Next.
30 seconds
120
left.
Phoenix City, 120.
Player standing.
Close left.
Spike planted. I stack so much, bro. Oh. 100 claw, 120 Phoenix, 167. How we lose? Hey, putang ina.
Putang ina. Oh, bangsa anjing.
Ah, anjing goblok bang jing.
Oh, you taught my mind. You taught you control.
Out of charges.
He's like,
See. See, brother. Oh, NAVI vinegar.
Spike planted.
it's you and me.
Go from city.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Wait, bro.
Still long. No time.
Concentrate, Sova.
Let's say for play C. We retake A box.
stop fighting. Yeah.
Let's play full retake A. Come, Europe. Therefore, you play C. Hello?
Yeah, brother. Let's see. Okay.
Never mind, bro.
Huh?
You guys are different.
Time to jump.
Come on, let's go.
भाई क्या इतना ईगो क्यों लाते बे ये लोग?
Joke's over.
Can you control smoke? Control smoke?
It's
Control smoke?
After.
Wait for a minute.
Spike planted.
my turn.
भाई साइफर को बचाने के लिए मैं आया और वो निकल गया। वरुण गिल थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे।
Enemies close. Eyes up.
I'm safe.
I mean, if they come here, smoke here, bro. भाई क्या यार इसका हाथ का गेम कितना टिल्टिंग, इतना इरिटेटिंग लगता है भाई। कैसे छोड़ के जा सकते हो? उसका 2 ट्रिप है, अपने पास स्मोक है भाई, इसने अल्टी मारा छोड़ के चला जाने का। हाँ चुतिया।
ऐसा Running. 130.
Going back.
Enemy spotted A.
Two shot. Two long.
Garci.
Oh. No one see.
30 seconds left.
My camera is destroyed.
See. Ready.
One enemy remaining.
Wait.
Spike planted.
Backside.
Backside.
I'm waiting for you.
Go.
Backside.
Wait, reloading. Give me.
No.
ब्लाइंड ही हुए जा रहे हैं, अरे उसने डाला था ना।
They will scurry.
उसने डाला था ना ब्लाइंड, मैं तोड़ा नहीं क्योंकि मालूम नहीं पड़ता है, सिर्फ इतना मालूम पड़ता है कि साइड में बंदा है, इधर है मालूम नहीं पड़ता। 10 मिनट में चालू हो रहा है, खत्म हो गया क्या? होना तो चाहिए। हाय बैंक्स, हेलो।
Cutting through. Shot done.
Joke's over! You're dead!
B.
Beautiful round. दिया। Did anybody die? थोड़ा भुसड़ा खोल के बात कर लो ना। ऑलमोस्ट हगा भाई, या फिर जीते या फिर आ रहे। ऑलमोस्ट हगा करके कुछ नहीं होता गेम में। ओमेन बेटर है, ओमेन का मालूम नहीं, साइफर जरूर बेटर।
He's smoke, he's... Bro!
It's you and me.
Bomb buddy.
I have out, bro. I have out. Let me out first. Let me out first. Hey, three here. Backside.
One enemy remaining.
Backside.
Satchel out.
Last player standing.
क्या करूं मैं? Beautiful acting bro. Acting कर रही है का? बंस में हर मैच MVP बन रहा, फिर भी रैंक अप नहीं हो रहा। टीममेट छगू आते बहुत, अभी गोल्ड पे अटका हो यार। टीम के साथ खेलो बस। ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है।
Let's start this party.
Just suck that first.
Standing ahead.
Care flash.
Middle.
If you die, I die.
They went back. मार रहा ना?
I know.
Uh-oh.
Last player standing.
गलत मार।
Spike planted.
गलत मारा रे, गलत मारा। देखना बेटा, कुछ देखने क्या मेरे को? कैट अभी पॉपअप आ रहा है क्या देखो? अभी आ रहा है क्या पॉपअप? नो, अरे मतलब थोड़ी देर रुको।
Can you smoke mid?
There.
Revealing area.
Hey. Oh, he just come down. इधर चला गए गांडू. One in mid.
Silence.
Gotcha, fun. My turn.
Second there.
Spike planted.
I have flash.
Bro!
One B.
Let Omen kill first.
Last player standing.
Oh no. One here, one here.
One enemy.
That's shot, 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 shot.
Oh, shot.
Cover going down. What's another death?
Oh, nice try. लग गए ओटी यार थोड़ा सुन के खेलते मजा आता है.
Reloading.
Smoke R, careful.
Reloading.
One C long. Sit long. Oh, he go back. Careful with B or A.
Mid.
Many. Two at least.
$30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted.
Adapt or die!
हंसी नहीं है.
Spike
Last
planted.
buddy.
Last player standing. Attackers win.
Yeah, game. जॉर्ड आज 700 हो गया. क्या करूं अबे अकेले एस मारता मैं. और ए पॉपअप आया क्या चैट पॉपअप आया. मैं बोला भाई यही लोग दर्द देते. ये जो अस्कांडे लॉबी है ना, अस्कांडे लॉबी मतलब लो रैंक. फक सिंपल बात है. मैं आज तक अस्कांडे लॉबी जीता नहीं. ड्यूलिस्ट था, फिनिश ब्लाइंड कर रहे मार रहा था, वो काउंट नहीं होता. चलो अभी थोड़ा देख के सीखते, क्या पता बाद में रैंक पुश में काम आ जाए. किसका पॉपअप? अरे डिनर वाला पॉपअप. Mods, I would request you to please and kindly put the thumbnails.
the initiator competition is strong, and I don't think he's living up to that.
In which case, what are the win conditions right now for Foot? Because this is a crutch, right? This is an easy option they have.
Membership gift करे रुको रे बाबा OTP आता है उधर बाहर जाना पड़ेगा
Meg, they didn't
कर
win
रहा
their
हूँ मैं
last game. They're not looking as strong as they should be. So how do they win today?
I would say I've honestly been expecting a few more clutches coming out from Yetajay. I feel like we're so used to seeing him do these insane clutches, and I'm just not really seeing anything magical come from him. Zeus on ISO.
Oh.
Kind of controversial, but he spoke a little bit about how much he wanted to play the ISO and how he wasn't a big fan of the Waylay. And I feel like we see him so much on the Jet, and yes, he does perform, but I think why not bring him out on the ISO and do something crazy?
It would be a nice idea if they try to bring maybe these double doubles. You were saying that you like cracks on race. Maybe we can see the double
ठीक है
doubles.
थंबनेल चेंज हो गया टाइटल चेंज कर दो वॉच पार्टी डाल दो गेम शुरू डाल दो सब डाल दो प्लीज मॉड्स प्लीज मैं फट से 100 गिफ्टेड करके चाय लेके आया मेरी जान के टोटो
I need them to remember that they are Turkish. You can shoot. You're the best aimers in this league, for goodness sake. It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
But, of course, there is no pressure today. Both teams are already locked for playoffs. But Seed 1 and bragging rights, those are very much on the line. So, without further ado, let's bring out KC and Foot back onto the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch with a block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said run it up, can you keep up? Play ball, Lolita. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong. Come halo, I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch with a block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch with a block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what?
Thanks to BBL, both of these teams have already made playoffs. And you might think the stakes are not that high, but try telling that to the KC and Foot fans.
Well,
they're going to want to win this today, and this map veto is going to be very important because we want to see some depth here from these teams. We want to see how they're going to look as we go into playoffs in just a couple of weeks. So let's take a look at the picks and bans, starting with Foot taking away Icebox and KC taking away Fracture.
What?
And Uli, it's Foot that picked Pearl.
Pearl? You must be kidding me. I can understand why they pick Pearl. They should be preparing something against Carmine Corp. Carmine Corp already proved that they're really good on Pearl. And I cannot say just the same from Foot. Foot been playing on this Pearl. I mean, don't get me wrong. They play against Koi. And Koi wasn't his best. They were playing with a double tempo, executing in a second route with utility from Tejo every single time. And they never get punished. And I expect Carmine Corp to punish it.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this map pool actually, because of course we're going to see Sadak on that Harbor, most likely on Pearl and Lotus, and I'm a big Harbor fan. I think the Pearl matchup actually is going to be quite even, but the Lotus, I'm questioning Foot here because of course they got 13-1 by Team Liquid when they last played Lotus. So I think they're really going to have to bounce back and put something into this to avoid that again. And then Ascent is very exciting, as we've not seen either of these teams play the Ascent in a very long time. So we've seen a few Ascents coming out this week. It's actually quite exciting.
I think it's because playoffs is coming up, right? You want to get some reps on the maps that you haven't shown yet. Limit test a little bit as well. I hope we do get to Ascent. This should be a very, very close game. But again, as I said earlier, as comfortable as KC could be with the map pool coming into this, I really don't think they're going to be the strong favorites going up against Foot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure actually, because we talk about Crux being a win condition. Last time he played Pearl, he went 4-14 in the last performance. Whether that was because it was so dominant, but I think if we're talking about him showing up and kind of providing some extra stuff for this team, maybe Pearl, he's not super comfortable playing that. But again, You never know. It's Valorant.
I don't want to be funny, but no EMEA team is comfortable playing Pearl unless they got one of the Americas Donnies.
Or unless you're sociable.
Yeah, but let's take a look at Agent Soleil real quick because Uli, let's see what we're going to get. No changes.
No changes. They're gonna keep everything, and I'm gonna say something. It's true, the Food should be probably the favorite team going into this matchup. But I'm gonna guess a 2-0 for Gaming Club after seeing this Pearl's first match.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think this is going to be a fight for the Sentinels here. Elite, whether he pops off on Vice or not, and Yetajay as well, we've not seen massively unbelievable performances. I'm being harsh though, because I'm just used to Yetajay literally hitting these insane clutches and being that Turkish aimer that we know he is. But I do think that it's going to make a big difference here, how Carmine Corp start off on defense with Elite on the Vice.
And I hope that also the Carmine Corp has watched the last match that Food is playing on this Pearl. They just should be trying to break this tech utility.
Well, I promised you guys some fun today. We got a party in the casting booth. Mitch bringing the energy, Tom bringing the sass, and my girl Kakuka holding it all down with that massive brain. It's time for a wonderful TriCast. Over to you guys.
भाई हो सकता है कि अगर तुम लोग ने राहुल भाई ओपी स्पैम किया तो 50 और गिफ्टेड मिले हो सकता है पॉसिबल है अगर राहुल भाई ओपी स्पैम किया तो और 50 गिफ्टेड मिले मतलब पॉसिबल है पॉसिबल है पॉसिबल है Possible hai,
Well, I've
chat.
had the privilege of casting with both of you quite a bit in the past, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Raul chat ke de.
No, we'll wait for after the cast for that. Let's keep the morale high for now, as I'm sure the teams down on the stage.
One of us is a duo.
Are going to try.
Yeah, but he keeps coming back
feeling
to
cocky
me.
today. Casey and Foot
Love you,
are facing off.
chat.
We're starting it out on Pearl. A surprise on the desk,
WWW.
as they saw that Foot chose this map.
Yeah,
Was it a surprise for you guys?
Yeah, I think that because of the performances,
Good.
we can understand and expect Foot to be extremely prepared for this, especially thinking that this is both of the sides that are the strongest for each of the teams. As I said, with Foot peeking up this map and choosing it, they have to be very prepared.
Yeah, for sure. I think also it was highlighted on the desk that they were looking at the Sentinels. I'm looking more so at Cracks and Aves. I think they've been
W.
whoever's going to perform
Ramte
better on
bhai,
the
thank you
genuinely-
for the $5 मेरी जान. वैसे आपने अभी तक नहीं बताया कि फैमिली में कौन-कौन है.
But already we're seeing a bit of early contention.
चलो कौन जीतेगा
for this
केसी या
big long
फुट?
spot. I say a bit. Casey have sent the
100%
majority of their
केसी ना.
team.
They piled 3 players in early on. Remember, this is a map that, like we said, a surprise to see when KC have been picking Icebox, but that was banned out early. They'll be perfectly happy. Pearl's the only other map they've been picking in this stage, so somewhere both teams will be comfortable, as we said. The pistol didn't see that aggression on B, so KC have rotated over, ready for this A site hit. This could be a problem. Vice Wall
Hey,
already going
retake.
to cut them off, slow down the push slightly.
भाई स्पाइक दर्द है स्पाइक दर्द है परफेक्ट स्पाइक
Hasn't
दिया
managed to be isolated by the
परफेक्ट
utility at
वॉल
the back.
परफेक्ट स्पाइक
Keeping that position for the rest of the team to rotate into, but they do have to be careful because Anna Captain already peeking forward and well. The
W
defensive side just
perfect
fighting
भाई
from that back corner
perfect
has done fantastically well. It's going to be an in-zone
perfect
flawless to kick
भाई
things off.
To kick things
perfect
off, and very, very good start for the side of KC. Kameto must be very happy today.
यार जितने भी
starting off
लोग
things
को
like
मिल रहा है
that.
प्लीज
And
टैग
thinking about
करके
KC
थैंक्स
just
बोले
wanted to
ठीक
go for
है
that 5v5, and oh my
उनका
god,
नाम सुपर चैट
guys,
में
I
दिख
was
रहा है
promised
टैग करके थैंक्स
that
बोले
it was Lauren. It was told to me
it's all him
this specific color was only
मेरे जेब से
saved
कुछ
for
नहीं गया
Pansy.
it's all
Or
him
maybe the
ठीक है
TriCast. No, I think with the TriCast, we just always have to do round 1 twice.
Yeah, we're
right?
going to actually
That was-
rerun
that happened
pistol round.
last time.
Lauren,
Oh, there's Lauren.
Hey, wait a
She's
minute.
in the building, that's
There's
the issue.
There's a 4th headset here, if you'd like.
क्या है क्या टैग पास
Is it on? That's the real question.
Oh, we can find out, can't we?
Oh, I can hear it.
Hear the
I don't know if the
rumbling
audience
of the
can
bag.
hear that. Let's see. Can we, production, can we please open that? Yeah.
Oh, you're in the arena.
So, Lauren, what have you done?
क्या हुआ
Explain yourself.
I was a little hungry. A little hungry. And on the
Yeah,
way
what?
in, look, there was some cables. You know?
You didn't.
What did it taste
You had a nibble, didn't you?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Oh,
You didn't fancy
क्या हुआ
Danny Dorito
कुछ तो
instead.
हुआ
No, I, funny enough, didn't
ए
go for
ये
that, actually.
ये
I
क्या
thought
लीग
I'd just-
ऑफिशियल्स
I-
आर
I didn't even-
इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग
I didn't even go
ऑब्वियसली
for the full snack, I just
इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग हो
pulled
रहा
them
है
out.
हुआ क्या वो बताओ ना
Save them for
Can you
later.
tell us which wall?
No, that will
I heard
ruin
that
the
Mini really
surprise.
likes walls as well.
किसके जगह पे सीन हुआ फुट
No,
की जगह पे
no, we can't
Okay.
talk about
Not the
that.
blue wall,
Okay.
at least.
How is the tech pause, though? How's it going for you guys?
So apparently we can see that league officials are currently investigating what
but
happened,
what?
but you have already told
भाई-
them what you've done.
ये कीबोर्ड कहाँ पे मिलेगा चैट
ये कीबोर्ड कहाँ पे मिलेगा चैट?
Yeah, I don't know if can the audience hear me? Because there's always that question of like, I know we can hear it here, but like at home, don't know. Maybe
you hear her?
How are you, Bunks Bhai? All good.
People at home can't.
You can hear her.
That would be.
W
that
Bunks
can't
Bhai,
do you.
my
That would
bad
be better.
luck
It just
नहीं
sounds
मिला.
like
Next
we've
time
lost
कोई
our
देगा
minds.
जरूर मिलेगा मेरी
yeah,
जान
I've
पे.
just become the phantom of tech pauses.
Exactly.
Just like this.
She's here with us
vision.
in spirit.
Yeah. Have I ever cast with you two properly?
कर दिया वो भी कर दिया. उसके बाद
with
10-15 मिनट रुका. उसके बाद भी नहीं
But
आया.
that was due to other people not being well most of the time.
Not the illness sub.
Yeah,
That's right.
And also, actually, back a long time.
Thank you for free membership to Jordan. रे मैं नहीं हूँ रे बाबा. सारा राहुल भाई रे बाबा.
Say the naughty word. Say the naughty word.
Oh, he said it.
Wait, that sounds like those little like radios. Like
It's all him,
Security's
chat.
on the way.
मेरे से कुछ नहीं है. It's all him.
All right. Well, are you getting updates?
No, they're still investigating. And now that they've heard that coming from you, I think that they have a lot more to investigate. You might be getting an email this
How did Lauren
afternoon.
get in that room?
Love you.
Hasn't got the right.
उत्कर्ष भाई love you. सागर भाई thank you for the 100. दो टाइम वड़ा पाव खा के
Same
finally
issue,
आज
yes,
गेमिंग
they
पीसी
sure.
ले
It's
लिया.
like no one spilled
सच्ची
anything.
congratulations.
Sorry,
Congratulations.
Mm,
अभी रैंक कुछ चाहिए
We have
ठीक
an
है.
update. League officials are investigating an in-game issue. Now, I mean, the last, I don't know if you.
क्या issue है बोलो ना.
They traveled so far.
क्या कहाँ से?
Counted how far?
7,100.
From where?
7,172 मतलब.
Second sign?
Geography is not
From
good.
Buff Razel.
Definitely not that one.
कहाँ
Put
से?
that sign back down.
7,000
We'll
किलोमीटर.
have to find out. We'll have to find out.
Get raised 2 nades.
Should we send Mini?
कितना दूर है chat?
To just ask the
EMEA
people.
से 7,000 किलोमीटर मतलब
Yes.
यहाँ से
That's a
travel
wonderful
किया.
piece of physical comedy.
Yes.
Only the TikTok stream.
भाई
appreciate
इससे
it.
Mini, just
ऐसे
generally
supporters को
physical
W
comedy.
बे.
Yeah, I think
That's
just-
quite
just
nasty.
generally
बहुत दूर,
That's
बहुत
quite
दूर, बहुत
nasty.
दूर.
Also a bit ironic.
मतलब वो लोगों को एटलीस्ट 2 फ्लाइट चेंज करना पड़ा रहेगा और 24 घंटे लगे रहेंगे आने को मेरे हिसाब
Gosh.
से.
Well, what a day. What a start.
What a
to
day,
things.
indeed.
Are you enjoying the game so far? How many? You
well,
only got one
It's only
round.
one round.
be
And it was
honest,
like a 4v5 retake on the pistol. It wasn't even a
We got an
retake.
getting a
in-zone
bit worried.
flawless.
Yeah.
5 retake था.
Sponsors are happy.
There you go. I've said it
Sponsors
twice
are
now,
happy.
so there you go.
There you are.
Sitting
Rimesh
down
भाई
the
भी
head.
गए
Problem is
नहीं
the
जाने
last
वाले
one, we
हैं.
power
गए नहीं
clear,
है
but now it's a quad cast now. I mean, you
Yeah.
put Danny Dorito in. I don't
Right.
know what a scent cast is. That a thing?
I don't know.
Is that defined from?
No, that's
scent?
not. That's 6.
Really close. But
Just kidding. Oh, I don't know.
we had to restart the pistol.
अभिजीत
round. We had to
भाई
put it back.
thank you
Full
for
power.
the
I really
10
had
more
to have this issue.
gifted.
No,
Oh ऋषभ भाई को
Certainly
भी
not
मिला.
a rollback.
No.
And then
The mic.
round 1.
Love you, love you,
replay.
love
And
you.
I'm starting to get the feeling maybe we'll be in
बारिश
that
हो रहा है
same-
बे आज chat.
No.
Same zone here.
Nah.
बारिश
I don't think
बारिश.
so. That's too.
Today
that's
it's
too
raining.
Juicy. That's too entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god, a full replay of a round.
We can't do the same script twice. We would never do that in VCT.
Never. The script writers are getting lazy these
Didn't
days.
happen in the very next game. It happened in your game.
Yes.
Right after.
Yes, no, I'm acutely aware of the pain I was in. I don't know if I needed to be reminded of it, but
भीग
thank
जा
you.
लवले ये क्या language है?
I love the stop and starts. They're my favorites because you kind of then lie to yourself. You're like, it's fixed now.
माउस कौन सा यूज
We're
करते हो? नॉर्मल सीन पे आओ
And
यहाँ
you
पे
tell
ब्रांड
the
का नाम
audience,
ले
like,
नहीं
guys, don't
सकते.
worry, we're going live. I'm lying, by the way, audience. Don't get excited. And then there's that like, oh, the player's not moving.
Do you know what always makes me
When you
feel
see
a
them and
little
you-
bit better?
Okay.
भाई थोड़ा लंबा
Is the
टेक
where
पॉज
the
हो तो मैं
first
टट्टी भी करके
So
आऊँ.
no matter how
चाय
long
पी
this
के आती है
takes,
बस.
Yes.
सुबह से
it
नहीं.
always takes longer for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And right now, you come in.
सुना मैंने राजवीर सुना.
You come in
my
here.
favorite.
Oh, you're my favorite.
Love you.
I think we knew that before you put the headphones on.
एड्स बंद कर बंद है.
No. We're, just so you know, I'm
मैंने स्टार्टिंग से एड्स बंद रखा है. स्टार्ट ऑफ द स्ट्रीम से. हम्बल स्ट्रीमर ही कह दो भाई. स्टार्ट ऑफ द स्ट्रीम से बंद है. रोहन भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. इतने सारे सुपर चैट मेंबरशिप से आज का डिनर तो हो जाएगा ना बंक्स भाई. भाई सच्ची में इतने में जो पानी पूरी का पूरी है ना वो आता है. अभी पानी आना बाकी है. उसके अंदर आलू जाएगा, बूंदी जाएगा, 2 अलग पानी है. समझ रहे हो? अभी पूरी आया है.
As an Irishman, how would you rate the potatoes in the
Nerf
studio?
by
See, if you
tax
ask me
wax
that
के बारे
most
में
days,
नहीं पता.
actually very highly rated. I think they've been doing a great job. The mashed potatoes have been there. The
Do you
salt to
prefer
pepper ratio has
the
been
German
great.
mashed potatoes to Irish ones?
I did not say
शर्म
that
करो.
for very good
That's what
reason.
I heard.
That's what I heard as
But
well.
considering the
पहले
the
बोलते
butter
शर्म
they're
करने.
working with,
150
the
देता
dairy
नहीं था
quality
ना.
they're working with here, I
हाँ
think they
पूरा
did a
अपने
fine
पास
job.
रख के
A fine
रखता था
job.
शर्म. फिर शर्म करो.
We'll leave it
प्लस
at
1
that.
लिखने का
Today,
इसे
it's
टाइम
a
पे.
different rating. We won't discuss it. But you know what we will discuss? nothing else because it's time to toss this over to the analyst desk.
Oh yeah.
Is Lauren there too?
टैलेंट सपोर्टर है आज चैट क्या पहली बार लव
Something
यू
in my teeth. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
अगली
But,
बार
this
किसको
is just
सुपर चैट
happens,
देने
you know,
दो
This is the joy of live broadcasting. And I just something's dawned on me. I've had a bit of a revelation in my mind.
Ooh.
Maybe it's not Lauren's fault. Maybe it's me and Lauren's fault because I wasn't here yesterday and you guys didn't have a single tech pause. And I was here the day before yesterday and we had a 1 hour tech pause. So is it me? Am I the problem? It's me. Is it me?
I'm sure people would love anything to blame another woman for something.
Oh, okay. It's me and Lauren. It's Lauren. And
अरे
it's you and
बाप
Lauren,
रे,
for
अरे
sure,
बाप
for
रे.
sure. Uli is like right in this.
Woman
yeah.
card.
Yeah. It's them. So I apologize. I can take it. You know, I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame. Doesn't matter. But let's quickly talk about
भाई
what we saw.
W है ये
There
W
weren't
है
any changes, majority, nothing like that. No big surprises. So I'll just go down the line here because Meg, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about the Tejo.
ये हर जगह कहाँ से आ जाता है
before we win in game.
क्या चीज
Yeah, I mean, we've heard Mr. Fallen, and I was literally just saying to Yinsu, talk
पोस्टर
about
की
the
फाइनेंस
Tejo
नहीं है रे
playing that role, because I
बाबा
think
फाइनेंस नहीं है वो
Zoe that did the interview on stage. I can't remember who exactly
Probably the
it
day
was.
we didn't have a tech pause.
Yeah. And
ये फिर
basically,
बाबा
Mr. Fallen was
फाइनेंस
asked,
नहीं
does he think
रे
he's the best Tejo? So he does not. And whether that was him being honest and just being a humble king, or not feeling confident on the Tejo role, I don't think fills me with a lot of hope here.
Is he wrong?
Hello Bugs bye silent viewer here love you
Yeah. But I think you've got to back yourself. You hear the way that we were, Kayak was talking yesterday on the post plant. Everything was, we'll take him on. We'll have him.
Do you think you are the best Pitbull cosplayer?
1,000% yes.
Love that. Okay.
And I look better bald.
Yeah. Okay. Better than Tom. You surprisingly look way better than Tom.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Uli, do you believe
Binks
that the
Pinky
Spanish
को
team is the
finance
best Valorant
दो
team? Uli,
If you say
you
no,
just
you're
heard
about
what
to get
Meg
flamed.
I
said.
do.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
There
I
we
do.
go.
They're the best.
You have to back yourself. You have to back
I have to
yourself.
back myself, but holy, I mean, they got both eliminated. They're not on playoff, two of them, but we got the Radix. In finals. I mean,
Yeah, they might even win.
So you're telling me मेरे को इसके बाद काम करना है और उसके बाद मेरे को
As an analyst,
एनी
I'm
वॉच
gonna
पार्ट
tell you right
करनी
here,
है
right now,
W
stats mean nothing.
Yeah, that's true. I love this energy. In which case, do you believe that Zeus
Yes,
is the
Sri
best
Gaming bye.
non-op
Thank you for the
in
one gifted.
Well, it's
Devar
hard
Shri
to-
bye.
It's the only not-oping
Please
choice.
thanks बोल देना
It's
tag
not
करके
open, and
ठीक
it's
है.
true that for me surprised the most because you're coming from a composition where you used to play with Cinet.
First Subhajat Tibon ko second Subhajat तुझे bye bye. Love you too demo bye.
But I wish that he's improving
Love you
this
too.
operator and maybe bringing so much operator.
What do you think?
Nah, we've got too many op crutches. Let's have a Vandal crutch, right?
Yeah, but then he wants to play the chamber every now and then.
But what is the procedure to apply for trial station and Emo 3 asset 2500 रौनक कितना बार तो Emo 3 पहुंचा है that is the question
No, you don't like chamber.
और क्या क्या
so I'm
agents
glad
खेलता
that I
है
did because it's
और
backing
as a
that.
person तो
I mean, I
कैसा
shafted for it. I mean, someone that is not playing operator and wants to play chamber makes no sense.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to play chamber, at least you should be able to be holding with operator every single time.
I almost feel like it makes no sense also to play Yoru without the op either. You know, you've got a you use the word crush, but you're not wrong. You know, you got an easy way out. You can snowball yourself.
आज सारी chat
stage,
में
but you might not be feeling it.
कल के
But
वजह से
also, if you look
कल
at the
के
rest
वजह
of
से
this roster, they
punishment
don't have a Nats where he could just pick
कैसी
up
जीतेगा
an
यहाँ
op
पे
every now and then. for
अच्छा
the-
गेम
for
होएगा
the
लेकिन
shits and
क्लोज
giggles.
जाएगा
Oh my
ये
goodness. And the
ये वो लोग का भी टीम बहुत
I've been
क्रेजी
here
है
too long. And
Look at the
you know,
team crazy.
players like Bosa picks it up sometimes if he wants to, because we don't see that from Cracks or Atta Captain or Fallen or Yutta. So at this point, somebody should do it, right? At least just one of them.
I think so, and I
Ratan
can
bhai, all the
try
best.
to
क्या
imagine
चीज
who
के लिए?
could be, and I think on Cracks.
मेरा chat भी पढ़ ले
Yeah.
कैसे
I
हो
remember
कुछ
Cracks
बड़ा
to
वाह
be playing Outlaw. I remember Cracks to be playing maybe some Marks a long time ago, and he was good. at
Crazy
it.
match बोलते हैं,
He
ये
could be
match
picking up
अच्छा जाएगा।
sometimes when they want to play.
आज का पूरा दिन भाई आज का पूरा दिन बाप बाप मैचेस है ब्रो
Shoes could be playing Neon.
आज का
ISO,
schedule
those
पता है
kind
ना
of
तुम लोग को
agents that
chat?
normally should
किस
be
किसको
playing
नहीं
for
पता schedule?
rifles and something like that. And
अभी
operator maybe.
शेड्यूल देखना ऐसा है केसी वर्सेस फुट अभी बाप मैच नावी वर्सेस टीएच इसके बाद और बाप मैच G2 वर्सेस क्लाउड9 और बाप मैच MIBR वर्सेस फ्यूरिया और बाप मैच PRX वर्सेस G इजीएस्ट मैच फॉर G टैलेंट वर्सेस P1 और बाप मैच मतलब बाप डे है आज बाप डे समझ रहे हो बाप डे
being one of the best. He was playing really good, and you can look at him and say, okay, he has a.
Hello
proper
Bunks bhai, I've
game.
watched
He's
all
improving.
your
Into the
matches.
second
Love
year,
you
he
can
becomes
buy.
sophomore. And
मेरी
as a
chat भी
sophomore,
पढ़ ले,
he could
ऐसा
be
लगता है
like
वाइट
that.
टीम ने
And he
बैन
tried to
कर
play
रखा है. नहीं नहीं.
Eco, with Fate,
बाप
some
डे आज,
extra
बाप डे, बाप
items.
डे.
But this is his third year.
MBBF Fury okay?
He's a junior, he's
Yeah.
a pro, whatever.
Senior next
I
year,
mean, I would like to see
बोलो
him
क्या
play
रे आसपास
something
को?
else. I mean, I don't see I don't see his fate of something strong.
Are you not counting 2020, 2021, and 2022? We just don't count those years.
I mean, I'm just counting all the time he hit into VCT EMEA.
Okay, because he's been with Foot for so long at this point, and he's
That's true.
been. I think he might be the longest standing. Someone check
Yeah.
this. It's probably him, Angel, and Boasties. One of them. And he's been here for so long. I think I agree with you, but at the same time.
यार चैट
he's
इतना
one of
लाल
those
क्यों
players I feel
है?
like does
आज
what he
एक
does correct
धन्या
and
इंसान आया था.
thoroughly is
धन्या
enough
इंसान.
at doing what he does. I don't want to throw more things at him. I don't think he needs to.
Can I throw something at Foot?
Yeah.
We need to see more Sage from them. I miss their Sage days.
My God, Meg.
God,
No,
honestly,
please. ये
no,
map
I
में
am,
नहीं,
I
ये
am,
map
I
में
wanted
नहीं.
to just let everybody know I am
He's
mildly
lost the
rage
plot.
baiting.
Split
I did
एक ही
it a
map
little
है.
bit with Harbour the other day, and everyone was tweaking in the chat. But the one person I will never rage bait with Harbour is Sadak, and
I don't want Sadak to play Harbour. I want someone else to do it. Because on Loud, he didn't do it. He didn't have to do this.
नहीं लेकिन
and he's
point
so
ये है कि
good
चालू
at
कब
flexing
होएगा?
onto
That is
other
the question
things.
of the answer, ना?
I remember even the grand finals. There was one grand final where he played 5 different agents across 5 maps. This is the guy that I don't.
अरे
want to
आज
get
इनका
Harbour
just chatting है.
jailed. You
Excuse
know,
me.
on his old team, he could Harbour jail one of the kids.
आज तक कभी
and
वो
that's
नहीं
what
हुआ
I
ना?
want him to do
Postpone नहीं
because
हुआ ना
You
match?
have so
ये
many
हुआ है.
players that could do this. It doesn't have to be him.
but what if he's letting the others flourish? Because he's been there, done that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Taken the trophy, done his thing. Maybe he's like.
अभी हुआ है क्या chat?
My
time to shine.
theory is that the only way the N would allow this is if he did it.
Okay.
And kind of like, I'll give you the Harbour, but you're playing it, mate. It's your idea. You can't force Aves to play it. You can't force Sui to play it.
But if I look at every single name we have behind us, Abith is incredible, amazing, gifted individually. He's playing a lot also.
Individually.
Elite is much the same. Suigetsu.
हुआ था एक बार एक week.
Martin is the
एक
bullet.
week
I don't feel that
shift
anyone is
हुआ पूरा.
able to play that Harbor role. That you must be the support of the team.
वहाँ पे
I
लैंड
think
गया तो क्या
Sadak
कर
is the
करेंगे?
only one. But also his high yelling and it's so hard.
Yeah, but I think people said that about Loud too, you know. You don't expect like Tui's and Kawa to come in to just...
Maybe we have to get rid of Harbor and not playing anything.
Maybe
more
Europe
Harbor.
meetup कब Bunks bhai?
Meg will
मेरा
be
वीजा
there.
खत्म भी हो जाएगा लग
That
रहा
is
है.
not the one.
Yeah.
कब जाऊंगा बाहर पता
Nobody
नहीं.
even plays him, so we could just sit there.
You want to delete Scream? That's what you're saying. You want to delete...
वहाँ का वायर काटा कोई कि मेरा वायर काटा कोई? मेरा स्ट्रीम चल रहा है? चैट भी रुक गया. हेलो? नहीं.
He looks like Scream.
तब
I
चल
feel like
रहा
they
है.
put Scream in the game.
I cannot delete
Chat
it.
तो
man.
रुक गया
Exactly,
था.
you can't do that.
Sorry, bro.
But what we can do is give you guys a wee update. League officials have
ये क्या हो गया
confirmed
था?
in-game issues reported by players, and due to this, we will do a rollback
Back
around.
F.
And my prompter is having issues. So
क्या
the
F?
rest of
मेरी
that,
गाफ
you
है.
have to guess. You just
मेरी
have to
गाफ
guess
है.
what else is coming up. So give me your best guess in the chat. Give me your best guess. Meg is a beautiful
No,
singer.
no, because now
It's
everyone's
true.
gonna be like, oh, she's plugging.
No,
what
you're
she's
so good at singing.
फाइटिंग ले जा ना.
I'm not, but
I have fun, but I'm not a
but
good
I am a
singer.
try-hard. As in, like, I'm not good at singing, but I max effort. You know, I'm not messing about.
Give it your
हाँ
all.
तेरी
I'm
गाफ है.
giving it, yeah, I'm-
Language,
I
I'm
need
trying
to
to
hear
hit the
it.
notes.
Maybe she should just prove it.
Yeah, right now.
I don't know. Do we get DMCA'd for this? Are we allowed
Maybe
to do
if you're that accurate.
Yeah.
Maybe do a Valorant song.
Can I
In-game
DMCA
issue तो
Sneaky as
इतना
a
time
result of
कैसे
this?
लग
'Cause
रहा
I'll
है?
do it. I'll do it for that reason. Yeah, I'll do it for that reason.
That is the
Good was
question.
Have a die for you.
Oh, yeah, I could do the rap verse.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Boasties wrote a rap verse. Yeah. How's your rapping?
ओए मेंबरशिप
'Cause I
कौन
hear
दे
the
गया?
streamer
वो
for
देखो
Navi,
लाल लाल जो नाम दिख रहा है
Marcus
एकदम.
is alright at rapping. He can
Roll
rap.
by.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see it on an official broadcast, to be honest. I think that might be the nail in the coffin, really, for the relationship.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, with the relation with Navi, right? Yeah, him
Oh,
and Navi.
yeah,
What's
yeah,
up with that
yeah.
district and
No,
second to
I
you?
understand. Uli, what's
पहला
your
बर्बाद
go-to
हुआ ना.
karaoke song?
That disaster tag हुआ the
I like to see
150.
anything that is gonna be
चैट तब तक एक काम करते हैं. तब तक एक काम करते हैं.
I'm joining every single song.
हाँ? बख्शुदी हो जाए.
You know, if you...
I mean, I have to say, last time we went in.
बख्शुदी हो जाए, अपना अपना ओपी हाथ में रखना। प्रियांशु भाई, thank you for the one gifted मेरी जान के टोटे।
No, that's true. Last time I went, it was on Barcelona, and I think some.
ओपी रखना, ठीक है?
Okay, I
देखते
like that choice.
देखते।
I could get down to
क्या
that. Yeah, I do like backup
कोई
dancing. 'Cause,
पुराना
we went with Mitch and Tom as well. They
व्यूअर
did
है?
Mario and I was the backup dancer. Yeah.
I would pay good money to see that.
I did some. I emoted. I was emoting a lot behind them.
Yes.
I never thought. You know, Tom started off being like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna, not for me," kind of out of
5
comfort
years.
zone. By the end, he was the
5
one
साल हो
that
गए
actually
क्या
sang
चैट
the
मेरे को?
most. He was out there doing his thing.
Yeah.
As you remember, we went in Istanbul.
That's a throwback.
I'll put you onto this.
5 साल
because it
पुराना
was
कोई
me,
है?
Meg,
Streamlabs ये
Mitch
बे।
and Tom, Benji Fishy,
Pre-Valorant.
ए मॉड्स लोग लिख सकते हैं शायद।
Yeah.
Fortnite Fishy,
मॉड्स लोग लिख
Talia
सकते हैं शायद।
Mar. Yep, you're just dropping, dropping some names out here. Connor from Connor Ball.
कोई नहीं है 5 साल से देखने वाले जगड़ दल्ले लोग।
And there was a couple. There was a few more people. I'm gonna get annoyed if I don't remember this.
5 साल पहले मेरा दूसरा चैनल हुआ करता था।
From the radio thing.
एक बंदा नहीं है। Shame on me.
And Marcus. And
Shame
Marcus had
on
the
me.
audacity to sing a vamp song in front of
चार
somebody
चार
from the Vamps, which I thought was particularly brave.
And we did
चार।
force Talia to sing "Stay the Night."
Oh, it was great.
But
It was
also
great.
Anybody from 4?
He's a very good singer. Yeah, he's a very good
by
singer.
2019 से देख रहा हूँ।
With
लेकिन तू मॉड है ना?
Yeah, before he was practicing his aim.
हाँ,
you know,
4 साल वाले
before
इतने?
But, so it was in 2024.
Wow.
W baby, W baby, W baby.
Now this year has been amazing.
Do we have a
Baby क्या अरुण तू रहेगा? तू तो 5 साल पे भी रहेगा।
Okay, we don't have
तू तो बहुत पहले से।
we have a wheel.
भाई 4 साल भाई तुम लोग को चैट एक बार खुद के लिए हार्ट्स हो जाए भाई। तुम लोग 4 साल से हो यहाँ पे। तो मेरा क्वेश्चन यही है, जब 4 साल से तुम लोग मेरे को देख रहे हो, एक 150 का मेंबरशिप लेने नहीं हुआ यारो। इट वॉज अ बेट, इट वॉज अ बेट। मॉड्स ये सबका नाम रेडी रखना, सबका नाम। 4 साल में ये लोग ने 150 रुपए का मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया, समझ रहे हो? सबका नाम एड्रेस नंबर चाहिए। पॉकेट काले 4 साल में 150 रुपीज सेव नहीं कर पाया ये लोग। शेम्स। ठीक है अभी 3 साल कर दे, 3 साल वालों को भी थोड़ा गाली पड़े। 3 साल वालों को भी थोड़ा गाली पड़े। रुको उससे ही के लोग 3 साल।
Oh, okay. This could be a. Oh no.
3 साल पे खेल रहे हैं। 3 साल वाले बहुत ज्यादा है। 3 साल वाले बहुत ज्यादा है। भाग रहा चैट भाग रहा। मैं मेंबर हूँ, नॉन मेंबर वालों को। W ए बे हाँ लॉयल लोग है तो तुम्हारे लाइफ में क्या क्या चेंजेस हुआ है मेरे को 3 साल से देख के बताओ। कितनी गर्लफ्रेंड्स मिली है, किस का रैंक पुश हुआ है? एक फंसा। हे टेक पोस्ट थोड़ा लंबा रख सकते हैं। लव यू मिलान भाई, लव यू मिलान भाई। आप कौन से साल वाले थे, 3 या 4? गाली दोनों खाए थे। एक फंसा।
Oh, okay. That's good. Okay, so Pearl, a very popular map in Group Omega, not a lot in Alpha, but definitely these two teams have some experience with it. The audience is ready, and so are the players. 30 seconds to the beginning of that first round. And Tom, you were speaking about something happening in B-Long.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Mitch definitely didn't say that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Great idea, Tom.
So I was talking about.
चलो बाकी लोग का तन बदन हो रहा था।
The crazy thing is, there's a couple of
रीमेक हुआ।
Well, I don't think the read was there from Foot that there was that
बाकी
heavy
लोग
presence,
का
but
तन
definitely
बदन हो
there
रहा
were
था।
players around there. We're resetting the
पत्नी मिली
pistol
है
round. They've
बस।
played it once before, and it is almost interesting then to see if there's going to be a change of identity, but KC sticking
अब
to what we
फुट
saw
जितना
last
चाहिए,
time.
मजा आएगा।
Global control around middle, but 3 players looking for a fight on long. It's only a decoy that they run into. The gate crash from Foot. They'll again set their sights on that A site. Without those tech issues, we'll see how these fights go down.
Yeah, now almost just becomes a game of do you do the
भाई
same
हार्बर
thing twice?
वॉल्स
Do you
तो है
risk it
भाई
again when it failed so miserably?
हाँ?
Well, I guess
18
in
man
round
member 3
0,
as well.
we're never
Let's
gonna
fucking
see.
go. Love you, Falcon.
For now, at
Bye.
least.
It's pretty similar, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. We don't
Zeus
have.
going down instead of Jet.
I don't think we have Sugetsu
क्या
yet. in
pizza हो
the
जाएगा?
I
बहुत
think he
time से
knows
pizza नहीं हुआ,
that
क्या
there's a
बोलते
very
हैं?
high chance of the
वैसे भी
salvos
पिंकी
going
नहीं है,
into that
गाली भी नहीं
position, so
पड़ेगी।
just playing on the edge of the exact same spot.
Oh, they pinged the wall. They knew it was there, and still they didn't both make it through. But
Ping
you can still
crush.
jump over it, so ready to push on into the site. Now, the vines have gone up. That's going to slow them a moment. It's going to get the rotations coming through as Martin's
Goodbye,
making his
Aaron,
way to the
जीतना
spawn.
पड़ेगा।
But the players on site have a bit of a fight. It was flawless last time, but now Footer putting up a bit of a better fight. 4 versus 3 as the spike is going down and no contention possible. This looked like a little bit of a better scenario until Sugetsu drops Zeus, and we're back to even footing with a snake in the grass of Martin up close, waiting to emerge from that smoke. Flank on its way around, but a little late from Sadek. Martin's gone early and he's been caught. The herd thinning out. Sadek's flank finally gets one. They know where the last player is, but it's Mr. Fallen. Salvo's online and he'll use them in a moment. He's for now the time, not really pressuring him, and he'll use them as the rotation comes around, moving into a new angle. The defuse started. It's going to be halfway, but here comes Mr. Fallen swinging in. A little much. He doesn't get the kill. The clock, what he's playing with here, attempting to run it all the way down. The shoulder peak's working. Sadek gets the kill, but the clock desperately low. Too low, in fact. It was flawless from KC last time, but 1-0 to Foot. Starting off Pearl.
Big Bab, IM क्यों use में करते हैं? काम कर देता है यार.
See on round 1 and a different result this time around. When
Big
we
Bab,
speak
इसलिए
about
New Jersey
Foot and
बाप
we
लगा
look back at
5
what they've
मंगा
done in
लिया
the past,
cousins के
especially
लिए.
on
Love
this map, it was a
you.
lot about punishing the mistakes or any errors that the other team was making on the other side. We see
यार जो
different
लोग
footing,
अभी आए हैं, make sure to
against
like
KC,
भूलना नहीं,
you
ठीक है?
saw that.
आज
But we
3
just
streams
have to
होने
wait
वाली
and see
है.
how this
हर
is going to
stream को like
translate
कर
for the
दो,
rest,
मेरी
because
जान
that was
के
a very
रटो.
small showing. Let's see if
कौन से
KC
साल में
wants to
trending जाएंगे अपन
apparently
पता नहीं.
double down on this aggression on B-Long.
I like the fact that Foot were confident
Zeus
enough
मारता है
in
भाई
their
आप.
pistol round
Zeus
strat
गलत
to
ऑप मारता
almost
है.
run it
मेरे जैसा
identically.
खेलता है.
Like, the same salvos were thrown in, the same util to the back of sight, but this time winning the battles at a captain, farming up a few, but we're now looking mostly at Zeus. I can't afford to lose any
दो
more
मिस के
players.
एक मारा चलता है.
It's going to start to get costly. Oh man, Aves even wins that fight. Onto Yedije of all people, swinging wide, and another opportunity.
But already
Bodies on the
good
floor.
bonus हो
Sadek's coming
गया
in.
रे
The classic in hand, half
बाबा.
HP on Zeus, but an upgrade to a Bulldog at least. There is a real opportunity,
Good bonus
especially if they
हो
go
गया
for this plan to
रे.
1v1, could be isolated. We'll see it here. Oh, it's Sadek getting the It might not have been flawless to start, but it's pretty damn good in the second. Sadek's laughing his ass off.
I mean, it's something to be very happy and something to celebrate at the end of the round. Again, he is the last one to be joining the party. And God, what
Clean 3 headshot, bro.
You call it, yeah. Mr. Fallen,
मेरा
that
classic तो
was
नहीं
not
चलता
legal.
ऐसा.
That was not
You see the script here, it says 2-0 to Foot, so we're just going to keep reset until we get there.
एक
Oh,
और
man,
tech pass.
that's a tough way to come out of that into a pause, but hey, maybe that's good for Foot's mental. They'll need a moment after that. Sadek's on a 5-0 start. His classic's looking good.
Yeah.
Good signs for KC at least.
There's even a Red Bull clutch.
जब तक 13-0 नहीं होता.
There it was, yeah.
Something a little extra.
एक round पे
I'm
अगर
just here for the
KC
sponsors.
जीता.
That's my role for the day. I'm just going to be reading out all of the sponsor call-outs. So there you go. That was a Red Bull clutch. We saw earlier an in-zone flawless,
ये
but
round
that
में
round
reset.
was
अभी
wiped
क्या आएगा
from
मालूम है?
existence.
Investigating वाला आएगा.
But yeah,
भाई
wait
लेकिन
and
कुछ
see.
तो सीन हो रहा है, कुछ तो
Obviously,
सीन हो रहा है
I'm
बे.
assuming it's going to be a similar
ऐसा
scenario
back to
with
back
that
tech
being
pass में देखा नहीं,
investigated.
कुछ
So
तो सीन हो रहा है.
talking about that round, it's got to be brutal, especially for KC when first
Twitter
you
के
take
post
pistol,
पे
then the second
आपको
round, if
reply
anything,
करो
at
फिर
times can be
मतलब
more
कौन सा
valuable.
post?
You get an upgrade, although it's only one gun because only one player survived, but also you destroy your opponent's economy. You're going to get a few orbs along the way as well for that reckoning, which, I'll be honest, it took me a moment to remember that alt's name.
एल मैनेजमेंट वाले मेरे को एक बात बता, इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट करने के लिए, ठीक है, इतना बड़ी टीम रहती है, बराबर बराबर, उसके ऊपर ड्राई रन्स होता है. ड्राई रन्स मतलब गेम चालू होने के पहले 2-3 बार सब कुछ पूरा जो शो फ्लो रहता है वो किया जाता है, समझ रहे हो? जो 5 वो लोग के लोग रहते हैं वो लोग ही खेल के देखते सब पीसीसी बराबर है क्या, सब होता है. उसके बाद अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम आया तो उसमें मैनेजमेंट की क्या गलती है? क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2, क्या आपको हाथी पसंद है? दैट इज द मेन क्वेश्चन आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क. बता बता बता. अब तुम लोग पूछोगे ये सब बिग्स भाई आपको कैसे पता? गया था ना मैं उधर खेलने के लिए, इसलिए मैं म्यूट करके बोला फ्लेक्स फ्लेक्स. या 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 या
aggression that KC is putting onto
Wait,
Elo.
wait, wait,
When we were
wait,
speaking
Baba,
about
wait,
Foot,
wait.
and I was saying the punishing
Wait.
the mistakes of their previous opponents, it was difficult for Koi to fight that space because they were doing it with the chamber. And actually, Mr. Fallen was brilliant in dealing with that and putting out a lot of
50
pressure so
मिले,
they could
50
control
नहीं यार,
that part
70
of the
मिले.
map. It looks like KC has a
50
very
पे
clear
किधर हो तुम लोग?
idea on
70
that
मिले
is a part
भाई.
of the map that they want for themselves.
I also wonder
आज
as well if
Galaxy
it's
ने भी
almost
दिया है
a
heavy.
counter to their own comp,
6 दिया
because
है
you're running a Vice, the classic Vice setup.
आज
is
Galaxy
you just
में
have
भी
the
बीच
wall
बीच
on
में
the
आके
grass
पता नहीं
feet
क्या हो
with
रहा है.
it
2
be.
दिन से सिर्फ
You
गाने
abandon
सुनते जा
that
रहा
side
हूँ.
of the map, leave Vice there alone.
Chandan
just
bhai,
provide
thank you
that
for the
pop the
Tony.
Vines when anybody crosses the wall. Well, if you're then pushing that with 3 players every single round, if you're foot on that side of things, you're going, okay, but there's probably
Freedom
just a wall
Kalata
that we get this
Sheriff,
space
Shan
for free,
Beto.
they're putting a prowler in there walking through, and then they're meeting a ton of resistance. So I quite like
ये
the
सब
idea of
EMEA में
KC
क्यों होता
are
पता
doing
नहीं.
that, just going like,
चलो बंक्स भाई, अब
you have an
आपका
idea of how we're
गेम
going to
चालू
play,
करो.
we're
कौन सा वाला?
countering ourselves before you can do it.
अच्छा वो
Well, I
वाला.
have some good news for you. Not only will we be getting back into the game very shortly, this...
Are we starting again?
No, we're not going to reset
So
the
what
round.
round
So
are we on?
we're going into round 3. Everything's as it should be. 1-1. KC did manage
ठीक है.
to
As it should
upset
be
in that previous
1-1?
round. This fight did really happen. It wasn't just in your imagination.
ठीक है.
And Sadik can keep that smile on his face. They get that second round win, which, as you said, Tom, can often be
Still
more
red.
valuable than taking the initial. I believe they're still
ठीक है.
tweaking some settings, but it will not be
लेकिन
as
हुआ क्या?
extended
ये बताओ,
of
ये
a
बताओ,
pause.
हुआ
We
क्या?
won't be keeping Lauren an extra hour.
Yes, that's the stage we want to see today. Definitely.
Heng almost smiled as well. He was very
It was close.
He was close. He was holding it. He was holding himself back.
You know, he's got to resist. He
With
can't
my
look too
new
happy.
member, let's
You're
go.
right.
Hope this
It's only
journey
1-1.
goes long enough
even
until you
balanced.
retire, bro. मैं retire.
Something doesn't look quite as happy
मैं
right
सच्ची
now.
बोलूं,
He's meditating.
भाई ये गेम को होगा क्या होगा नहीं पता. YouTube को भी क्या होगा नहीं पता. लेकिन जब तक मैं प्रॉपर वाला बुड्ढा नहीं होता ना कि मेरे से बैठने को ही नहीं हो रहा, तब तक मैं स्ट्रीम करने वाला हूँ. ये मेरा प्रॉमिस है. ठीक है, चाहे कुछ भी हो, जब तक मेरे बैठने में तकलीफ है तब तक मैं रिटायर नहीं होने वाला स्ट्रीमिंग से. शान भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द हसन. अब बुड्ढे नहीं हो अभी. मॉड्स, कैन यू टेक केयर ऑफ दिस गाय? हाँ, उससे के 21 को कोई बुड्ढा बोलता है.
KC, they get a lot of weapons out of this. A huge economic advantage.
21
and
होने
a
वाला.
boost
Yes,
in the
sir.
early half. Sugetsu already spotting a bit of contact. You can see that Foot are going to try to use this the disadvantages that they've got.
मतलब बहुत से लोग हैं तो
Trying to make up for it with the numbers. Early fight on A. They don't get anyone there. Embed out of captain. He's going to be able to still use his stars or what few he has to assist the squad. And they'll again look to pressure
भाई
up towards
प्लीज
Art. They've
सड़क
seen
भाई को
this
किल
is
मत
where
दो. नेक्स्ट राउंड
it
अल्ट आ
was a
जाएगा,
wall
वो
waiting
भी
for
राउंड
them
वो लोग
before,
जीत
but
पाएंगे.
setup has changed.
Yeah, very careful approach from the side of KC just with those stars.
Okay.
समझा ना
One
तीन
team
क्यों मारा?
definitely here to play. Moving towards his ultimate already.
समझा ना
That
chat उसने
dimensional
तीन
drift
क्यों
will
मारा?
likely be online in the next round. Potential to
दोस्तों
fight for
मैं
an
भी
orb.
नाम चेंज
If
करूं.
so, and well, in terms of cost, or more importantly, in
Bunkis.
terms of finances for KC, this is as good as it gets. You get to eco a round, you win that eco, you get a free gun, and then, well, if this one comes out flawless,
क्या स्मार्ट
they're
हो
in a
गए रे
great
चैट
spot.
तुम
I
लोग.
love the wall position as well. They've given up so much space, but they'll
मेरा
make up
boss
for
पर
it by
काम आ रहा
holding
है
the
मतलब.
extremities. And then if there's a deep push down to the real danger, if they go water into your own spawn, the wall's going to catch them.
I put that down
Not
with a
fair,
misclick
please.
when I start the round.
No, Tom, you were ahead of the curve, okay?
Yeah.
Cerebral gameplay from Tom the Biz and Sadik picking up another, this time through the
मैं
smoke.
अगर इसने मारा
He
ना
looks a
अल्ट
little
आएगा.
easier than the fight he had
Oh
last
my
time.
god.
But he knows just how dangerous the
Same
classic
zone
can be.
flawless. There we go. We got it in the end.
We got there.
Good job, guys.
आकाश भाई, thank you for the
get to see the
re-membership.
next round
मेरी
is
जान के
No,
चोचे.
unfortunately, we're going to be resetting. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't panic.
मजाक कर रहे.
Oh, the collab as well. 2 barrels, 3 kills.
I was saying, I really like how patient and how much space KC were given, just playing with those stars. Just, oh my God, why are we doing this? Is this tactical?
Oh no, I was joking, guys. I was kidding.
Guys.
I was kidding. We don't need the red LEDs.
Guys.
The timer's frozen in.
Guys, you promised me.
No,
I see Mr. Fallen smiling, and that usually makes me happy, but right now, yeah, I don't see anybody with their hands on their keyboards.
Never see. Let's go take post चिल्ला रहे बे.
This is
भाई
certainly
ऑडियंस कितनी भाई मेरे चैट के लोग वहां पे गए क्या भाई मेरे चैट के लोग वहां पे गए लेट्स गो टेक पोस्ट चिल्ला रहे वो लोग
Sue's never gonna finish her food. She's having a couple of bites every few minutes.
Hey, I appreciate you guys in the crowd as well. We get a cheer for the tech pause. We'll see how long that stays. Oh man, they can't catch a break.
We've got the let's go tech pause.
We made it, guys.
Meanwhile, players भी like
Mola,
कितने
mola.
हरामी लोग हैं रे.
A little break in the action. Certainly not the first time.
Yeah, Avis, you know what?
Getting our stretches in.
सीधा सामने के पीछे में देखने के लिए उठाइए कहाँ पे आ रहे हो लोग.
Warming up his wrist.
भाई पहले लैंड में ऐसा होता था पता है
At least
झाकड़ी
it's
मारते
not the
थे
winter.
झाकड़ी
It's
बोलते थे
still warm
उसको.
in the studio, so no one's
मुंबई में ऐसा
freezing up
ए
down
आ रहे.
there. But my goodness, it's certainly not an ideal start.
इसका मतलब है अपन वो है
Falling begs to differ.
पिज़्ज़ा मंगाने वाले.
I would have said Buff Harbor,
did
but
they win?
I said Mr. Fallen begs to differ. I didn't say Mr. Fallen.
You didn't say it was
कौन
right.
सा पिज़्ज़ा मंगाया?
Exactly. Do you know, when I was having an interview with him and I was asking him about the compositions and thinking also about the Lotus coming up later after, well, if we ever finish
भाई
this
एक जगह बहुत crazy मच्छी
thinking
मिलता
of
है
the Lotus
लेकिन
coming in later.
मेरे को आजकल नॉनवेज खाने का मन ही नहीं करता है यार. क्या
We'll
हो
get
गया
past
मेरे
the
को?
bonus eventually. If there is even a bonus. But
मैडम
as I was
आपके
saying,
वजह से हो
after
रहा है.
last week
Where
and
I'm
the
visiting
performance that we
from?
saw again.
पहले सिंगापुर, फिर सिंगापुर से न्यूयॉर्क यूएस, फिर इंडियाना यूएस. तो दोनों तो यूएस ही है. कितना दूर है न्यूयॉर्क और इंडियाना? हाँ?
about Indiana. I want to learn about it.
From New York, United States, Indiana. She's very pretty, so I'm gonna say New York.
ओ गैस करना है.
Indiana?
मेरे हिसाब से भी सिंगापुर.
Correct one. Which
सिंगापुर,
one was the correct
सिंगापुर.
one? Indiana.
बोला ना.
Oh,
बोला ना.
I don't know anything about Indiana except that person's
Bola
from
na.
there. So there we go. That's the first fact I've got.
W.
Perhaps we'll learn more as time goes on. League officials are
बेचारे ये
swapping
लोग बोल
the
रहे कैमरा
stage
को हम
PC.
लोग भी है यार.
Which one of those pesky PCs?
It's Sadax. It has to be
problem?
Sadax.
He's 7-0 at the moment.
ये
I
लोग
don't
भी
think
लाइक यार हम
Sadax
लोग भी है
is
भाई.
Someone accidentally
मैडम को 4 बार दिखाए हम लोग भी है.
Whenever he clicks, he's on someone's head. It's a unique problem to have. Yeah, and again, I think one of the things we'll clarify as we move on is whether or not
असली का पता है क्या वो
the
कौन है
2-1
करके.
will hold
तुम
its
लोगों को नहीं
water
पता
or
ना.
whether we'll be back to even footing. Either way, it was a round where Foot didn't have a
तुम
lot
लोगों
to
को नहीं
work
पता ना
with,
चैट
but
कहाँ से वो.
it would be a shame to scrub that collapse.
I mean कौन है वो?
I'd be ashamed to scrub the end zone flawless. It'd be the second one.
It looks so bad on
नहीं.
us because it's been only after like
5th स्टैंडर्ड की बात है चैट. 5th स्टैंडर्ड की. मजाक से हटकर. 5th स्टैंडर्ड की बात. ई डिवीजन में थी. ई. समझ रहे हो? स्कूल फ्रेंड है. यप. Next month. दस मिनट का पॉज. 10 मिनट. 10 मिनट में क्या करूं? नाचो बहनचोद. खाना ऑर्डर करने दो.
Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean.
एक टीडे मजा है. गेम में चालू कर रहा है यार मैं. गेम में चालू कर रहा है.
Top 10. Double triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. gone with it. I feel like a champion.
रुक जा, पहले मेरे को खाना ऑर्डर करने दो, कुछ खाए नहीं मैं। पिज्जा खाने का मन नहीं है, पास्ता। किसको पता है अच्छा पास्ता किधर मिलता है? मकरोनी पास्ता चाहिए, मकरोनी। व्हाइट सॉस पास्ता। प्रॉन्टो ओपी है, प्रॉन्टो ओपी है। ए बहुत टाइम से प्रॉन्टो से नहीं खाया बे। यू आर राइट बेबी, यू आर राइट बडी। इटली आ जाओ, कोई इटली से यहाँ पे स्ट्रीम नहीं देखता जैसे। भाई ये लोग का ऐप थोड़ा चेंज हो गया क्या? मैक एंड चीज नहीं, ज्यादा चीज होएगा ना, ज्यादा चीज होएगा। कोई तो होगा कहाँ पे? पेस्टो दी फुसली, क्या है ये सब? सादा खाना नहीं है? भाई एक बात है भाई, टेकपोज कोई भी रहने दो, म्यूजिक ऑन टॉप है EMEA का भाई, म्यूजिक ऑन टॉप है भाई। गान मराने गया कॉपीराइट। भाई बना चैट। जियो के सर, मेरा पूरा जियो ही गलत है। ब्रो मेरे को थ्रेडेड पनीर खाने का मन कर रहा है अभी, थ्रेडेड पनीर। बहुत जल्दी मैच खत्म होएगा जी। लैंग्वेज 13-0, हाँ बराबर। इधर खेलो, थोड़ा वाइब करोगे लाइफ में, हर बार गेमिंग। भाई थ्रेडेड पनीर ओपी है। How about Nando's? ना, पास्ते खाते। मैक्रोनी पास्ता। His sauce. पिज्जा से पास्ता खाता हूँ मैं, पिज्जा से अच्छा पास्ता है उनका। क्या बात कर रहे हो? तेरे गांड में हाथी का लड़, लेकिन यार भाई सब लोग चैट इसको गाली दो, वाइप करते गांड में हाथी का लड़। मैं पास्ता मंगा रहा था, अभी इसने पिज्जा हट बोला मेरे को, वहां से एक पर्सनल साइज पिज्जा का। पास्ता कल, लेट्स गो पिज्जा हट। चेंज हो गया। MCM क्या है MCM? So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. Na. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. La 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 la. Pam pam pa pam 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 pa pam. और क्या अच्छा मिलता है चैट वहां पे? ये पक्का पास्ता अच्छा मिलता है क्या? KFC ना नहीं पसंद. उधर सिर्फ एक ही चीज पसंद है, वो है बोनलेस वो विंग्स, हॉट विंग्स बस. लव यू राहुल भाई. हर्षिम देख रहे तो लव यू. गार्लिक ब्रेड कैसे है वहां का? गार्लिक ब्रेड और मेल्ट्स क्या है? मेल्ट्स तीनों बाप गाने बजाए भाई. Garlic bread only Domino's, that is true. नहीं मेल्ट्स क्या है? मेल्ट्स कुछ तो मेल्ट्स है.
Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test.
He's melted. क्या है ये?
Smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun,
अलग ही है.
so fine. Got a baddie on my phone line, feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great.
Tex-Mex मंगाना ओके. मेन्यू क्या फिक्स हुआ बंग्स भाई? पिज़्ज़ा. Happiness नारे. एक मेल्ट्स भी ऑर्डर करके देखते हैं. मेल्ट्स अच्छा दिख रहा है. एक पर्सनल पिज्जा और एक मेल्ट. ठीक है. देख रहे हो चैट? 70,000 में सिर्फ क्या मिला? पिज्जा खाने को मिला. देख रहे हो? महंगाई बढ़ गई है भाई. महंगाई बढ़ गई. Chasing the vibe, chasing the vibe, chasing the vibe. Gold-plated pizza. Yep.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go.
ये गाना नहीं सुना ना अपन ने कभी?
Let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intentions.
भाई भी भाई भाई.
I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't.
जर्मनी के बाजू है इटली आ जाना डन से.
It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got
इधर की बिरयानी अच्छी है. तो फिर.
Something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was there.
ए बिंग दरवाजा खोल.
And I just want a little dance in the
बोल मत ये घर पे आ गई है चैट यार. ये भूत मैं खोल ही नहीं रहा. पिंकी के पास चाबी है.
Welcome back, everybody. It looks like the Reds
अच्छी आ गई क्या?
disappeared from our studio, and we'll be jumping back into the
चैट
game
है?
in just a couple seconds. In fact, even
Oh,
quicker, we're
भूत
already
नहीं
back
है.
in the game, ready to roll. League officials have swapped out the PC, and hopefully that's going to be the end of our troubles. Perhaps not the end of Foot's troubles. They are one round on the board out of 4 played so far, but technically 3. And the barriers will go up with KC playing a bonus, but a pretty powerful one as well. He's been dropping bodies with that outlaw in play. Ult used by Zeus right away, and he's going to be clearing a lot of space down here on B. Already found that vice wall as well, so some of the danger already well aware of. A late play by Yedije, very much expected.
Gosh.
Martin still shredding on the
अंकी लड़का होता काश
Dimensional drift and a reckoning now.
काश
for
अंकी लड़का
Postman.
होता
This is as good as it gets for this retake utility. The setup could be sublime, but then you look at the other side, Teo online could be perfect and exactly. They're going to use it early.
क्या हुआ मैं देखा भी नहीं रहा हूँ
Used by Zeus, he's back on the site. Evaded that early danger. Mr. Fallen picks up one decoy and flash used. And Martin gets his reward. Low HP on Mr. Fallen, but he's getting some of it back.
Heavy,
quickly dispatches him, and Cracks doesn't last much longer.
भाई retake तो है भाई
And the spike already being diffused.
पार्सल लिया कौन सा मैंने नहीं लिया पार्सल बेल ने बजा पूछ
With the shot just in time, and that'll pull it back to a 1v1.
वो 10 मिनट से अंदर है
Close to taking it across the line, but the defuse under his nose.
अमेज़न वाला ना क्या वो लोग retake नहीं किया
And we were speaking
Hello?
about the amount of tools that KC
What did you do?
had
मैं
to
कुछ
stop
नहीं
that
किया
from happening to have a very good retake. We also saw a foot already
मैं क्या
battling
किया अरे आए
against what
नहीं
happened,
अमेज़न
what
वाला
was happening on B at the beginning of the round. What a beautiful play to close things out in round 4.
I think just normally in those cases you want to have the grab well. The stun not particularly useful in many occasions, but just expecting them to be stood bolstering that player is enough for it to be taken over the line. Up until that point, a decent round for KC. But you now look at the purchase, they've got plenty. Operator in hand for Martin. And they now go back to that slightly more classic setup, but the B site is open other than that singular wall. It's there for information. Other than that, there is nothing behind it to slow them down.
It's KC right up into mid, and now they know where Yedije is. He could be in trouble, has some support on the sideline, but he's caught off by Sagetsu, and Ada Captain just fades away. They try to take control of the space on A as a result, but the off is waiting for them. Martin upgrading his sniper, and this time to great success as Footer left with just 3.
Yeah, different approach coming in now, but of course, Foot have already acknowledged that maybe there is some freedom to be had on B since the operator's playing on A, but watch out, you never know with that Euro.
Break past the wall, which is going to pull the full rotation. The majority of players making their way back through the spawn. Everything available for this defensive side, and with 30 seconds left. Are they giving up the round? That's the only assumption I can make. There's no way they're going to run all the way back towards the A site, try and make it through the vines and whatever, other info they'll have. So that is just going to be a full-on save from the side of Foot after a round victory off a clutch. I guess the problem is, the finances won't be there in the next round.
Yeah, exactly. It was so important that for them to have won that round number 4, because otherwise that financial problem would have come much, much earlier. But the approach from KC in this round, looking for something different. We were speaking about leaving B open and having that double push on from B. Having the harbor, one of the tools that you can use is those cascades to open and create those situations and more favorable duels. So KC is very aware of where their winning conditions are, and it's so good to see that from the defense they will going to see this productivity coming in from.
Yeah, and like you pointed out as
parcel,
well, just cutting up that push and allowing the rotations to come back through was the vice wall, and I feel like Elite, it's been a real pain in their side. You can see Foot in some of these rounds pinging out where they think the wall will be, but it's changed, it's art, it's water, and this time, and the last round, it's on B long, so never really knowing where they have to apply that pressure to take the information out of KC's hands early. Harbor wall used as well at the start of this round to block off any mid-control. And it looks like again we'll see KC looking to pinch into that angle late. The retake on mid is a nice approach, but Foot have gone the other direction. They're sending it all down through A long, blitzing their way into the site. And because they had set up for this mid-take, KC are all close by, but mostly locked out from one out.
भाई ये वाइस ट्रिप बहुत बीटी है bro.
The Foot have decided to go for something far more direct based off having a few weaker weapons. They're being slaughtered though, not able to get past that cross whatsoever.
चार बंदे थे भाई, चार
wasn't an eco round. This wasn't a weak buy, if anything. They still had those 3 guns, and they get absolutely nothing.
अरे क्या हो रहा है आज?
Right, we were seeing a Foot trying to test the map a little bit, and KC having again a different approach. You move more, you live Suigetsu, trying to get that first pick, trying to be that first engagement, not only because he can retrieve his stars and just create a segue for himself out, he was also 1 away from his ultimate. So if he got that first kill and got out of the fight,
सब जगह टेक पॉज, game में टेक पॉज, YouTube में टेक पॉज.
So now they're
base
going to
में
have
take
a couple of ultimates to work with for this round. And as you were
Refresh करो.
mentioning, Tom, Foot not having the best economy for round number 7.
No, it's been utterly obliterated.
अब भी take pause ले लो.
One player alive,
वो लोग
saving
रुकेंगे नहीं.
guns for the next, and then only getting a singular kill. This is about
क्या
as good as
blind
it
मारा
could get
भाई.
for KC. They are flying high.
क्या blind मारा भाई, double blind करके peek किया भाई. भाई हर चीज का
And I'm
counter
a
है ये
bit
लोग के
concerned.
पास.
Like the last round, you're trying to go for these all-in direct takes,
सीधा
but
भी
you
जा नहीं
give up a
सकते
lot of
wall है.
space. And with what they've already
Mid
seen
जा
with
नहीं सकते, double
aggressive
blind
pushes
है.
coming through from KC,
आठ जाएगा वो लोग
quite
stack कर
regularly,
लेते हैं.
they had to know that quite quickly they were going to figure out where they were going. But they still took their time. They were still quite slow. That's why there were so many players there in the last round.
Shit.
I think that could also come off the bat of Yedajay's having a very quiet start. I don't think he's got a single kill on the board. If your lurk is getting wrecked, you group up.
I was a little worried early. Minute 30 on the clock, and you see KC, where
Warning?
previously they had this anti-eco wall down in
YouTube मुझे
water,
warning
and
क्यों दे
then a
रहा
lot
है?
of players playing the extremity, just containing the control that they'd given up. Well, they were playing a little bit more aggressive. They were fighting for that middle control. And up against the eco, that gave opportunities to Foot. There was a moment where 4 players,
मैं
or 3
उठा
I
लिया
think, were
parcel.
stacked up on Art, ready to push
तू
in
कभी आ रही है?
with 1 on long.
खाना खा के आना.
And an op that they were up against in one of those fights.
मैंने घर में पिज़्ज़ा बनाया है,
Could have
लेकिन
presented
सिर्फ
an
मेरे लिए
opportunity.
बनाया है, ठीक है?
But KC fell back. They gave the space, and they're confident that they can just chip away at whatever site the push comes in on. You can
Flawless,
see
bhai,
there is no
flawless.
worry. So far, we're on track for an in-zone flawless, and with a stunned up Mr. Fallen
KC
classic in
crazy
hand,
खेल रहा
there
है.
was no other conclusion
Crazy
possible.
खेल रहा है
KC, 5 players alive, in-zone flawless, and 5
अरे
rounds on
इसी
the
को
board.
remote
This
किधर गया?
defensive side is looking very
Continue
hard
करें.
to crack, but let's
That's
not forget
क्या हो रहा है?
that is Foot playing an eco.
It's so important what you're saying. It's difficult to crack. Every single round, we're seeing a different default played in by KC. So if you're Foot, if you're trying to see any gaps, anything that you can exploit, if we speak about the individuals, we see a Mr. Fallen that was super, super successful and that can take advantage of those cracks. But by KC just doing something different, just having different setups for the Vice, putting the operator at different positions, but still putting that pressure onto them, Foot have to go back into the drawing board and trying to condition the opponent to follow their plan instead of just being second place to them.
And it's even the harbor walls are changing up. And I mean, we can look at almost every PC utility now. This same one that we've seen in the previous round up against
भाई
Pistols
यार
is
बढ़िया
used
साथ
for this much more passive mid control. You're denying that burst aggression from Foot.
And now Elite is the one having the operator. With
मैं भी
Martin
A जा
having
रहे
his
लेकिन
ultimate, he
फिर
knows
भी
that he can
तीन
have
A
more
पे.
impact with that.
Oh, they've utilized the salvos already.
ये
Just to
round अच्छा है लेकिन
destroy
Foot
some
का
of that
सब
early
जगह सब
utility
जगह
that's been placed
सब
down
जगह
by the
प्रेशर
Vice.
दिया.
That's gone in through to middle. And it's given them some extra space.
B
Not
split
really
वाला
finding
सीन
any
है.
resistance. It's a passive hold on one side and then an incredibly aggressive push on the other. A lot of information already garnered once again for KC, and they may start rotating a player back towards that B site.
Oh, the gate crash. Look at it going through. They're not
अबे
going to trip
लेकिन
the
वहाँ
wire
पे भी
instead.
तो है
They're going
trip.
to allow this deeper rotation from Martin. Whether he pops the ult first or not, I suppose, remains to be seen. If he gets contact, possibility to fall back. But the fight coming in on the B site, gets the TP in. Zeus with a double opening. And now, well, have whatever flank you like,
Tabe,
KC.
combo
The
to
site
tabe.
is there for Foot. The plan's
Combo to
secured. And indeed, you can see that Martin is going to go back towards middle, perhaps into the waiting arms of Yedajay.
He's got incredibly deep control, even has a cam to play off as well, so any surprise factor will be gone within a second. And the second he turns
देखो
around, a
कैमरा
really
में
nice
आपके
little
मजाक
setup for
हुआ है.
Yedajay to just get an easy pick. For the remaining
भाई
two,
तीनों
they
free
have
kill मिले
unlimited
भाई
credits.
तीनों.
They are literally at the peak, so the idea is to, well, not even
आवाज
get
आ रहा
the
है
ults
bro?
online, it's just about doing damage, as both already available.
Do you want to, as we're saying, you know, like you already have your ultimates. I think it's time to maybe like remove yourself. Okay, there is some
आवाज आ रहा है
damage
bro?
if you're a vest.
आवाज आ रहा है bro?
Weapons on the floor, Aves with a 3-piece, but no time left to defuse that spike. Running for the hills is his
क्या है
only
में बे?
option. He'll make it
Defensive
far
map
enough
है नहीं,
away.
attacking map है.
For KC, that lead enclosed in on Foot, now just 2 behind it, proving that they can take that more direct approach with great success, denying the angle
Hey,
of the
Pango, if
operator
you're watching
early
the
on.
stream, what
Salvos
time you're
coming in from
coming at
behind you,
home?
smokes, and the TP in worked wonders.
Yeah, we were speaking about the TP coming in from our team, but it was actually the one from Zeus that we should be paying
DC missed
attention
the
to when
gifted.
we're speaking about
मैं अगर
Foot.
तुम
Come on,
stream देखते हो तुम लोगों को
need
फिर
to
भी
make
मिलेगा.
them play
बस
your
stream like
game.
करने का.
This kind of executes, this kind of putting all the pressure onto them, finding that gap, spotting where their operator is not in play and just taking advantage of that, also thinking about the ultimates that you have to work with to make things easy for you.
I think the surprise factor as well. This is what Zeus and Mr. Fallen have always been able to bring as a combo, those explosive plays, and that worked for them in the last round. This far, it's an aggressive one that fails miserably. The rest of the team not even able to capitalize. Sugetsu coming out with
shot.
Yedajay and Mr. Fallen have evened things up.
Oh, the cage as well on the cross. That's going to keep Elite guessing whether he's already made it through. Prowler is sent in to confirm that information. And Martin realizes the ult isn't needed. They've already read that the rotate is underway. Yedajay trips the wall as well, so there's no late round security for KC. They have to be worried about all of those angles, but they have made it here ahead of the push. Foot a little late, bringing this spike to sight. And if it's a one-by-one fight, Elite may have a real chance to just end this round here and now, but the ult is sent in, and he's sent out of elbow, out of the round. Still one watching from up above. And what do they have to deal with it? Can't put a smoke in, instead just having to swing in, but look at Liabez was tight in the corner. Not able to pick them until the plant is already down. A 2 versus 2 as a result. And Martin putting the dimensional drift into play to try to find these last players.
They have the info on where the majority are for one side, and he's trying to garner it for his squad. 2 versus 2. Both players spotted, but it seems like both players are going to end up losing their fights. Foot climbing back into this attack side, and
जैसे बोला सब जगह से KC वाले सब
KC
जगह
will
से
still
मारे
be able to buy comfortably again.
And what a way to turn things around. I think that JTJ, we were speaking about him not being able to get the kills, even getting that one onto Martin a couple of rounds ago. And I think that it's given him the confidence back. And also, Mr. Fallen is making sure that playing backside is just not an option this past 2 rounds. They're on B.
आराम से टेक्सपोस आ सकते हैं आराम से
We're speaking about foot and speaking about being confident, being comfortable. Everybody is going to
बस
be
भाई ये मेंबर से
cheering
गिफ्टेड
up,
कभी मुझे नहीं मिलता ये क्या
I also
बदतमीजी
want
है
to
क्योंकि
talk back
तुम
to
ले
something that was
सकते हो
mentioned on
रोहन
the desk
भाई
about the best Teo player within our
इसलिए
region, and I will say for me,
YouTube भी बोल रहा है कि आपको अपग्रेड
Mr.
करना
Fallen actually
चाहिए
is my
विकास
favorite.
दोस्त
I think he's so incredibly good at putting players
मेरा order
into
किधर है?
position, but also making things very awkward for other players. I think we go onto the defensive side of this map in particular, and he was the guy that proved to me that Teo was going to be a game changer because of his plant denial, because of how much space he's able to take, and I think you're witnessing it here. In both the last 2 rounds they've won because his utility has given them an advantage from a position where they were at a disadvantage. That's something that I think you look at any other agent, there are times where that's possible, but to do it consistently is so much more difficult. Is he 4 and 9 on the board? Sure. But 3 kills have come off his utility alone.
Yeah, and I think we saw that as well in a lot of the games recently. Looking at Lotus especially, you'll see Tejo's not having that much impact when it comes to the individual duels in some of the games recently. But it's not about that. It's the control of the map. 007 will Elite.
यार ये स्टिक्स किधर है बे?
Oh yeah, I think Yedajay was close.
मैं हम लोग को प्लेयर चाहिए टी सिस्टम के लिए टूट रहा है भाई मेरा ग्रुप.
A quiet start.
Elite would have wanted a little more when he pulled that operator through. It's back in the hands of Martin. Again, we're seeing the same setup from KC, but this time it's not just the vice wall towards B. Having that gate crash to escape from Martin means he's going to get that little bit more aggressive, find some information. But that info is going to be obtained across the map as pressure is applied on Art and through the double doors.
Fight and more to go. Yay! जब जॉब लगे तब
There's
पक्का
no real
अपग्रेड.
space
Love
for
you.
Foot to take without a serious
Break I love you.
With all the things that we've seen happening on mid, they decide to double down and just try and see if KC want to go back towards those fights.
को ले लो टी9 टेक्निकली जीतेंगे.
I like what we've also seen from Sadak, utilizing all of that harbor utility towards the door. So if you want to try and aggressively swing into it, you're going to get slowed. And even though that slow is not much, if you're trying to swing as a team, it just makes it that little bit more disjointed. He has used up the majority of it though, but that delay puts Foot down to just 40 seconds as they look to build into a site where all of the thorns currently lay. They're going to be slowed down a lot on this entry.
Especially late round, that gate crash from Martin is usually allowed for early rotations, but it was still in the elbow of B, so he's not going to be here to back up the troops. With the off elbow smokes down, maybe. He'll be in the late round if needed, as the plant comes in from Foot. Mr. Fallen previously got shredded as soon as the spike hit the ground. This time, he'll be able to retreat and set those salvos up. KC want to get ahead of the problem. Already picking off Zeus before he can fall back. spotting corner. Oh, spamming in fact, but Sadak gets nothing for his trouble. Up goes the Cosmic Divide, but that's the signal for Yedege. He's going to start his flank, wrapping his way all the way around, and all they have to do is delay, but they can't. They're all in the ground. Oh, the spam's giving Yedege away, and he can't stop the defuse from there. That could have been the flank that changed the game, but instead, the round was already lost.
I love the way that they combine their utility to just make all of these fights so awkward. An abundance of smokes, an observer's nightmare, the Cosmic Divide to force them forward into positions where you're going to battle from, the Cove to make players have to go in towards that spike, and by that point, well, you're narrowing things down to 2 or 3 angles that need to be held rather than an abundance of them as you would normally in this site retake.
I love the awareness that we're seeing from KC. This is probably what a lot of what we were seeing on that first round that actually was never the first round, but it happened, but it actually never happened.
Imagine that.
Yeah, because we saw KC that was very passive, that was already expecting of all this utility that we're speaking, the smokes, the plan coming down, and already thinking of how to battle from within the site. And even though Foot have requested here timeout, there are things that they have changed that they're doing better. For example, we were speaking about them going on to the arcs, and even when they're looking back, when Yedege was going to that camp, Mr. Fallen went with him. Taking those 2v1s, potentially always having a refrag is definitely a good sign that we expect to see from a team like KC, sorry, from Foot. But then when we look at KC, we're speaking about Yedege already has that flank. The only reason why Sadak looks and can be able to move away is having that Cosmic Divide. They have every single take in their box.
Play single sentinel.
I'd say as well, one thing with KC throughout this season is I don't think there's been too many games where we have the majority of those superstars. Like, they picked up a lot of players that were very good in their own positions, obviously swapped a lot of roles around to try and fit things in, but you look at the scoreboard right now, other than Elite having a bit of a quieter performance,
he had his
everybody
first round.
Bandage by language.
But everybody else has been really good so far, so it's a dangerous time for Phil. Obviously, we talk about the value of trying to get first in that group, but more importantly, the burden of being in fourth. It's a single elimination match if you finish fourth in your group. Whereas everybody else gets a couple of chances.
Breakage of that drone.
आधा मैप क्रॉस करने के लिए क्या-क्या यूज करना पड़ रहा है बे वॉल की वजह से.
In fact, looking a bit more towards the extremities this time. See Yedege.
नहीं रिवील है.
Side out of captain.
Prowler और ड्रोन खत्म. दूसरा prowler भी
Martin, but it's Zeus to give away the opening duel. Sadak clean in that shot. Martin gets an opportunity of his own. Doesn't land it this time. But he's sticking around. A gate crash. Even faked in case one of his teammates could maybe hear, could make that call and force Ada captain forward, but Ada won't fall for the bait, at least not for now. No, it's the rotate back.
They still have
फिर से इधर है ये नहीं जा सकते. Bell बजा.
They haven't been clearing out any of this Vice utility from Elite, even if he has been having a rough game statistically. Every time they enter this site, they're met with thorns, which do damage and delay you severely in terms of that time. 25 seconds to make their move. There's now 3 players on this side. They also have the stun, potentially even the grab one. They're going to try and swing off the back of it. Elite does well. Sugetsu in tandem, and that clock is now ticking very fast against Foot, but they find the opener. Both kills incredibly quick. They're going to get the spike back. Reckoning already in. It'll reveal them and stun them up. Somehow Yedege survives the shot from the operator, so desperately low, but he'll come out with 4. I don't know how they've won that round, but they did.
Unbelievable display from Yedege. Yeah, they're down to the last couple of seconds. A reckoning put into play against them. One of them has to plant, and Yedege even steps behind the wall for a moment. You think that's the opportunity, if not to catch him going back through.
He also got hit by an ult.
He got hit by it as well?
He got hit by an ult.
Yeah, but it's the fact that he didn't die. He felt invincible.
There you go.
Yeah. For him, it was absolutely nice. I mean, he was almost stunned also when he peeks for the last one, and of course...
What's going on? I didn't even realize that shot hit him. Unbelievable.
Wait. You thought Martin missed?
That's a good point.
Doesn't happen at
I'm
all.
sorry, Martin. Please don't watch the VOD back.
He will.
That was Tom speaking. This is Tom. I'm Tom. Be mad with Tom.
I'm Mitch.
It's weird, Tom. Your voice sounds a lot lower than normal, as in from where it's coming from.
Wow. Well, there was absolutely no need for that at the record show. That violation was unprompted. KC, 6 rounds. Let's see if the Foot can equalize by the time they close this one out. Half has one more round to play with Abez tagged up already. The defenders of the B site could be in trouble. The Arsenal being brought over to Elite, and the weapons out of the hands of Foot. They're not able to stand a chance in that first fight. You still have the wall to break on through. That's going to isolate one of these players, leaving out a captain on his own.
Still, we've already seen massive rounds from him already, and the 2-for-1 making a third.
Bro, 3 मारे मैं देख नहीं पा रहा यार थोड़ा irritate हो रहा हूँ मैं sorry
And well, it's been clutches that have got them close in this half, but they go in even.
4 out of the 5 last rounds, especially with how this map started. Foot is definitely showing that they have the resilience and they have the individuals to be popping off in this moment.
Unbelievable. Ada Captain was thrown to the wolves there, but he came back leading the pack. Phenomenal. That's going to get the spirits of the Foot fans high. And let's actually check in with our Foot co-streamer Rage as Yinsu's standing by for a halftime interview.
Hi sir ji, hi. अरे TC9 का left right हो रहा है.
And of course, I'm now joined by Rage. Now, you had a lot of energy just now. The last couple of rounds from Phil were absolutely fantastic. So, tell me about that first half. How you doing? How's your heart beating?
My voice is already broken almost. I'm already shaking. You can see my head. I'm already shaking. The match right now is beautiful. I was waiting for a long time, Carmen Corp, to play against them.
accent है ना लोगों का?
Now them, all together.
इन्हें retire हो गया, पता नहीं मेरे को.
And yeah, playing against them is always nice. It always feels bad, because I feel like I'm betraying them. But it's all.
You gotta back your boys.
Of course.
It's your boys.
Yeah, of course, all day.
भाई मैं भी
It's
रखूँ
nice to play
सिर्फ
against them.
इतनी
I'm very happy
मुच्छी.
to see, and it's very tight right now.
Yeah, and speaking of your boys, I know that you're a bit of a jet
मार
opper
देते
yourself.
रे.
You like to pick up the op. You like to play duelist. Now, your boy Zeus doesn't really do that. So, what are your opinions on them picking up a duelist player that doesn't op?
Yeah, honestly, I already asked him about it, and he just says, I want to headshot, I want to aim at the head, but I'm like, if you play OP, you can also be annoying. He knows how to play OP, but my dream is to see him like, being 50-50. Like headshot people and play OP as well.
A good balance.
Of course, exactly, yeah. But the way he's doing right
सब लोग
now.
बंदा है भैया.
But on the other side, the Martin op on that first
Rebel
half
का
was
hairstyle है, हाँ, Rebel का hairstyle है, और कोई तो
Yes,
करता
I
ही
was
नहीं
talking
है.
about it.
Rebel
Like
का copy
he
case
has
है.
a big
पता नहीं
impact.
तेरे को.
Wherever you go, like when you say an OP, you're always scared to fight against it, right? And Martin is doing insane right now with the OP, so.
Yeah, we'll see maybe Zeus surprises us, because if you play Chamber, you gotta know how to op.
Absolutely.
So he probably does know how to do it. Now, we heard from Mr. Farland previously, he doesn't think that he's the best Tejo player in the league. What do you think about Mr. Farland's Tejo?
As I said to him yesterday, personally, I think he's very humble. Very humble guy.
He's too humble, maybe.
Too humble, yeah. He's very insane. Like right now, for me, he's like top 3 aimer in the world as a leader.
Oh, 100%. Fragging, OG fragging IGL. Yeah, he was doing it before
For me,
other
he's
people.
insane, but his Tejo is very good. But I love the fact he's so humble,
And lastly, and not least, there's a lot of Foot fans in the crowd as
मैं
well.
अच्छा vibe वाला बंदा लग रहा है मेरे को.
Could you help me hype them back up as we head to the second half?
Okay, sure.
Give me some energy.
Okay. Fort, brother! I want some scrimmage, guys! Some scrimmage, come on! Some scrimmage, guys!
अच्छा वो ऑडियंस ने साथ दिया भाई.
How you do it? Let's send this
भाई
back
अच्छा
to
वो
our
ऑडियंस ने
casters
साथ
and see
दिया.
if Foot can close
अगर
this out.
नहीं देता साथ. कैमरामैन बिका हुआ है बे. कैमरामैन
that's the
मेरे को
question
मालूम
on
पड़ रहा है.
everybody's
ठीक
minds
है,
here.
मालूम
Neck
पड़ रहा
and
है.
neck coming out of the
ज़्यादा
first
स्कूल
half.
फ्रेंड को मत
What a
दिखाओ.
resurgence,
ठीक है.
like you said, Bea, 4 out of the last 5 rounds falling
भाई
into
अगर
Foot's
सपोर्ट नहीं करता
grasp.
चैट.
Oh, it has looked
Audience support
very
नहीं करता
good,
क्या मजा आता
especially
था ना.
Ada Captain popping
Full
off
minus
like
हो
that.
रहा.
We thought he was isolated, left for dead, but he came
जान
back
ही
and
वाला
clutched
था.
it out. Now it's KC's attack side though, and this can be a terrifying sight to behold.
Yeah, exactly. We were speaking about the harbor. We also saw
भाई
there
attack
that,
में
in
तो
fact,
cook
yes,
करेगा सड़क
Sadak
पर,
knows
cook.
a lot about the harbor, knows a lot also about micromanaging it, but it was not before EMEA. Before EMEA, he had not played it himself. But now we're seeing a different phase. We already saw a little bit of utility, but no movement on the side of Foot. I promise you guys, the PCs are working.
Is that a promise you can keep?
Yes. For now.
If the studio goes red after this, we're going to be having words.
Please.
I'm going to start questioning if Hansi has paid you off to just curse our cast.
I have the spike.
That's not better. I'd do it for free. Thanks, mate. I appreciate that one. That makes me feel so much better about myself. Nonetheless, Mr. Farland already spotting that additional pressure. Has the Salvo online, has the stun available as well to slow them down. And they're both going to look to sit towards that backside position. There you go. That's that additional delay. 35 seconds left on the clock. A rotation already coming in from Zeus to join them. But Mr. Fallen wants to try and be the hero himself. They're not expecting him within the smoke. It's the surprise factor of the leader. He may not think he's one of the better aimers, one of the better tails. Question what KC think at this point.
Well, they think the round's gone. 12 seconds.
They have a spike to retrieve in 10 seconds, Mitch.
4 players to run past, and one of them's Mr. Fallen. He's got his own 4K up on the board.
3 in a row.
Got jealous of Ada Captain in the previous round. You know, the best part is, a humble guy that he is, he's probably going to say, that was all Ada Captain. Great smoke.
Yeah, from 3 different players, so the 3...
Yeah, Jay.
Cameraman भी division से देख रहे हैं ना chat देख रहे हैं ना
Exactly, and we were speaking about the harbor, right? And we saw that wall, that height being used from Sadak, and that was the trigger to send in the salvos, and also
भाई
for
मेरे
him
हिसाब
to
से
also
वो वाला
just
cameraman
put
है बे
himself in a situation. You're mentioning the smoke from Ada Captain. He has the balls to just go, this
वो वाला
is,
cameraman है
this
मेरे
is
हिसाब
exactly how I can get the most
समझ रहे हो?
out of this situation, and definitely a 4K is the most.
समझ रहे हो ना chat
I think there's a lot of IGLs at the moment that when things go bad, will try and put the rounds on their back. I think Mr. Fallen is one of the few I don't mind, because he genuinely has the individual skill to back it up. I'd say Mini does as well.
But he's a caster now, so...
Yeah. That's the Mini I'm referring
क्या
to.
सर अरे example करे बाबा
4 AM.
You're correct, I haven't. Neither of his opponents either. He always goes missing.
Until they're 11-3 down. 7-6. Foot on the defensive side. They put a round on the board, and now it should be the easy conversion. But this is where KC were able to disrupt the flow of the game in the previous half. It was Sadak popping off with a little 2-piece to finish it off. Aves getting more than he should have over on long. Now they're on the attack, grouped up. Safety in numbers, perhaps. Spams don't land on anyone. A decent start. Sadak up to his old tricks, but he's only good for 1. And it should be housekeeping from this point. I like the little crossfire that they were attempting to put into place. Getsu and Aves.
Cracks, give me a 4K.
Enemy remaining.
भाई heavy reflex तो
Nice from Sagetsu, a little more. The damage would be felt, and it got a little bit closer than I like to see.
Only 3.
Oh, Lord. But they survived.
All I'm going to say is the KC classic stonks are going
Foot is
through
footing,
the roof
chat.
right now.
I don't know what they put
I
in
might
there,
have to
man.
get one just to see if it works.
I think it might be more than just the skin
foot
top.
is footing
What is it then?
Yeah, what are you trying to say?
It's the players. It's the skin.
I told
saying
you.
you're not as
Are
good
you
as them.
saying we should
you
not buy the key?
Did you
Absolutely,
forget?
that's not what I said.
I was
That's what I
sat
said.
here. I said I'm working for the sponsors today. I do something that, you know, try and sell some bundles. And comes in and goes, well, it's not the skin. It
इसको
is the
supporting
skin. It's just
दोनों
like
टीम
a
दोनों टीम
whole-
अच्छा है
100%.
अच्छा मैच है आज
We're speaking about the both
थोड़ा ज़्यादा KC
Mr.
ये
Fallen
सड़क भाई है
Let's go.
with a Bucky
Let's go.
and a dream, and 1 away from his ult. So
Hey, he's hiding in smokes. What other gun would you want?
देव का ये
Probably a
advantage
judge,
तो है
but-
भाई हॉर्ब नहीं ले सकते
Oh, they're coming his way. Germans! Mr. Fallen with 1. Stun up close and a fallback salvos to be sent.
got his ult.
Oh my
It's going to be
God.
sent through. That's going to force them forward.
Oh my God.
Mr. Fallen! He's not even taking the weapons on the ground.
Oh
He knows
my
what he wants.
God.
And it's another
you dare.
Bucky kill. Decoy sent through on the flash
Oh
for
my
Mr.
God.
He's got
Bucky yes
That might be the greatest play of all time.
If that is not our play of the week, I will quit of the week.
बोनस में Bucky is मारा
We've got to change it to play of the year or something. Weak doesn't cut it.
Bucky yes
the ult in the middle as well. He took the decoy and the player out in 1. Oh my!
Yeah, but he's definitely not the best echo in the league.
No, guys.
Right.
Overrated.
He
Overrated.
gets the first kill, he backs up,
wait,
uses
क्या
the
था
ult,
ये?
gets... Now...
Can we just move on to map
gosh.
2?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone recovers from being aced by a Bucky.
I am not recovered.
पहला kill का trade लेने पाए क्योंकि बाकी लोग stun
But
थे
an ace with a Bucky then.
दूसरा kill का trade
They
लेने पाए
have
क्योंकि
remembered
बाकी
that
लोग
they are
ultimate थे
Turkish. Yinsu had that question.
बाद फिर से डोर
You
से
guys
घुस
can
नहीं पाए
shoot. They definitely can.
Supposed to get an ace.
Yeah.
Mr. Fallen has to up him with an ace from a Bucky. Martin, well, he was going to try and bring something back. 4K maybe? Add a captain, try and add another to the tally. He's under serious pressure, going to run out of bullets. That doesn't help. Rax is there to try and react, but they've got to be careful. Maybe getting a little bit overzealous in this round, a little overconfident. And they've swapped places.
Gonna come in, KC, for bouncing back after that previous round so quickly. We're into a 2v2. Rifle for Aves, but low HP. Elite just on the Sheriff. But honestly, post-plant here, great potential with 2 Razor Vines still online to play with an Aves. With low HP, he wants a bit more, and that was deathly close. Grazing the players, but not quite dealing the damage he needed to. And like I said, a Haunt as well online for Aves to play behind smokes. Well, there are none either. Foot have to just step out in the open, and both Razor Vines on the spike. It's going to be time delay, bleeding that clock dry before they'll have a chance.
Blind bhi hai.
Sees them both behind the pillar, put them low, but it's just down to time. No, he's going to check close. Was a little bit nervous about that position. Spike tapped. Haunt utilized. Nice shot from Elite. This is going to be an immediate swing back, an important round to take. It would have been the mental completely obliterated, but an immediate response and a pay safe card. Thrifty. We've hit them all this game.
Very important for KC. Yes, we've hit all the sponsors, but very important for them. After the round with the Bucky, after us going insane, it is very easy to lose your mental and to think, what the hell was that? It is so good to see that the response from that is being very fast, even though they have that weaker weaponry, to see if Foot are still celebrating in their heads.
I need to know if it was Mr. Fallen who swapped PCs.
No,
round
I think it was because KC all left the stage, so I don't know.
Would they have left the save because it was a problem on the other side?
Who knows?
But if it was Mr. Fallen, check him PC.
Yeah, whatever, whoever swapped that one in.
To be fair, it was all on camera. We saw it. It was a Bucky, and you know, like, we saw everything.
जब उसको बक्की से एज मिला तो लोग क्या कर रहे थे?
Implant in his brain.
ऐसा बात
I don't know what's happened, but the switch is being flicked. But for KC, an immediate response.
सब बड़े गाइस 2005 से लोग जो देख रहे हैं हल्का सा स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो जान के
push right back up into the lead, but 2 rounds between
और
them.
उठ गया तो और 2 पॉज आएगा.
Change his name to Sir Fallen because I think that deserves a knighthood. If I'm honest, I think that's
maybe if they win. Maybe if they win the match.
Yeah. You get 5 kills with the Bucky, you get knighted. That's what it is.
Okay.
Make sure to
pull out Charles. Get Charles out.
An ace.
Yeah, it has been an ace. What, just 5 kills in a game? You could just int your whole game.
I'm just double checking if I can be a knight as well.
I'll make sure I only get a 4K with the Bucky then. 9-7. 2 rounds in it as we get right back into the game.
Ace with an Odin, what did you get?
Deported.
Exiled? Is that so? That's why Mitch is Irish, right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
he was sent to the north.
Need that back.
Whoa.
Covering it.
Oh no, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. My watch has started. As KC make their way towards the B side, already blitzing through the double doors. The B side under threat. Rotations from Foot will come in, perhaps a little bit too late. This is a pacey take that KC are going for. The pressure then applied onto Zeus. A flash around the back and a spam from Yedishe. That's done quite a bit of damage. And they're just waiting for that wall to fall. Zeus gets ahead of it. Back crack stepping in is put in the dirt. Zeus wants to keep control of the back site, but a swing in leaves Martin on 5 HP, but it's enough.
I was going to say it will hold them back, but it's more so just Yedishe dancing. The Astral Wall utilized to divide them from their opponents, but it's Foot. You know that there's going to be a temptation to play through this. The problem is they can't hear the spike being planted. They'll get the information from the top of the screen. But they still have an awful lot to do. Luckily this time, Anna Captain is still alive.
Very easy to play for this post-plan. Yesterday had also used this camera to get some information onto site. The 3v3 in all the positions are favoring KC for this post-plant.
There's nothing left to block vision once the smoke goes down. Mr. Fallen's got one through it. That's a good start. Off the spike as it's already gotten to half. They want to force the fights, and out of Captain claiming head. Sagetsu tries to deny, but doesn't get there in time. Without a Captain closing that one out. Push up to double digits. The gap back up to 3. And they are on their way to closing out this map, Tom. Damage done to the economy of KC.
Yeah, the scary prospect here is the amount of ultimates that are already online. We've seen the impact that can be had.
Yep.
Armageddon. Dimensional drift as
Membership
well would be
gifting
the
वाले
perfect
मेरे नहीं
combo.
करता
A
lol
lot
भाई
of close ultimates for KC, with orbs being in fairly favorable positions, especially on the A side of the map. But because of that, it seems like Foot want to try and face them on it.
Slowly but surely, again, starting KC taking up mid, using that harbor utility
मेरे को
to
सच्ची
get
नहीं
some
लगा था
pressure,
कैसे आ रहेगा
maybe
पता
for some of the fights, but Foot have not
Best
been very
full क्या
eager
है?
to engage in these early duels.
$90 million.
Happy to do so on their own terms, as you were mentioning, Tom. Cracks
खेलने का है?
and Ada Captain already pushing through it.
And also, you know, if you're Foot right now, Ada
going.
Captain having the ult, Mr. Fallen in the same boat, I imagine retakes would be a serious
मेरे को
option.
लगा
But they go
कोलैट
fighting,
पड़ा
looking for
बे
those duels, and Sagetsu, sure, he goes down. But with the weaker
Yeah.
weapons, one-to-one trades, especially when you're on the attack side,
क्या रैंक
you're not
है
going to turn your nose at that. It's a decent start for KC. See if they can make a little bit more work.
I wonder if they got rid of the gun. I'm sure they did. Or
I hear juggled.
I can hear it being juggled. Okay, they did. That means it can't be retrieved. And already spotting
Oh my god, he has
that
ult
push
again.
कितना
through.
delay भाई कितना
I'd be so
delay
scared if I
भाई
was KC. I see
Iron
Mr. Fallen
one?
and I'm like, guys, run.
Would he even bother using it here? You already have a player advantage. Sure, there's a single gun. Okay, well, there's no opportunity now. And Martin's found an ultimate of his own. That'll be information.
Shoot me.
ये
Trying
reload
to
करेगा तो सीन हो
get
जाएगा
his teammates the kill, and that's exactly what will happen. Another
भाई
advantage
लोग
found. In
ऐसे
fact, the
rounds
lead's
कैसे
still
जीत रहे
going.
बे
And the only man left is Zeus.
1 against
and
3.
one close it
A lot of clutches for Foot. A lot of big
ज़्यादा तो
plays.
नहीं
His
ना नहीं
teammates
नहीं
have
close
led the
है
charge in so many of them.
खेल सकता है
This one looks so difficult.
एक
Even
महीना
getting rid of
लगेगा
some of
बस
that utility. Look at what's waiting on long. 2 players stacked up, and it's elite to claim
भाई
another.
ये
He had a
सारे
very
rounds कैसे
slow
जीतते रहे
start
केसी जो
in
नहीं
that
जीतने
first
का रहता
half, but heating up just in time. The gap back to 2, and KC climbing back into it in a round I didn't expect to see much from them.
Yeah,
back to
absolutely.
back.
The purchase was not the best from them. We were seeing some sheriffs,
हाँ
some
भाई खेलो
stingers, and we were also seeing, getting
भाई
rid
मेरा
of the
खाना
gun,
किधर है
making
मेरे
sure that
पेट
they
में
were
दर्द हो
not
रहा है
going to be able to play with it. In the meantime, Mr. Fallen did get that kill. But as I was saying, KC baiting that plan, trying to bait that ultimate so they could work against it. It wasn't even needed after getting the kill on the Turkish IGL. And that didn't look like Sanak was very happy after getting that.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो फुट के लिए विनेबल है अभी भी
Is he aware of that?
समझ रहे हो
I feel like Foot so far has been incredibly poor versus low buy rounds. A lot of
Yeah.
their individual prowess, fighting things on their own and not necessarily having that synergy and retakes has cost them so many a time.
हाँ विनेबल तो है
Ahead of things,
विनेबल
maybe
तो
even
है
getting a little bit cocky, and I guess when you see how many multi-frags they have, you can kind of
भले
understand
अटैकिंग
why,
मैप है
but
लेकिन फुट के पास
versus
एक
the
राउंड का
pistols,
लीड प्लस बहुत सारे अल्ट है
he
तो
really doesn't seem to be there.
super
And this
duper
round,
winnable फुट के
ults
लिए
are
मेरे
very
हिसाब
good. That's the main thing we're looking at for Foot, and of course that singular invested rifle for Zeus. Of course, the benefit of him not
किसी का
playing the
रीड ऑन
operator
टॉप
so
है लेकिन वो लोग
much
का
is
रोटेशन देखो चैट
he can afford to do this without losing too much.
Very quick rotations also on the side of Foot because of having that weaker
हो
weaponry.
रहे बे मैं हर
Of
बार
course, with all
कास्टर
this
लोग
noise, they
स्ट्रीम
need to do
कैसे करते
something.
चैट
Yeah, they've made the right read. Prowler catching 1. KC may look to pounce on that.
Well, that's not going to do much.
No, not taking anything away. I'm
Oh,
really
that's
not sure
a
the logic there. Spike goes deep and gets dropped. Now they go jumping through. This is
Merde.
messy from KC, a team that's looked controlled so far. But now they're being controlled. The ultimate of Mr. Fallen sends them back, runs this clock down. 14 seconds, Spike behind enemy lines, and a cosmic divide blocking them off. There is no way in. And so all they can do is look for a way out with these two weapons.
ये गेम मुझे
I am
समझ में
at
नहीं
a
आ
bit
रहा
of
है
a
या
loss
क्या हो
for
रहा
what we
है
just witnessed. If this was an eco, I don't mind that from KC. Flood in, go back, whatever. But Spike leading the charge, weapons up against pistols,
F
and
गाफ
ultimate
मेरी
removes
F क्या
rifles
कुछ
when they
नहीं हो
don't
रहा
have
And a pay safe card thrifty. Don't
Pay
forget
safe
that.
card. Thank you. Well, that's I wouldn't want to take your job.
No,
Tom.
of course. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, but of course, as we see in the replay, I want to see is Sadak going in on the push, him with the spike, also thinking about Mr. Falling maybe having that ultimate again, trying to bait the plan, but leaving that spike there, also trigger Mr. Falling to use this ultimate, all the utility falling in, also Suigetsu using that cosmic divide to make sure that spike was actually for the defenders.
Even Prowler Gelege, they saw he was on the right, and then Sadak looks left on the way through.
मस्त साइट मिल गया था
Hello. Martin, though, already kicked this round off much better than the last.
4v5 आराम से.
Zeus gone from action. Looking like they're not going to try and commit off the back of anything, just falling back with the advantage they've had. I'm going to be honest, it seemed like that last round was just a mass misread. Like, I think the use of the Steel Garden as well was just them thinking maybe there was a full investment there and there wouldn't be a gamble.
They were scared of the
I think that when it's that close, no, maybe not the bucket, but when it's that close to
Hey, it would take it away.
I don't know. That's the kind of thing that you can misread.
I think Mr. Fallen's on the site. Quick, use the Steel Garden. It's a low buy. That Bucky's gone. Easy round. But, well, it didn't prove to be.
At least can't ace us with a shorty.
Well, that's what you think. You might regret that. Zadak, this time he gets the better of them inside the cove. Inside it, not outside. That's the key piece of information. Dive back from Martin. Spike down. Oh, okay, but Mr. Fallen's been using his utility, so that one doesn't work out. And, well, KC look a lot better in this round up against what should be more resistance.
Planted. A little bit more of the same plan, right?
That was it. It's the synergy. The difference in
भाई
synergy there
पैसा
was
है
huge
पैसा
because
है
before,
अभी भी
I
लीड
think
पे है
just
पैसा भी है
when you're up against a low buy, your opponent's
Huh?
much more likely to be within your smokes, around the
पैसा है
coves, like in odd positions. Whereas when you run this strat again and again and again in
भाई
your
अभी तक
cracks,
सिर्फ
you're
10
going to have
बजा
a
है
rough idea of where people are going to be when you push this through
एनी तक
together.
होएगा
So-
क्या ये मैच
Sure,
They
why
got
not?
to play
Which one?
twice.
Yeah,
Like they got
yeah.
to play twice. It's not
पहला
many,
मैच चल रहा है
not
अभी
many
तक
times in life that you're gonna get to play the same pistol twice. With
Then
a
again, I
different
say that the second one went much worse.
What are PC specs नहीं love by goggles
I
से मेरे
suppose not
PC
many
पास
teams go
goggles
into like, what do we do if we have to play this a
They just
second
want it
time?
to be fair,
How should we
you
swap
know?
it up?
As in, we want clean and fair, you know?
या फिर जो
But
नाइट
they
बॉल
got the
बोलेगा वो
second, and
पढ़ो
that's put them in a decent spot in the first half, but now they're climbing right back up after a big response towards the end of the
150
first half
gifted
from
क्या
foot
ओकेजन
4
है
and 5 the
एक
last
भला
round.
मानुस आके
KC
60,000 देके
putting
गया
one on, losing the next. One on, losing the next. It's been back and forth for the last couple, but they're 2 behind. We now need to see them start streaking rounds together. Sadak
मेरे
reckoning
जोक
his
इससे तो
ultimate
अच्छे ही
online
होते
for
हैं
Harbor.
The only
फिर भी
one.
कोई
It's
है
the only
लाइफ
one on the
में
server,
नहीं
indeed.
ना
So perhaps that can bridge the gap slightly
Hurts
between the
हुआ,
two.
hurts
Foot have
हुआ.
looked good, though. They've always been able to fight back in these rifle rounds.
But they just disrespect that ult completely. Like the amount of times I've seen someone just step and jiggle back into the same
भाई
angle.
मेरे को
I think it's one
एक बार
that's great for
straight
information.
execute देखने का एस
I mean, if you're
बिना
playing
कोई
against
streak
KC, it's something that you need to be prepared for, right?
Yeah.
And only KC.
Immediately used, actually more so towards the spawn, but that does mean it's given a lot of a gap over to Zeus. This is not a player you can let go and miss, but I think they've utilized it just to try and clear some of those mid positions that they've had problems with, already getting full information on where this guy is, but he still manages to take down Sadak.
It's at least one. The numbers on site, though, still going to allow a plant. They tap it to bait the fights, and the trades are at least found. KC doing well. The spike finally finds its way to the floor. The spams through the smokes in return. Not going to land anything. Sugetsu does well to provide that bit of cover. But the spot that they've planted in, it's not going to allow them to fall back too long. That's why Sugetsu's keeping that control later on towards the laneway. He'll have a crossfire here with Martin. Once they step their way out, and it's looking clean. Ada Captain finds one, knows Martin is close, but can't deal with him. And now escaping back with the gate crash. Ult online. And a gate crash sent back into the elbow. That can be used just to cause a headache for Yedishe, who even now is clearing out those angles. Good swing from Martin. Great read on the timing. And with a 3-piece, he's put them down to a gap of just 1 round.
Yeah, double digits for them. And Martin also one of the players that throughout the year we were speaking about him being in this Euro jail. I mean, I would say most if not all of the matches that he's played with this agent, and him being able to find a couple of kills here and also being able to retrieve play from a much safer angle. Speaking about the layer and also of utility after that spike goes down, they're being very, very cautious, both of the teams, onto when to invest what, because of how close every single one of these rounds have been.
I want to ask, who's the sort of prison guard at Euro jail?
What do you mean?
Like, who would
Bro,
be
ये
guarding
उल्टी जा सकता है
Euro
पहले ही
jail?
मैप भाई लग गए बे मतलब नो ब्रेक आफ्टर EMEA है
You mean like the ultimate
मेरे
Euro?
को लगा
Or?
1 घंटा तो मैं सो पाऊंगा लग गए
Is it Eng?
Yeah, of course.
No break.
Just trapped in.
Yes, of course.
Could I play some Jet?
No.
Get back in there.
Yes.
Just banging on the bars.
Does Jet have a gate crash? No. I like the wall used here by KC.
क्या जो भी लोग अभी आए हैं स्ट्रीम पे लाइक कर दो
We're on that low buy. You're
जिसमें
likely
मतलब
to make
आपका
those
भी
over
सोचा yes
rotations. You're
sir
likely to move as a pack. When you see that contact wall goes down, they're ready to pounce on these players on A. They're expecting
round
Sadak
तो
to
नहीं
come
हार
running
सकते।
through a cove any second.
ये
And
round हार गए
instead,
तो
KC have gone the other direction.
no
They've
words।
already taken backside B control, and the plant should be easily secured.
Suigetsu has gotten that orb. If he gets the spike down, he will also have that cosmic divide.
Did he just try to break the vice?
Oh, I have a feeling they will not.
Yep.
Weaponry not the best, and Foot's plan is to try and get
Martin ने
ahead
फिर
of
से
it.
तीन मारे
They know that if it gets into a post-plant scenario, they don't have the utility or the weaponry if those players are all sat back towards
Martin को
long.
मारने दो भाई
So they
मरा
try
तो
and
भी
play up
मरा
front. It didn't work this time.
चलेगा चलेगा
Out of Captain good for one, but
That's
it
two
doesn't
more
change
orbs.
anything. Well, Suigetsu, you know, he will have the ultimate for the upcoming rounds. Good to see that the rest of the players in KC now
बस भाई मैं आपके
very, very close
साथ
up
हूँ
together.
till NA
11
dance
to
since we
11
bye thank
on
you for
this
the
pro.
tune
Guys, I know that you have had a lot of overtimes this year, have you not?
रिमन फाइट से रिलेशन में किस्मत
We've had
रही
some
तो
line
2 साल
numbers for
बाद
18, 16s.
शादी भी हो जाएगी
That was good fun.
Normally
किस्मत
on
नहीं
split,
मेंबरशिप
though.
On split, yeah.
It's normally
I feel
split
like
where we
that's
get.
मेंबरशिप
always
होएगा
been
तो
on
तेरी
split.
बंदी को मालूम पड़ेगा कि ये बंदा पैसे वाला है
Fine is still the longest one.
Bigs
Mine
buy
was a
का
pretty
membership
decent
है
one,
pass
Angel.
to
Well, no, you're probably here.
it always works always works
It looks like we could be on track for another. You're right, 11 to 11, but the winds have changed. Now it seems like it's KC
Desmond
who are on
Bolte.
course to close this one out. 3 rounds in a row. Their struggle was to connect
price pool
consecutive rounds to
90
get a
million
follow-up.
है या
They've done that
19
now with
million
3 in a row.
90
It's Foot calling a timeout, realizing that
पहला
this
तो
map,
900 था
map in which
लेकिन
they led for quite a while,
वो लोग ने कम
since
किया
that end of the last half gave them that
मैंने
little
उनको
bit of
बोला
a
कम
boost,
करो थोड़ा
close the gap. Well, now it's slipping from their grasp, and they're none too happy about that. As the timeout comes to a close, we see the last words of Guys
जो भी
uttered to the
जिधर
boys. The
2-0
fist
होना
bumps
चाहिए
are in.
टेस्ट का मैच
and the
देखना
timer
वाह
in
भाई
game
वाह अच्छा
already
मैच चल रहा है
ticking.
भाई एक्चुअल में
Barriers
अच्छा
will go
मैच
up
चल रहा है
2 more
सपोर्ट
times.
करने का ना
We go the distance, OT or not. But who takes it in the end is
2-1
anyone's guess.
होएगा तो भी चलेगा
what we've
लेकिन
seen so
ओटी नहीं
far
ओटी नहीं भाई
is
ओटी में बाद में
KC
वापस
on
पॉज आता है
average have looked like the
Time
better
out आता है
team.
एक और।
Foot have had way more hero plays
Yes.
and
भाई
set
मेरा
plays.
खाना आज के
So I
दिन
wonder if
आएगा
the pause is for some sort of set play, because otherwise I'm a little bit nervous for
It's
them. But
guys,
then
right? Like,
you
he
look
has
at the
insane
amount of
win
players
rate.
already
30 मिनट
building
या तो
up
फ्री वाला
outside
सीन नहीं है
A.
क्या इसमें
It's looking like at least an early fight for the orb once again, but that is just to get Zeus at dimensional drift.
And an immediate rotation. The pre-round
मेरे को
gate
app ही
crash
नहीं
had been
खुल रहा।
put into play, so that was going to be a pacey rotation unless they saw some serious contact. For KC, no control over A long, B long secured,
That's when
even
matter.
the laneway being watched by this camera. So the side of Foot have quite a bit of
Delayed
map
करके लिखे
control to
ऊपर,
work with,
delayed।
albeit they don't know about B long necessarily, but that'll be spotted by Zeus in a moment.
Same start that we've seen from KC, right? Or right again, just putting that hover utility onto mid, getting that control, and then making
ये round आ रहा
that
तो
decision
पैसा
after
नहीं
that.
है
They've
दो बंदे
already
के
lost
पास
over 40 seconds of this round.
How nervous do you think they are stepping through this door? Just having flashbacks every single time. Zeus instead is going to claim
अभी
an
ये
awful lot of
बताएगा
ground.
कि
And think
वो
about
लोग
the
B
KC
पे नहीं
post-plants.
है
A lot of it has revolved around sitting back passive in these positions.
लेकिन
It gives up that control though
B
and
में
looks to try
कंट्रोल
and support
खत्म हो
Yedajay.
गया
That's the problem, but both players are going to have to
They're
fight
going
from
back.
off-site. And indeed, that resistance scene, KC wrap
भाई
all the
वो
way
लोग
around, but Foot have realized it
देखो
just in time. They've come back
सारी
into the A
चीजें
side.
चल रहे
Mr.
हैं
Fallen will still be close by. In fact, he's already past that cosmic divide, destroying some of the utility, giving away his position. Out of Captain close as well. Now 4 players with a quick rotation from Zeus. The ultimate had been put into play. Information found earlier, but they could definitely use it now. The decoy will be the one to try to claim it.
my
Mr.
God,
Fallen,
लड़ाई
good
होने वाली
only for a trade.
भयंकर।
And look at the position. Oh, out of Captain. The position of Aves, though. This was what drew my eye, but Krax has caught him around the edge of the smoke. It's been round
ये
after
fight
round
कभी
put up.
work नहीं किया है
KC seemed to have full control, but now locked out by a cosmic divide. They know exactly where Suigetsu is. He hasn't got a star on, so he's got to peek his head through. And out of Captain rips it clean off with a
कभी work नहीं
3-piece.
किया है लोग के
Foot
लिए।
are up to 12.
हाँ
And love to see that, of course, Foot still has it in
मेरी
them.
जान के रुके
I feel
please
like, especially once KC, once
please
he gets to
OT
boost, puts that cosmic divide
OT
down.
please
The first move from Fallen is actually push, and the moment where Ada is like, no, I don't have a clean slate. He
खास
goes
दोस्त के
back
लिए
and
आपके
wait
साथ
until
खेल पाऊंगा
everybody's
नहीं
ready to make this kind of plays. Also, the position that Ada Captain had to be making those kills, to put all that pressure at once, was so favorable for them. And then when we're speaking about the overtimes, if
मेरे
Foot
साथ
had
खेलने
not
के लिए
won that
एक
round, of course,
कलोल।
the economy would have not been the best for this one.
Because
So this is the only way that we could have had to the overtime.
एक कलल 10% discount
Again,
दे
a
सकता हूँ
close.
on a good day.
Martin's dimensional drift
क्या
has
बोलते?
garnered them so much space throughout these rounds. That's where I'd expect the orb to go, but
अच्छा
Avers
तोला
being
दूंगा।
able to get that nightfall as well may mean that they'll look to fight for the second. They won't be able to though. Mr. Farlin has already picked that up. Armageddon. You talk of impactful ult,
भाई
that's
हेरा
definitely
फेरी
been number
था
one.
बे मूवी लेकिन
Well,
कुछ
it's
भी
been a while
बोलो
since we've seen the Pearl from Foot going back to
बेस्टेस्ट
week
मूवी
one.
था पहला पार्ट
For KC, they showed their strength on it just the previous week, dominating mates 13-2, but bit of a difficult finisher up against Foot this time. One round to bring them to overtime, or to bring Foot. KC's map choice with a map under their belt. It's Martin who's going to try to be the difference maker up close. Good spray. Catches out a captain, the hero of the previous round. And tucks himself in close, but it's suspected. Zeus receives a shot through the wall. His head barely hanging on. Ascetic is down to 6 HP. And Mr. Fallen on 30. Everybody's tagged. It's going to be a narrow margin by which we decide if this is OT or map 2. And with Zeus falling, it's looking more and more likely that we haven't seen the end of Pearl yet. Yetajay late, making his way through Art, but they're ready and waiting for it. 20 seconds. The plant needs to be secured, and that means a cross for Sadik, but he's found one, and Elite will finish it off, bringing us to round 25. We're going to overtime.
So it was true.
Good call.
Yeah, that with you, it just goes to the overtimes. You do the sponsors. You're in charge.
But
We are here forever.
Let's be honest.
So you are telling me कि 8:30 बजे से लेके 10:30 बजे तक एक मैप हुआ है? लगा चुनरी में दाग चिराऊ कैसे चलो एटलीस्ट मेरा खाना आ गया
Side, we'll see if they can find the same sort of spark they did towards the end of the first half. It was 4 out of 5. And a lot of KC's game plan was around either deep control on B or leaving the vice wall there, and then this mid re-aggression.
He's almost got a two there.
It's a spam through the doors for one, and as you said, Tom, Zeus is down to 35 HP. A phenomenal start to this round for KC.
Really couldn't hope for much more, just with a seemingly almost random spray through the door. I guess got a little bit of information, maybe off the back of a Prowler, but not a lot to go on. The defensive side are going to continue this aggression. I don't think the Prowler actually cleared out Yetajay, and for that reason, he's now going to make his move. Start pushing up towards A. This is a lot of information to be had for this attacking side. Now, there's still defenders in this position, but it's whether or not maybe they turn their tail and run.
On cooldown.
But with the spike so far committed, I'm not sure they will.
भाई इसका पोजीशन देखो bro.
No, I'm seeing Yoru walk that way, add a captain down. The spike
30
needs to
second में
run
एक
for its
कैसे
life.
जाएंगे?
Mr. Fallen barely
30
making it
seconds
out.
left.
Yetajay needs this space. If they go down here, it's done and dusted, especially with Razorvines blocking them out and actually dividing the forces. Zeus won't be able to make it onto Yetajay to help them out, secure that pack site, and with 15 seconds left, KC know what's going on. They've seen the cam. They know the contact is coming this way. 10 seconds left, and that's it. There is no way for Mr. Fallen to get this plant in with 5 players.
लग
He need a boogie to make that round work. It's 13-12.
ए टाइमर ले लो मेरा खाना आ
with
गया
map
शायद
point.
Maybe a little bit of an overcook. We saw the first kill, right? Sadak taking down Cracks. Maybe not having that initiator utility change their plans for what they wanted to do.
Production भी slow खेला,
Yeah.
players भी slow खेले.
Change their plans
Who should
completely
be
onto how
top
to
in
take the
this
sites
group?
and how to
Nats
approach
or
this
Sadak?
space.
Nats OP भाई.
Maybe too many
Nats
cooks in
Nats
that
is
kitchen
Natsing.
because
I think it was just a giga misread.
Yeah.
Like, I think that they thought the fake they'd sold had moved everybody off of the site.
क्या मंगाया
They had
PJ?
absolutely no idea that Sugetsu was still in the pit.
would you consider that a fake?
Well, they threw in Anna Captain, threw util, and
Mr. Fallen
put everything onto that side. So I think it was an attempted fake, it just didn't work.
Not a very good
but
one.
like, okay.
Not a very good one, but
I didn't consider when the spike is moved
Okay,
towards
see,
that
तो
side, you know?
जीतते chat.
As in, you are trying to cause a reaction, you just don't see it.
But I also wonder if Mr. Fallen went deep to put the salvos in, because if he does it from further away, they would know.
it's obvious. Either way, whatever the plan was, it certainly didn't come to fruition. KC, again, taking control of this mid-space. You see it
Bell
along
बजा
the
क्या?
defense. This is what they hold on to passive and then
5
push
minutes
back
से
into late. No
society
surprise under attack. They still focus around that part of the map, splitting back out towards sites. And we've seen the fakes too, often moving up, breaking any utility that would be protecting that B push. I'm a little nervous to see Sadik this far up on his own with the spike. Especially with a man like Yedajay on the other side, there's a good chance he swings through that smoke. And even now with backup, Martin could have his work cut out for him. If Yedajay does decide, they both got utility in their hand. This is really stressing me out. Nice decoy usage though, as Sadik finds the pick. It's only going to be Zeus. Typically he's TP'd back. He's played from their spawn. But this time he sticks around and notices that they've left B. That gets Mr. Fallen going back to the A side. And a captain with the double, and Foot still have a chance.
Sugetsu in position. 12 seconds left on the clock. They need to get rid of this man before they can do too much more, and that's exactly what Martin will do. But now Mr. Fallen in position as well, battling versus Sugetsu. It's Zeus still on that long rotation, trying to sell the steps with the fake out, trying to give the idea that maybe he's gone a different way. But look how passively the attack has moved. Look how far back they are sitting. Sugetsu has been spotted, but a move here is not going to be possible at all, and Martin will be there to close it. They had to battle versus the crazy punches that were thrown in from Foot, but they weathered the storm.
Yeah, there was some small mistakes, but it does not matter. This was Foot's map pick. Next will be Lotus, and they will have to win this if they want to take us to a third map right after this break.
I'm trying it, Bobby.
भाई फूड का ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स देख के खाया करो प्लीज। अम्मे भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, बचपन में ये सब था? ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स क्या होता है हम लोग को पता भी नहीं था। जो अच्छा लगता था खाते थे। अभी इतना सारा टेक्नोलॉजी आ गए, नए नए वर्ड्स आ गए। अभी इसका रेटिंग देखो, उसका रेटिंग देखो, इसमें कितना तेल डाला है, उसमें कौन सा तेल डाला है। नहीं रे, नहीं, दिल खुश हो जाना चाहिए खाना खा के, समझ रहे? खाना होता है, समझ रहे? तो जो मजा आया वो खाने का। ग्लाइसेमिक इंडेक्स क्या होता है मेरे को भी नहीं मालूम। हाँ, अभी फ्रेंच फ्राइज में नारियल नहीं, नारियल तेल डाला है या कोकोनट तेल डाला है, दोनों एक ही है। या जो भी तेल डाला है, कौन सा तेल डाला है, क्यों डाला है, कितनी बार वो तेल यूज किया है, खाने का। लेकिन ऐसी जगह से खाने का जहाँ पे अच्छा खाना मिलता है, समझ रहे? बराबर है। सनफ्लावर ऑयल, पाल्म ऑयल, कितना ऑयल ही 100 टाइप का, सांडे का तेल कितना ऑयल है भाई, इससे मालूम पड़ेगा। अभी फॉर एग्जांपल एक जगह पे तो खाना खा रहा है, वहां पे हमेशा कोकोनट ऑयल यूज करता है, उसका खत्म हो गया। अभी तेरे लिए उसमें सांडे का तेल डाल दे, क्या कर सकते हैं? अनफॉर्चुनेट, अनफॉर्चुनेट। तो ये कर सकते हैं। जापानी ऑयल, तू गया भाई, तू गया, उठ के जा सकते हैं। दैट्स अ गुड वन, दैट्स अ गुड फॉर्चून ऑयल, या दैट्स गुड। और अभी तो वो आया है भाई, अभी तो अलग ऑयल आया है। ऑयल में चलता था वो अलग, अभी इन्वेंशन ऐसा हो गया है कि पिज्जा देने के बाद उसके ऊपर ऑयल डालो। हाँ, गार्लिक ऑयल, चिली ऑयल, स्पाइसी ऑयल, ऊपर डालो तेल, फिर भी खाते तेल लगा के। तो बेसिकली खाओ, तेल लगा के खाओ, समझ रहे हो? होता है कि नहीं होता? चल बस कर भाई, कोलेस्ट्रॉल हो जाएगा बात करके, सच्ची बात है। मैं लेकिन भाई हेल्दी खाना खाता हूँ भाई, मेरे को ये सब नहीं पसंद, ठीक है। मैं हेल्दी खाना खाता हूँ भाई। फिट रहने का है भाई, फिट रहने का है, 100 साल जीने का है ना, फिट रहना पड़ता। मेरा बॉडी उठ नहीं रहा है बहन चो, इतना डंबल्स उठाया मैंने आज। चलो मैं हेल्दी खाना लेके भी आया और 369 का थोड़ा काम करके भी आया। क्या भूसड़ी वाले हो गए भाई 369 वाले, मजाक से हटकर खाए।
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. Yeah. I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit. All I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done.
Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need
What
you
she said?
now? Stay tomorrow, but tonight.
When we start,
go-
she said? No.
Stay tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you're gonna do is just meet me at the Apache, 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 Apache. Apache, 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 Apache.
Apache, 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 Apache.
Yeah!
I love how he's like, when Anne's trying to say something, he's like, don't interrupt me. I'm
Yeah.
singing right now. Vibes.
I'm having my moment.
Yeah.
Let me have this.
And also Eng like, okay, I take my headset off.
We don't often
Enough.
see Zeish do that though, because he's normally stressed, you know, really stressed more often than not. I think he would have been stressed with that one. However, they did win, which I think will make him feel a little bit better about the 2 5v3s they threw. Did you believe in the KC win as we came back into this?
I did. I do think it came down to who had the better reads in overtime, as they were both aiming. The amount of multi-frags coming out from either side was kind of astonishing. I also do think the Martin Outlaw found so much, not just the Outlaw, but the Op on defense. And I do think if he hadn't picked this up, we were kind of talking about this earlier with Zeus maybe not utilizing this, but if he hadn't picked this up, I think their defense may have not gotten to 6 rounds.
What surprised me the most is that the team that got plenty of multi-kills only got 2 on overtime.
That's crazy, right?
It's crazy. I mean, it's the only reason they are on overtime, because if we figure out on right now, Enk is asking for a timeout. He's fixing the defense in order to try to play around what Foot is doing, and every single plan was correct. They were well doing the proper shoots, but every single multi-kill was getting the round.
Yeah.
Up to back 4K.
I mean, I think that tells the story of that, but also for Martin, 8 kills, I think, in the end with the sniper, which is, like you said, ridiculous and something we expect to see him do. Now, it's such an unfortunate situation because Foot could have had this. They could have won this, but the good news is, as we head to map 2 in just a moment, is they're back. They remember they're Turkish. They remember they can shoot. They can pew-pew Uli, and they looked so good doing it. I hope they can reset as we go to the next map, because if they shoot like this, we are going to see map 3.
Let's hope it, but I have my doubts on it, because we are going into a strong map. They have to be making much more multi-kills. They will have to be pretty strong in order to avoid facing a Carmine Corp that is just trying to adjust at every single time that they're playing against. Checking every single play. I mean, I'm seeing all the highlights and I'm getting motivated. I want to play Valorant right now with a Bucky. Like, Mr. Falling.
Yeah, I slapped the desk so hard that my hand was pulsing after this game. It was so enjoyable to watch, and I think all Bucky users out there will rejoice
The
in
three of
Mr.
them?
Fallen. The three of them.
Three
yeah.
Bucky.
Feel free.
Yeah, the three
Oh.
Bucky users. Let's not set a precedent though, because you're gonna go home tomorrow, and everybody in your rank is gonna be using the Bucky.
True. That's true. And
यार
that will be
एक और
very
प्लेयर
painful to
CAT
experience
69 के लिए
in
चैट
the
कहाँ
elos
से
that I play. So yeah,
लाऊं?
I'd rather not have to do that myself.
You're
अच्छे
not
players
Mr.
कहाँ
Fallen,
से
you can't do it. So
लाऊं?
yeah, don't be doing that. But let's look ahead to the next map, because KC, they have a very good opportunity to perhaps bring this into a 2-0. But what do you want to see from Foot here? They will be starting on the defense.
Well, actually, I can remember the match they played against Movistar Koi, and his defense was pretty okay.
लोग बोलते खाना खाने से नींद आता करके
Trying to
Thank you.
always adapt
मैं
what
रोज खाना
they're
खाता हूँ,
playing
नींद
and
क्यों नहीं आता
also
मेरे
making flutes every single time. But if we know the term of flute on VCT EMEA is because
किसी को कुछ देखो language
and trying to play the same playstyle that the other team is gonna play, I don't think it's working. I mean, for me,
अभी तो 2-0
you
मुझे
have
ले
to
लो मैं
do
diamond दूँ
plenty of shots, plenty of multi kills, and be Turkish.
अबे
Do
ये
we
तो
like the jet?
वैसा है बे काल जोन
like it.
I do. I think for Zeus,
ना chat
that's a very
काल जोन जैसा है
comfortable role. I think we questioned
पिज्जा
this
फोल्ड भी
before,
बोल
maybe
सकते हैं
seeing the
इसको
jet come through from Zeus, and they were like,
टेस्ट
just trust us,
Melts.
trust us.
ये
But I
है
do have to say, when you
Chimkan
said what would
melts.
you like to see from Foot, more than one round, because the last time they played this, you know, it was a 13-1. I also am very excited to see Mr. Fallen hopefully back on that breach, because you mentioned coming off the back of Pearl that he got 0 kills with his ult, right? Like, yes, it did help the flood into the Bucky, but his utility on the Tejo wasn't great. And there were points, there were standout points, but I do think with the breach, you cannot mess that up. Like, he's definitely a seasoned breach player, and I think it will be a lot better than him on the Tejo.
On the other side of this, a back-to-back Harbor.
क्या आरसीबी हार रहा है?
Meg, I know you're such a
इस बार
Harbor
ट्रॉफी लेके जाने वाले थे
enjoyer, but on Lotus, how do you feel about this?
I like it. I feel like it definitely showed in Pearl how you are able to kind of use
tissue paper लेके आने दो
utility, Harbor's utility to sort of freeze in moments and then wait for it to regenerate and go again. There was a round, I think, that we saw him ult into CT, and they didn't utilize anything off it. And I was like, what are you doing? Why would you ult? And then they basically put up the wall and just went again after that. So I do really, really like the Harbor, and I think it allows them to kind of maybe do similarly to what we see the Viper do normally, where that wall goes up across A, allowing them to cross, create that pressure, take the space on rubble. It also allows them to rotate as well, and then reuse that wall again in post plans.
I see Meg so passionate around.
अभी ये हारेगा तो ट्रॉफी नहीं जीत सकता क्या क्या सीन है मेरे को पता ही
I
नहीं
don't
भाई
want to destroy
क्रिकेट के
his
बारे में
feelings.
Thank you.
I don't like it.
Okay, I'm gonna be in the middle. I like it, but not with Omen. I want it to be with Viper.
Okay.
I want
Viper is
give
a
me
must.
just old school, loud shenanigans, man. If you're gonna run the Harbor, Uli, could I convince you a Harbor Viper
Chat के
instead?
न्यू शॉट्स देखो
If you tell me a
अगर न्यू
Viper
प्लेयर
Harbor, I
चाहिए
would
तो
say
बोलो
yes.
न्यू
Yeah,
शॉट्स
that's what I'm saying, right?
I like
Yeah.
it. They used to play it also on Breeze, and I really like it. And I think that it could work because you cannot get rid from Viper. Viper is a must. You need Viper to set the wall when you're attacking in order to create a space where you can be lurking, trying to deny information, and forcing them to waste their utility in order to get rubble or to get any information on main. So Harbor could be helping if it's a Viper on top.
I want to counter that though.
डेढ़ सौ की मेंबरशिप हुई मैं कहा था
Here, because if we're talking about the controllers on defense,
नोटिफिकेशन ऑन रखने का ना
we see so often that Omen taking that space on A rubble and TPing on top of the statue thingamajiggy. I don't know the formal name for it.
I like statue thingamajiggy.
Yeah, and kind of creating that pressure, working around that, and I just think that the Omen allows you to get yourself into these aggressive situations and get back out. We've also seen clutches with the Omen TP Boaster, for example.
टॉप 4 तो इजी पहुंच सकते
Okay,
हैं
so we
टॉप
get
4 क्या
to
है
Viper.
Can I counter that?
Can I counter
to get
counter
to
everything?
Astra.
Okay.
Ooh,
No.
okay.
I'm gonna
no,
give
I-
you something else.
I F with that.
Okay. I agree. Omen is a must on this map. Omen is a must because it will let you to get info on June. You can just get
Are
some
you
info
gonna
on
say
C.
no Harbor then?
जी का
You're
क्या
gonna say
सीन है
Omen Viper?
कल दोपहर को पता चलेगा या फिर PRX क्वालीफाई होगा या फिर जी
Yeah, Omen
But
Viper.
we tell you we could get rid of Harbor. Makes
Well,
nothing.
Let's
Yes,
see
ma'am, G.
if
Like it, I'm
KC
sorry.
are gonna listen to you, and they will
Thank you.
not. However, Zeus is gonna play the wheeler. I'm really
Wheeler.
upset because I actually wanted to say those.
No, because Zeus literally mentioned that he was not wanting to play the Waylay.
Wait, players lie? No way.
What?
मैं पूरे IGC में एक ही बंदा है ना जो हार्बर में है.
This is crazy. He's clearly
I don't think कोई है हार्बर में.
doing his thing on the Waylay, and he wants to recreate that. So it'll be interesting.
Something that I really like.
IGC मतलब international gaming club.
Is not only the Waylay. He's able to bring some space and at the same time don't sacrifice himself. Is that they bring breach into Mr. Falling. They're so used to always try to make fast
executions. 7th standard का percentage क्यों डाला है लोग?
I think this is the correct moment to do it.
Well, Zeus, he lied to us, but here are 3 people that will never lie
हर मैप में थोड़ी खेलता है वो.
It's back to you guys, Kamito.
Well, thank you very much, Sue.
Is that it, Mitch?
Didn't get a cue. I thought I was just waiting. I thought you'd have more to say. But yeah, diving into this matchup, it's pretty interesting. Zeus taking out the Waylay. Excited to see what Foot can do. I mean, changes had to be made after last time. What was it, 13-1?
Against
fitness में मेरे को fitness के लिए क्या करना चाहिए?
With the Waylay, so probably, I mean, we're back to the
probably
that they've tried a composition,
Pizza
worked a
खाओगे
couple
क्या?
of times, didn't work. Okay, we swapped things around. We saw something on the other side that was actually pretty strong against us. But the things that Liquid were doing, yes, it had to do with the Waylay, but it had to do also with all the setups that they had to make Camo look very, very good on that age. And let's see if also Mr. Fallen with that reach is going to have the same impact.
They got Giga counters.
Waylay can do Waylay
They
things.
were pushing up and just taking all the space away from them. I don't think KC are going to play quite as direct in terms of countering their opponents, especially because they probably knew a change was coming. Interestingly as well, it gives more of an opportunity for Zeus to actually take these fights, but still have a get out of jail free card by utilizing that refract. For now though, it will be KC kicking things off over on that attack side. Definitely looked good in map number 1, but struggled against some of those individual plays. And well, they're going to match up very early on versus Zeus.
Oh, Martin able to grab himself one, and it is Zeus falling by the wayside early on. Gives KC a lot of options now, denying that B aggression. And
Yeah,
they can put the
1v1
pressure
fight
on to
trade
see with
नहीं
the
होता
door
था.
opened as well.
Advantage मिलता था.
It's going to be in the back of Yedajay's mind, but he's got quite a passive setup.
Hello, Binks.
He
Hello.
Cages there to cover on the cross, a trap to potentially catch them, maybe even a wall
Waylay
bang
things
that could
बोला
come through.
कोई तो.
And it looks like his setup will be put to the test, as we can see KC
Buy
gravitate
round
towards
में
that side
Waylay मारेगा.
of
Buy
the
round.
map. But we also see a little rotation from Cracks and a reveal that's going to get them that info early on.
Broken maybe a little bit too fast by Aves. We also saw Sadak getting that orb early in the round, building towards that reckoning. Walking onto side already.
They'll head
30
into
seconds left.
Cracks in the Edge. 20 seconds left, so they are going to be making their move into this side of the map. Sanak wins his battle.
भाई कहाँ
Cracks
से
so
पढ़ रही थी
desperately
उसको
low
कुछ
with the
नहीं
remaining
समझा.
players not quite in a spot. I was going
जीत
to
गया.
say,
अरे थोड़ा volume बढ़ाओगे क्या रे तुम लोग?
At a captain.
बड़ा है.
Always been
कैसे
very
बंग
good
भाई
with the
सब बढ़िया.
classic 4 players.
Maybe if it was the KC Classic.
नहीं
it would
सिंगल
be a
टीम से
different
अच्छा है रे.
result.
बहुत सपोर्ट मिलता है.
Got a lot of
Entry
4Ks,
और
but
space
this
दोनों create कर
would
सकता
have
है.
to be a pretty big mistake. Don't think there's going to be one made already. First kill does go his way, but getting back out of this is not going to be easy. Very nice attempt from Ada Captain. But it's not going to be the round going their way.
Yeah, good attempt. Also, love to see
Ended up.
KC just making and taking the best out of that harbor, using that cascade
बाप
to
मारा बे
and the
सड़क
high
में.
tide also to just focus on killing the players that are going to be coming from Cascade, which we know if somebody's coming from B is going to be the easiest way to get back onto the side. So pretty good round for KC to kick things off and maybe on the path of closing this on a 2-0.
I have a question. Has anybody actually played
भाई पिछले
Waylay
से भी hit
well
कैसे
on
मारते
their
hit
first
नहीं रे
attempt?
head रे बाबा.
I feel like everybody in their first
सर
attempt
पे
has
aim रखते
sucked.
ना.
And then like Camo came in and then with one of the later attempts was really good. Mini Boo had a decent start to a game, but then it really fell off. But it didn't, they ended up getting banged on that map. So I don't think anybody has come straight in, picked Waylay, and been very good, at least in EMEA. Like, obviously not including Jorgamo and like...
For next week, not that down.
Yeah, we'll take...
definitely be speaking about this.
Let's take a look at the stats. You know, the other interesting thing about KC is that most of the time, these first kind of 2-3 rounds, they play out as a formality, right? Like, we'll even have games where we're talking very generically, talking stakes of the game and what we'd seen last week, and especially in these rounds where you've got classics, it's always interesting to see what KC have planned because they're bringing this Harbor in. So it's almost like we are seeing things, if not for the first time, I'm sure for much of our audience for the first time, you probably don't see the Harbor in ranked, and if you do, the other team probably surrenders. So, 1-0 on the board, and KC, again, housekeeping. You're up against classics. You shouldn't be losing that much. They've got a margin for error, which is already being pushed with Elite falling down, but Sadik can recover any weaponry that goes by the wayside if Abez does end up falling. Carrying those 3 rifles through to the next round is all that really matters, and that's why Zeus is trying to make this costly. Those shots don't quite land. So 3 weapons in hand, 1 player to take down. Ada captain, how much can you get done?
It's Avez that he's looking for.
जब बोल दे अगर pronunciation नहीं आता तो मतलब
kills, and mind you can see where Avez currently is.
He
He wants nothing to do with it. He's all the way back towards the spawn, just watching in case he's trying to trap them in. Should be a relatively easy exit, and I think from this stage, Ada captain was just hoping that they'd go in his direction. Falling to the spike, of course, you look at the ultimates on the other side, you don't want to give Sanak an opportunity to get that reckoning early. So he's just going to die to the spike instead.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Mitch, we do not see the Harbor being played a lot, obviously, and EMEA here is mostly and only KC. But if we take our
main dish
when they played against Koi, it was actually on that C side where they found a lot of success. Yes, they were playing it up against Device and actually a double sentinel, and they were playing around it very, very well. So just at the beginning of these 2 rounds, we see kind of like the same plan, the same execution onto the side. What we're seeing right now, it's the part of the map that they want to fight early on.
The other kind of interesting thing in this series is we'll see that buy up from Foot and aggression on A, but
in
the other direction, so missing each other ships in the night early. Week 2, Lotus 13-2 to KC. Week 3, Pearl 13-2 to KC. They're happy to play both of these maps, and for Foot, feels like they've been on the back foot, especially now having lost that initial map. A lot of questions around how this Lotus can play out, bringing in that new agent of Waylay, but like you said, Tom, it does feel like players often struggle to get it done with that. Ada captain and Mr. Fallen, though, no struggles here. KC walk in, take control over the site, but they want that little bit more.
I think maybe they expected 1, maximum 2 players to be just waiting around that corner instead. I think it was the either jump spot or jump fake from Martin, like trying to bait them into taking the 5 versus him, and instead they end up just spraying down the majority of the squad. With how much space was taken already, it was that attempt to make it through and just ended up lining up instead of creating an awkward battle for the side of Foot. Still though, it was a bonus, a piece missing or 2, and I now look at that dimensional drift because I think that
4 piece slice है, लेकिन oregano जा रहा है अंदर 3. उसका मतलब पता है क्या? I love oregano.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, we also see Sadak at the beginning of the match. We were speaking about how he's grabbing his orb. He is always most likely going to be the 1 away from that reckoning. See the TP, the Cascade, and Dimensional Drift is on play.
It's not intended to be that A site. That's the final hit. Players grouped up outside B. Shorty in hand, and Martin. No! He's got a little more, but Zeus is holding tight. Brings it back to equal footing. Cracks in Ada captain. They can even play this one together if they want. This looked like a lost round from the get-go. A huge play coming in from Martin, but now Foot stand a chance of picking the pieces back up. I believe that door is still shut, so giving away your position in the process of breaking it. Paranoia, though, opens the door for cracks. He's seen one, doesn't know. He's seen the player close, but Sagetsu caught him as well.
Both sat within a similar position.
That is the question,
this
madam.
Is not
that is
be
the
an
right
easy
question.
Spot to clear. Maybe not even more unexpected.
Almost,
Almost in that high-low.
Almost.
Martin is going to be the one to take home the round, but what a damn good try from Zeus. Like, he was in no man's land fighting the entirety of the squad. And you have to think back, sorry Koi fans,
किसको support कर रहे हो? KC baby.
that comeback, that crazy defensive side.
पेस तो ले लेगा
There was a reason that they won, and it was because
थोड़ा
of Zeus.
सीन है हाँ मतलब यूटिल्स खत्म होता है ना तो
Absolutely.
सीन हो जाता है और
We'll
उसका
have to
यूटिल्स
go
बहुत
back
जल्दी
to
खत्म होता
check
है
the
वेले का
numbers, especially after this match ends. But something that we can always take into account, and every team should consider, is Martin coming out of his ultimate with that shorty. I
I'm
think
ready
that
to
he
eat.
has a success rate of doing that
Let's
is
enjoy a
out
good
of
show.
this world.
क्या
Very key
नीचे
to that
करो
round,
क्या
which is
देखने
still
का
being in play.
Out of this dimension.
Yes.
See what you did there. Very good.
Thanks.
Very good.
पिज़्ज़ा टूटना
Thank you, son.
A retake straight A retake
Well, a push towards the A site, and it seems like free space with the Reckoning.
W.
Plant will be secured. Yedajay waiting around the door. So often you'll see those rotations back to B site, but that's not the case this
Blind
time.
है सब
Deep
है
smoke as
Women's
well.
blind भी
One
है
way for Martin
Should
to
be
play
easy
around the
retake
jump through, dangerous, and Zeus is punished immediately. He goes back for more, and through the smoke, he's dropped Mr. Fallen. I don't know how Sugetsu saw cracks, but this round, oh, it has quickly come to a conclusion. All KC colors on that feed. As Yedajay runs to the C site and attempt to save this weapon, as that's the only small victory they could claim.
And we were just on the previous round, now
No, yeah,
before we saw Martin and that dimensional drift that we were speaking
No,
about.
yeah.
He's only 2 away from getting his ultimate.
So you're
Again, that's
telling me
probably what
Vele
we
is
see
not
him trying
doing
to
Vele things?
hunt down wherever
Is that what you're telling me?
Jetjay is playing on the map. He's not going
अच्छा
to
ये
be
क्या
finding
नीचे है
him.
ऐसा बोलो
But
ना
speaking
पहले
of
बोलना था ना ये
the
सब
win condition for KC, having all of this ultimates to start off the round so strongly and
Valorant
conditioning your
info.
opponent to just playing for the retake almost.
Well, the thing I like about it is they're very good at cycling them. So you're only really seeing one ult being used to get you into the site, get you
भाई
that
ये
post
क्या
farm.
पिक्सल शॉट मारा है उसने हेलो
He had a 52 headshot percentage coming into this week. A 52!
Well, I'm no surprise then that he's playing that.
Then again,
angle.
though, how many kills did he get?
अच्छा मुझे पिज़्ज़ा से पर्सन साइज
If it's 52 with 4, I'm seeing a few issues
More
with
than Nawabi.
math.
Numbers aren't adding up there, are they, Tom? Numbers aren't adding up.
Yeah,
he's currently
It was such a
62.
good headshot that it counted as an extra percent. It's all right. At least nobody started a
ये
match.
पक्का पक्का
I
खुद
absolutely
खेलने
love
बैठने
that
वाला है
because he's so expressive. Jesus.
I don't think I've
ये
seen this man
पक्का
get fired
खुद
up.
जाके खेलने वाला है इसका हो गया भाई इसका हो गया भाई हेलो
As he sits back down, relax.
भाई इसका हो
My
गया
goodness.
Oh, there you go. He heard you. He is
needs to
relaxing.
kick back in through the nose, out through the mouth. It's all going to be all right. Well, Geis has given his
Hello?
words. He's obviously seen a lot of problems.
Did anyone
this
tell
is
him
the
he's already
first this is the
qualified
first
for
for me
It doesn't matter for
He wants that top seed.
Okay.
He
आपका
wants
head
it,
पे
Tom,
space
and he's
ज़्यादा
not
है,
giving it
करो
up. Not
plant
here on Lotus. But KC, it's not
तो ये
about
$2
giving it
में
up. They're
गाली
not
देता है
getting
ये
it for free. They are taking the lead, taking the reins of their own fate into their own hands. 4-1, and facing a very low buy. It's going to be that rifle saved by Yedajay. Nothing else to help them out. Some ultimates they could lean on, but honestly, in a round like this, I think they're better off saving them for the next.
Another start just taking control of Mount. That orb that is also going to be
भाई,
taken
ये
by
भी अच्छा है बे,
Martin.
wall
Some
और Omen
damage done
ऊपर
already
टिपी।
onto Zeus.
ये भी बाप कॉम्बो है
And it looks like there's nothing that can stop the KC roster right now.
Yedajay with a rifle will be the one to try. The only real danger in this round other than the flank, and he has managed to take down Sanak, but I think after the gun was spotted,
Give me elite.
it will be an immediate return towards the B side, which is currently completely open. The only danger was the flank. That's not going to be spotted. They do still have a cam within the site, but it's not going to be an easy retake with the weaponry that they currently have.
यार वेले हंट मारने वाला है
Stun could help. The ult put in by Zeus. I didn't expect to see it here. Saturate even, but the rifles are down below. Martin, it's not quite an opening duel, but he's been flawless in those so far. 4-0. 2 more to take down. And the ult used, but Yedajay, he's sneaking his way around the door. Great repositioning.
इसने
His spot.
देखा?
Elite caught him. Yedajay's the one to land the shot. Martin comes out of ult, pops in. Best ult in the game, of course. Of course. And he manages to grab the plant. Coming out of the ultimate, no more utility to fall back on. Martin's going to have to do this. Just a man and his rifle.
He's heard the steps.
He did.
He's going to go looking and finds the kill on Yedajay. Maybe a little bit worried that there's still a second player around this position.
और बताओ
But
चैट
instead, he's going to go all
लोग
the
हो गया
way
क्या डिनर
around.
विनर
Might get a little bit nervous, but he's just going to play the game. Realizes, okay, maybe my opponent could have been sticking this. I have to go for the run. I have to sprint into this one. Flash, dodge, can't quite land the shot. Mr. Fallen.
W Fallen.
We'll have enough time to get that defusal over the line. It's a second for Foot, but it is desperately close.
ऐसे कर ले जो.
And in those last 2 seconds, we were seeing Martino actually getting ready to dodge that flash. Not very sure. He saw Mr. Fallen already just peeking up with his flash out.
Don't forget, it was a pay save card Thrifty as well.
It was a pay save
card Thrifty.
Why are you so keen to get other people to do your job? We gave you a role coming into today.
Do
what it says in your contract.
Sorry, I'll stay in my lane.
Now I got to say that Martin, like I said, 4-0 in opening duels, 12-4 on the server as well. Sugetsu's been heating up, but you add up all the kills on KC and they're still paling in comparison to what Martin's doing. 2 ultis so far.
From Aspas go kill to Martin go kill. Sadak truly is a mastermind.
Oh,
he needs a new strat this round.
That'll be 4-1 in opening duels now.
Great
Great shot by Mr. Fallen. And that's now 2 kills in a
बाद
row
NA
for him
WATCH
up
PARTY भी होगा. Yes,
against
sir.
good old Martin. Site take attempted, but the Rolling Thunder back in response. Great delay. Sees, lands. They know there's a player trapped up close. Paranoia catches one, but that's not the player. They've got to deal with Aves, and they do. That's the spike now on the floor. And Sadak and Elite in a 2v4, spread out, surrounded, and not even close to the spike.
पता है, I am message.
Some diciness.
Hello.
Trying to take this round into his own hands.
Hello.
The problem though is where the spike is.
Does he know?
I think he's just going to go jumping back around instead.
Really?
Realizing that the picks far more important in this case, especially when he's so low. The element of surprise, but Yedeje is so aware of this position. Good read from Yedeje. More importantly, another round.
Much more reactive. I think that we saw it also on the previous round with Waylay ultimate used onto the side, trying to prevent that plant from even happening, not having to play for the retake. At the same time, here with both Ada Captain and Cracks playing together, yet getting the most out of that paranoia, the most out of the utility to get most out of those duels when you have the advantage.
भाई एक दो राउंड मेरे को थ्रो होते हुए देखने का फुट का.
Me too.
Just for
Did he
entertainment
come
purposes.
back, win what was a pay save card Thrifty.
Thank you, Tom.
Good job, Tom.
And they're managing to double that up with a very quick opening kill. Maybe told them to stop dying to Martin. It's definitely a good strat. But already a much pacier looking hit straight in towards C coming through. For KC, or at least it seemed. Just selling it as somewhat of a ruse, maybe trying to pull rotations, but Foot have not overplayed their hand. They have kept their position.
Dash Jim को like करो. NA किसका मैच है? NA बाप मैच
Call that pump fake in zone flawless. There's a couple problems because Foot still have some control over B. They've still got that push up on A with Zeus keen to just jump spot and keep the information late. We see a ping go down from KC. They're looking to retake this control. They're going to smoke it off, rob them of the information, use the cascade to do the same around Rubble. In goes the Prowler, 3 players. But utility down in this angle gets Paranoia out of the other side. But you know that they've retaken the control now, but you also know there's 2 players towards A long. At that point, there's either a rotation off C or a push up, and they've learned it was the latter of the 2. With Yedeje taking only 1, the C side seems to be up for grabs, but great ultimate to contain that info.
They don't know if they're running into a stack of players because they've been delayed. It would be foolish to try and play through a site with no sound. Zeus about to lose his weapon, but that ult takes a long time to activate. That's enough for him to get 2 kills off the back and up close and personal. It seems like Foot and the new king of the shotgun, as it'll be another round won by that gun.
Well, Vice said adapt or die, and they certainly did, taking out those secondaries. But actually, you noticed before the ult even went down, they wanted to use that shorty up close to the smoke. So playing into their hands almost. And 4-4 now as a result. That's 3
number of maps. कितने पूरे game में बहुत है.
But you think of the position like from the beginning of the round. We were speaking about them maybe being more eager to take those duels. The moment that KC puts a little bit of utility onto C, we see Yedeje ready to take on that first fight. You also have Cracks with his ultimate that can be reactive with it, help him with it. And throughout the rest of the round, that's what we see. Foot playing to the most of their advantage, always taking 2v1s, 2vx's, and probably that is what puts KC KC in the situation of taking a time
गरम
out
माहौल है
here.
वहाँ पे.
Taking a lot of time to make those decisions and trying to put some reactions onto foot that are not
मैंने
really
कितना बजे
happening.
2:30 यहाँ पे.
Zeiss has been watching
टिकर कहाँ पे गया?
Bar.
वॉच पार्टी में नहीं लगा सकता.
He decided to take things out on the table. Or maybe he's been watching Alex, you know, the fellow Frenchman.
इतना छोटा पिज़्ज़ा का पीस कभी मिला क्या किसको?
Guys watching Pipson, there's a lot of inspiration in those coaching booths right now. With the 9th round set to go fairly soon. I mean, KC, they've called this timeout. When we saw Foot do it, it's 3 in a row. It was big resurgences, although I'm not sure you could have communicated much of what Mr. Fallen ended up doing. The Red Bull clutch alongside the phenomenal opening pick he got right afterwards. Put Martin in his place, 12 and 4, now 12 and 6, stalling out in a lot of these fights.
भाई मैं तो चाहता हूँ
That's
फुट
what
एक
they're
दो
gonna
राउंड
look to
थ्रो
put an
करे
end
भाई
to.
मजा आएगा.
I mean, all the
मजा
success
आएगा.
they've had so far has been off that man.
Well, the success versus Koi as well was based on the attack side for KC. Now, I don't think we can really use them as a litmus test, but kind of have to hope there's going to be a little bit more here in the setup from Yedege. Has just garnered 2 easy picks with the weaker weaponry. He has no plans of trying to be a hero anymore. This comes down to Foot just playing the advantages.
Yedege has been such an annoyance the way he's putting down those really passive trap wires. Reality is, though, for KC, this isn't a round that they should be winning. They've got weaknesses. Even just look at what they've got in the late fights after players have fallen.
KC around निकाल सकता है
A Stinger and a Sheriff, and I was going to mention what Elite had, but he's already gone, dealt with as Yedege storms the site.
डिले बहुत
Togetsu's
था.
left to do it all. Foot continues streaking rounds together. And it's Yedege streaking kills one after another, a 4-piece to take the lead.
An in-zone flawless. How did I do?
That's
How did I do,
Tom's
Tom?
job.
Aw, don't be sad,
I can
Tom.
just leave.
No. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Nothing left.
He has 3 more call-outs before he gets dinner.
Yeah.
I see.
किसको
Sorry.
support कर रहे crowd?
I was going to say, you were speaking about and highlighting Yedege's utility, and of course it's going to be brilliant as we know, but probably one of the things that was said in that timeout is like, you know, they want to fight. You need to fight up against them. If they want to take on those duels, let's duel it out. Probably that round wasn't the best example because of the weaponry, but you see that Foot is going to be ready.
Hello.
And now the aggression coming onto Rubble. A place in the map that KC has not been eager to fight at the beginning of the round at all.
They've just left Zeus in position. Now, though, with the Reckoning, they know that they can force Yedege out of position without too much trouble. Now, they've always wanted to fight forward, and this time they're a little bit more aggressive with it. Even still, though, Abed spikes a bullet of his own. And it will still be even on this retake with Zeus Ultimate online. It's not going to be easy.
Martin's caught stepping forward. A player down now for KC. Time ticking and Elite with a double. They're right back in it. The walk through the smoke gets nothing. And Mr. Fallen, he's all alone.
वेले काम का नहीं आ रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है.
Oh, that was desperately close. A headshot, but the wall got in the way. KC right back into winning ways. It's 5-5. The lead won't be held for long.
Damage onto all of them. Just KC going back to what was working for them at the beginning of this map. Those very frontal C hits. Very quick, get the spike down, just work through the post line, work to get the best out of the positions that you have, and for Foot to be working against the clock, Tom.
Yeah, I'd say as well, it's another scenario. I can think of at least 3 rounds where they have either the Reckoning or the Dimensional Drift, and that is the pinnacle piece. It's like, okay, that gives us sight. In post-plants, we can be a little bit cheeky with our plays. And well, I think you're pointing to it now.
Whoa.
They've got the Dimensional Drift again. I don't even think Zeus knew where he was.
No, he's like, oh, they put a box here.
I can do this?
Wow.
बेचारा सोच रहा मैं गिर क्यों नहीं रहा हूँ नीचे.
Luckily, it's a trade out.
No Sadak to get in this time, though.
Yeah, you're missing that utility. Martin's going to bridge the gap already, seizing so much space out of Captain, though, picking off Sagetsu. Couple taps through the wall. He's landed lots of damage, but a few shots fired back at him will send them away from the C site. 3 players have been rotated in. Yedege in the spawn. There's nobody. In fact, if they go to the A site, there's no one anywhere close by. For B, there's no one to deny the plant. It could be found. Just moments from now, it will be. They're tapping. They're tapping to draw a find out. The rotation through the door, perhaps with Elite set behind, but no, they go back into the B plant.
कैसा retake करेंगे ये लोग?
I'm curious to see what he does. He was up close in the boxes. His teammates now leaving. He's vulnerable to two angles. It's not an easy position to play from, and they need to win this fight against Yedije in the spawn. They do not. A first pick, but no follow-up. Just a flash that isn't there.
I think it was a team flash that was about to come through. Aves looking for the fight and will be guarded. It even goes back for a little bit more.
Close.
Maybe having the expectation that somebody was down below on the plant, a little bit nervous that things could run away from him. Instead, though, it is foot to climb back in, and I really like their almost pre-take, like seeing that initial usage of the dimensional drift. Mentioned it when they were giving up the site and playing retake, they got owned, so they don't give it up. They fight for it before their opponents can even take it.
Yeah, and even though Zeus was only good for one, it literally goes against what KC has been doing at the beginning of almost every single round.
एक second.
Nice.
He's just living it. I don't know if it's getting through the mics, but sometimes he's screaming, he's giving it everything.
Oh yeah, you can definitely hear.
You might have thought it was only Jet2J, but no.
No. They've got consistency in their signings, I'll tell you that. One round left to play for KC. On the attack and sending it in quickly. Aves already using his ultimate to clear out that right side. And they'll grab themselves a plant. Nice and easy off the back of it, but it will be returned. Foot sending theirs through. It's already being used as the Prowlers track down these players, but the plant's secured, and they're looking for control up in heaven. They've got it too, but then using it as an extra angle to fight from the cove, blocking off some of the players. In fact, Foot are able to float back in, isolating duels, and it's Zeus taking them all. Martin, he's locked out.
Done.
There's nothing he can do about this unless they make big mistakes. And Zeus, well, he has no blemishes on his record there. 4K to close out the half with a 2-round lead.
Really impressive stuff from Zeus. A couple of big rounds on that defensive side, but that's where he had that real prowess last time out. We'll see if he's still going to be able to do it when they switch to the attack after the break.
कभी-कभी गेम समझ में नहीं आता. ऐसे पहले जैसे एजेंट स्पेस बनाए या बस कॉम्बोस करे तो सही रहेगा. हाँ, soon 3 years hard stock ascendant. Turkish aim. पूरा फैमिली आया है. भाई पूरा फैमिली आया है. बस भाई सीरियस क्राउड वर्सेस वैलेंट क्राउड, मेजर क्राउड. यहाँ का बोले इंटरनेशनल बोल रहे हैं. International
well, this game has been a treat so far. 7 rounds for Foot, now stepping onto their attack side. So we're going to see KC put to the test on the defense. It's been a while. In the last series they played, they didn't get too many of these rounds up on the board. Wasn't too much to play with.
We're seeing a reflection also what we saw on Pearl, right? KC start off the map very, very strong. And then Foot come back to life, maybe because of those tag passes called by Gaius, but they're definitely having the effect that they need. Can they now start this half?
Valor is the best game. Love you,
yeah. I think it's important for both sides.
Keyboard
struggled in the past when it came to the
attack.
They've been in a position where they're not really able to get too much other than just these sort of individual.
A little bit of those executes. We saw some aggression from the defense, but we did not see how it would clash against KC. Sorry, because all of those rubble control most of the times not fought for at all. So I want to see now that they have the ball in their court, that they have to be the ones making the plans and executing onto the sites. How this Waylay, that currently is sitting on a 13-9, leading the board for Foot, is going to look on the attack.
And again, I got to call back to how this map started
You
out.
were
It was
right.
very early doors when we saw Martin 12-4 dominating with a 4-0 lead in opening duels. Everything was going their way. And of course, how could they? Then things tapered off. I think that was round 5 that I'm referencing when he was 12-4. And since that time, it has been a stall out as Foot were able to deal with almost every piece of early aggression, every piece of late aggression. Well, let's go tech pause. Yes. Let's go tech pause. I gotta give it to you folks for being good. Keeping the spirits high.
Making the best out of the situation,
Good
guys.
sportsman, even in this trying time.
As we can see, a player has reported some audio issues, so currently investigating, but we'll get back to you. Sue is also chanting with us. Let's go tech pause. Let's go tech pause. Lauren is back also in the casting booth. Lauren, would you like to have a headset?
Your headset, madam.
Can you tell us what cable it is? Chewing this one around?
No cable this time, actually. Just sabotaging everything.
Did you? Have you
Yeah,
poured
just
water on
really well.
इसका हो रहा है लेकिन इसका
Yeah. It's an audio. That should be fixed soon then.
बिन भाई 1 लाख जीपे किया है चेक करो और ले लो माइक
Say
बीच
that,
का
because every time you say it'll be
आज
it's
दोस्त
never
भी नहीं
true.
हो
Yeah, but you put the pressure
You're
on
doing
it.
this on purpose, aren't you?
Well, if I must suffer, so must you.
I have to say, Lauren, I was taunting you over the tech
You
pauses
were,
you guys
you
have
were.
had.
I see your little
I was rubbing
grin.
it in. Yeah.
Every time.
But he always does that. You know, whenever we're on the desk and they're outside because they get the first game and they're done.
And
I open my Discord, it's just pictures of them having food and
dinner.
Just the show going. I'm like, oh my god, thank you so much.
Chicken sando, something
English
like that. But
education चालू है yes
It seems
yes
like they're ready.
कीपर जन्म में मिलता है 110
Are you
यूरो
confident about that? You said that with some
हैं
confidence.
क्या बात कर रहे
It's still
हो
red.
I don't work here. You know, I don't work here.
We heard you.
Well, thank you very much, Lauren, for dropping by. She's going to go down and get that
एने
server
के टाइम पे
started
टेस्ट का
herself
मैच
if she
चलेगा
needs
वही
to.
तो दोनों मैच अच्छे हैं यार
It looks like we will be diving back in fairly soon from what I've
क्या
heard.
देखे
and
चैट
indeed-
अपन नावी टीएच देखे या G2C9 I think G2C9 because Navi TH is gonna be easy for TH buddy easy
reason, if you've just joined us, that's going to be a very confusing statement.
Even I was confused when I was here.
अगर ये मैप 3 गया तो दोनों में से एक चूज करना पड़ेगा
Gonna have put a focus on Elite. Again, he's had a bit of a
अगर
quieter
2-0 हो गया
match,
तो I
but
think दोनों कर
we
सकते
know
हैं
that
टाइम है अपने पास
He's a second-half player.
if he can have that C-site hold on lock, it really does change the game for KC. That's not the start they were looking for. Paranoia utilized, but after the pick has already been found by Zeus, that confidence on the waylay seemingly there.
स्प्लिट स्क्रीन करके देखो ऐसा नहीं कर
They'll
सकते
have some delay you
उसका अलग
to
राइट से
throw
ना
the thorns in towards tree on A.
VCT अमेरिका वॉच पार्टी का yes
Somehow, it does
sir
leave Elite with a little bit less on that C site, but will mean if they go towards A, a lot of potential to slow things down. In fact, they put the wall there as well. It is basically just Sadak playing around the full setup.
Oh!
And he's out.
Oh, the refract
Trigger the
used to get him right back out, but the spike down on the floor, the wraparound coming in. Sadek's not long for this world with Mr. Fallen roaming around the back site. A third map that they're hungry to see. It would be Ascent. And for KC, they may be able to climb back into this, but surely not in the pistol. You mentioned Elite has had a slower start, and indeed, in both of these maps, the first half has not been kind to him, but the start of the second doesn't look to be any gentler on KC's hopes and dreams. 8-5 now with a pistol under Foot's belt.
It made it look a little bit easy. Having the waylay just going onto the side, even if you don't get the kill, it doesn't matter. You can always just go back. And even Casey getting that opening kill, doesn't matter, the rest of the flood was already coming onto the side.
unbelievable bhai
Easy finding around for
unbelievable
them. Probably within the preparation for KC, I would think that waylay was on the books.
Well, this is the problem when you run so much sort of util and delay.
Highest
If somebody
donation till now from a
disrespects
single
it,
person, yes.
a lot of the time you're not ready for it. And that's exactly what
Oh
Zeus
my
is
god,
gonna be
Sadak with the
doing
classic, Tom.
the entirety of the match. I can only assume that
चार बंदे
Sugetsu hit the shot first, and that wasn't just, was that, or
चार
was it just a smoke
बंदे
assist?
भी
No, but there were 4 players lined up
down,
in the
left,
classic,
right
so yeah,
करके
I'd
बैठे थे.
imagine there was a few shots landed to allow that headshot
G2
to be so
versus Sinan
deadly.
अच्छा होगा obviously.
A firing squad that
Close और strong match G2 versus Sinan होएगा.
rotate 4 players in the
TH के
spawn.
सामने
If
Navi
Foot get
थोड़ा
aggressive
सा
and try to take
Navi
extra
casual
space, they'd
चल
be
रहा
in
है.
trouble. But still having Yedajay
और
alive,
TH
they've got their
जीतेगा.
back secured. There's no need to go walkabouts and take that extra control. Cam destroyed, trap
Unbelievable.
destroyed, but Sadak on a wrap back towards the
second,
B
मैं
site.
देखता हूँ
They'll
कौन-कौन
burn the
qualify
clock
हुआ है
down a
उसके
little bit.
साथ.
And to be honest, even getting a few more kills here, it's going to be worthwhile for them. But 3, really, they got to make it close. But if they can contain them to go down to that spike, could definitely leave Foot in an awkward position for the next.
Yeah, Foot doing well though, managing to isolate a lot of the.
Chat. हाँ, मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? किस खुशी में हम लोग TS नावी देखे जब दोनों क्वालिफाई हो चुके हैं? दोनों क्वालिफाई हो गए, दोनों का गेम मैटर नहीं करता है फॉर कंटेंट, लेकिन दोनों क्वालिफाई हो चुके हैं. G2 सिंगल
It
मैटर
looks
करता
like
है
KC
क्या? भाई जो
now,
मैटर
even though
करेगा
they
वो
were not very
देखेंगे भाई.
interested in ruins and rubble when they were on the attack, on the defense, it's a different story.
I like this though. They show the flash on one side of the map, sells the idea.
G2 सिंगल भी मैटर नहीं करता.
Quickly get into position, but he was not ready.
कान
help
भराने
out
के
his
लिए बैठा हूँ
teammate.
मैं.
Well, Abbas wasn't ready there either. Luckily, the IGL of Sadak has brought this into
Oh.
contention.
इसलिए बैठा हूँ भाई, इसलिए बैठा
Which will
हूँ.
get him the
इसलिए
reckoning.
बैठा हूँ.
That's all the information they need.
Yeah, they know
इसलिए
exactly where
बैठा हूँ
both
chat.
players are. Flooding back into the site.
अब
At a
क्या?
captain,
अब पता नहीं.
staying up close. Will grab Sagetsu and another. It's all on to
भाई ऐसे क्या?
Sadak. We've seen an ace already. But
यार
Mr.
कौवा ही नहीं
Ford
डाला.
wants to be the only one. He
एंटी
shuts
था, एंटी
down
था, एंटी
Sadak
था.
and puts another round on the board for Foot. Now double that of their opponents. Hell, there's a world where we could see
Sana,
this
almost.
being Foot's pick instead of Pearl, and maybe it should have been.
But again, we're
My
going back to
school
a Foot
friend
that
is
has a new
vibing, huh,
idea
chat?
for
School
a
friend
map that
is
they have
vibing.
already
He
played.
does it.
And this round, even though very, very close there at the end with Sadat using that reckoning to be a little bit faster. You know, as you were saying, you know where the players are, but you need to be fast if you want to actually spot, maybe catch some of it. But with that plant onto C, the cascade is not going to be enough. Maybe a Cove could have done the trick.
Vote on Dulles is a must watch.
They've upgraded their spam. Maybe the Sheriff's doing the majority.
Oxy versus Giacomo बड़ी ये भी बात है.
Over the top he goes
Superchat
again.
wars?
Paranoia to support, even leaving him blind after the pick,
आज
but the
का
pick was all
revenue
they
क्या है
needed.
भाई?
It does seem like that extra distance on the dash, now
कर
moving
सकता
away
है.
from the jet, if anything, makes Zeus look even more dangerous. They're just putting utility in to make that player
एक रेजिडेंट नहीं, I
have
think
such an
MLBR और
awful
Furia मैटर
time
करता
when
है.
he comes flying through. Well, for
भाई
the remaining
MLBR
four,
Furia भी
Dodie
मैटर नहीं
Sheriffs,
करता.
You can't really expect much here.
No, you really can't. At least getting an ult out of cracks, it's some sort of a trade-off, but when it comes to the fights themselves,
Basically,
it's
जो करना
nothing
करो, जल्दी
but
करो.
victory for the attack side with Sagetsu left alone. An 11th round about to be connected on the board. Good shot. And that's about all you're going to
पहला
get.
बोलते तो मैं गेमिंग भी कर लेता.
And with that, Foot continue this streak here on their attacking side, putting KC to bed and putting Ascent as the next battleground,
तो
most
सोचो
likely
डायरेक्ट
on the
tier
board.
XG में आना. That's a good
Very
idea.
excited to see this,
लेकिन
and it
मैं
would get there
at least
2
G2
rounds
सीजन
away
मिस नहीं कर सकता
for
यार.
Foot. That first map, everything came down to that
At least
overtime.
वो
and
तो करके
KC
जाए.
walked
ये
out
MLBR
with the
Furia थोड़ा सा
victory.
casual है.
Foot with this new plan and this
But
new set
G2
rounds.
season is the
The funny thing
match
is the
of the
Paranoia didn't
legends.
reach.
Legends.
Like, he was so quick to get over that position that the Paranoia actually only ended up blinding him.
वो
But
मिस नहीं
that's
कर.
sort of been the problem is I think a lot of teams will come into this and you'll have expectations of, okay, I've watched a team literally
ये
come to this
players
composition with a jet.
headphones है
How
फिर भी
different
ear
can the way
में
they
क्या
be?
डाले हैं?
Very different. Like, not only have we seen just the distance he can get into sites, but more importantly, he can literally set
क्या
himself
डालेंगे
up
ear
with
में वो लोग?
stuns. Like throwing in
Earphones.
all of that extra utility just
उससे
to help him
ऑडियो
out,
क्लियर
it's
आता है
truly left things
और
in a
हेडफोन से
horrible
नॉइज
position.
कैंसिलेशन
And now,
ताकि
well, Zeus
ऑडियंस
19
का
and
आवाज
11
ना जाए.
is the only player even close on the server. I think this one is done. I don't, unless we're going to see the stand up maybe having a go at his opponents because, or at his team because since
होगा
that
कि बिल्कुल
pause,
भूल
there
गए
has
हम
only
लव
been
इट.
one
अरे
round
मैं
going against
अकेला
Fudge. I don't
खेलूं
know
क्या रे
what
बाबा,
guys said in that
अकेला
moment,
खेलूं
but
मैं,
I
अकेला
wanna know,
खेलूं.
Since even before that, Martine's now 2
अंकी
and 10
बाहर
since
गई
round
है,
5,
पिंकी बाहर
somewhere in
गई
that
है.
ballpark.
शिल्पा एक घंटा स्ट्रीम करके क्लबिंग गए पेज से. अकेला खेलूं मैं.
You have
I want to see so much more. I want to see so much more, and I think
now on this defense, he's not finding impact.
no. Well, the same on the attack as well. In
Humble
the
streamer,
second
love
quarter,
you.
kinda. And like the Yoru was working well when it was catching them off guard. Think back to the
तो
ult
माइक
and the
में
shorty play
ऑडियंस
coming
की
up behind them,
आवाज
but from
कैसे
that
नहीं
point,
जाती?
Foot have had all the answers, whether it was on the defense or here on the attack, taking the hyper aggressive stance.
He's pie. Yeah, he is. He is pie.
Not
sorry. Looking sad on the case. He's sad.
Good question.
Well, he heard
Lean
you.
one tap,
No,
baby.
dude.
A bit more of that.
Just running, sprinting,
Good question.
headshot onto Mr. Farlin. Why didn't he think of that one earlier?
Exactly.
Now wants to look for a little bit
Humble
more, trying to
answer
get
दो.
ahead of all of this
Noise
utility. Let's
suppression
be
नाम
real.
का
They've
चीज
had to
रहता है
switch
ना
up their
यार.
setup because Elite has been getting wrecked.
हाँ?
He has been having a horrific time trying to hold down C.
आवाज
players
जाता है
diving
लेकिन
into
सुनना
his
नहीं जाता है
position,
ना.
killing
ये
him
जब
off
मैच देखते रहते
multiple
थे तो
rounds in
पूरा
a
टाइम
row.
चिल्लाते नहीं रहते
So
लोग.
they have put Big Boy
अभी
Martin
पीछे कुछ आवाज आ रहा है
in
ऑडियंस
his
का नहीं ना,
place.
सब लोग शांति से देख रहे क्या
Question
होने
is,
वाला.
can the other gaps
Plus
be
noise
exploited by
suppression
Foot
रहता है.
as they move elsewhere?
समझ रहे हो?
Moving a little bit everywhere. We see Jet2J making some noise here, but he is by
अभी
himself.
दरवाजा
The
खोला
rest
तो
of the
चिल्लाए
players
तो
now we
नहीं
see
ऑडियंस.
Minecraft
दरवाजा
moving away from
खोला.
round.
ऐसा तो नहीं किया ना.
I don't know if that Prowler got to spot him,
देखो कितनी शांति है.
but not, right now, if you're KC, they think they're everywhere.
Void of info being filled in at least.
Good answer.
Just a
Love
moment,
you.
that swing is going to come round from Zeus. Sagetsu's holding it, but the crouch into the
भाई
angle.
crouch pick
Masterful
crazy लगता
stuff.
है.
Sagetsu
अभी से
can't
कल
respond
का
in
प्लान
time.
कर दो.
Zeus now
नीट कैसी तो
takes his fight elsewhere.
ये सब मैं नहीं करता.
He's looking into the spawn, but the ult's being thrown in.
Finally, finally.
Pulls Elite's crosshair off the angle. Zeus with more.
Babam babam.
Would already have an ace.
Babam babam.
Looking for a 12-5, hammering it home, but Martine's running. He doesn't want to give the ace away or the weapon that's in his hands. As this may have to be 7 in a row. A huge resurgence from KC needed. His foot, well, they are just 1 round away at this point from taking us to Ascent.
Funny that you say that. 7 in a row is what they need, and I think 7 in a row is what Foot have right now on the board. 1 more, and we go to Ascent. Again, a Foot, it doesn't matter that they have that 1 player down. I feel like for KC, they're struggling a lot setting Martine up, right? Because while on the other side, we see that the Breach is going to be accompanying Zeus on most of these plays.
Not in this round, because he died within the first 2 seconds. That's been the crazy thing about Zeus is, I genuinely think you might talk about
Then
like, teams that are best on this.
excuse me.
Oh my God, Mitch, look away.
It's a handstand. It's beautiful. Taking the term foot fan to another level.
I think that you look at this and go, okay, Foot probably aren't one of the best teams in the EMEA on this map. Zeus might be the best player. Like, genuinely. He just has a field day. I think it was 33 kills the last time they tasted victory on this map, or maybe the time before. And well, I don't think he's going to beat that this time, but just because of the pace of that victory, they finally managed to deal with him. Might be a chance. Samara captain has got completely caught.
Not bad from Sadik. Going straight through the wall as well for that spray. Couldn't see him, but took him down anyways. For Foot, 12-5. They're not giving up on this one. They've got plenty of runway to work with. Yedege has already claimed the A side as well. The spike on its way, and no one to interrupt it. It's Yedege going for that deep aggression. Cam online in 4. No real traps to work off of here. Their back is secure at least.
Smart will have his ultimate after this plant. If they want to use it, even in a 2v4 situation, this could change the game. This could change the round.
They've been able to win any round they wanted. Like, look back to the previous map, the amount of 4Ks, aces. Absurd. With Rolling Thunder ready in place, this could catch almost everybody. Immediately thrown through and separating the players. Decent use of the cove, trying to keep one alive, and that will at least put it all on to try And in this map, here and now, first goes his way, spam, doesn't quite connect, but he has been able to deny that diffuser, at least for the moment, expecting them to let go. Another kill goes his way, and he will get them all! A Red Bull clutch to close it. 13-5 for Foot.
Do a handstand, Tom. Do a handstand. Come on.
I'm doing it.
Oh, wow. It's incredible. They can see us on one of the streams, but the others don't know. They don't know. The next map up will be Ascent Bay. I saw in the game y'all played yesterday. This is a map we haven't gotten to see a lot of. The least played here in the EMEA. Well, let's add one more to the tally after the break.
राउंड का स्टार्ट देखो, देखता हूँ भाई ब्रेकअप हो गया मेरा. आई फील शिट. व्हाट शुड आई डू? गिव मी सम एडवाइस प्लीज. रोनिन भाई, मेरे लिए आपके लिए एक एडवाइस है. रोनिन भाई, पहली बात, ठीक है, आपके लिए दो एडवाइस है. दो एडवाइस. आपका ब्रेकअप हो गया, यू फील लाइक शिट. दो एडवाइस है. पहली बात, बाथरूम में जाके टट्टी करो. समझ रहे हो? तो जो तुम्हारा फीलिंग है वो तुम्हारे गाफ में से निकलेगी. निकली तो पहला प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व. अब रही बात दूसरे प्रॉब्लम की. ब्रेकअप हो गया है, कांड मराने के लिए इतना जिम का बॉडी बनाया तुमने, नहीं पटा सकते हो किसी और को. द ट्रू लव. हाँ, कांड मराने के लिए जिम जाते हो? बताओ. तो यही है आपके लिए दो एडवाइस. और अगर ऐसी आपको एडवाइस पसंद आते हैं तो मेक श्योर टू गेट कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप और जीएफ पे पैसा कम उड़ाओ. डब्ल्यू बेबी, डब्ल्यू डब्ल्यू बेबी, दैट्स डब्ल्यू, दैट्स डब्ल्यू. इसी तो रिवाइंड करके देखूंगा. अभी चाय लेके आ रहा हूँ, देखते देखते चाय बना लूंगा. सेल्समैन साला, मेरे को लगा वो फंसा, बट किसी और ने एडवाइस ले लिया, चलेगा. इट्स एडवाइस फॉर एवरीबॉडी. हरिदेव भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप. मेरी जान के छोटे, लव यू लव यू लव यू. यही होते हैं सेल्समैन. मैं पेन उसको बेच रहा था लेकिन खरीदा मेरे पीछे वाले ने. बिका क्या पेन? ये होती है सेल्समैनशिप, ये होती है. अब भी रिवाइंड कर. क्या किया उसने? रुक जाओ, मैं देख के आया. वो चाय भी लेके आया. मेरी कांड. भाई ऊँट दुख गई भाई. 5 घंटे हो गए क्या स्विम करके? कमरा है अभी. क्या कमरा है भाई? थोड़ा एसी हो जाए, थोड़ा चाय हो जाए. चैट, अगर मेरे आने से पहले 5K लाइक्स हुआ तो यू नेवर नो कि एक सरप्राइज भी हो सकता है. यू नेवर नो. समझ रहे हो? यू नेवर नो.
Confident and dominant response from Foot on map 2. We will be going to a map 3. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Uli and Meg. Now, we've seen Waylay on Lotus before, but very different comp this time from Foot and Uli, a very different way to approach it. How much did you like what they brought out on Lotus?
To be honest, I like how they played. I cannot say anything but I'm so scary of their seeing the reaction after every single match. But being honest, Waylay performance on the first half was a bit shaky because sometimes they were trying to get rubble, get information, but just if Carmen will wait 10 extra seconds, Waylay's rate of TP and maybe was stuck into the rubble and can only get one fight, one and done.
I do think on defense, like you said, Uli, the attack start was a little bit just, there wasn't much happening really from the Waylay, but on defense, they came alive. I think it was their bonus that Mr. Fallen set up that breach stun on the C site and caught the guy as Zeus. dashed, is it? It's a dash, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
In,
yeah.
Double dashed in and absolutely went feral. So I'm really here for this, and I do see Waylay coming in as the meta, potentially, for Lotus in future.
And I like the difference between this one and the Liquid one. There's a lot to talk about, but more importantly, we've had some incredible coach reactions in VCT EMEA, and this one from Gaius. Maybe this is what Pipson thinks he's doing, because it worked. It worked. After this, Uli foot just, I don't think they lost a round after this.
No. They just went into, I mean, I would like to, first of all, know what he's saying, know Turkish to understand it, and know if he's feeling okay, because he was giving his hand to the heart like he was so passionate, giving a message, and it works.
I think he's saying like Buneya, and then a little bit of like chocolate.
Come on, Kankas.
Maybe.
Well, Mitch was telling him to calm down.
I don't think he needs to calm down.
No,
although for his own health,
I like
maybe.
it.
Maybe, but obviously whatever he said in this timeout, it made Foot come alive, and you could see that in the passion, you know, that great starting segue into our gorgeous analyst desk of them screaming in slow-mo, I think summed up how hyped they were to come back on Lotus.
This is a team that is quite a bit higher on the decibel level, you know, it goes like normal comms, them, and then Uli at the very top when it comes to the screaming. So I think maybe the shouting, they can absorb it. They absorb the shouting, and then they project it back out, and it works really well, especially for Zeus as well. I mean, we talked about this Waylay already, but let's take a look at him back in action here. And does it inspire you at all, Meg, to try this out yourself?
I mean, absolutely not, because I don't have the Turkish aim to go with it, to be quite honest with you. But it was just so amazing to watch Zeus come alive on this Waylay, and it was definitely something that was lacking maybe on map 1. So it was really nice to see. And again, a duelist is nothing without their support, and I do think everybody in Foot was doing their absolute utmost to support Zeus on the Waylay.
It was a great performance from him individually, and also the team was bringing. For me, one of the important things I seen from this Lotus was also Mr. Falling on bridge. He feels much more comfortable than on Tejo. I mean, on Tejo he was playing really good individually, but maybe the agent is not feeling that much. Probably, I mean, the last interview he said that he didn't feel that comfortable. I can understand why.
Look at that glow up. That is a waist slay if I've ever seen one. Does it kind of make you think that Cracks could play the Tejo and they could just run the Tejo breach in that setup?
I mean, we've seen Cracks trying to adapt one more time. It could be working. I mean, I think he did it with Gecko last year. Maybe the agent he's lacking this year to pop up and be the Cracks from last year could be playing Tejo.
Could be the Tejo. We could be. But
I like
let's think about it as we go to Ascent, because this is the map that we haven't seen all too much from the teams in general, and especially not these two teams. The obvious, I guess, choices you could look towards is obviously the Turkish Jet. You know, the Turkish Jet on Ascent. We love a Turkish Jet on Ascent. But what about the rest of the agents, and what could the players choose here, Meg?
I think we could see the Cracks coming out on the KO. Previously, Narrate did play that and fill that role for them on Ascent. So this could be kind of what we were mentioning earlier, maybe the time that they do bring that KO out. I do also wonder with how Apex previously played Ascent, are we going to see that kind of deadlock Cypher combination coming in, maybe some interesting Sentinel role switch-ups, and again, the Tejo, maybe in replacement for the Sova?
I was thinking maybe on Mr. Falling playing the deadlock. I remember him to playing later in the days. Maybe there's a chance to play both Sentinels, J2J playing Vice or playing Cypher plus Deadlock, something close to Apex combo.
I completely agree with you guys. Maybe we could bring out a Sova here. Mr. Farland's played Sova here like a bajillion times. Avez, also a very competent Sova player on this map as well. I want to know what Sadak could do here. You talked about Narrate already. I think the Sadak Narrate 1-for-1, it makes a lot of sense. Sadak playing KO here, he's very comfortable. Yeah, I like that.
Do you know who he should play?
Don't say Harbour.
Harbour.
Shut up, Meg.
No.
Meg, actually,
I'm joking.
go to your naughty corner.
Okay,
Go
off
to
I
your
go.
naughty corner. But what I don't want to see is, I can't believe I'm saying this, is Zeus on anything other than the Jet.
Agree. I mean, Jet, Omen for Attack Captain, KO on Cracks are a must. The other two agents are my biggest doubt. They should be going Sova or Tejo plus a Sentinel, or they should be playing Deadlock plus Vice.
All right, what about Sui and Elite? Do you want to Sui smokes here? Because Sui's, but Sui's, Sentinel on this map is legendary. So many of Navi's wins back in the days on Ascent was because of Sui.
Well, maybe we'll see. I don't know, because with Foot starting on defense, do you really want to run a double Sentinel on the attack? Yes, maybe with the deadlockers, they can help benefit you on the attack side. I don't know.
It makes me kind of mad that they don't do that, because they have 3 Sentinel players on KC. They could literally run a Killjoy Cypher, anything, a combination between Sadak Elite and Sui, and we wouldn't be mad about it, would we?
No, we won't. I mean, I would like to see Sui play in Vice.
Oh,
I
like that. Good
I mean,
shout.
he's one of the best strongholders. It fits.
Just to let you know, the last time that Foot did play Ascent was Split 1 in 2024, maybe? No? Stage 2 2024, and they did run the old meta, which was the Killjoy, the KO, we're going back to the old meta.
They're Turkish, it's Ascent.
Yeah.
I don't even think they need to practice
Ascent
map, they just wake
possible
up and
नहीं है
play
भाई.
it. And looking at this, oh my goodness. Okay, everything's been turned upside down. Let's start with the Foot one, because that's the easy.
भाई केसी हारा भाई चैट. केसी हारा भाई. केसी 100% हारा. तुम लोग को भी पता है केसी क्यों हारा. केसी हारा.
I think this is going to be super helpful, like we just
सरप्राइज
previously
देने वाला था.
It's also really fun to see Elite on the deadlock after seeing so much Vice from them. And as you mentioned, Sadak on the Sova, tried and tested, and true.
For me, the biggest issue is that I'm not used to seeing Asen double duelist. I mean, I like Abeth and Martin playing both a duelist, but Raisin Jet? Am I crazy?
I think you're not crazy at all, and you know what's even
Old
crazy
vibes,
is that
nah?
I know our
Raise
cast
Jet,
had
old
dinner
vibes.
reservations. What's
Old
dinner?
vibes.
Because I
बस
think
उसके
you
बाद
guys
किलजॉय
are
रहता तो
gonna have
एकदम
to cancel
oldest
it. We're gonna
vibes
be here
होता
for
था.
a while.
Oldest vibes.
Yeah, it's looking
Remember
like we're not
कैसे
going to make
बना
it
राहुल
on
भाई का
time
वजह से.
at this point.
Yes, we will make it. We will make it.
Oh, it's going to be a quick one, is it?
चैट मिस नहीं इग्नोर हो रहा तू.
What do we think, though, about the double duelist? They were saying on the desk, we're not very used to seeing the double duelist. For the people watching at home, Aves, we saw him a couple of weeks ago, last week playing the Phoenix. He has a lot of experience on the race, to not cut him out. With KC starting on the attack here, you know, I like the approach. And on the other side, Tom, you have a Foot where everybody's just playing comfort roles.
Yeah, I'd say the only thing that's a little concerning is the lack of the second initiator, that lack of info, but you can also get that with the recurring gravity net that you'll see from Elite. So he's going to have to be quite a bit more proactive with where he's placing those nets, because they'll need that extra information.
Well, it's time to get into our final map of the series, not of the day. There's still another one coming up after this.
I can't believe it.
Hopefully a long one.
Yeah, hopefully a long one. Few more tag pauses, why not? But not in this one. Not yet. 0-0 as barriers go up. We're starting Ascent, and the defensive side for Foot will be put to the test. But the B site is not a passing grade. It's already been overtaken by KC with a post plant imminent before even a lick of damage is done.
Thinking back to old school Sadak deadlocks, it was some of the sweatiest
क्या लगता है
deadlock
retake
you're
होएगा
ever gonna
chat?
see in your life. So expect cool setups, cool ideas. Already the wall going over the top to block players as they attempt to try and rotate in, and giving this agent a post plant is always pretty terrifying. A lot of damage done initially, and Martin thought maybe he was going to be in a sneaky spot, but gets nothing done. Luckily his teammates are doing a fantastic job, even if some of them are low.
Well, that frenzy could clean them up, but the shots don't land, at least not for
W
Foot.
round.
As
बोला ना
KC
KC
claim
जीतेगा.
another pistol round.
हाँ?
That's 1-0
बोला था कि देख.
here on Ascent, and well, they got a pretty easy site take, but
Giveaway plan कर रहा था ना.
low
कुछ
HP.
leaks हो जाता तो.
Cleaned up nicely in the end.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage being done there by Foot. So you were saying at the beginning of the round, decided to stack more towards the A site, playing that B fully for retake. Sadak, of course, in charge of planting the spike is something that we see in every map. We also have seen in every map today that strong start for the side of KC, and especially having this double duelist with them on the attack is more of what we can expect. Now those two duelists will be waiting outside of B. The rest battling it out.
बेचारा. Ow.
Not a lot of expectations. You mentioned that a lot of teams will go for the 3 rifle 1.
कौन सा giveaway भाई अभी सीधे कर लेना. Love you यार.
But this time they've gone heavier on the rifle. So for KC, they can only afford 1 player to fall. Anything else is a massive
मेरे को
amount of
समझ
loss
में नहीं आ
to
रहा
be
है
a gun
कि
that's missing
ये
for
area
the next
है
round. course, on Ascent, there are a lot of longer range angles, especially if a battle comes into mid, they'll have a pretty hefty advantage, but it seems like they've missed the timing, as the duelists will now look to group up with the rest of the squad, and Foot are not just sitting back. They are taking an awful lot of space, but I have anything, the timing couldn't be any better for Aves. That's just as he rounds the corner.
Now looking towards the A site, you know, spamming the cross. You can see a lot of damage done with that in many games, but when you've only got the classics, it's a bit harder to do anything meaningful. So
आपके घर आने पे मैं
talking about
आपको
the margin for error, we touched on it on Lotus in both of the follow-ups. There was always like 2 rifles in play, maybe a Marshall, but they could afford to lose so many players before they felt the sting of that damage. This time around for KC, not the case, but they've done this wonderfully. Getting the 4 rifles into the A site, and a little bit of a risk being taken by Elite, but of course he is the player that can fall, playing just with the Ghost.
But he didn't start with it. That's the interesting thing. It was sad.
कैसे नहीं लगा उसका शॉट?
But what they did was they sort of swapped it over.
प्लीज पीएच का मैच देखना कैसे देखूं? ये मैच खत्म होएगा 12:30 बजे. नेक्स्ट 12:30 बजे 12:45 को चालू होएगा. वो मैच 3 चला गया तो लग गए.
Fight onto anyone else at the same time. For Foot, not wanting to overextend. So they're going to make sure that they go down to the spike. Don't allow for any more orbs to go into enemy hands. Will be
और कितने मैचेस है? ये मैप के बाद एक पूरा मैच है. उसके बाद और 2 एनए का मैच है.
Interesting for the side of Foot. Coming alive for all of the players. Cracks, I hope that you buy some form of shield. Eddie will be good. No?
He's thinking about it. He's got time. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right, 2 seconds left. That was a little sweaty, but he got there in the end, and I think he even went for full shields, popping it out at the last second. So KC, attack side, decent weaponry, very good weaponry. In fact, for any fight they go for, and being able to move as a unit always has its advantages. Mr. Fallen, good to find the opening. They know there's a second player there now. And the net that's spread by KC across the map looks to catch any extra aggression. Footsie players pushing short, maybe they push up B, maybe they try to take some space on mid to catch them off, and that's why you've got
attacking map है, defensive map है,
Sadik on mid, and then even Sagetsu creeping his way into wine. But Foot have an advantage, and they know they're up against some form of a weaker investment. There's no risks being taken just yet.
Something I want to bring up as well is when I think back to this map for Foot, maybe not one of the strongest overall, but for
Double
Mr.
Sentinel के साथ अच्छा है.
He was always so awkward to play against, especially pushing short, spamming smokes. The man really does have no fear. With the amount of damage he's already done, this is looking a bit rough for KC.
His push comes to shove. It's out of Captain, who's caught in the corner. Good for one and fades his way back out. Beautiful stuff with the shrouded step. Zeus with a real opportunity.
Dो shot एक long fall आ गया.
From vision on the first fight, but nothing stands in his way now.
बाप रे.
A clean little double to close out the round.
क्या मारा ना
Very little damage taken by the defensive side. Again, this isn't a weak follow-up round from KC. They had weaponry here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though that was not
Lotus
flawless, it was
attack
pretty
and
flawlessly
defense.
played. It's not like Foot did anything that was completely out of the box. This was a very simple round of Ascent, just playing your positions, trying to get KC onto taking a step in the wrong direction, just playing with the timings of everything, your own smokes, the control that you have over the map, and just being confident in the angles that you're guarding.
Turns out Yumpy was Turkish all along. We just never knew. He would fit right in down on the stage with the volume that he brings to the screams.
Next week, we have the Foot BBL on Wednesday.
Yeah, we're just going to mute all microphones.
Okay.
It's going to make comms a little bit more
PRX और
awkward,
चीज़ नहीं
but,
पहले ये मैच होने दो.
it will just go off feeling, which I think for
वो time
the
पे
Turkish
bowling
players sometimes can be enough. The feeling that guys is watching.
OP blind.
Paranoia is thrown through, but players already wrapping. Mr. Fallen, the first to fall out of Captain, grabs one, but the wrap up behind him has dealt with him indeed. 33 HP left on Zeus, but he's got 2 skulls on his belt. It's Aves and Martin that are the last ones standing. Still have to go back and grab that spike. And it's going to buy time for this rotation from Yedajay. Nothing to watch their back on KC either, so with just a raise and a jet left, the 2 duelists, it's the perfect time to go for a flank.
Trying to bait out players to fight before they plant. But if anything, Foot want that extra time. They're trying to sell the idea that, oh no, nothing's coming in this direction, keep focusing on us, and while they do eventually find that flank, but there's so much more they need to get. Cracks does actually take that one isolated. I was a little bit nervous for him there.
But are you telling me that
he's on his agent of choice, he's feeling confident, and they're level.
Yeah, and I love to see the Zeus is keeping up with his performance coming into
उसको
this
combos
week.
करेंगे combos में hold कर सकते हो लोग
Not
अच्छा
mistaken.
defense में वो लोग hold कर सकते हो लोग का ये बहुत strong है
And in a map that even though hadn't been in the pool for the year and is the first time that they play it, it's a map that everybody has played. Everybody is just going back into it. So important for him to even things out.
energy,
Because we were
bhai?
seeing KC with that double aggression. Usually you would just see the Jet dashing in. Now you have that double menace having with the race as well. So they're gonna give it another try. Weaponry is gonna be a little bit weaker this time around. Oh, bye.
Well, the early duels was a big conversation on Lotus for Martine. Not getting off to a good start here. Without a captain firing back and taking another.
bro.
It's Aves who is able to claim Zeus in the end. And that's been a big troublemaker for them. Even last round, 33 HP after the first fight, still gets 2 more. Now he is in the dirt, and another hero is needed. Thing is, Foot, no shortage of players that can step up in the moments when they're needed. Nice connection by Sagetsu. Elite finishes off Mr. Fallen, and now it's looking a little dicey. Showstopper. Maybe it does need a buff. It finds nothing by Yetajay. The spray for 2 has left Sagetsu with it all to do. Both players
भाई सारा रेस के पास ये प्रॉब्लम तो है भाई
maybe a chance. His ult online with the plan.
अल्टे मारता फिर राउंड निकाल लेते हो
They're grouping up, potentially lining up. His TP couldn't have been worse timed. I don't know what he was expecting to happen, but that couldn't have gone any worse for Sugetsu.
Is it disparity, right? Like you see, for example, Aves using the
Hello,
showstopper
आज
extremely
144
quickly
बड़ा
once he
और
gets it because he
fast
knows
दिख रहा है
that
तो
Foot is
मजा आ
going
गया
to
240
fight
ले
this tooth
240
and nail
ले
to prevent that plan from even happening,
240
even though they
ले
have already gained the control over sight. And then so he doesn't expect that they're going to flood quickly, even there's a 2v1 and he just planted this back.
It's in the process of even using that showstopper that pulls them into the open. It being fired up top is exactly when the player takes their timing. Yetajay with the double spray down and then the finish off on reposition. Cerebral play from him.
Bad timing था लेकिन वो टिप्पी साउंड देगा तो वैसे मारेंगे.
Like Count Dracula.
Yeah, but he's so sweet.
Oh, here we go. Zeus is out here looking to claim some scalps, but it's
Binks by W pick up, pick up.
Nice opening duel for Martine.
मुझे नहीं
Punished
मालूम
in the previous round, but this time he's delivering.
Aves down low, tags on multiple other players. Seems like there was some connection, even if it wasn't a pick. Well, information to be had eventually, though. Shoot the drone, but too many walls between Mr. Fallen and
Real Godspeed by 50 गिफ्ट करता है
additional
जैसे.
damage. Of course, we were all happy to see that the Odin doesn't have anywhere near as much play on this map.
Especially you, Midge. Yeah.
Were we
Over
all
the
happy
moon.
about that?
You were celebrating. Now I can play Ascent again.
No, I don't think that's what I said. Look how they massacred my boy.
I have 50k. Should I buy a PC or wait for more amount?
Killjoy set up over
Wait for more amount, भाई.
That turret
120, 150 के अंदर तेरे एक बाप PC
He
बनेगा.
gets the info that no one is there at the moment. Content to perhaps send extra bodies towards the
कैसे
A
लगा
side if they
उसको?
had them. Already losing Zeus in the early round leaves them limited for options. Now the wrap comes around though. KC making noise. You know what they say. Put a drone and boombot in on A. Put it on one side. No follow-up pressure. You know it's fake pressure. Now they're on the way to B. With a TP used up by Ada Captain. There are no mercies. That shock dart has done damage. And now so many of them low. Aves and Sadik barely holding on. And another spray down from Yetajay. Sagetsu, no chance but to save this weapon for the next. And that round falls firmly into Foot's grasp.
Sugetsu, only hope here is to just try and hold on
20 दे
to
नकली है
the
चल.
gun.
असली वाला 50 देता है.
There is one
फंस
thing
गया?
that's caught my eye
अभी भी
and
फंस
probably
गए?
has to do with this time
Hello?
as well. We were seeing Elite, right? He's just waiting.
I thought you
outside
were
of
more
B,
experienced now.
Yada, yada. After that,
भाई आज बारिश डे है क्या chat? आज बारिश डे है
Elite
क्या?
is going to go onto the side. We still have the full pack of utility.
God
It looks like
bye.
they were just
Thank you for
literally
the
waiting
20
around to see if
gifted
Foot was going
member.
to
मेरी
double down
जान
on
के
the aggression.
छोटे.
And even though it was a
That
5v4
salesmanship
situation,
काम
it
तो आता
didn't
है
feel
chat.
like it. it did not
जिस
feel
जिसको भी
that
मिल
there
रहा है
was an
प्लीज टैग
advantage
करके
in this
थैंक्स
round
बोलिए और
going in
ओपी
for
करे
KC, and the read from Foot was just picture
क्या बात है
perfect.
क्या
I
बात
think
है
the
क्या
thing I
बात है
enjoyed most about that round is what you were doing though. I'm sure the TikTok stream would have really enjoyed it as well. You definitely forgot that was there. It would be a shame if someone showed a replay of that. It would really be sad.
I'm not going to move.
Well, you were sort of like almost doing a rap along to Mitch's casting.
Because I was hyping him up, you know?
Some would say hype him up, some would say mocking, but you know.
No,
it's
That's what you would do. That's what you would do.
Correct.
In Spanish we say, se cree el ladrón que todos son de su condición, which means a thief thinks everybody steals.
Oh.
Yeah. That's true.
Kinda. It's a very
W
weird translation, but it's, you know, you get
It makes sense. It makes sense.
It adds up.
इस बार भी नहीं मिला मैं क्या करूँ यार मैं क्या करूँ
4-2.
स्पीड भाई की चैट पढ़ो क्या बोले स्पीड भाई
Rounds and so
चैट
far,
फास्ट गया ना नाम है ना स्पीड
double duelist has maybe not had the impact that
Genuinely very happy Bunks bhai love you speed bhai love you
is being
I
dealt
hope
with
they do
comfortably
good
by the side of Foot. An immediate pop of the Hunter's Fury.
भाई
And it may
कितना
not have got a kill, but it has
डैमेज
done damage. And wow, the disruption has also allowed for Ada Captain.
Oh man, Zeus in there with the Outlaw too. And he's got a chance onto every remaining member of KC. One bullet. Only one bullet in the chamber right now. He's going to pop the reload. But if he lands one shot to the chest, Sagetsu, Martin, and Elite will fall by the wayside. So they move away from the Outlaw, but back into the waiting arms of Ada Captain. Paranoia off contact to the cam. Repositions. Martin's head from his shoulders.
The rule about
जीतने वाला है
picking ascent into Turkish teams.
They must have
right
forgotten.
Now. Yeah, it's been a while. To be fair to them, the map has not been in the pool for a while, and not many people have been playing it. So they are the team, unfortunately. It looks like they are getting punished because even just on angles and individual duels, it looks so comfortable for Foot. They're not losing the battle in the early round.
इतनी फ्री मेंबरशिप मेरे पैसे वेस्ट इन बाइंग इट नहीं अगर तेरे को मेंबरशिप है तेरे पास और तेरे को गिफ्टेड भी मिला तो एक महीना एक्सटेंड होता वेस्ट नहीं जाता यार यार कभी वेस्ट जाता नहीं है याद
And this round was so well pre-planned, right? You know that their economy is not going to be the best. We're speaking about Foot coming into that one with a 4-round lead, 4 rounds in a row. You can't expect to have those light shields, and you also know that Mr. Fallen is going to be using
ऐसा भी होता है
doubling down with the
और तुम मेंबर और तुमको गिफ्टेड मिला तो एक्सटेंड होता है
perspective.
That is so much info. It's just making things easier and easier for Zeus.
Bro, what the
We
fuck
talked about
क्या मार रहा है भाई
that this man can sometimes need. Well, that was pretty much a Zeus. They are there.
ऐसा कब होने लगा ऐसे होता है
Do what
भाई
you want with that information.
You know, a long time ago we had those conversations about this map, about it being what the Turkish teams called the 82nd province. And it wasn't that anymore. Teams caught up, teams figured them out. Well, it looks like this might be a return to form with
गलत मार रहा है
Foot are looking good, 6-2 in the lead, and that's 6
अपने
in
वीडियो लोग थे
a
क्या
row. KC won the pistol, the follow-up, and nothing bar an opening duel or two since.
Oh my God! And Zeus 10-4. You know, we've heard it a lot, and he has played the operator. We were very surprised the first time that he did it because he wants to be that headshot machine. But he's so efficient with this outlaw. He understands that he
इंडियन लग रहा है मैं यही देख रहा था तुम लोग को है ना कैसे मालूम पड़े
what they need. Apparently, it's an operator. He doesn't
के हिसाब से
really need it.
मतलब रेसिस्ट हो गए तुम लोग
Heavy shield here.
कैसे पता चला
There's some full shields here.
I mean, there's 3 full shields. So
He's gonna be like, I cannot spam with this.
हो
Where's
सकते
my second shot?
इजिप्शियंस भी हो
Can't
सकते
move quite as quickly either. It's not
Too
zoomed
heavy.
in either, so it's harder to see where you're
Americanos हो
Just a terrible gun.
Spotted there.
Right, this is the difference. Right, the value is there for free. And knowing that 4 players are there, Zeus is feeling confident enough to go walkabouts into
No,
mid.
we are
Shot
homies.
will be missed. And
अपने
actually,
लोगों की
Adakap's
फर्क
the
है
one
बात
to
तो
bite
है
the
बात
bullet.
that's a good answer right
Sacrifices had to be made.
Unfair.
इसलिए मुझे लगा आपने लोगे
The man's 10 and what was it, 4?
It's disrespectful to add a captain, Tom.
फाइनली एडवांटेज है किसी के पास क्या लगता है लेकिन स्टैक में घुस रहे हो लोग
You're not
do well.
Do you remember when Ada Captain was moved from the 6th player onto the main roster? This was his first map, actually, playing the race.
Oh my God. Nano's active. They're going to push them forward. Great setup from Yedije. That gets Mr. Fallen an easy duel reveal on its way. Didn't get a pulse out. Martine and Elite. Oh, they're overrunning the B site. And now Zeus, the man who has had a captain's blood on his hands. Well, he's going to pull off a 1v4. More likely, he's got to save this for the next round. They've got plenty of cash. Well, they know where he is now.
already hunt ke liye aa gaya.
Sugetsu not wanting to let him run away with that operator, and he won't.
Honestly, I think Zeus has learned the lesson. Just not the
Binks भाई real मतलब actual real gospel भाई है क्या रहते तो 50 का
He was
बात
finding
कर
a
रहे
lot of
बात
impact just following around, but I think that one of the things that was said to KC on that timeout is once you get the advantage, you need to be faster. You cannot freeze the round for that long because it was allowing Foot to get in such comfortable positions that at the end, that advantage looked like nothing. This time around, they just go in faster.
Binks भाई good morning, love you too.
Just rushing onto B.
It was a nice trap setup that Yedeje had, but yeah, it ends up being KC springing the trap on them. 3 rounds in between the two, still recovery in the half, very much possible for that attacking side. So it was 2-0 to start with, went 6-2, but a response, a resurgence at long last. Focus towards this site. Drone's already gone. I didn't see Yedeje, and now he's filled in the space, but they're ready, they're watching, and Martine's the one to pick him off.
Most common place
really a bait. So that angle was
तो turret बजा मतलब मरना fix है.
Zeus in position
though. Unless top flash आता और वो double pick
push through the smoke. Flash actually, I think left Mr. Fallen completely blind. These flashes are just not working.
Whoops.
Maybe the update has thrown him off a little bit, but whatever it is, that has not gone well.
Boy, Omen blind OP.
Managed to even things back
Omen
up.
blind OP हो
Turn
गया.
it into a 3v3.
Chance. Zeus has backup on the side, and a captain's just outside.
And
that's a heavy price to be paid. 2 versus 3. And KC are not in a rush. They're waiting for an extra player. They know the rotations will come through, and as the smokes come back online, they'll still hold the line.
30 seconds left.
Just expecting that retake, but eventually, well, time ticks away. They have to make a move to the side. They have to walk into cracks, who's found one already. Waiting for that re-swing! And lines them up for the 4K! Foot. They lost a round, but they answer back immediately.
Sometimes the cracks KO is not about the KO. It's about the confidence you get along the way. Because his utility in that round sucked. His aim, however, was wonderful.
Lack of practice, lack of practice.
That's the right answer. That's the right
answer. And I was saying, like, Sugetsu had the spike, had his ultimate. At some point, and after you've been brawling for such a long time on B, you decide to just, you know, TP away.
Check करने दो. हमको कहाँ तक पहुँची है?
To go on to A and just think of easier and smaller paces and
Eastern Express Highway मतलब कहाँ पे होता है?
Immediately.
मेरे बाजू में है क्या वो?
They managed to catch that player up top, but hasn't been able to do too much. Sending that boombot in close this time.
Valorant देख रहे हैं, बहुत पार्टी कर रहे हैं, बात
Be in position, the knife will delay any further utility, but that
Eastman, that's a good one.
will be retrieved. And that's what we're looking at in this round. The
By
stack
foot
of evolves.
जीता
Of course,
तो
so far that
गलत होएगा
Hunter's
यार.
Fury
मेरे को
has
सच्ची
been
लगा था
used as
कैसी
a
जीतेगा.
deterrent. They've not been able to utilize the lockdown, so I think
Expressway
both
होगा,
of
हाँ
those
वही
will likely
वही.
just stay
हाँ
until
बे
necessary.
Expressway कैसे पता चला तेरे को?
The annihilation alongside a showstopper, that
He's
should be
smart.
enough to clear any site.
Deploying drone.
इसके बाद ult है. इसके बाद ult है.
Could give up the space. They're sticking around anyways. Zeus was spotted. In comes the showstopper. Dash up top. Good angle. Door closing as well. And Zeus picks him off from above. With the showstopper, it gets them at least that little bit of space with the player falling and the trades coming in. Hunter's Fury post plant possible. That spam's not quite going to work. The Jenny is quite a thick
He knows.
Shock darts fired through, but dodged as well. The reposition perfect. The plant down below found in time. The Hunter's Fury setup. Sure that they'll be able to get to a position to use it. It's instead going to be kept to be fired in. You would imagine.
इसने उसको मारा तो फिर वो नहीं टूट
Instead,
सकता.
it's sent straight into heaven. An attempt to drop these players. A very early ultimate put through by Elite. With his teammate sees there's only one player they have to focus on.
Tap में क्यों ulti मार
Looks
के वो
like a bit of a
try नहीं
mistake
किया?
from KC. Success. 4 foot now 8-3 in the
भाई
lead.
दोनों ulti गया.
I understand the logic You're thinking that with a few seconds left, they're going to try and get close to that wall and you want to pick a player off. I think the better timing, though, was when Mr. Fallen was in the drone. It was just that you didn't know that if there was 2 players behind, maybe you don't get the kill, but instead, the ult misses. And that's such an easy final pick onto Sadax. More was needed from Elite in that moment, unfortunately, and it really hasn't been his day today. It seems like playing versus the Turkish brothers has left him out to dry a bit.
Absolutely. Last round of this
एक्सप्रेसवे से ही फास्ट जा सकते हैं मुंबई में रह के पता तो चलेगा ही पता था
Definitely finding a lot of
तुम्हारा
impact.
knowledge
Will
देखो
have his ultimate to play with. Same for Mr. Fallen, who's been very, very successful with that Hunter's Fury.
But they used 3 on the other side in the last round, so to not win it, it's going to put them in a pretty nasty spot. Had a captain again set up ready with that paranoia, likely to potentially put a couple in play. No, he's putting himself into play. He's going for it alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it's all too easy.
भाई तुम लोग ने देखा क्या किया तुम लोग ने देखा क्या किया साउंड पे ओमेन ने इस शॉट ब्लाइंड देके उनको पीछे भगाया और वहां पे एक लाइन में अल्टी मारा सोवा ने बहन छियो
Sadak, he's down to 25. That turret could have put him in danger.
Unlucky Timmy.
Timmy's going to be wiped out. Couldn't quite get the pick. Still a Nano. A Nano standing in their way. It's been heard.
समझा भी नहीं रहेगा भाई क्या हुआ उनके साथ.
He better hit it. He gets it. Okay, that's something to start with. And knows there's a player close, but didn't know about Zeus up top. 9-3 at the half. Neither of these teams have played Ascent this stage, but I gotta say that looks like a pretty hefty advantage for Foot.
It seems like the Turkish map is still going strong, but we have always seen
आ रही है बाहर जा रही है आ रही है
side. Do Foot have what it takes to close it out, or is the KC comeback on? We'll find out after the break.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down.
भाई व्यू तो है
Need to find one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
ये ब्रिज के पास एक घर हो जाता तो है कोई मिस्टर बीस्ट चैट में एले वो मेरे लिए सब एक ही रहे कभी गए ही नहीं बाहर Pam, pam. TH fans. भाई सब मैचेस इधर ही हो रहे हैं क्या? क्या सीन है? Brain lag. Next TH ही है. Brain lag. Madam is vibing. Madam is vibing. 7000 kilometer was worth it. भाई अभी भी इसको 15 से 20 मिनट है आने को लोल
Well, it's time to get this second half underway. 9-3 the score that we
Binks, are you going for AWC? कल ही जा रहा हूँ मैं गौतम.
Moving on to the attack side.
कल दोपहर
20
को.
seconds until we see those barriers go up. It's actually a little bit more than that, I lied, but until we see the in-game clock start to count.
I think you have PTSD. It's moving.
Oh, thank God.
Everything's okay, Mitch. Everything is okay. 13 seconds to the round. Let's see what Casey can do with this double duelist now.
कल अगर जी जीता तो मैं नंगा नाचेगा.
See Elite using his utility at the beginning of the round and the impact that he can find.
Yeah, of course, the net now recharges. He's already going to get the information on one. Paranoia immediately thrown, but I think Zeus was a little bit delayed to try and make that move. Over the top he goes, but he is left completely blind. I wonder whose flash that was.
Yeah, it's not a track record that's looking too clean so far. The lead down below still to be taken out. Cracks don't want to do it, but Abes straight back in. The same boat as the defenders flood back into the site. And KC will claim the pistol round. Let's not forget, this is the very same thing we saw in half number one. They went 2-0 up, and well, that was their fourth round.
Language Dark
They only
Falcon.
managed to win one of the rifle rounds, as you were saying,
20
Mitch.
साल से
Quick
एक ही
round
मैच
for
चालू है,
KC,
हाँ ना।
quick on the reaction, quick on stopping. Foot on
I am
the
attending. Thought of
replayed
genuinely
him,
checking
but
with
flashing
you.
his teammate.
There was
Attending.
Dave?
कभी चालू होने वाला है AWC?
Andy, was that you? Say sorry. Right now.
टाइम है ना? मेरे को कैसे पता चलेगा मैं जा रहा हूँ कि नहीं? या कब जा रहा हूँ?
Okay. Martin, you know, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's saying. He says that the comeback is on.
Oh, Timmy's just tanked the shock dart, but fair play to him. Saved the rest of the squad from being electrified. Lots of utility that they'll be running into here, and you can see there was a trap setup that Foot put into play with the
ये मैच
Nanoswarm.
इतना
Same
लंबा क्यों
thing's
जा
gonna
रहा
be
है? ये
in
उल्टी
play.
जाने के बाद एक टैग पॉज आएगा, मजा आ जाएगा। बस फिर बाद में मैंने लाइफ में सब कुछ देख
setting
लिया।
up the orbs for the null command.
भाई केसी का डिफेंस तो स्ट्रांग होने वाला है, ये तो तुम लोग लिख के ले लो।
Clearly just
ये लोग का
realizing,
डिफेंस स्ट्रांग होने
okay, their
वाला है।
opponents
क्या 9-3 वाला स्ट्रांग होएगा? That is the
definitely going to
question
be
now.
more awkward to face
समझ रहे
into than most setups you have if you're dashing in. So if you can just remove all of that on your way through, that could be huge for Sugetsu.
ठीक है, discipline, heavy discipline.
Fairly easy kill to start things off.
They'll have the ult online for next. If Cracks can just get away with a 4K, he'll get nothing now. Put to bed right away, 3 orbs away. Coming into the next, they can try to farm those rifle round, I suppose, for KC. They know exactly where Mr. Fallen is. It's a classic in hand, and really no challenge should be presented. Big investment from the defenders, 2 kills, and they'll feel the pinch, but
भाई क्या मारा भाई?
all good. Nice clean follow-up round from
मेरे को
KC.
सच्ची मेरे
Yeah,
पुराने
now
दोस्त
is
की याद
when
आई।
things start to get serious. We heard Martin. Yes, the comeback is on. Is it really? I think that the bonus is almost
ठंडी लग रहा है
compulsory
अभी।
in their
इधर
current
AC।
state, as we were speaking about the double duelists coming in and what they can do in this defense. Elite maybe not having the best day today.
Nice, let's go.
Feels like they're getting pumped up at least, but yeah, I think this composition, you look at it on paper, and it definitely seems like it would thrive a lot more on the attack, or should have done.
पड़ी।
But again, this is where you look at Elite as one of the players that could potentially do that damage. Martin already going to be forced out. Sugetsu was the second layer to that mid push. And we'll get rid of our captain. That's the smokes out of the round.
Such a performance that we're seeing from Sigetsu today. Leading the board. Martin with his outlaw. He was successful the previous round.
Sada just about snuck into this corner. They have no idea that he's here. He can even wait out the paranoia and claim a clean double. Now they'll know. Now they'll turn to deal with him, but it's Zeus on the back foot as Sugetsu easily deals with him. The reinforcements all over the site and the spike down in the open. 10 HP for Mr. Fallen. And KC, well, they had Martin calling for the comeback. Calling that it was on, and it certainly seems to be the case. 9-6, the gap down to 3.
More down to a mistake than anything else. An angle not checked by Foot on the way into the site, which when you have that double initiator, you kind of have the expectation that they should be able to garner a little bit more info. But I like that, a little bit of a trap play.
एंगल
The
की चेक
initial
नहीं
setup
करता। अरे
as well was
एक्चुअल में क्यों नहीं
fantastic.
किया
Just having
मालूम है?
that
क्योंकि जो मिड वाला बंदा है ना वो बी गया और बी वाला बंदा बी होना चाहिए था, लेकिन बी वाला बंदा सुमड़ी में कभी आ गया, जो कि एक्चुअल में नहीं होना चाहिए था, क्योंकि कभी वहां पे कोई नहीं बैठेगा, क्योंकि एक बंदा ऑलरेडी मिड मार्केट में है, समझ रहे हो? तो ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ सिंप्लीफिकेशन ऑफ द राउंड ऑफ द क्रॉस फायर, टेक्निकली उधर नहीं रहना चाहिए था टेक्निकली, और प्लस ये भी हुआ उनके साथ गलत, तो इसलिए लेफ्ट राइट हुआ, समझ रहे हो?
Alive. Now, of
अब
course,
चेक करेंगे।
the credits are not going to be the best for Foot. But they still have a long way to go in this map. Still, anything can happen.
भाई तो
Still
रंजीत
need
भाई
to
समझ
figure
गया,
out how to
love
find the
you।
gaps into Casey's composition.
Lead is here, and so is Aves. It looks like we're going to have a combo. The nade perhaps thrown out. Off contact as the boom bot is the first one round the corner. There goes nade. I think grab net as well, but no one's going to be caught. Foot being quite cautious around that A-long angle, and it's the push up through short where the main body of force is coming. Aves, though, picking off Zeus, the rifle, the one rifle that Foot had to play with, now falls into the hands of Yedije. He'll be the new man to lead the charge. They've left out a captain. He's walled off now.
मारना पड़ेगा।
Making the shrouded step, trying to convince them he's gone back, and he'll see if he can find something late. And for now, it's all about just seeing if that rifle can find a pick, can cause some disarray in these lines of KC and make them think it's a B play. Open the door perhaps for Ada Captain to get some damage late round. Although I see him rotating already. Looks like they'll just commit to a full B pump.
Cross being held. All too easy.
Rifle down.
And retrieving it. A little bit tougher than the last. Smoke has to be used, but at this stage, that time is starting to get to a point where finding any impact almost seems impossible.
Scanning ahead.
9-3-9-7 chat.
That have been given up is really willing to just let this go
Yeah,
for
like
free,
that.
and with the
Oh.
sensors
Yeah.
also catching them as they drop down. Spike only just going back into that, and this round seems more than done, but Crack still manages to find one here.
Hey, a plant is a plant. Get some money here. The drone is going to spot him.
Drone didn't turn around for Ada Captain, but luckily they'll deal with him anyways.
Party.
In goes the second nade off the kill. Aves able to box
अरे
Crux into
अब
the
इसको किसी
corner.
ने मारा.
Nice stuff. A three-piece from him. The second got the reset of the
चलेगा
grenade.
चलेगा चलेगा.
The
उसके
third
बाद अल्टी है
got the
ऑलरेडी.
round.
चलेगा.
Yeah, a bit unlike Foot. I think that they're
कोच बनने के लिए
taking
क्या
I know that this
क्वालिफिकेशन
was an
चाहिए
eco
रहती है?
and whatnot, but
भाई इसका आंसर सिंपल है भाई. जैसे कि तुम लोग को पता है गॉड्स फीडबैक कोच है. क्वालिफिकेशंस क्या है? अब तक 70 गिफ्टेड मेंबर्स की है. समझ रहे हो? मेंबरशिप लिया भी है और एक्टिवली वॉच पार्टीज देख रहे. यही है भाई. यही है. समझ रहे हो?
Will allow bribery of your teammates.
and we have it on camera just in case.
KC now,
Bajaj
if
bhai got
anything,
money heavy
may
भाई.
be considered in the driver's seat.
अन्ना
On this
बोलते.
defensive side, operator in hand.
Real qualifications. Love you.
Well, you're not as sneaky as you think.
अन्ना बोलते.
Timmy the turret is not going to be falling for that. Zeus, though.
Aves is.
This is the thing. You know how good he can be individually. Mentioned that Elite being caught by the null command. It's an important note. It was one they were building towards. And now with the quick res, much faster. How back Cracks
भाई
can
Zeus
be.
ना मान रहा बे.
2 players left. Economy's good, but I think holding on to the operator is going to be far more important than fighting for this round.
Zeus ना मान रहा chat.
5v2, Yedajay containing them as well. Even holding onto these weapons could be difficult, but won't be. As they're spotted falling back, the op going to the other side. No one there to contest it.
किस टीम को
So that
सपोर्ट
can
कर
look
रहे हो?
different.
जो हार रही है?
There's so much in terms of credits that him taking guns out of the hands of opponents is more valuable than just saving his own.
And working towards his own.
यहाँ देखे
as
बहुत
well,
फुट में
right?
आधा टाइम टेक्निकली देखा जाता है.
Can
Young
prevent
boys.
some of the
Crossfire देखो,
situations.
stats देखो,
But right now, Foot just go back to classic
combos
ascent to
देखो.
set up your jet for
ये सब देख
success.
के करो ना
Try
गेम
and
में.
find those picks and just gear up.
Was there setup on that first, or was that just Zeus? Because in my mind, it was just Zeus.
अभी टाइम आउट आने वाला ना.
Or I said, or you find the opener
खड़े हो
and you
जाता हूँ.
gear up onto the side.
Because that's the thing that is worrying me a bit for Foot. Like
Oh,
you've got a round
boy.
on the board, great. How recreatable is that one? Because that almost just felt like, okay, Zeus has just got you the piece that you needed. There was a drone.
मेरी बुल्ड
and that
गई
was all
भाई.
they needed.
Definitely not set up. Definitely not a smoke, not a drone before.
Yeah.
Definitely no pressure put on.
इतनी फ्री मेंबरशिप मेरे पैसे. अच्छा वो तो पढ़ लिया था. क्या सपोर्ट पढ़ने बोल रहे हो? कब तो पढ़ लिया?
Round gap.
हाँ टाइम आउट नहीं
The
है?
operator in hands of Martin.
बैठो बैठो बैठो
Looking
बैठो
for
सब
an
लोग
early
बैठो
fight.
बैठो.
Often you'll see that
बैठो.
around short or even the push-up B main. I mean, maybe we will see the push-up B main. At least got his utility down. And it's just early on getting rid of that pesky little turret. And anyone that might be behind it. Spreading the net.
Rank up
Foot
करने
got
के लिए सिर्फ बंदी
a lurk
चाहिए होती है.
outside
तू
of
गया
B
बे.
without a captain. And the point of contact is Zeus.
भाई
He's
Zeus
heard the
प्यारा
drone.
खेल रहा है. Zeus
Wait it
प्यारा
out.
खेल रहा है.
Has to actually destroy it as it's going to get a little bit closer with that smoke fading. And I thought maybe he's going to continue up that push to market, especially with that deep smoke, but that's what he wants KC to think. Instead, resetting for a fight on short, but we've seen this before, sometimes off a cam, when it was Foot on the defensive side. This time off contact of Aves, there will be a paranoia to fire through on short.
दिमाग ना
You
नेट
know
डाल
you're
के मारा.
nervous about your opponent swinging an angle,
दिमाग
just
तो है.
putting down the nano. Info gathered up, paranoia sent through just to avoid it being denied from the knife, and counter smoke utilized. Again though, they look to walk into the lion's den.
जीत गए
That knife
फुट.
already
ये भी
being
राउंड
used,
जीत
so they
गए.
can't
रोटेशन
take
का
away the
अम्मा
use
बहन
of
हो
this
रखी
time.
है.
No, and there are some traps waiting. a reveal up top sent through. And it will catch some info. The spam now with the trap, stunning Cracks, but he won't be punished. Zeus is up close. Havez and Sagetsu on their way, and that's one picked off immediately. Pressure on backside, Bladestorm active. They don't land though. Luckily, Cracks is there to save the day.
बाप वालों खेल रहे हैं foot.
At 2 versus 3 that were left in, and a shoulder routine that brings us back even. Bladestorm up top doesn't land. 3 blades left. Needs the kill to refresh them. The Bladestorm is hunting them down, but Zeus from down below takes Martin first. One step towards victory and just 2 away from claiming this series. I mean, they started on the back foot, losing their own map pick 14-12, but came back with a stomp on Lotus. And now it looked like they'd given KC a way in. They'd opened the door on danger, but soon to slam it shut in their face.
This really breaks this round is just the proactivity of Foot. Zeus within the smoke, but it's the reposition from Yedajay.
Close. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 more minutes.
Towards the end of the round, they have no idea that he's already gone back towards the stairs.
इनकी हालत खराब भाई उसको ट्रायलिंग नहीं जमता पता है हालत खराब है अभी
already
3 घंटे ट्रैफिक में गया ना आत्मा गई रही
opportunity to get away, but with an easy pick onto Yedajay, it's no problem.
Showstopper fired in. Navex connects it. This time a clean kill. And the advantage hammered home. Cracks. Oh no! It looked like it could have gotten very awkward, but Sagetsu is there to keep numbers in their favor. Now they'll look to isolate him with an aid into the right side. They know that he must be on the left, but the reveal is perfect from Sadek. Last man standing, Mr. Fallen, spike in his possession, but the full force of the remaining KC members are waiting for him.
Mr. Fallen is literally the antagonist to Angel. Like so many of this round, obviously one player alive. It's just Mr. Fallen.
क्या लगता है क्लच कर सकता है देखो टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो कर सकता है भले 1v3
I think that they're also thinking like if you are to call a timeout after you lose a couple of rounds, you're also given one to put, and that could separate them from getting those 2 last rounds.
He knows the sensors are there, so he's trying to walk past them to almost sell the idea that this could potentially still be an A hit. They've held long enough. They know. An aggressive position though. And you should never doubt Mr. Fallen in these clutch scenarios. So good in the late round, forced to crouch, but they get isolated into the 1 versus 1. Tries to bait the peak, and while Sagetsu takes the bait, but wins the fight anyway.
कितना close था
That's the hook clean off the line there.
I thought it was
जर्सी ट्रिपल एक्सएल में बना रहे थक बाय देखा मैंने ट्विटर पे गुड चॉइस अब मैं भी ले सकता हूँ जर्सी बहुत बाप है
Do you reckon they're having a mini tactical pause?
Probably,
yeah. Like
They've almost just lost like a bit of a silly clutch, because I think it's the run through from Elite. Like that was so disjointed in the 1 versus 2. You know exactly where he is. You caught him in a net, and Elite goes way before Sugetsu's even prepared.
Just because आपने ये बात कही है और मेरे दिल को छू गई है, इस बार मेरे हिसाब से एसेंशियल VLT ही जीतने वाला है. आपने हमें सपोर्ट किया, हमें अच्छा लगा, हम भी आपको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. Good job.
Time here.
I'm not concerned about guys, honestly, after what we saw.
He's not stood up anymore. He's going to keep that circulation going in a more healthy capacity. But it's actually Aang going a mile a minute here. Lots of notes for the KC players. And again, this is them trying to keep their dream of that first seed alive.
अरविंद भी आ गए. Crazy ना? भाई उससे ज़्यादा crazy है ना जो ये लोग shoot कर रहे हैं ना, वो ज़्यादा crazy है.
Because once you get the first seed, is one
मैं देख ले इसको. हेलो मेरा खुद का टीम भी है भाई अभी.
The idea of the 2-0 for KC, meaning that they were locked out of that 4th place. They wouldn't be ending there. That's no longer the case for them. So really, in terms of comfort, you've got to be taking this series and come in strong next week as well.
I think that's due to map difference, because they are. I think they're quite. Well, decently positioned when it comes to map difference based on who they played. So
XV 7-0 or Hector and Varna virtual plus
4th place
open
is
by
the thing I'd
Hector
most be
point
concerned
नहीं है
about,
कि
because
Hector
that
मेरे
is a
chat
one
में आता
match and you're out
रहता
sort
है.
of deal.
XV 7
Likely to play the
Varna
team
ने
in the
Varna ने
opposing group, which when you look at the 4 teams in Group A,
ये Varna लेगा तो
there's not a great
गाड़ी का
choice. Maybe
मतलब
there's
तेरे
one
friends
you
लोग
want
बोलेंगे
slightly more than the others,
तो आ रहा है Varna
anybody can finish first in that
समझ
group.
रहे हो नहीं आ रहा है तो तू समझ में नहीं आएगा कौन सा Varna.
And then wins in.
दिमाग वाली बात.
Oh.
That's going to be tough for
That's
the
an
people
easy
at home to
question,
figure out,
Ben.
Tom. You've done well. Speaking
Guys,
of riddles,
see me
Ada
answer
Captain
देके pass हुआ
already
exams
on the
में,
site.
just
He
like.
uses his ult to get in there, and the rest of the squad, I mean, they're on their way, but they're almost still in the behind the spawn walls. This is going to be a big battle for Ada Captain, and he's on his own, finding just the one, and then they walk right into Martin. They're still pushing the site where the rotations will undoubtedly have come in, considering the ult from Ada Captain. Cracks good for one, but the op is still running riot on backside.
By the
Sadik,
amount
shock
of
dart through, they know,
disrespect in
without a
this
doubt
push.
that this man is here.
Hello?
They have a choice on where they take it, just a pixel away. Sagetsu will find one. And they know this can be an easy wrap from Zeus to the other side of the map, but he wants to force the issue, force the fight, catch Sadik unaware. They just do that. 40 seconds. Reveal goes deep, and he just about dodges it. Sadik should think he's on the other side of the map now. This swing cautious. Rightfully
Oh my Gaikwad!
11-9. KC
Outplay
bailed
करने
out
के
of a
चक्कर
bad
में outplay
situation
हो
by the
गए रे
RGL.
बाबा.
I need to see a replay of this
Not
round because it was so
that
chaotic.
game.
As you were saying, we see Ada Captain just TPing onto side, and everybody else is so
ये उठ
late.
गया
The
तो मेरा हो
rest
गया
of KC
जैसे.
are in very good positions. The utility is not really having an effect anymore. Martin has a very
और ये
clean
मैच भी
shot
उठ
on
गया
the
ना.
main.
तो अपन कल पैसिफिक नहीं.
You want to see this
सीधा
round again?
4 दिन बाद EMEA करेंगे.
Go in, open
पूरा
the game,
हफ्ते का हो
play
गया मैं.
TDM, and that's where you'll end up.
8:30 बजे चालू हुआ था. 8:30. 4 घंटे हो गए.
One that Foot very nearly
एक गेम
won.
में हो गया.
That's the thing that's most surprising about it, with how disjointed everything was in that fight. It almost worked out for them.
भाई
Probably
सड़क
would
का
have bet
awareness on top था
on
लेकिन
Zeus
हाँ.
being able to take that over the line. Lockdown into play. Doesn't look like there's any opportunity to deny it. A firing squad lining up outside of the site to try and spam their way through. Middle has been taken, the drone utilized, but that's the kill that was needed. Zeus removed, utility offline.
That was a really clean shot.
लग
Straight through the smoke. Good
गए.
spam, good prediction on the player. Yenisei very low, Ada Captain up close. And
Ah!
he's taking a fight alone.
ये
With
मारना
the
था रे, ये
advantage, with the
मारना था, ये
time
मारना था.
on their side. That is a mistake, as we can see, plain as day. Utility cut off for
ये
a moment,
BO3
but
है,
now
BO5
fading.
नहीं
Zeus
नहीं
up
BO3
close.
है. BO5 semi-finals और
Oh, these
finals.
players have been quite aggressive. They now know about Zeus. He's got a little bit of backup from main, and he got a lot done there. A three-piece. And with Yenisei low, it's the site itself that we look to for the fights. Cracks and Mr. Fallen, an op to contend with. A shot from Sagetsu and Martin that leaves Yenisei alone, trying to do it all. The defuse baits him in, and Sagetsu
अंदर
with
से
a
defuse कर
three-piece
सकता
of his
है.
own puts them right to 11-10. A gap of 0.1 of a second. But it's enough for KC to keep climbing back.
And Martin is determined to win this head-to-head, even though Zeus is definitely leading on those kills and had a great performance even for this round. And pushing with the operator onto the side, very aware of how the time was working
टेक्निकली अगर
against
देखा
them.
जाए
And
तो
Suigetsu
फुट
always
मैच
be
पॉइंट
so
पे ठीक
reliable
है.
with those bullets right to the head. What is that?
टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो फुट मैच पॉइंट पे.
This does again seem like a moment
भाई
though where
कोच एक बार कोच दिखाओ.
0.1 Foot literally
This is
didn't
like-
need to peek. Like they have the back of
Guys,
the
मेरे
site,
घर का
they
light
have
off कैसे
players in
हुआ?
control, they have a player coming
He is
round
him.
from behind.
तेरे लिए
There was
on
no
करके
need
रखा
for them
मैं.
to even jiggle or swing. If you just wait for the clock, you're out of there.
Bye,
So
looking
I
for
think
the
overplaying
Bye, looking
their
for the
hand.
How was it, eh?
Jesus Christ.
Huh?
Geis isn't on his feet at least.
Yeah, that's not him screaming.
निकल गया है. पेन हो रहा है अभी.
I wonder if they can
Is
hear him at
everybody
home.
okay? just want to look out into the crowd. You doing all right?
It's been a stressful matchup, Tom. A BO3 that could be a BO5.
मेरा
at
back
this
there.
point.
BO7, I think.
BO7.
Have we ever had a BO7? I don't think so.
I don't believe we have. No.
I think
Let's
I
run
think we
it
should do
next
it.
week.
Yeah,
नहीं
right?
मेरा जो back है
Let's
ना.
take the
Back
a
और मेरी
matchup
गांड जो है.
that matters the least.
I think
In my opinion,
Lower
Lower
lower back.
Best of 7. I agree.
Let's make it the second game of the day as well. Just to be sure.
Pinky Dawn is back. Pinky Dawn आ गई है. Pinky Dawn घर पे.
One round in between them, and what
ये
an
उसको भी
impressive
थोड़ा time
comeback from
लगेगा.
KC.
चिंता नहीं
7
करो.
rounds out of 9 have
relax.
gone
4
their way.
घंटा travel
This
करके आएंगे.
defensive side looking
कैसे
a
लगा
whole lot
traffic?
better, and even think back to the previous map. Foot were in full control. A 9-3 scoreline here then as well.
मुंबई से
It
होके इतना
seemed
साल
like
से.
KC had ran out of steam, but that is far from the truth. An opening for Sadik. Pistols in play for Foot. They are conceding this round.
Woo!
He's do damage onto Martin, but he's got backup. Sadic's on the rotate. Mid control is theirs. No upsets here with the pistols from what we're seeing. 11 to 11. The game really is on.
Looking like a
आवाज आ रहा है bro? भाई ये भी उठ जाएगा.
The defensive side has been more than dominant. With a few blips here and there for KC. As they go from strength to strength, Bladestorm getting nothing and a Hunter's Fury, all that can be relied upon going into the next round. And Foot decided to throw in another pause.
I mean, I think that it's good to use them if you have both of them available, because you've had a 9-3 at the beginning, right? Now you're in a situation where it's 11 to 11, and if you go to overtime, you will have another tactical pause available for yourself. I think that the tension might be getting to them. Gaius probably is going on about... Oh, Eng is laughing, so that means that in case it's not just having a giggle. But Gaius is probably speaking about, hey, talk to each other, mind the spacing, mind the duels that you're taking. I think that the pressure is like kind of getting to you after KC.
Yeah, that notepad's being pulled like the string of a bow right now. I don't know who his target is. I wouldn't want to be it. You can see the difference, right? Harder to hit. I'll say that. For KC, you can see the difference in their coaching staff. Earlier on, we had Zeiss slamming the table, saying GG when they were down, I think, 4-1 or something in that ballpark. Ang was not looking happy. I think the best we saw from him this series
somebody
was
gave
a
today
small smirk. But like you said, babe, now he's laughing. Now he's having a good time. And of course they are.
85,000. I mean, Sugi stood out saying, I am him. And he is him.
Right
now,
game
he is.
65,000.
But Foot looked to change that in round number 23.
6-11.
Back-to-back pauses.
How much is 50?
The chance now to at least guarantee themselves an overtime on a map they looked certain to win.
घर चाहिए या नहीं?
Of the Hunter's Fury, and it has been dodged. Over the top goes Zeus.
इधर मैं शॉपिंग नहीं कर रही हूँ.
I don't think he's been spotted at all.
Amazon का डब्बा मेरे पापा का आया अभी घर पे. नहीं. दिमाग कलर करो आप सब. मैच देखने दो इधर.
The guy that seems undefeatable within this server, the guy trying to drag Foot, kicking and screaming to a victory, has given them a chance.
That nade made me nervous. It was damn close. He's on 7 HP at the moment.
कान में मक्खी बिन आ रही
Through the
थी.
wall would get him. He was in prime spot for that spam just a moment ago.
पता है आते ही बहिस क्यों कर रही है? मिल के आई है ना बहिस को.
Excuse me. Great connection.
घर पे रहना था मेरे को. बोली मेरे साथ चल मेरे घर पे चल उधर मत जा.
It's a 1v1 with Mr. Fallen already taken and dealt with. Nano activated. You hear the sound cue. He's got another. It doesn't quite get put out in time. Elite already getting it to halfway. Yedishe playing with him and
अगर मारता तो.
Just about. Foot make it to 12. Overtime, the worst case scenario now in regulation. And just one round away from claiming this marathon of a series.
That second time might have been it. I don't know, but especially starting off with this round being a 5v3 in favor of KC's Zeus.
अभी तक EMEA खत्म हो जाना चाहिए था.
Technically. Being able to get 3, even in the condition that he was, Tom, was extremely impressive.
I was going to say, unless the timeout was something to do with Zeus's chair position or trend, so I don't know, something that can make him hit headshots even better. I don't know how it made a difference, and well, you can't afford to miss versus this man. You get one shot, you miss it, you lose.
Spoke about the 82nd province and Foot, they almost claimed it back with flying colors now. The opening pick is there. 20 HP on Zeus, but so much damage returned onto KC. They don't know quite how close they were, but he's still alive. The demon lives, and it's not looking like there'll be an easy way back through for KC. The blade storm of Martin needs to be big, and it's shut down from miles away. Foot, they stalled out. They waited, but they get there in the end. 13 to 11 to 1. And this series, rightfully so, belongs to Foot.
Well, I think there might be a few people arguing that. It was a back and forth matchup all the way through to get to with
Hello, Bang, I love you,
stellar
Jan today.
performance. But it was Zeus who stole the show on the maps that were victorious. for Foot. There was no one else to talk about.
I think that Zeus, as you're saying, playing the Waylay for the first time earlier in Lotus, changing the composition, making it look
सबसे पहले fish
so
bomb दे रहा है
damn
सबको.
good. So many questions, maybe them
बोलते
not
हैं,
being
आओ.
able to adapt to everything, but they
आओ ज़रा.
found the keys. The preparation
समझाता हूँ तुम लोग
was
को.
there. The timeouts, even though sometimes they looked a little bit worrying, they definitely worked for the squad.
Hey, बंको कैसे हो? सब
They
बढ़िया.
have to be very,
Very
very
well.
happy with today's performance.
Without a doubt, a well-earned bow. It's been a very long series for these boys down on that stage, and both teams put up one hell of a show. OT map one.
क्या 3,500 लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. We are close to 7K likes.
That's going to finish higher
नहीं,
in the
6K
group
likes.
from Turkey will depend
We are close.
on the game versus each other. That is such a sick storyline going into next week with all the teams in the top 8 obviously already qualified, but Turkey versus Turkey will decide who finishes higher in the group, and that is exactly what the fans of both squads will be wanting.
And with the form that we've been seeing, right? We see a BBL this year that is completely different. We see a Foot that can still fight for every single matchup. Of course, it's very interesting to see what we're going to see next week.
Well, what was very interesting to see,
Yes,
talk about
मैं
players being
कर रहा हूँ
on
ना.
form. This man brought the bookie to the server with
बहुत बात खेला
flying colors. He passed the test
गलत
his
खेला
opponent put up for him. Let's go down to the stage with a post-game interview with Mr. Fallen.
It is the fragging IGL himself, Mr. Fallen from Foot.
Fallen
First of
बोलते.
all, congratulations on that victory. That was such an entertaining series. It came down to the wire. I wanted to ask you, what was the difference, do you think, between you and KC
आगे लेके
in
अभी
the
तो
last
main
couple of
match
rounds
है.
on Ascend that meant that you are the winner
सबसे
here?
मेन मैच जिसके लिए अपन 3 घंटे से रुके हैं. 4 घंटे से बहुत
okay,
घंटे से.
guys, I was playing default and over rotating fast, so we just said, okay, guys, if they were rotating fast, just go rush somewhere. We just figured it out and just rushed, and that's all.
When you say we figured out, you figured out? You had the read?
ये बंदा एक्चुअल में फास्ट बोल रहा है. मुझे लग रहा है कि फास्ट बोल रहा है.
Oh, the coach. Okay, I'm so happy you mentioned Gaius because there was a moment on map 2 where Gaius.
Fast बोल रहा है मेरे को लग रहा है.
I can't touch it, but that's okay.
Okay, you haven't seen this because obviously you heard it.
Yeah, but I heard it, yeah.
But he stood
ठीक है,
up,
slow में बात कर
he
सकते
was
हैं, ठीक है.
bashing his chest, the table and everything. I know you don't want to leak strats, but could you share a little bit about what he said?
Simply, he said that while they're pushing high ult with A sides and Atajus going back to on the heaven end, guy said, "Don't go the fucking backside."
Wait, you were
yes,
saying that?
and okay, guys, okay, they're high but they can push backside. Ataj, just hold it. Bewitch can stun you. You have paranoia phases behind you. Just hold the side. Don't
भाई ये
go
बहुत
back.
फास्ट बोल रहा है कि नहीं बोल रहा है.
Captain.
Most of the yes, because of the ground, yeah.
Okay, how do you handle that in those
या फिर
moments?
मेरा
'Cause it
ऑक्सीजन
is
नहीं
already
पहुंच
pretty
रहा है.
stressful, and Gaius is somebody, as you know, he's not going to.
Punishment
He's not
खत्म हो
going
गया
to beat
भैया.
around the bush. He's
ठीक
going
है,
to tell you how
ठीक
he
है,
feels.
ठीक
So,
है.
how do you guys make sure that you don't feel panicked?
बोल रहा है, एक्शन में बोल रहा है.
We
वही
don't
मैं
panic because we know
सोच
Gaius. He will not say anything negative to us. So
भाई
we
इतना
just know he's gonna
concentrate
say
मैंने मेरे
good
लाइफ
to
में
us,
नहीं
you know,
किया.
because he's just holding the match right now. Every time he sees the match from everyone's perspective, and he just said, okay, if you don't back up the set, you will defend them because there's a big stun coming for you. Krax is behind you. You have paranoia. You have so much to stop them, and you're going back. Just don't do that again. That's simple, and everyone just knows that it's a good thing.
इसलिए ये लोग
Do you
जीते.
personally
फास्ट
feel
खेला भी ना.
Gaius is underrated as a coach? He should be in the conversation as one of the best.
I think he's still best coach right now. Why he's underrated, I don't know, but
I agree with you. Now, congratulations on your ace. Do you know how many aces you've had in VCT EMEA?
no, I don't know.
It's your third ace. So third.
क्या बात?
It's pretty high up, right? You enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that was a good one because I just
Fallen भाई
look at my money and
थोड़ा सा नाड़ा अंदर हो
okay, I'm
जाता.
gonna just buy Bucky and no armor, so why not?
I loved it. It was very iconic, super
Baat
iconic
hai,
ace. And last question, do you remember the last time a team in VCT EMEA ran
ध्यान
Jet
उधर जा रहा है,
Rays
समझ
on
रहे?
Ascent? Do you remember who that was by any chance?
I think that was us, no?
It was you!
know, because yeah, we saw the ways and guys said, okay guys, we just tried the ways and it doesn't work. They can work too, so Atta just knows that very well. Just
बहुत फास्ट बोल रहा है यार बंदा.
It was back in it's so long ago, you know. It feels like
So
it was
long ago,
Atta
yeah.
Kiwi, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So when you did see the comp, did you
जी
instantly
मैं
feel
अच्छे
like you had a good
रिजल्ट्स
game
नहीं
plan
आए
because you
बंदा
have
कोई
played?
सीन
No,
नहीं.
we
PRX में जाओ.
We just said if they took base, we win the match.
Oh.
That's all, because we just tried ways for attack captain and we just
Think they held his
give him
Gucci
confidence with
थोड़ा
ways, by
सा
the way.
left right
That was not the
मेरा
actual
थोड़ा ज़्यादा
prompt
left right
for there while we are using that. After you said, I want to take ways even. Okay, you can take it. So I can take some more. But while we see the ways on the attacker side, on the Karmik Corp side,
I'll have
okay
crossing
guys, we won this match because they don't know anything.
You knew exactly, because you've done it before. You've done it before. You have
And
experience.
it didn't work, by the way. But we worked it, but I think they were.
भाई इसको मैं पूरा टाइम सुन सकता हूँ यार
Karmik Corp, the
हाँ
first match. While we're playing on the ways.
Oh, okay, I remember. But thank you so much for joining me, Mr. Farland. Congratulations once again. We'll see you back here next week. Now, we have one final game coming up now, a very
Let's
spicy
go,
one to close out the
baby.
week. Make sure you stick around for NAVI versus Heretics right
ध्यान
after
रखो
this
दोनों किड्स फुल चिल सीन है टेंशन नहीं GRX versus PRX1 GRX G brain lagging time will you be able to sit for 1 minute I don't need 4 baba cannot no my body is already left side नहीं चाहिए
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, I'm Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but
ये बड़ा रवि लेना था भाई
get up, get out, get up, get up now, get up, get up now.
है नाच रहे हैं
Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence.
मैडम कैसे आपका मस्त रहा
Violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros.
बहुत टाइम ज्यादा बैठती हूँ मैं
So far in my zone.
4 घंटा
So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta.
बोल रहा था कि पिज़्ज़ा मंगाता हूँ आप नहीं हो करके वो पिज़्ज़ा खाया इसने
Get up, get up now, get up,
Adam picture on hot today
get up, get up.
वो हेरिटिक्स है अभी 1 सेकंड
They might be
First
enemies
match
on the
abhi
server,
karte
but for
ko
today, Angel and Boo, before their
Kitna
game,
ulti
will at
tha?
least be frenemies. Because I wanted to check in with you guys and quiz you a little bit about yourselves, because you've
bhagwan.
both been in VCT
Kitna ulti
EMEA
gaya
for a
be?
very, very long time. There's a lot of history in this matchup as well. So, are you ready? You think you can do this? You can work together?
Sure.
Oh my
Yes,
god
okay, Boo is at least confident.
Char
Now, we'll
ghanta.
start with an easy one. Please, if you can,
Oh
name 3 teams
God.
the other person has been on. So 3
इतना तो
different
मेरे को
organizations.
उधर
I'll
से
start with you,
इधर
Boo.
आने
How
में
many?
लगा है।
Just give me 3 that Angel's been on.
Valorant only?
Yes. Oh, actually, you name as many as you can.
I mean,
I'll give you bonus
it's
points.
now FPX before, I know Hellraisers. I mean, that's 3. Was there, I mean, Party Parrots, but it was not an org.
That counts, that counts. That's a team.
Okay, Party Parrots then.
Okay, 4. He's got 4. So can you do 3 from Boo?
I think Vitality Heretics, or Easy One.
Uh-oh.
Oglu, you've been there?
Okay, carry on. He might be able to do 3. He might be able to do 3.
3, 4. No, I can't remember.
I mean, you did one wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't
Really?
Vitality.
Not
I was
Vital.
never invited.
No.
Heretics.
Yeah, correct.
Glue.
Correct.
Okay, third one.
We could even go back to the party days, although you never played against each other back then, so...
I don't remember those days.
No Panky?
No, I don't
Panky?
remember the third.
Giants? We counting Giants?
Giants?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Giants.
2021.
All right, we'll count the points because you named 4, so you know you technically
Combined
got 6 points.
yeah.
You got 6 points between you. Now, if we combine both of your agents that you've ever played in your careers, there is only 6 that you haven't played. Can you give me those 6? Now, the most Angel's played many agents, so I think this is a little bit on you, Angel, but give me the 6 agents that you haven't played. I combine.
I'll be honest with you, it should be some new ones.
I mean, Bailey for sure. No one
Bailey,
played.
Balls, no,
okay, that's
yes.
one.
Deadlock, I think also. Second one.
I didn't.
Correct,
So,
yeah, you haven't?
There should be more new ones. What else? Clove, I didn't play.
I didn't play as well, so that's free.
I think it's a crime that the 2 of you haven't played Clove, by the way. That is absolute
perfectly
crime.
normal.
It's absolutely okay.
Have you not wanted to?
Of course not.
But they see
There's not enough utility on her. No.
Ah, okay,
Sorry.
fair enough. Okay, 3 more.
Did you play Phoenix?
Phoenix I did. I played everything, like, I had a fun tournament when I just bet with Shao, played each map like new agent.
Okay.
So I covered like most of the old ones.
There is a duelist that you've played and he hasn't.
Really? Reyna? No, Reyna I played.
I played Raze, and I think he didn't.
I played Raze.
You haven't played Raze?
No? Then
No?
Raze?
Yeah,
Raze?
he's got the Raze.
Weird.
You have to play Raze now. You have to play
I played
Raze.
3 more.
3 more. So you have Deadlock, Clove, and Waylay. There's 3 more.
And Weiss you played. What is the new ones?
Iso? Iso.
Oh yeah, we
didn't play this.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 more.
What other new like agents?
Oh.
I know I played Harbor, so...
Yeah.
Harbor I also tried.
I'll give you a clue. There's players on your teams that play it, especially for you. Right now. They play it and you haven't. I'll give it to you. All right, it's Chamber.
Chamber? Okay.
And Neon. Unless you have played Neon.
No.
Imagine you playing Neon over
No,
Mini
no,
Boo.
I cannot.
I don't think you'll be allowed to. All right, so both of your most played agent is Omen. When it comes to your career high average ACS, there's only 0.8 ACS between you. Who do you think has the higher ACS on Omen?
I think Boo.
Why?
I think Asian.
I don't know.
Just look.
You don't
I
trust
just
yourself.
remember I checked my like history and it wasn't impressive on Omen. It was
Well,
like
there's a-
0.85, I guess.
0.8 between. There's a difference of 0.8 between you.
0.8, I hope.
Difference between the averages?
Yeah, ACS.
Oh.
You think you or Angel?
Okay.
I don't know.
I think Boo have higher.
All right, I'm going to tell you, it's Angel with 194.1 and Boo with 193.3. Yeah,
Okay.
you've just
Actually, I see this who fights more, kind of. I was fighting probably more.
Yeah, I guess.
just over. Do you remember the first time you ever played against each other?
I do.
I don't.
I mean, I think it was when they were FPX when BDG played.
Yeah, but he wasn't playing because Buddy G played.
Exactly. I joined for finals
Yeah, that's
to eliminate Fnatic and
No,
final.
then we didn't play against. Was it 2023?
All right, it was 2022. It was Oglu versus FPX, and FPX did
probably
win.
second season,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was right after. And last question, between you guys, how many America's teams have you defeated?
I don't know. I think I have like 4.
Can you name them
I mean,
quickly?
Xset, Energy, Americas, like
Americas.
Brazilian counts?
Yes, absolutely. Boo,
Crew for
yours is quite recent.
I mean,
You should remember
I have
yours.
Sentinels, Leviathan, G2, 100 Thieves.
Correct. Angel is on you now.
Okay, I counted 3, right? Energy, Crew, Xset. There should be a
Loud maybe?
Loud, I'm not sure. I played them once and it was triple overtime. Third map we lost.
I'll help you out. It was not NRG. You actually lost NRG. You beat Optic.
Well, who was Optic?
You beat the better version. No, you beat the better team. I think that counts.
True.
And the last one is also Lev. So both of you have beaten Lev. I don't know how many they got there, but I think it was good enough.
It was decent.
It was decent.
It was
We
very
lost only
decent.
2, right?
Did you enjoy working together?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Can't wait to see you guys go up against each other. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Well played.
So wholesome,
Thanks,
so
Masala Chai
wholesome.
Ke
Frenemies right now, but for Angel in particular, Meg, maybe more enemies. This matchup has given him a lot of trauma.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know that Na'Vi have already posted about it today, that they are, you know, pretty often seen losing out to Team Heretics. So I didn't feel any tension between them, though. They seem to get on very, very well, but it will be interesting to see if there's any tension on stage.
I mean, Heretics has been winning every single important match against
He
them.
loves this.
I have to say, it's the only time I can say something about that Spanish team that are winning to something, so I have to take profit. And they're winning every single important match against NAVI. And right now, if there is someone that has to stop NAVI from being first seed, it's Heretics.
But that is the crazy thing. Na'Vi could lock in first seed going to playoffs
कितना
depending on
percentage
this outcome
percentile
of
मिला
this match.
किसको?
But when you talk about Heretics always beating Na'Vi, it is the important games. You know, Angel tweeted about it last year because it was always when they were on a win streak and all of a sudden they play Heretics and they lose. And then a lot of those times, as you can see from this tweet, Uli, it was in elimination times that were
G का result
the
आया
end
आज
of their
BKL.
season was because of Heretics at this point. So for Na'Vi, at least, there's a lot of stakes. They're going to want to win. I know you're going to be backing your boy on the side of Heretics, but when you do have something to play for, like Na'Vi do, it's often the most scary.
है मतलब मेरा stream lucky तो है तुम्हारे लिए हाँ?
Should be something important. You don't want to end into fourth slot and get into the lower bracket on the first. So probably they should be trying to face them and looking for a victory. And today it's going to be a hard match because Team Heretics
81 W.
I also think that Angel has something to prove here. Like, you know, that man has an ego, and I think he's going to want to be coming into this and being like, you know what? We gave Team Heretics that moment.
I love how
now
they
it's my time.
They run this graphic the second you talk about him. And the reason we run this graphic is because we want to talk about the growth and development of Angel as an IGL, as a leader, and as one of the veterans of our scene. He said on post-plant in week 1, I am the best IGL on Fracture for sure. Now, the results didn't really come his way after that, but I think the important
हर
thing
मैप
is,
में बाप IGL है
I
भाई
do
गलत
believe we have the
एक्सपीरियंस है
clip
उसका
because Koala Noob spoke a little bit about Angel as an IGL on
Angel
Fracture,
का
and I think for those of you at home that
heavy
haven't seen
experience
this is probably going to shock you.
Like other than like the Fracture, which like Angel apologized to me after the series because he's like, Johnny, I'm so sorry, you played ass. I'm telling you to satchel into them every round, and I kept getting like, that's where I said like they kept like double rocketing, stunning me, and like neon swinging me. He's like, I'm sorry, like I'm not gonna do that again. And I'm like, it's fine, it's whatever.
You did hear that correctly. Angel apologized to Koala Noob for bad calls on Fracture Meg.
Well, Angel did say week 2 that they were slowly finding themselves and becoming less serious as the weeks go on. So maybe he's also found himself
इतना बड़ा हो क्या iPad है क्या
he's learned how to apologize and acknowledge wrongdoing. So yeah, it's huge.
Growth.
Yes.
Development. We love it.
He's growing, and also he's the best IGL on Fracture. I mean, but I think he's cheating because he normally dies first, so he's spending a lot of time just IGL in every single one.
Yeah,
Esports का ताला पर reason है.
He's
With
the
Mika management, he can do anything.
He is the expert.
कल मेरा Amazon का interview all the best बोल दो. Bye.
Okay,
अगर
you heard you were banned,
Amazon
but
में
you
तू
know what?
select
If
हो गया
I
तो
was
वहाँ से
Navi, I
iPad
would
बनता है,
ban
ठीक है?
Miniboo because let's be honest, Uli,
Mock
Miniboo
test था जी का.
Yeah, Miniboo has been amazing, but to be honest, if I want to talk
Aura
right now,
देखो
so
भाई,
I'm
aura
proud
देखो,
about the team
इसकी
because Team
aura
Heretics
देखो
is right now the
भाई.
back-to-back finalist international. I mean,
Aura
it's true
देखो
that they don't
भाई.
get to qualify last time into Master Bangkok. And if we have to talk about his
अकेले आ रहा है भाई,
going
बाकी लोग
into
चाहिए भी
kickoff,
नहीं.
it was awful. Every single one got his eyes on Miniboo, and there was a reason for it. His performance wasn't that good at that time. But all the socials, all the analysts on socials were saying that maybe Miniboo should get replaced or role swap, making good maybe the duelist. I'm so sorry for all the Twitter analysts. I had to say something. Miniboo is back. Right now, we're talking about someone that maybe you can just check ACS and say, oh, he's great. You can check the KD and say, he's one of the best. You can check every single stat and you'll say, okay, but I'm not going to talk about something that simple. I'm going to talk about someone that is dominating right now the competition. And we want to check the statistics. We're going to go into something that is common for us. And it's every single difference that he's been doing to every single player around the competition. If we check it, on the hatches, we have Governor. It's a +14. I mean, I know the governor, biggest enemy, is also governor, but what a difference is made for Minibu. Kicks on the second, west side on the third, and side on the fourth. And you will say, wow, Minibu is playing so good. But this is not the shootout, because the shootout is right here. 2 evens in between the lowest difference he has made, and only 2 players that managed to win into duel until him, and it's only a -3, what becomes to Minibu an amazing player. And we talk about Minibu. You know him as Minibu, but his real name is Dominicas Lukasevicius. And by now, you will remember him as the dominating Lukasevicius, because he's been doing amazing with a huge performance. And talking about performance, we can check it down on his last match, because he was nailing it in vitality and doing a huge job.
Wow. Can we just get his government name once more?
Which one? Dominicas Lukasevicius? Or you want to go into the dominating Lukasevicius? That's what he's doing right now in VCT EMEA.
Absolutely. Now, I was there in the trenches with you, Uli. I was a Minibu defender. You know, I was out here. I was out there. I was never the one dogpiling on him, saying that they needed to make changes or he was underperforming, because he is one of the most talented players we have, Meg. And I'm so glad that he's back proving the people wrong.
Yeah, I think he spoke about how he's not afraid of the big names anymore. You know, the first year that we saw Minibu, he was very, very nervous to go up against the big guns like Durka, etc. And now I think he's warmed up, he's comfortable, and he's matured so much in a single year that I think nothing phases him anymore. And to be so young and go through such critique from literally everyone everywhere, you definitely build up a bit of a wall and then you kind of go into things fearless.
And I like that he's an emotional player, Uli.
Yeah.
I like that he likes to talk about the flaws, the failings, because that's how you get better.
Obviously, and also every single time we heard him talking about himself, he's probably the most critic person. I mean, you can go into socials and read anything, but he's going to be the first going to
कब से जी लगने लगा भाई रेड एफएम का बात कर रहा था मैं
Do you think history is going to repeat itself today in this matchup?
Heretics is winning. The story is gonna be repeated. I'm sorry, Angel.
I have to defend Navi here for my boy Navi So Marcus. I've got to back Navi here.
All right, okay, we have one on each side. I'm excited to see this. They are both safe. They are both secure, yet somehow, after everything we spoke about here, this matchup still feels.
जिस दिन मेरी मम्मी स्ट्रीम पे आएगी ना और मेरा पढ़ाई का स्टोरीज बताएंगे ना तुमको, मम्मी तो वापस रो देगी, तुम लोग भी रो दोगे। सच्ची में बोल रहा हूँ, सच्ची, मजाक सट कर। मेरा पढ़ाई का जो स्टोरीज है, सिर्फ 2 ही इंसान हंसते थे, एक मैं और एक मेरा फाफा। हाँ, एंटरटेनमेंट वाला फैक्टर हुआ करता था वो घर पे, एंटरटेनमेंट वाला फैक्टर। एग्जाम जा रहा था वो भी एंटरटेनमेंट, रिटर्न जल्दी आता था वो डबल एंटरटेनमेंट, और रिजल्ट के 3 तो 3 गुना ज्यादा एंटरटेनमेंट। हाँ, गलत स्टोरीज थे भाई, गलत। एक बार रिजल्ट देके मम्मी ने बोले तेरा है ही नहीं रिजल्ट, पक्का कुछ तो लेफ्ट राइट हो गया है, आगे पीछे का रिजल्ट तेरे को आया करके। फुल भरोसा था कि मेरा बेटा पास नहीं हो सकता। हाँ, जैसे घर से निकलता था 15 मिनट के अंदर वापस घर पे। भाई साहब क्या दिन थे भाई, वो कितना परेशान करता था यार मैं मम्मी को, अभी सोचने जाएगा तो बहुत उल्लू बनाता था। मेरे पास वो भी नहीं रहता था, पता है, अगर आज मैथ्स का एग्जाम है ना, मेरे पास मैथ्स का बुक नहीं रहता था, तो मैं कुछ और ही पढ़ता था, लास्ट ईयर का साइंस। मम्मी बोलते थे कर पढ़ाई, मैं करता था। क्या कर पढ़ाई कभी बोला नहीं, टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो, समझ रहे। और भाई सबसे ज्यादा नींद तभी आता है सुबह को, जब तुम बुक ऐसे लेके बैठते हो ना, अचानक से बुक ऐसा सामने आ जाता है भाई, सबसे ज्यादा नींद वही टाइम पे आता है, सुबह के टाइम पे। पर मैथ्स अच्छा था आपका? हाँ, पढ़े नहीं किया लेकिन अच्छा था। बाद में एमबीए भी किया ना, ऑलमोस्ट। एमबीए तेरे को पता है मेरा क्यों
कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ, इसके लिए भी मम्मी ने गाली दिया, बारिश हो रहा था करके। कौन बिक के जाएगा भाई एग्जाम देने, ये सोच के भाई, ये सोच के। और वो लोग का ऐसा था कि तुम लोग 3 साल तक ऐसा कुछ तो एक टाइम बुक करके तुम लोग देख सकते हो। एक ही बचा था, एक, बाकी सब हो गया मेरा, और मैं पास हो गया, मेरा दोस्त 2 इसमें टपका भी उस बेचारे ने वापस दिया, और हम लोग दोनों एक ही यूनिवर्सिटी से कर रहे थे, करस्पॉन्डेंस कर रहे थे, और वो टपक रहा था, पता नहीं कैसा, वो पढ़ाकू था, और मैं सीधा ABCD की जगह पे MCBJ वाला आंसर्स दे रहा था, ठीक है। तो बाद में बारिश की वजह से उसने भी एग्ज़ाम नहीं दिया, ऐसा करके फिर एक और साल आया, एक और साल एग्ज़ाम नहीं दिया, फिर एक और साल आया, एक और साल एग्ज़ाम नहीं दिया। फिर मैं दोस्त को बोला, भाई जो अपन 10-15 हज़ार उड़ा रहे हैं ना री एग्ज़ाम के चक्कर में, लगता है अपने नसीब में ही नहीं है। फिर वो जॉब वॉब ज्वाइन करके फिर भी मेरे को बोलता है एक लास्ट ट्राई देते ना बिंक्स। मैं बोला तू चले जा, मैं देखता हूँ यहाँ से। भाई हैवी बारिश की वजह से, मजाक सेट कर, बारिश की वजह से। और मैडम नींद नहीं आ रही है आज?
भी खाना खाया ना, तुरंत नहीं सोता।
बात कर, बात कर।
So I'm excited to watch that again. And of course we have Vut and Miniboo who put up an
वो भी Binks
incredible
बोलता था
performance
नहीं,
as incredibly
Mithul बोलता
aggressive duelists on Haven. And combined together, I do believe that they're a demon duo on Haven.
To be honest, I thought that it was the
There's
last
a
time
game
that was good
the
to see
SmackDown
Bice
में
on Angel.
मेरे
तेरा
टाइम फ्लैश नहीं था।
He's back. He's gonna
you
play
have
one
it.
more time. I really like
कॉलेज
it.
में नींबू
Alright,
शरबत
well,
होता
if
था,
you were
क्या
here
दिन
with
थे
us
भाई,
for the match
कॉलेज के
before,
दिन
then
बाप
you will
दिन,
know that Pansy is already in the building. She
कॉलेज
is
के
standing
दिन
by
बाप दिन थे
with the
भाई।
2014
कितने
Dignitas
सारे
Scan
स्कूल
UK
फ्रेंड्स थे मेरे
Invitational
कॉलेज में।
runner-up, Jacob Mini Harris.
Wow, that is a brutal
Pansy
throwback,
और Mini बोलते
Ice Series and Epic Land. I've never seen scenes like it since Mini has left that era. However, I do want to kind of touch on the basis of this map veto, right? Because the Deaths was kind of chewing through it a little bit there, a couple of question marks. What do you make of the veto? What do you think they were trying to achieve in this?
So, Heretics ban Fracture. That's just, I think, going to be their ban now from now on.
Okay.
I think maybe even looking to next week against Fnatic, probably not wanting to play it
ये
there.
जीता?
either.
nice.
On
long-term,
Navi's,
yeah.
Navi's
उसका
side,
है।
floating Ascent, I like that. Heretics looked very poor and started banning that a little bit. So I
Huh?
liked the veto from Navi. I actually think that they were in control of this veto a little bit more than Heretics. Obviously, expectations-wise, we're expecting Heretics to take this one. But I like the veto from Navi. The first map's going to be a little bit harder for them. Not a map that they love. Heretics looking good on this map. But Pro and Split, if we're getting there, I think Navi could have a chance.
It could be that start strong for Heretics and then the flip comes in. But we wait and see, obviously. Who knows what they've come up with? Last time these two met, Artis was in that Navi squad, so you've got to roll your minds back. But it does give you a bigger picture of what to expect in the future here. Can they really vie for the top if you're looking at Navi? Heretics already sitting at that 3-0 and Navi on the attack here. Already leaning towards C.
Heretics, I believe, running the same pistol as they did last time. Retake C, but they're going to have numbers in for a flood.
Yeah, waiting to see that come through. For now, it is going to be Navi getting to set the tone. Spike down. Let's wait for that flood to come in. Maybe we'll to set this in motion. Miniboo stalled out towards CT. And the first strike comes in. Rienz from afar. Beautiful.
भाई vulnerable और shortcut हुआ क्या?
If we're lucky. Nice on one way though. Gonna reward here. Boot goes down. Hero gets what he wants. But the back of the site now. Under fight. Heretics and Navi. Back and forth we go. Rienz with a belting. Already. As Angel left in the 1v2. Smoked off. And forced away. Tries to get a shot. But Rienz isn't losing today. What a round from him.
I believe that shot might have been off of that undercut.
It had to have been, right? The combo? Do we get it on replay? I hate
Vulnerable shotgun combo mostly.
But
they're usually good for it. They're usually good for it.
Normally on it. We'll see. Let's have a little look. Yeah, so at least we get to see the shock dart there. Oh, see, RT.
He was just off of the undercut, but he was damaged, so we'll give Woot the assist.
Undercut क्या vulnerable ना?
But Rienz. And when we kind of talk about Heretics, we've been looking a lot towards Miniboo recently because of that form. Has been very good. Uli, obviously, highlighting that one there. But Rienz is one of those sleeping giants. When he kicks out to gear,
crazy retake मारा ना
Lord,
TH
that man is scary. However, now for Navi, they have to try and suffer through this round.
लेकिन ये आपका पति लखपति बन गया
I think I'd like to highlight though is Woot on this map.
सब आते हैं
Who is playing NA next Thursday? NA next Thursday.
So for the defense on this
Sen,
map,
Sen.
it's a lot around Woots, but as you highlight, Rian's on that
ऐसे
Sova.
बोला
When you
जाएगा
get
ना
to play it in this
मालूम है
meta,
मेरे
it's a little bit hard to get the Sova out sometimes.
कौन खेल रहा है?
But probably the best Sova in our region so far.
मालूम है बोला ना कौन खेल रहा है?
Active.
MIB.
Yeah, I was
MIB
waiting, I was
खेल
waiting
रहा
for
है।
Leo
आज किसका
to come
मैच?
drifting through, but
It's always there.
it's always there.
Next week भी है।
On the other side,
कल भी।
Navi, let's see if they
परसों
can
भी।
gather a silver lining
कल
here.
दिखाएगी रोज।
Heretics will be waiting patiently. Woot here, up to be rewarded. First found, no problem so far. And the smoke to reinforce this choke. No one's going to be making it through that.
The ISO judge, a bit of a new look. Not one I see often, but
Next तो matches है ही नहीं. That's the right answer.
Mini approval.
Mini approved.
I think खत्म हो जाएगा. अभी तो मालूम पड़ जाएगा कौन-कौन qualify है.
Mini's a little sleepy today, so he might be getting a little bit edgy. You might be on
Bro. Bro.
He's looking clean. Ruxic, it's
Bro.
just try and do what you can. Surprised Rienz was the one running through, but maybe getting close towards the ult.
तो मतलब अगर next week matches है नहीं, Devas it is by. तो आपका जो $10,000 and pounds का टिकट का जो पैसा बचा है
They played against Apex last time. It was a very close game. They had a good attack side with this comp, which is surprising given it's a double.
विकास स्ट्रीमर ही कह दे
ये पूरा जायदाद भी तेरे नाम कर देगा ना तो भी तेरा पेट नहीं भरेगा
It's awful.
Oh, we're on the word hate.
Yes.
Fair enough. Thought.
I'm grumpy enough already.
It's true. It's true.
एक प्राइवेट जेट मिल जाता तो
And I want you to explain as to why once we see it
एक
reshow
प्राइवेट जेट
through,
मिलेगा
so
अपन
now
यहाँ
though,
पे
obviously,
काइट फ्लाइंग
they
खेल
have the
सकते
better
हैं. दो
fly,
हेलीकॉप्टर
but I
आता
don't
है
know if we're going to see the
अपन
faults
सिर्फ
of
जेट
it come to
I
चलाएंगे.
do
life.
like their default. They used the smoke on A main to block vision and the thorns deep onto sewers, but already we see the preparation boost up
Hey,
on
Ammani
that A
bhai,
main
kya
already.
le
Full
aisa?
information
Galat,
for
galat.
Heretics on this A side of the map. They should be rotating towards C. That's where we see Navi creeping towards.
Love you pick बहुत सही क्या?
Tentatively leaning that way, but we've seen them possibly
I
retake Woot again though. He had to go back to it, noting that decoy ahead, and from afar, Rienz, we're talking about that ult in play.
काहे
What he
अपने
wants,
प्लेयर
they
को
still
मार
have a
रहे?
player advantage here, and Mini Boo, another
भाई
tag.
मिनी बू मिस नहीं कर रहे बे चैट.
Angel going to be on suffering off the back of this with Hero already HP lower.
Yeah. Util here for Heretics. We got Paranoia still.
क्या बोल
Yeah, Rienz can set
गलत
this in
मार
motion
रहे
with the
भाई
combination
मिनी
of the
बू.
two. See how they started. Mini Boo still
उसको
firing.
मारा.
एक और
Just a
मार
little close start there. Oh, we're running
Bro,
wide.
क्या
Mini Boo
मार
just
रहा है
hitting
मिनी
shots,
बू?
man. What is this? Angel, show me some magic. 8 bullets and a prayer. Oh, it was a damn good try.
Benji,
But the
Benji.
bonus falls to the hands of Heretics, and they'll
भाई
be
क्या मार
grinning
रहा है
like
मिनी
thieves
बू?
with that one.
Flashbacks to when we casted Angel versus a Fnatic and we were all doubting. Vando in the same position. Not this time. Look at though. But yeah, the retake from
विल
Heretics
भाई
is
शर्म आता
curious. They did go off the
70,000 के
power,
ऊपर
right?
पैसा मिला.
They were running
150
in,
के
scouts, knives, no scope.
70,000 मिला है.
The 40-year-old in chat loving that
Loving
reference.
it. This nigga's lapping it up.
Yeah, he's having a little grin. But
ये-
that's a
ये तेरा जो
big round.
number है,
And
उसमें
look, I
150
love the
दे रहा
fact that Uli kind of highlighted this Mini Boo presence. He is the 19-year-old sensation, right?
more
The
he
guy has
gets,
got
the
some
more he
real
gets.
craft to his work. He's exceptional to watch. And now on the Outlaw, massive
तेरे हाथ
farming
में क्या?
opportunity here. Very hard for Navi
प्यार
to
लोगों.
make much of this. We have the Sheriffs.
इसलिए
Quality
मिटा
does
पैर
have the
दो जन
Vandal
है.
though, so that's
मेरे में
something to
100
maybe
आते
keep in your mind as we have a little check-in. He is towards mid, and Boo's position feels like the checkmate, doesn't it? Let's see. Mini Boo, Boo, asleep at the wheel. Maybe a mini-map moment there for him. Say that a couple times in a row.
आज क्या सोफे पे हाथ पहने करने के डरते क्या अपन? हाँ कद्दू का सोफा भाई. कद्दू का है कोई क्यूटी चैट में? आज डरते नहीं है. आ मत कर प्लीज. ये मत कर प्लीज. ठंडा है बहुत. ये मत कर प्लीज.
यार every fight I win.
इधर थर्स्टी हो गया मैच देखने दे.
Juliet falls as Rien's the last one alive in a 1v3. He's already on, what, 49 HP. This has been marvellous from Navi.
The economy is good, so he could have gone for it, but smart option. Playing it safe with the save.
W
Yeah, this was a massive round to win.
भाई
Like,
बेस
Heretics,
मैडम
I
को
was
पूछो
getting into the
शेड्यूल
mind
कब
frame
करना है?
of the economy's flowing.
Yep.
Navi's economy is not
अभी
flowing.
वो जा रही है ना किधर तो?
So huge momentum
PM,
back towards
PMCO,
Navi.
GS, BAGS.
I'm impressed with this. And it feels like it kind of started, I don't want to say ended, but it felt like Boo was just looking at the mini-map, which is always going to be that brutality of being the IGL.
Supreme Court महीने ये streamer का violence के दम की दे रहा है excuse
And it was just a lovely reaction from this side. You know, again, Koala, credit to him in that to find it, and then the individual follow-ups here, Rubsik, lovely,
मारा ना
bringing forward to take control of the connector.
अगर नावी
Great. Angel.
Yeah, he's on a...
Angel? No, don't laugh, because it makes it feels like we're not expecting it. Be like,
अगर
yeah, of course.
Supreme Court ने वो देख लिया ना हमारा short channel
Big aim rounds from Angel.
wife abusing wife बुक मारे wife को घर के कलेश
बोलते हुए सुना मेरे को
True. Maybe that's it. Just lit up there underneath him. Boo, right?
Did he just
Though,
say
this time.
inch?
Okay, this time focused on the crosshair. It's rare you catch out our lovely observers, but this time it was so quick they didn't even see it coming. Now we're going to see what they do with this. 4 players are standing. Kuala Dib, I mean, ult's down with him at this point, but Minibu on the bigger green now.
पंको very nice अबे
In
मैच
his hands
देखते
too,
थे
if he
प्लीज मेरे को
fancies
कुछ
it.
समझ में
One
नहीं आ
away
रहा
from Woot. Going to see those cycling in pretty soon.
Yeah, 5v4 for Heretics. They don't need to do too much. Navi just trying to figure it out.
Minibu wanting that info. Nothing waiting out of B. This should free up that rotation potentially towards A. Once he gets him over towards the side.
heavy stack करेंगे वो लोग
but for Navi.
ये अच्छा
Explore the rest of the map.
है बे Angel का calling तो है बे
Angel's got his, 1 away from Hero, 2 away Shout, 1 away Rubsik.
And again, Navi going towards B, and I think this is a good choice for this composition. Not too much util. B is an easy site to take.
To be forced to respect at least the ultimate coming in from Vice, force them away. Woot's ahead of this though. Double tap, Goody wearing thin, but it's gone from 1, he's finding 2, back-to-back Shao and Rubsik suffering on this. And they feel like they're learning on their feet here for Heretics. Can Hero live up to the moniker? Oh, the paranoia is just gorgeous. Boo, sending that in, and Woot to find it. An in-zone flawless reply.
Yeah, so I talked about Navi using this B site there, but I think with the Vice ult specifically, I'd rather go for a site where we're set up better in a post plan. B is an easy site to retake. Why not go towards A, use that Vice ult, set up into a better post plan, because A is really hard to retake. I don't think Angel even needs to use the Vice ult to get onto B there. I would have saved that for post 2.
Could have been nicer, couldn't it?
हाँ
Little smile from Boot, looking happy.
भाई just saying आपने जो नाम रखा है ना वो भी पूरा spelling के साथ impersonating वाला
1 round so far posted for
graph
Navi,
लग
and it
सकती
was
है just saying
honestly them
Just
hitting
saying.
some nice shots that walk into B. It
just
looked
saying
good,
हाँ
but
bro
now this
Just
pause
saying.
they've got a couple of ults to work with.
कभी
Shao only
पकड़े
one
गए
from
तो
his,
ये
they
मत
could maybe
बोलना
make something around that, or do you think
Binks
this
भाई
is
के
more of
stream
a
पे था
holistic change now?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to call something for this round specifically, but holistically, something does need to change. The problem is this composition.
bro मैं bootcamp आया था but you are not here
You kind of wanted to,
wasted
right?
I wanted to meet
it's
only you
short-lived, it doesn't
Machi
have
and
the
Snatch then
versatility
you are
here.
not
What
my
were the
fan bro
downfalls?
When you're playing a Vice
bootcamp
and
में
Cypher
किसको
on
भी
this
मिला
map, on a
it's
tank
like
side,
मेरे
you're
को
going to
मिला
be in
because
a
we
bit
are
of
one
trouble
fam
because it's difficult to take space. It's difficult
कर
to
दिया
do the
मैंने
XX.
brother मैं bye thank you for the 100 maybe
The
next time
default
मेरी
they
जान
have
के
usually
रोटे
is that smoke on A main to, you know,
नहीं मेरा candy से ना
make the
candy
information game hard for Heretics to get, but Boo has just been disrespecting it the entire time, and the Vice stones into sewers. But I didn't see many more looks.
easy for days
against
too
Apex
easy
than
अभी
that.
मेरे
Like,
सबसे
Apex
time पे
didn't
खत्म हो जाएगा game
make them struggle or make
हाँ
them
2:30
answer
तक game
difficult
खत्म हो
questions.
जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है chat
Well, we're going to find those
but say नहीं
responses now.
thank you for the 100 मेरी जान के रोटे Patil bye
I expect this round more of a straight approach with the ults, so a bit of an easier out for Navi this round.
Woot's got his ult as
यार
well,
ये
though.
zero sugar
If he
वाले
does get
सच्ची
any
में
real
zero sugar
inkling of
देखते हैं
where they're
आइसक्रीम
going,
में भी zero sugar खाने में भी zero
feels
sugar चाय में भी zero sugar
कल कोई रो रहा था जब मैंने चाय में शुगर डाला तो
आइसक्रीम ऐसी चीज है जिसमें जितना मीठा उतना ही यम
There we go.
जैसा ये सब रहता है zero sugar वैसे मैं चालू करूँ क्या more sugar खाने तो कब
Usually you'd expect Woot to ult there, but doesn't even need to.
No, Koala Noob is going to be committing his ult to try and clear that C space, so he should be able to
आओ और
confirm
जिम जाओ
what's going on, but they didn't manage to catch Boo, who's gone away with daylight robbery. I'm seeing him on the push up here, Koala Noob trying to get back to business to try and secure this, but it feels flimsy already with only 3 to secure. Shao does get the ult off the plant, so that's something in the back pocket, but do they have it to depend upon? Looking to reposition with
तो
this.
एक और बार मैच
and
के
leave
बीच में ये
Koala
देख
and
बोल और
Angel
कोई किल
to
मिस
be at
हुआ
the
ना
forefront.
The Vice One CT could be something.
See if
No,
Wu
not
catches
going to play
anyone.
off of it.
अरे इतना
I
बड़ा
don't think he
यूसी
caught anyone with this, and Koala Noob trying to be an instigator to a different outcome, but Boo's patience pays off.
Wall
Now
delay
it's
तो बहुत
harder for
हुआ है,
Shao in these
2 ult
scenarios.
भी है.
He's going to need Angel to give him a little something, get some work going. It's already been destroyed here. They're going to just face the music. The fuse isn't stopping. Heretics holding it down.
Oh,
Oh, right under their nose is NAVI, hitting a bit of a brick wall here,
oh.
Mini.
Yeah, and Rooksik going down
देखिए, मंगा
immediately
के
is
रखना
such
दो
a
और.
big pick because Boo doesn't snowball that into a 5v3.
LG
Garage
है
would have been smoked off in that
खा लूँगा.
situation, so it would have been winnable.
मस्त लगता है चैटी. कौन सा है? मैंगो.
Mango do it.
That's
Mango
unpleasant.
do it.
मैंगो बियर.
Boo's having some ratty
Nice
impact.
country.
You're really like,
Shock में
it's
चला गया.
not going to be your highlight kills, right? He's not in the montage, but he's got some nice little ratty kills going on. He's
I mean, even the impact him disrespecting that A utility
Yes.
early was pretty big. Not the kind of thing that is like a big thing, but subtle. And Rian's again.
backing
Hits on fire.
himself. Yeah, backing himself in that.
भाई
fight.
अभी
Didn't
तक
want
एक
to
भी
back
round
away from it. Took the damage and took the
advantage
kill.
में. अरे
Angel, the one with the Vandal now. Running the remix here.
They could catch
तेरे घर में वालों के लिए क्या कोई? क्या साउंड आ रहा था ये?
Again, this contact play will at least catch one, but do they expect the second? They don't. Rienz was the one that they noted earlier, but he's still getting away with more damage. They've managed to carve out some room on the site. Wood gets interested, and Angel greets him at the door, sends him away. Suddenly, side looking theirs. Angel looking up for the challenge. So Miniboo and Benji.
Planted.
It's tough to play this back in.
Mango Red is so good.
Work these
बस
angles,
लगता
but
है.
look at them.
ये मेरा बेस्ट कैंडी लगता है बेस्ट.
Waiting. Trip gets broken. Miniboo waiting for a swing. No one on it yet. Clears graffiti. Looks left. Spots Angel. Takes him away. Where's the swing? Benji couldn't see it, but he finds that one. Off comes in.
Oh my point!
From Benji. Clutching up here. I
क्या
thought it might
clutch
have been mistimed
मारा?
there. Awkward on the counter swing, but Benji controls in the end and keeps this lead building for Heretics.
Yeah, massive round from
मैं
Benji. And
butterscotch
Benji,
खाई,
honestly,
yes,
someone
it
this
was
season,
most
like, I think
underrated.
all of Heretics have been on fire, but Benji has been
Bhai,
a bit
गलत है
quieter.
भाई.
So if we can see more rounds like that from him.
He used to be such a clutch player. And as I said, it hasn't been as it hasn't been a highlight run for him yet. But
ये लोग
as you
कैसे
said, if
खुश
he
होते हैं
keeps
टेबल टॉप
having
पे
those
तो
sort of
He's got it
impacts,
there.
ये मेरे को कभी
that was
समझता नहीं
magic,
है.
right? That was real
Already
magic.
qualify हो
And
गया.
I've got to flip the script here
फिर
too.
भी जीतने की
Angel
कोशिश
is
कैसे?
leading the fray for Navi at
मेरे
7
को
to
ये सब
6.
सीखना
And
पड़ेगा
that
मेरे से
round I
रिएक्शन
felt was off his
तेरे को
back
पता है
too. The
एक
entries
बंदे
were
ने
great from him.
64,000 दिया.
Yeah.
Where's the
Tank
rest
ही
though? I
निकला,
don't want to see
reaction
Angel having to be that main man
क्यों है?
forward.
Yeah,
You've got
that 3v2 was not played well.
Technically
at all
मेरा
by
नंगा
Navi.
नाचना
The
चाहिए था
peeking
कि
off each
उसको.
other. The
Lap
first
dance.
kill with the
Right.
op, okay, fair enough. After that, there was no trade at all coming in.
ऐसा करना था.
Nice undercut to deny the drone.
नहीं वो भी नहीं.
Again, with
डाल देने का
Navi's
तो आधा
composition,
face तो
denying a
दिखता
drone
नहीं
like
है.
that, that's big. There's no other initiator util really to take this space.
Eyebrows
It's going to be a lot of contacting, and that's maybe why they're looking at this operator as a potential win condition.
on there. Currently in the hands of Koala Noob and Miniboo, obviously. And this feels very indicative
Banku,
of, again,
तेरे
this B
keyboard पे
pressure
गिरा.
building. The thing that worked before isn't working this time. Miniboo takes a glimpse towards it, and he finds his man. Shao's gone down. Now Wu under pressure, but he
मैंने
wants
यहाँ
back
पे
in
इसको
too.
रखा था.
They're not giving this up. Navi
कोई
are
बाद में
not
डालना.
getting what they need here. Looking to pivot towards C. You can't get away from Miniboo. He's just ever present. Rooksik, yeah, takes him down, but Benji was still here, taking the space on C long. Koala Noob and Hero going to have to really step things up.
सब जगह
Moving
फाइट
to give
जीत
away
रहे
his
हैं
position, but Benji could work
Oi,
with him. But
oi.
an isolated fight gives over a potential situation. Plan needs to come in. The plan is down. Oh, it's good.
W
Koala
bebe.
Noob, lovely shot. Can they find Rienz and Woot though? Woot creeping closer. You want to play
बोलो
contact
बता.
plays? I'll do the same. And Koala Noob just lost in the source.
भाई
Focused
कैसे?
down on the other side. As
अच्छा वहाँ
Woot
का
takes
प्लान
him
था
out
ही
of the
नहीं
game,
करके.
and Heretics, look, we said this map sits with them. I didn't expect it to this extent.
I think with this comp from Navi, I'm a bit more
पिज्जा चाय
pessimistic.
आइसक्रीम
I
बाप
think
रे.
it's outside with this comp.
हेलो
I'm-
जरूर से
You know,
30 seconds.
Don't like it?
no,
No.
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 I don't want to say I expected this. I expected a bit more of a fight from Navi.
Yep.
But they're not finding any answers. And they are trying stuff. Like, they tried that operator there. They tried to get messy towards C with that Rooksik ult, but it wasn't enough.
7-1. Brazilians around the world unhappy. Mini Boo though.
भाई गलत मारते हैं बैठी है इतना चैट.
So, look at the light shields. It's plenty.
एक टाइम पे याद है हम लोग देखते थे बोलते थे क्या प्लेयर है ये
through towards window. I'm not sure, but it's Rien's to find Koala Noob now. Rien needs to keep dodging. Oh, he's pretty slick with it. They're throwing everything at the guy, but he's coming out running, trying to do what he can, but eventually just too much utility to deal with. So Mini Boo goes fact-finding.
Finally,
Has a look around, and he's going to be in a dodgy position to deal with, actually, because he's got another player joining him too.
And flank's necessary against this Vice, in my opinion. Vice got Thorns and Wall ready on CT.
Mini Boo, this is really tough to clear, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Grand spotted. The paranoia in. Oh, you can see the synergy, but Shao now in a must win. You lucky boy, Shao. Sometimes the gods favor you, sometimes they don't, but Angel is right here. The only one showing up, it feels like, for Na'Vi. But Benji, you don't have another clutch in you, do you? He's going to get half at least. Yeah, this comes a little bit unwinnable now. Shao in sewers. Angel on the site. The two that made them get up to 2 rounds.
When I talked to Angel about this comp in the post-plant, we were saying, you know, Shao back on Sova, what was that? He was like, you know, if I want to play Vice, then he needs to play Sova in this comp. As if, like, he was the reason that that was happening. And, you know, he's putting up a good show. He's winning them this round.
I mean, Angel actually looks mechanically really good right now.
Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't...
Again, still at the top of the board for Na'Vi, 9-7. Next closest is Rooksik, but there was a lot of ults invested for that one as well.
I do think this A site is something that Na'Vi could be exploring more. It was something I noticed that Heretics had a bit of a weakness in the mid-rounds, holding that A site, but right off the bat, Heretics realizing that potentially, 3A, up deep already, nice crossfire.
Okay.
For Na'Vi, it looks like that B approach again.
But what's the reaction to that trip getting broken? They have to find a solution, because obviously they're leaving such a
Devansh spam कर रहे हो Devansh.
Launching thorns.
तेरे जीवन पर करोगे करूँगा यार spam क्या
I feel like Koala Noob's got the slam dunk on that. He does. Dipped in towards Garage earlier on, going to hit those shots as well from Woot, and just reinforce towards that B site.
Surprised Benji didn't wait for Woot to clear that together.
Oh shit.
Hero feeling, overwhelmed. Does at least get a good read of the amount of bodies coming from that side, but tricky to now clear the back of this B site. Na'Vi looking for some safety by filtering through towards that C connector, but the rest of the squad's coming in from Heretics now.
Garage side.
A little bit of a stall out with the paranoia, and Rooksik trying to reposition. Does he get predicted on the spam? No, he doesn't. He makes a meal of it though. Abu gonna punish. Angel again unpredictable, but can he get the reward? Rien is not stopping. Angel, you have to find them, and he can't. Mini Boo kept him safe on the defuse. An 8-2 now. Heretics snatching away another round.
Yeah, very messy round, and Na'Vi are going to be kicking themselves down for not winning that one. I think Woot made a pretty big mistake.
I admire you a lot, but I can't see that I'm not owning right now. Thank you for coming and thank you for watching this stream.
Just wait for your teammates to come in, but ultimately doesn't matter. The on-site pose looking a bit awkward there for Na'Vi.
Not only that, you can like this stream, chat में बात कर सकते हो, Binks communities है.
Are you a Phantom enjoyer?
It's one of those things where I know the Phantom's better, and I've got to pretend when you're coaching that you should buy the Phantom as much as possible, but then as soon as I play
Look, Scream made me believe, okay? It didn't go well for him in the end, but
Whoa.
What? What? Which team's he playing for?
इसलिए अच्छी नहीं बनती हूँ.
Now,
this
guy in shambles. Rooksik getting involved.
आज सोफा है यार, डरते नहीं है आज.
It almost works. That should be a nab.
Zero fear.
It is.
No buy for Na'Vi, but getting on
Angel ने माप shot मारा.
Angel's just a gunner.
ये भी मारा.
He has been in aim labs. He's been working. He's been doing all sorts. But the problem is you can't escape that. Didn't actually get the tag on Angel. He got down Shao for keeping the player up to the good. But into a post plant we go. I like Benji on this.
भाई slow है एक और.
This Vice post plant on an A again. You see the wall and thorns. It's nasty to get through.
Up in the bandigal होएगा इधर.
I feel like it's on Benji really for the timing. Yeah, you got Angel here with some nice post plant utility. He is costing them a lot of this time. I love what we're seeing. They've got to make a go of
Don't
this right about now.
delay.
They've waited on Benji, but it's time to go. We're going to take... Wait, how have they just done this? Angel! I don't know how Benji and Wu just got two so simply, but maybe just not expecting the flank at this
Bhai,
point.
kya kill rate is, bhai?
I think just the economic difference there.
Exactly, Kanav.
Some probably pretty easy kills from their POVs.
बेटी ने membership
But
ली किधर?
Navi, again, they did have an opportunity. I wish they had gone more for this 8 earlier.
बाप पे.
Like, it looks good in the round, but they shouldn't be winning. That's two like by rounds where it looks good. But if they had done this earlier on the gun rounds, potentially a little bit better.
Enemy remaining.
A pretty nice shot.
Yeah, fair play. I don't think there's much to
It's
really
Roots
critique.
again though. 14 and 6. I mean,
क्या
him and
Valorant
Winnie
करके
do
क्या
14
असर
and
है?
6.
They're both doing very well. We've had a couple of Benji finding impact in those kind of like post-plant clutches. We've had Rienz at the start.
खतरनाक
It's
खेल
starting
रहे
to
हैं
make
बेटी.
it right? You see the strength of Heretics starting to return. It does make you nervous because this team gets scary as they get on. Minibu going walkabouts down middle as well with the support of Rienz. But you can see Navi once again.
और हेवन में डिफेंस में 10 राउंड निकाले तो सोचो अटैक में क्या करेंगे टीएस नावी के
It'll
साथ?
be hard for Heretics to hold given that Angel does have Visalt.
जीत
I
तो
would
गए
have
एम
loved
मैप
to see
तो
him
जीत
save that and see if there was
बस
anyone
वो लोग को
outside
रीसेट
there
करके नेक्स्ट मैप मारना
before
पड़ेगा
using it.
वरना ये
Saving it for the post potentially, but
लेकिन
Angel's lucky to get away from that. Sorry, wasn't even Angel to get away. Who was it who got some quad? I can't even remember now, but bloody hell, that combination is so lethal. And Navi now trying to play on the site, feeling a little battered and bruised. We're going to try and work it from CT, but that's a 3-man stack. Still
फिर
going
भी
to get
मारा.
one. Ruxic falls. Zhao going to find one, but Benji again in these post plants, working back in. Heretics thriving in all this chaos.
भाई लोग क्या रीटेक कर रहे
We knew this
भाई?
was their strength and starting point, but 10-2 is a very one-sided
Love you
scoreline.
gaming PU, love
yeah,
you.
going into attack now is Yoru ISO, and traditionally that's where it is better.
Well, we're going to find out after the break if it holds true to trend.
Hey बेटी ये है bro.
PH is so bad.
लेकिन ये लोग में एक गलती है, ये लोग में ई नहीं है, तो में PH ई होता ना. दिया वापस ट्रैफिक में जाओ. That's some Kela jokes right there. भाई वो किधर है भाई? तू नहीं समझेगी. एक क्यूट स्कूल फ्रेंड है वहाँ पे.
क्या कर रहा है तू गंदे गंदे एक्शन?
कैमरामैन.
Well, Navi, they had faith in this composition. Hopefully, on this side of the map, we should see it in its best form, right? This should be where it finds comfort. However, as you said before we went to that break, there is a lot of versatility and a lot of impact on this Heretics side, and they don't need many rounds.
Yeah, but I would also like to highlight that against Apex, they did only get 5 on
सबका चैट पड़ा
which
बस
is
मुझे
usually good
इग्नोर.
for Haven,
किधर
but for
सिर्फ
their
तुझे
competition, I
पिक भी तो
feel
कर रहे हो
like
इग्नोर.
it's a little bit
बोला कुछ.
underperforming, especially when we consider Apex aren't Heretics.
Yes, but my goat floor was playing. So.
True.
So,
Here. Team low.
10-2. Navi, make me a believer that there's something to do with this comp, right? Make me believe.
Got the read, it seems like. Big stack towards C.
Yeah, right place
Would
for
go
it.
kill.
ऐसा देखा है विलन लोग बोलते थे चैट.
You like to see that?
ये होता था मूवीज में.
Koala noob fall there. I thought it might have been
हीरो लोग
Rusick on
बोलते
the
थे,
side
हीरो
to
लोग
get
बोलते
caught on that, but no.
फिर ऐसा उठा के डायरेक्ट
Chip damage on the way up. We're going to spot
तो
them
भी पचास.
backpedaling away. 1-for-1 trade out.
Good preparation from Navi. Heretics love to do this with Woot. They send him up C quite a lot, either by
मेरे को
himself
4
or with
साल से
numbers.
इग्नोर कर रहा है तू.
It gets a bit of a
लैंग्वेज.
pain for the defense figuring out if it's quote just Woot or 5 people.
मैं तो इग्नोर रहता हूँ.
Shall then
एनिमी पीऊंगा तुझे.
the support is not nearby. He can't really afford to fall here. It's a long rotate over towards this side of the map. Is he trying to find comfort? Looks to try and posture a bit more.
He's going to need to do a lot of work here.
He's trying to stick around, and he
I
does
hope
have help
एक
now.
shock dart
Angel
लगे
has made it.
heavy
Jump
वाले.
spot from the back of sight as well. Should be seen.
Oh.
And he's Mini Boo's on the hunt already, going to divide it. Leave Shout to his own devices. Going to be spotted
Mini
and
मारा
dealt with.
उसको.
Very heads up from Heretics. Mini Boo as well. Denies any support from
I wanna
CT.
go.
And it's just methodical in approach. Very well
गलत
considered.
मारते बे.
Ruxic does have the paranoia, but Angel already down
भाई
so
उन
low,
लोगों
going to
ने
make it
जान
very
पूछ कर
tricky
नीचे का
to
स्मोक
find
दिया
value
पीछे.
in the way.
ताकि ये वहाँ पे जा
retaking
पर
this
बाकी
site.
जगह ब्लाइंड और फ्लैश हो.
I think they know that now. 11 rounds beckoning for Heretics, and Ruxic has to swing. And there's no spacing, there's no chance in this. That felt so well considered by Heretics.
Yeah,
Side में चला गया ना?
they got
CT
unlucky
side.
running into the stack towards C. And
Which was
still
well done by
able to-
Navi.
Yeah, of course. But composed enough to reset this round. I mean, I do think I want to highlight this too. Is the double sentinel? You usually say good on defense. But I think on three site maps.
Bomb sites?
Sorry, it was.
First time moment, guys. First time moment.
First time moment.
Hello British भाई.
3 site maps.
British भाई exam clear नहीं हुआ.
Because 3 site
अरे
maps.
भैया भाई एक एग्जाम
to
डिसाइड
get
करेगा तो लाइफ में क्या करता है?
Rotational.
बता.
To just sit back and just pray that
बता.
they're gonna go
ऐसे
into your
थॉट्स आने के
sentinel
बाद
utility.
पहले मॉमडेड के बारे में सोचा है
I'm not
कभी?
a big fan of.
हाँ?
I
वो लोग के लाइफ में कुछ गलत हो तो वो लोग का ऐसे थॉट्स आते हैं नहीं ना? करते हैं ना वो लोग?
Young Mini Boo, should I say?
घर
And
में
I can see
बच्चे
what
है
you're saying. I
करके.
guess it encourages a behavior that may not be conducive to what you like
नहीं भाई
seeing,
तुम
which is
लोग
that
जेंजी लोग
proactive
का यही
approach,
प्रॉब्लम है.
taking
कुछ भी
space.
लेफ्ट राइट होता है
I
ऐसे
feel like you could
थॉट्स आ
play
रहे हैं
around
वैसे
it a bit
थॉट्स
more,
आ
but I
रहे
don't
हैं.
know if Navi are the team
बाहर
to be
जाके
playing
दुनिया
around
में
it. Yeah,
देखो
this is,
कितने सारे
we may not even
प्रॉब्लम्स
really
है क्या
get a
क्या हो
chance
रहा
to
है.
look into it, 'cause
तुम्हारे
this
प्रॉब्लम
is
छोटा
probably
पड़ेगा
12
लुल्लू
here.
जैसे.
Obviously with the classics coming
क्या
in.
क्या हो रहा है जरा बाहर जाके
I mean,
देखो
Angel
दूसरे
usually does
शहरों
his
में
best, right? He's
दूसरे
running
कंट्रीज
around the
में.
map, putting his util everywhere, trying to play
देखो एक
dynamic,
बार
but
नहीं देख पा रहे यूट्यूब पे न्यूज़ देखो. एग्जाम सबसे छोटी चीज है भाई.
Silence becomes quite obvious.
पढ़े उसके बाद भी कर
Very
सकते हो.
likely. You can see Boo in a very
ईगो
deep
में
off
लो
angle. That's going to be
कैसे
step third.
टपका पढ़ाई
And that's
करो.
going to be called out.
ऐसा तो नहीं है ना बहुत पढ़ाई करके टपका नहीं पढ़ाई किया करके
A,
टपका
that
ना.
angle was just his.
सब चाहिए तुमको लाइफ में. पढ़ाई भी नहीं करनी गर्लफ्रेंड भी
It's
अच्छी
who goes
चाहिए
farming.
मार्क्स भी
Who's
चाहिए.
collecting? Mini Boo's only one off the ult, so he
Huh?
would want to get this. Rien's nabbing.
तू क्या रे?
Battle for it.
जब मॉम डैड को सॉरी बोलो और हक करो. मार खाओगे वो तो कंफर्म है. लिटा के मारेंगे तेरे को.
Who locks in
But that
which
is
side?
part of life.
If Navi
मजा आना
lose this
चाहिए.
map, they
मेरे को भी
cannot
बहुत मारा
lock
था.
that first seed. That becomes impossible.
इसमें मेरा कमर अभी
for
दुख रहा है
WATCHPARTY.
बे.
It's just pretty.
Planted.
Papa, are you watching the stream?
What are you meant to do?
I thought he was going to hit that there because we had the replay.
Yeah, I want to see this one as well.
3 साल मेहनत करी थी बंग्स भाई फिर भी नहीं हुआ.
Well, look good.
तो गलत मेहनत
Real
हुआ.
good. Nice play,
Nice,
Angel.
guys. Let's go. Thank you
फिर
so
कैमरा
much
में
for
देखो आपके
boosting
साथ
my
मजाक
game.
हुआ है कोई सीन नहीं. और साल करो.
The 12-2.
क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
Really need Navi to bring out
There
the big
is
guns. If you
no
got something
age
made, you got something.
for knowledge.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
thought up, this is it.
they opted to full eco last round, so
हाँ.
you know, playing with 10 to
Eh?
go. This is the
लोग
round where they got
40-50
the
साल में भी एमपी और वो सब करते हैं. हाँ वो सब करते भाई.
see already defense from Navi.
मेरे बाजू में
Very
देखो
passive, very
इतनी
bunkered.
बड़ी लॉयर
Heretics
किससे
are
शादी
gonna
की?
have the time and space
It's a
and very
part
little
of
risk
life.
to do what they want at the start of this round.
Part of
Again,
life.
I guess something that you didn't love the idea of, that this kind of double sentinel encourages that behavior to a degree, but I guess it's also quite hard to be brave when you're facing 12 rounds. You don't want to be made to look silly going for these aggressive plays, maybe getting caught, high risk, but the reward's certainly there. For now, though, going to be on the receiving end of that
I will line बोलते हैं. मैं बन सकता है क्या motivational chat?
Anything to couple it with? Not yet.
Thorns for a stall though. Mini Boo's going to be isolated.
Yeah, but Mini Boo's Mini Boo is fine! How is this guy so ice
भाई
cold
ना
under
मान
pressure?
रहा है
And the support
भाई.
comes in. Perfect.
ये भी ना मान रहा है. एक काम करो ना एक कस्टम करके योरो 1v1 कर लो.
3v3. Ruxic waits. Keeps the space on
मम्मी
that
को
CT.
डिफरेंट जरा भी
Boo tucked on site. One
नहीं
towards
है
graffiti.
खुद.
One towards hell. Traditional
तो फिर तो
crossfire.
नसीब वाला है. तेरे को अच्छे थॉट्स आने चाहिए
The flash comes in, he drops down.
मेरी क्या गांड
Isolates
पटी थी
short.
रिजल्ट के
Down to
टाइम
Boo
पे.
and Benji, and Benji's been hitting, but not today. Koala.
मॉम डैड का 7 जनरेशन तक डिसअपॉइंटेड था मेरा.
in them yet.
दादा दादी
Navi
परदादा परदादी
staying
सारे
alive.
तेरे को तो खुश होना चाहिए.
Crazy
Hey, can
round
you
from
not
Koala
defuse?
Noob.
Thank you.
Yeah, heroics.
Oh, just him.
Pretty much.
Navi did have the read, they were
Game
there. I
खत्म.
thought Miniboo was
भाई
going
ये
to
तो
be in
नसीब
trouble
वाला है
there by
भाई.
himself, but the Yuta was lovely. Miniboo dug himself out of that situation nicely.
Sorry बोलो और move on करो mom dad को
Absolute
बस और
hero.
कुछ. ठीक है.
One enemy remaining. Last player.
Begging for the angel ace.
Don't throw angel one डाला है उसने.
Love to see it.
बेचारा.
Now, time out for Navi.
1-3.
Right, 3 rounds.
पंख भाई बाल
asked
नहीं
for
है फिर
perfect
भी
balance.
हंसता है कुत्ती को.
After winning a round is odd, but maybe
इसका और
I
एग्जाम
mean,
से कुछ कनेक्शन था गंड मरे.
what he saw.
कनेक्शन था.
Smiled last.
It's an ironic name.
It is.
It's like how I'm called Mini, and I'm
So tall.
giant.
6'2".
Yeah,
I really want to just get a picture of you next to Potter standing up.
there are pictures.
Yeah, but I want one for myself. And maybe
मेरा
try
वो
it
एक
there
बाल
as well.
किधर गया?
You know what I mean? Just add a little height chart in.
Yeah, like
Russian dolls.
Yes.
देखो
A
बाल
big gap
बहुत
between a
निकलो.
couple of them though.
बाल नहीं है देखो उड़ के नीचे तक गिर रहे हैं भाई.
That's been good today. They
नीचे
cheered on the
तक.
tech pause earlier.
Yeah, I liked it. I think I presume they're bringing in a
वो लोग को
BC.
बोल मेरे पास
Yeah, I think so. I think it was pretty good. I
वही.
actually the
उसके
monkeys.
चलो है कितने बाल और नहीं
Can't do the rest of that joke. But Outlaw out again for Mini Boot.
एक विश हो जाए. टुडे इज माय बर्थडे. हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू मेरी जान के छोटे बहरा.
He just had a big round. We're gonna need more of that though. A lot more of that.
Deep breath.
Trying to think of the rest of that joke. Sorry.
It's
भाई
more of a meme.
28 है भाई मिनी बू. भाई कितना अच्छा लगता है रे टीएच को खेलते हुए देख. दिल खुश हो जाता है कुछ भी बोलो.
Navi seem to be set on the
नहीं
idea
19 का है ना अभी.
that Heretics are going towards B.
ये हो गया
Double
20.
stack in. But Heretics once again just taking it cautiously slow. Some proactivity from Navi. Heretics just ticking off the boxes. A main control, now re-clearing this garage space, making sure that Cypher doesn't have anything to give Navi information.
भाई सब लोग लेफ्ट जाके राइट से
Nice
क्यों
re-clear
तोड़ते हैं?
from Navi.
लेफ्ट जाके लेफ्ट पे गोली मार के क्यों नहीं तोड़ते?
On this one, the barrel will give away. And that's the heavy hitter from the last round gone. Koala Noob making... Oh, Rooksik! What was that? I've been watching too much
अभी
Gordon
मार
Ramsay
रहे
on,
बे.
do the impression, you know what I mean?
बस मैं बहुत
But now, Boo.
क्रेजी रेट बढ़ाओ ना गाली का. क्या कर रहे हो?
How is Woot just
दोस्तों
still
तो
maybe,
करो.
maybe thinking, oh, they could have stacked it 'cause we've already seen 2.
Thank you for the 100
But
मेरी जान के
awareness is
लिए.
there. Hero and Angel. Yeah, you're absolutely fried on that one. In zone 4.
भाई क्या स्कोर लाइन है भाई.
Team Heretics 13-3 Mini. That's a clear-cut result.
क्या स्कोर लाइन है ये बे.
Yeah, Heretics look great, but as we expected, Navi it's not their comfortable map. Hopefully in map 2 and potentially 3, this might be a bit more competitive.
That is what we're waiting for. Map 2, map 3 is where it gets interesting. Don't miss this one.
क्या मारते भाई ये लोग. नेक्स्ट मैच लेकिन कुछ कर सकता है नावी. नेक्स्ट में कुकिंग वाला मैप है नावी का.
This morning I wake up and I knew you're gonna get this question, even in the morning.
Thanks, bro. I hit him so hard. I hit everyone.
Angel uncle is sleeping, bro.
But you started 10, bro. Top right.
कर्मा होने वाला है. Bro, why does one team play so nice and other is just shit? Naruto Uzumaki. आपके क्वेश्चन का आंसर में क्वेश्चन तीन चीज में बोलना चाहूंगा नारुतो पर. पहली बात, जब भी VCT इवेंट चलता है सब लोग अपना एक एक मैप पिक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग करने की कोशिश और ये उनका स्ट्रॉन्ग मैप है TH का करके वो लोग इतना क्रेजी दिखाई दी और वो लोग कुछ काउंटर भी नहीं हुए. वो लोग अपना प्ले स्टाइल में खेले मस्त कंफर्ट में. ठीक है. और सेकंड बात जो ये है, क्या आपको हाथी पसंद है? ये सेकंड बात है. क्योंकि जो टीम्स ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाई हो चुकी है वो लोग कैसे भी खेले, क्वालिफाई हो गई है। आप कब क्वालिफाई होके यहाँ पे आ रहे हो, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन नाउ। जी बे सच्ची 200 दी बे, 500 तो बनता है ना रोज दे रहे तो, 500 तो बनता है ना यारो। Crazy, thank you for the 300 मेरी जान के डे बंग में बहुत सही है। खुद को गाली दे रहा हूँ मैं भी, चलेगा। फ्री का एक्स्ट्रा 200 मिला भाई। ये जो एक्स्ट्रा है ना, एक्स्ट्रा गॉड स्पीड बाय का एक्स्ट्रा 20 गिफ्टेड, ये एक्स्ट्रा 200 समझ रहे हो? यही एंड ऑफ द डे बूंद बूंद से एकदम, बात को समझो, बात को समझो। प्लस आज एकदम ऑस्पिशियस डे है खास दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेने का। जस्ट सेइंग, जस्ट सेइंग। ऑलरेडी काफी लोग ज्वाइन हो चुके हैं, यू कैन बी अ पार्ट ऑफ इट। इट्स वेरी ऑस्पिशियस डे। सारे बाप मैचेस आज क्यों हो रहे? क्योंकि बहुत ऑस्पिशियस डे है, समझ रहे हो? तो या सोच सकते हो। तेज वर्सेस जी में कौन जीतेगा भैया? पुनीत भाई कौन सा गाली खाओगे और कौन सा प्रेफर्ड लैंग्वेज है ये मेरे को बताएं। प्रेफर्ड लैंग्वेज एंड प्रेफर्ड गाली प्लीज। टीएच जी के साथ कैसे खेलेगा? अलग रीजन बनाएंगे। हाँ, EMEA NA पैसिफिक की जगह पे एक मिडल रीजन, जिसको भी 1v1 करने के मिडल रीजन में आओ और खेलो करके। टीएच वर्सेस जी कौन जीतेगा?
Let's win something
आँख
indeed.
फड़फड़ा
Every
रहा।
single Heretics fan, especially GEELI, I think are waiting
जी
for that.
हेटर स्पॉटेड, इसका मतलब जी कभी क्वालिफाई नहीं करेगी इंटरनेशनल इवेंट के लिए, लेकिन ये जरूरी नहीं है कि अगर जी क्वालिफाई करेगा तो टीएच भी क्वालिफाई होना चाहिए। हो सकता है टीएच के जगह पे वीएलटी क्वालिफाई हो जाए। हाँ, क्या लगता है वीएलटी वर्सेस टीएच कौन जीतेगा? गॉड स्पीड बाय कौन जीतेगा बताओ, कौन जीतेगा? गॉड स्पीड बाय बता दो, आज गॉड स्पीड बाय बता दो। सबसे बाप प्लेयर कौन है आपके हिसाब से, मिनीबू या एसके रॉसी? बता दो, बता दो। नहीं अभी मैं एंड हो ही रहा हूँ, साथ में लेके चलूंगा ना आपको। बता, चलो आप ये सब क्वेश्चंस के आंसर दो, मैं आया।
Yeah, and this is the problem. Navi's first seed dreams are
मेरी
officially
गांड
over.
गई।
With that one map loss against Team Heretics, it will be absolutely
सबसे
impossible
बाप
for
प्लेयर
them
मेरे
to
लिए
make seed 1, which means it will
होक्स
come down to
है
Heretics and
और
Fnatic
रहेगा।
next week. We'll find out. But
ये
let's talk about
आपकी
everything we
गलत
saw
फहमी है,
on
that's a
Haven.
hoax।
Meg, the retakes were beautiful. I was kind of getting sunset
La, la, la,
Heretics
la, la, la,
flashbacks to the
la.
way that they were diffusing the spike with the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, their retakes were so aggressive and more often than not successful. Even in rounds where they were at a disadvantage, of course, the Benji clutch with the mini boot op retake, that was a 3v2, so you really don't expect a team like Na'Vi to be losing that out. But they did, they gave those 1v1s, and yeah, I mean, of course, it was ended out by Benji with an insane flick, but yeah.
Honestly, it's hard to know that there is a team like Team Heretics around. It's been a long time and they still keep playing mostly the same basics, fundamentals, strong, playing together, retakes, knowing that they only have to look to play together. And with all the macro around, they're playing much better right now. I mean, they seem to be one of the... I will say, I think they're going to Master Toronto for sure. I mean,
okay,
the spots is already locked.
All right,
I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Sorry.
Do you know what's even more hype is that they actually retook 11 rounds 11 out of 12 they played retake there, and they won 9, of course, out of those 11. And again, so beautifully done by them, and everything just came together beautifully. Benji was clutching like this, and we saw your favorite player, Miniboo. I can't do his government. Oh, hello. I think he heard me there. I can't do his government name. I'm not so good at it as you are. But Miniboo, I don't even like to say that he's back. I think it's more like he's just Miniboo. You know, this is what we expect.
He's just Flourish.
Yeah, this is just what he does on a regular schmegular Friday night.
He was normally doing it, but there is a lot of people that like to keep the eye on him because
and they're
sometimes,
stupid. Sorry, carry on.
it's okay. I mean, sometimes people like to talk about someone, and it's true that Miniboo performance on kickoff was awful. But right now, he proved to be one more champ, one of the best. And to be honest, if you track him from the whole career, sometimes he could be having a bad day. But normally, he is the same.
He was here, there, and everywhere, and he was making Navi's life hell. And I have to say, Mini did mention over sort of one of the rounds that he was shocked that Navi weren't hitting A more. That seemed to be where their success lay. And it almost was like that when they went onto the economy rounds, they were like, oh, let's just run it down A. And then they were nearly working out. So it was almost like, why not just do that on a buy round? Why not just keep chancing it at A? And hopefully more rounds would have come through.
Mini's such a Navi hater. You know
I
what
know.
I mean?
I hate agreeing with him.
Yeah.
I cannot hate it. He was saying Uncle Angel.
Did he say Uncle Angel?
Not Mini.
It was not Mini, it was Benji.
Oh my god, you scared me. I was going to be like, Mini's 30 years old saying Uncle Angel. But let's look ahead to Pearl, because this is where we perhaps didn't expect to be let through at all today. It has been let through. Uli believes it's a trap. Meg, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, we saw Heretics play this in kickoff twice, and they won out against BBL and Mates. And we do know that, you know, obviously that Navi have played this. I just think it's a really interesting choice, considering that Heretics do have good reps on this map, and they do have good reps on most maps. So I think Pearl is definitely a good choice for Navi to maybe give them a go.
Yeah, bring it back. Bring it back.
I would like to see it back, but to be honest, it's been a long time. And on kickoff, maybe we've seen something. But it's been long from the last time I've seen them play on Pearl. They don't used to be that strong. And if they're playing Pearl, what are they playing? Is Neon back?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, would you like it to be?
Yes, sure. I would like to see Neon back. I'd like to see something. I see your...
I was just going to say, I think it's really interesting.
Let me know. I want to hear you.
I'm going to tell you, Uli, that last time we saw Heretics playing on Pearl, Vut played Astra. And I like that. I love seeing that kind of aggressive duelist.
I'm giving you another one. I don't like that. You don't like that. He's on a team with Boo.
क्या Godspeed भाई आंसर नहीं है क्या?
He's on a team with Boo.
I quite like it though. I always love that kind of control.
पढ़ाई करने जा रहा भाई.
Yeah, when you kind of flex between the two.
No, I'm not.
कितने लोग पढ़ाई करके मेरा स्ट्रीम देखते हैं? 19%. चैट कितना मिला तुम लोग को जी में?
Your experience.
बताओ.
Because you're like, oh my god, are they going to play the duelist? Are they going to run it down on an ISO? No, they're going to sit back and play post-plant with Astra.
And also my biggest question is around what is Benji going to play? Is Benji going to bring bias?
I don't think he's going to play the Killjoy. I think the Killjoy is kind of that's the thing of the past. Yeah, maybe he does. We'll see it in just a moment. Neil, can I get your cap? Do you know what? I will do my goddamn best to make that happen for you. If he doesn't give you that cap, I will...
भाई cap ने मेरे को mouse keyboard का cap चाहिए.
He is an injured man right now though, so I want to make sure, you know, I don't do anything too outrageous.
बात कर.
It's not stealing if you just take it and people run.
In fairness, he was
94.2
and he injured himself.
You're joking.
I'm not joking. And I believe he didn't
चलो
even win
Tom
the
वो
point.
सब
I
नहीं है रे
believe
बाबा.
he went for something.
That's hilarious.
He went for a play and it didn't happen. But let's talk about Navi's Pearl when it comes to what the win conditions are here, Uli. They picked
मैं
this,
आसाम में
how do they
select हो
win?
गया तेरी stream देखते इसलिए reject कर दिया. Excuse me.
It's hard to know because I mean, one of the biggest plan that we could
80.9 I'm cook general 80.9 कम है.
Making a counter set against their
Godspeed भाई chat में क्या बोले?
matchup where they cannot counter set anything.
आपको पता है बंग्स भाई मैं आपका चैनल कब से देखता हूँ 1972 कुछ बंदे से पहले देखता था ये चैनल 2021 में बस चैट्स इग्नोर होते थे तभी घंटा.
I mean, it's probably his worst performance ever.
घंटा.
I've never seen him.
पूरे चैट को पता है मैंने आज तक किसको इग्नोर नहीं किया. कुछ बहुत सही के मेंबर्स लोग बोलेंगे मेरा चैट इग्नोर होता है, बट सबसे ज्यादा चैट पढ़ने वाला कोई बंदा है वो मैं ही हूँ, सबसे ज्यादा, क्योंकि गेमिंग नहीं हो रहा है आजकल।
Did win out against Giant X when they last played Pearl.
भाई 89 कम होते हैं,
13-7. So I feel
मैं
like
तो
they're pretty
35 में एंजॉय करता
confident
था।
in this
मेरा इग्नोर होता है, तेरा इग्नोर होता है क्योंकि
The
बाबू
Heretics
जी ने
one's
बोले
interesting.
टेनिस
We
भाई।
did obviously say that Benji Fishy probably wasn't going to play that Killjoy, and he is going on the Cypher instead. You've got on Jet. So
गोल्डी
he's
भाई,
not
गोल्डी भाई के
dangerous.
बाद
I like good to see in Jet. I mean, it's mostly the same composition we used to see with Chamber. But instead of
तू रहेगा
Chamber,
2
you're
पॉइंट
only playing
वक्त
with
ओ
Jet.
है,
You should be
थैंक यू
getting
फॉर
some
द
pressure.
100 प्रियंका जी।
Maybe
सुनो
trying to adapt what they're doing and
दोनों का
trying
बर्थडे
to
सेम है यार,
also
क्या
counter
करूं?
stuff. This
सेम
time the
जीन्स।
Tejo is not having the utility. This 45 seconds bridge. So probably there is a chance that we can
मॉडल ने
maybe
मॉडल
see
के
them
बाद रे
shining.
बाबा।
I really like this. Obviously, the Jet on Voot, he has whipped it out before. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good, but on the whole, I think people enjoy
मैंने
it.
कब लिया
People enjoy
मेंबरशिप?
seeing
आज बहुत
on
गिफ्टेड
this. Certainly a
मेंबरशिप
good
हुए हैं
event.
राहुल भाई की वजह से।
Absolutely fabulous,
उन्होंने
fantastic
65,000
on this
दिया है
agent.
आज
Mini
के शो
Boo
पे,
again on that
65,000।
Yoru. I know you wanted to see a Neon,
तो
but you
जो भी
understand why they
मेंबर
go for
बने आज,
something like this.
all
And of
thanks
course,
to
Benji
Rahul
the
bhai।
Fish is going to be on the Cypher instead
तक
of
भाई
KJ.
भाई के
All
बाद
very,
रे
very
बाबा।
interesting. And you cannot
भाई के बाद।
not like and not enjoy Arian. So
Ouch.
he's just so good.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say as well as Mini Boo and Vut have just played that duelist role together previously on Haven, so they're warmed up and ready. And I feel like at this point, they are so aggressive and they know exactly how each other plays. So I do think that's going to work to their
मतलब
advantage
500
coming into
मेंबरशिप
Pearl,
150 ही दे पाया,
as they do it
केवाईसी खत्म हो
And
गया।
also bringing Joru instead of bringing Neon is going to be much better for them.
अन्ना के बाद,
Right
अन्ना
now,
के
with
बाद,
the middle
अन्ना
player
के बाद,
playing and playing against the
अन्ना के
top
बाद।
they're playing, having a strong operator where they can be
किसका तो फैमिली है वो?
between A and B is a good spot for Minibu and also for good playing that Jet.
Was that Rian's mum?
I'm not sure.
आना आना
There
किसका
is
तो
a
फैमिली है,
mother
मैंने
in
देखा है।
the,
किसका तो फैमिली है।
audience. I love
Shout
that.
out. That's
Shout out.
someone's mother, you know. So shout out, shout out.
Absolute
Yep,
legend.
yep.
I love it.
I was like, where are we going with this? This is it, you know. Heretics, they could come out of this with a very solid 2-0, which makes the game next week extra.
इन-गेम कॉल्स कौन
interesting
देता है?
and
आईजेल या
extra
फिल्टर?
because that will
आईजेल।
be the one that
फिल्टर
settles which team
मिड राउंड
comes
कॉल्स
out
देता है
and
अगर
secures
कुछ उसको लगेगा
C1.
तो।
But for Navi, they have to try and fight back here. We're talking about a team that's haunted the dreams of Shao and Angel since last year, where over time and time again, every single time where they looked good as a team, they would go up against Team Heretics, and Uli, they would just lose all their confidence after because they either get knocked out by this team or they
बिंग
end
भाई
up
बहुत
losing
याद
this
आ
team
रही
and
है
then getting
घर
knocked out the
की,
week after.
पहली बार निकला घर के बाहर मुंबई जॉब के लिए, इधर बिकलू बिल्कुल मन नहीं लगता यार, क्या करूं भाई, जिधर मन नहीं उधर कुछ नहीं भाई, आधे मन में कोई चीज करने से अच्छा पूरे मन से गांड मारो, मजाक से समझ रहे हो? चुपचाप फैमिली के पास जाओ और बोलो मैं क्या करूं, सिंपल बात है।
Maybe they could try. And also last year, I remember that they won both times on qualifying match and on playoff, both of them.
Tech pauses present by Pansy, yep.
Also they win on the regular season. I think it was 3-0 last year.
Sorry, as if we just showed a sign that says Tech Pause presented by Pansy.
I never got to do my Tech Pause
Replacing
song.
PC?
Tech Pause song.
Even though it's not technic. Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a Tech Pause.
It is.
I hope the imagery, the directors can bless you with some good imagery for this. A music video for Meg. Take it away.
Everybody, I'm going to set the scene. The stage is red. Lauren is in the building.
मैं जाऊंगा क्या वायरल कोई दिन?
Okay. We got a tech pause. Shut the doors. Crowd are sad, screaming, please no
Hello?
more. But life is
मैं
rough
जाऊंगा
and
क्या?
stuff happens, so let's all cheer.
आप बता 1 मिलियन ही हो जाए।
Valorant!
I love Valorant. Let's go, Valorant.
मत कर, मैं सोया नहीं हूँ, मत कर, ये मत कर।
Girlies bopping their heads.
Thank you.
Shout out to those girlies bopping.
ये हर एक सेलिब्रेशन कर दिए, ये लोग तो भाई फुल एंजॉय करते हैं भाई ये भी बात।
Making a jingle.
Casters also
we can
सब
maybe
OP है।
play it every time it happens. What are the lyrics again? I want to learn the lyrics.
भाई जेब इग्नोर कर, ऑब्वियसली भाई मेंबरशिप नहीं ले सकते, उसको शॉपिंग क्या करोगे?
No more, but
अच्छी
life
बात
is
इग्नोर
rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant.
Nice.
Mini Boo fan.
What do you think about that, Uli? Can you make that? Can you translate that into Spanish for, you know?
I have it here
for the international
It's
audience.
Be a hard one.
Yeah.
Tenemos una pausa técnica, cerrad las puertas. Está muy triste la audiencia, así que empezar a gritar no, no más.
भाई कैमरामैन
La
गया
vida
बे
es difícil y estas cosas a veces pasan, así que vamos a levantarnos todos y a gritar que amamos el Valorant.
Okay, if that is not the greatest thing ever heard, because over in Americas, I believe G2
तो
have
देख
a
वाले
song.
एंजॉय नहीं करते हैं, अब तो
I
15
love
मिनट
you,
का हुआ
G2 so
था
much,
पॉज
but that song is diabolical. So I think if we start making our own songs, if we start doing our own jingles,
ये लोग प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं और वो लोग मांडी मार के बैठे
we can really one up them on everything we do
हाँ
anyway.
नावी वाले पता नहीं कुछ तो प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं ये वाले मांडी मार के बैठे
Specific, yeah, we can do some team specific.
बिग्स भाई कैसे हो सब बढ़िया कल ही 4 के उड़ाया उस पे मनाली जा रही है
making a name for myself in the songwriting Valorant sphere. So look, if anybody's looking for a new jingle or a jam, I'll do it free of charge.
Don't price yourself down. You gotta be. You should be.
I want my talent.
एक चीज मैं बोलूंगा शादी के पहले ज्यादा खर्चा करने का नहीं
America's come knocking, you're gonna say no.
No, that's a big hefty charge.
Been there, done that. भाई कैमरामैन गया बे
Dale a tu cuerpo alegría, Macarena, que tu cuerpo es para darle alegría, cosa buena. Is the song.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Honestly, I think Maddie pop off queen. I think if we do the tech port song, we gotta do a tech port dance. It's only natural that we have a dance.
मेंबरशिप रिन्यू कैसे करें अपग्रेड होने के बाद
Yeah, I think we need the Robbie BK. We throw in the Robbie BK in there as one of the moves. We throw in the Fnatic exercise.
Yeah.
What other icon? Maybe the Gaius chest bash.
तू सुबह मिस करता है नॉर्मल तो छोड़ दो किधर मिस किया भाई oh thank you for the 40 and 40
Smashing the table should be in.
No, I don't think we should smash the table because I think that's gonna cause.
झूठ बोलो बार-बार झूठ बोलो मैं झूठ बोलता ही नहीं यार सुनेश भाई thank you for the 40 and the 40
Yeah, I don't think that should happen. All right, okay. Oh yes, they know exactly
Yeah?
what I'm talking about. This crowd slaps. Best
Yeah,
crowd in
yeah.
the world, by the way. I love our crowd today. They're joining in.
Navi,
wow.
excuse
It's
me.
been one map. Is that you out there, Uli? That's something, a plant, a Heretics plant that you
It's
sent
my
in
pay
there?
actor.
कितने haters है बे
Uli just plants people in the crowd to big up Team Heretics. But I am glad that we have some Team Heretics fans in the crowd because they'll remember.
Navi
Woods,
haters
yeah?
है
And just to give you a tidbit, shout out to our stats.
I saw TH fans and Navi
Captain
haters
Cal. Can I get a move for CaptainCal?
तो जिधर नावी हार के बैठे एक मैप पर क्राउड पे ये सब डांस पोस्ट कर रहे हैं वो लोग तो देख रहे रहेंगे
EMEA Stage 2 last year versus Koi.
ये मैसेज करके बुला रहा है पीसी लाओ जल्दी
Yeah, Koi won that.
How the tables have turned.
किसका पीसी गया है सब लोग तो खेल रहे कुछ ना कुछ
It's funny because probably most of the people, the Spanish, that's gonna be looking on the core streamers right now. I'm gonna tell you a meme about NAVI.
Oh, hit me. Is it
and Movistar
B2B?
Koi. No.
Oh.
We have to go back to 2023. It was a tech pause where NAVI was meeting Koi. And
I remember this. Yeah, carry on.
after that tech pause,
क्यूट केला ऐड गाएगा बख्शो देने
that run was for NAVI because it was an issue and exploit and it was run for NAVI. And I said in Spanish, ronda para NAVI. And that became a meme for the Koi community and every single tech
सोलोमन भाई ने 50 लाख ले लिए मेरे अपग्रेड
every
एनएच के
single Koi fan is gonna say ronda para NAVI.
It's a dream of mine to become a meme. So
Can
I'm living my dream.
Can you repeat that in Spanish, Meg? Can you
2000 स्पेयर नहीं कर पाया तू
Uli, give me one more time.
Ronda para NAVI.
ए बबलू है
Well done.
मेंबर गेम कब करोगे रात को करता रहता हूँ भाई इधर अलग ही वाइब भी चल रहा है भाई
Dancing, you gotta sing your song.
Okay, let me do my song.
Yeah.
Can you beatbox?
भाई पूरा
Okay.
पूरा क्राउड ही वाइब कर रहा है भाई
New song, Uli. Can you give us a beat?
Give us a beat, Uli.
Can you give us a beat?
I will try.
Yeah.
हेलो
We got a tech call, shut the doors, crowd are sad screaming, please no more, but life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant!
I honestly
पूरा
think they
क्राउड ही
love
वाइब
Valorant.
कर रहा है
Like,
भाई
I thought I love Valorant, but then I saw Maddie and Mia mousing the crowd, and I'm like, no, they love Valorant.
Yeah, I think
don't love Valorant, they love Valorant.
बेस्ट क्राउड तो है बे
from
सब क्राउड है बे
and America express love for things differently. Do you know what I mean? Like, from Americas, it's real enthusiasm, like real energy, and I think from anywhere in Europe, it's. I mean,
No, not Turkey. Turkey, they do things, or France,
Yeah.
or Spain. So
ये देखो केला मैं यही चीज बोल रहा था पहले तू फैट शेमिंग किया, अभी तू ये बोल रहा है। तेरे को मैंने वार्निंग भी दिया, तेरे को मैं प्यार से भी बोला अच्छी चीजें लेके कर, तेरे से वो नहीं होता। कोई 7,000 किलोमीटर ट्रैवल करके वापस स्ट्रीम देख रही है, एंजॉय कर रही है, तेरे हिसाब से वो लड़की गंजेड़ी है और मेरे हिसाब से तू चूतिया है। बराबर है, बराबर है। हाँ, इतना वार्निंग देने के बाद एक तेरे को दिया गया है, एक डायनासोर को दिया गया है। डायनासोर ने थोड़ा बहुत समझ लिया, तेरे से समझा जा रहा है नहीं। ठीक है, तो मेंबरशिप का पैसा अपने पास रखो अब से और चट। ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है।
Boo is partial. Boo is partial every now and then, but they're all sheriff players.
Yeah, and Xiao, long time ago on Split, used to play a lot of judge.
He did. You're right. He
But it's
did.
long time ago. I'm talking about.
ये
maybe
तो गरबा का
2022.
स्टेप कर रहे हैं,
Do you
माकरेना
remember
वो
they tried to place
माकरेना।
over on Split just for the bans?
I do.
Yeah.
I remember it was against G2
Yeah.
on Initium finals.
Well, do you guys?
Hello,
know
Bunks,
what?
bye. Hello,
They have
Kripa
sorted the
ji.
issues. I gave Mini such a lovely welcoming.
केला को
on
पहला
that one,
क्या
so it's only
लैंग्वेज है
fair
भाई, ये
to
क्या
send this
लैंग्वेज?
back to the 2011 Vita Nova Land runner-up Lauren Pansy Scott.
उसने मुझे हॉट व्हील्स करो वैंडल और रिकॉन फैक्टर भी दी है। कुछ तो दिलाऊंगा ना उसको बात पर बात। फिर ठीक है, फिर ठीक है।
I think I've outdone you at Epic Lands and I-Series too.
I won an Epic Land.
I don't believe it.
Epic Land 8.
ड्यूटी पे तो नहीं देगा ना हेड ने। ड्यूटी
I
बोलो,
don't believe
कोई
you for a
प्रॉब्लम नहीं
second.
है।
If we can get the stats guy on that one, any proof would be
कॉम्प्लीमेंट
ideal.
करोगे तो
However, thank
प्रॉब्लम
you for
नहीं
your
है।
patience.
समझ से करोगे तो
We
प्रॉब्लम।
are being told. Don't start. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. Hold on. Oh, you guys are demanding a production more than I am. Even the Angel fans are asking for it.
चालू हो रहा है करके क्या?
Timer in game has started. We're at 29 seconds. 28.
चालू हो रहा है
We're
करके।
getting there, folks. We've made it.
बस भाई आप बहुत क्यूट हो, थैंक यू।
The atmosphere in here is
क्या लगता है?
electric.
थर्ड मैप जाएगा?
It's been a long week.
It has, and we've all
तो
collectively lost
इग्नोर
our
क्यों
minds
कर रही है
together.
पता नहीं।
There's something quite beautiful about it. So we focus
केला
on
आदमी डब्लू
8
था,
seconds
आदमी
remaining,
डब्लू था,
and hopefully
हरकतें थोड़ी सी।
no red stages. So, map 1 was a 13-3 blowout. Heretics did what we expected. This, however, is a different scenario. I mean, this is very much a arena for Na'Vi to do quite well in. So we focus
इधर
towards
आके
Heretics
reveal
now
हुआ
as they
ये।
are on the attack. Na'Vi are on the defending side. And we'll check in to see how this goes. Already a lot of presence towards Art.
Oh shit.
Woo already. Woo?
भाई
Sorry,
क्या
it's really
कांटेक्ट
the
के लिए
VW,
भाई
it's
आर्ट्स
Woo,
में।
sorry, Woo. Already getting impact on that jet.
He certainly is, but Rienza's fallen to Koala Noob, so trying to bring back these numbers. Rook-sick, the flash just caught him in the end. Koala Noob, the only one to really
2v3 possible
keep
तो
this
है।
in the realms of reality for Na'Vi. But the plant's going to be in, and they are ready for this.
नहीं है ना?
Stacked up towards pit, does leave the plant
अमन
a
भाई
little
जब पूरे
vulnerable,
गए थे
but now
मेरे लिए
Sprout can
जी
come
शॉक
in
लाए
and
थे,
know where Hero is.
दिए थे क्या आपको कुछ?
Tough task from Hero. He's 1 o'clock from here before.
मेरे को कुछ
But
नहीं
this
दिया
time
यार
on the
आज।
retake, it's going to be a bit more difficult.
Oh, it is, especially on 19 HP. And you were kind of enjoying Na'Vi on this map in moments, and we'll get into that once we get past this, once this is confirmed. Because
Thank
you
you
can see
for
the
hurting
reposition
me,
from
bro.
Heretics too. They're not taking any chances. Going to make this very hard for Hero.
बैंड मारता हूँ उसको।
Trying to pull off
बबलू
a
तेरी
1v3
कबलू
like this
करूँगा।
if no one's giving you isolated fights. It's
भाई
tough.
पिस्तौल राउंड जीतना था रे ये लोग को।
I think they know now the time is a huge indicator of this. Just a tap on the spike. Benji will give himself up for it, but it's fine again. Still got Miniboo and Boo there in case necessary. Job done. Round 1 in the bag for Heretics. But let's talk Na'Vi on this map, Mini, because there's
भाई
a
तुम
couple
लोग
of
को
key
एक
factors
सच्ची
that you
बात
like
बताऊं,
about this.
मजाक से
Yeah, I
हटकर।
mean, we cast our back.
पहला
right
मैप
back to the desk
इतना
with,
जल्दी खत्म हो गया ना, इतना जल्दी।
Yinsu saying
मेरे
I'm
को
a
अभी
Na'Vi
पता
hater,
चला कि
and apparently,
हीरो भी है।
but it's not true. I actually just hate teams on maps where I think they're not very good at.
My brother is
And
not
I think
typing
Pro is a map where they are very good at. Specifically attack side, so hopefully when we get that map switch, half
मतलब
switch,
सोचो
we
कितना
can see
जल्दी खत्म
Na'Vi
हुआ।
pick up the pace.
मजाक से हटकर।
What I love
अभी
about
मेरे को
them is
पता
on
चला
the
कि हीरो
attack
भी।
side, just solid macro. I think most teams are going to veer towards that A main control, but Na'Vi, one of the teams understanding that B long is a very important part of the map. Art control is very important in this map, just like Heretics.
Love you यार, love you too मेरी जान के छोटे। अमेरिका भी करने वाला है इसके बाद.
Okay, we'll see if they can make it through with enough rounds to play with. That's a bigger thing here as well. Very patient and very, it seems, aware of what Navi might be wanting to do. Boo reading it like a book.
ready
Again, hero, last one alive. We've been here before. And this could be a really hard start. You're starting cold into this after a blowout map 1. A little extended pause there in the middle. Obviously, contractually, I have to have a tech pause. My personal sponsor.
Chris bhai, I love Valorant मेरी जान. एक बार वॉच पार्टी खत्म होगा उसके बाद मैं दूसरा गेम खेलूंगा भी. वॉच पार्टी भी करूंगा, सब करूंगा. पहले खत्म हो गया. Binks guy, thanks for the one gift मेरी जान की चोटी.
Does need to warm up into it. Heretics, I'm interested by this comp. It's not a typical comp you see on this map, a little bit off-brand. You saw a very direct approach on the pistol, and I think that is the strength of the comp, just very direct. Anti-eco just seeing a very passive, safe approach. But into these gun rounds, interested to see what they do. The last time they picked Pearl, I was also quite impressed with how they
भाई मैं किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ? TH बेबे. गाइड है क्या, कैसे क्या करना होता है? मैंने एक वीडियो डाला हुआ है सौरभ. एक वीडियो डाला हुआ है मैंने.
And I love Woot in this role, but again, he's been taken.
बाप रे, क्या reveal.
Beautiful reveal sent in from afar.
Sure, bye. Thank you for the 20.
Aim was all a ruse for this art.
जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिला, please thanks बोलना मेरी चाय को.
Nothing there, but great control from Heretics.
Yeah, going through the motions really nicely. So I see those fundamentals in place. Got to see something to dissuade this outcome. As for now, they fought for the space. Apart from that, Kwanu has been finding this value.
जो करेगा कौले ही कर सकता है.
Even turning the
Yeah, hero.
fight back from Hero. Finally, a player advantage here. Rien's, Boo, and Benji.
भाई मारा बे हीरो ने.
A 1v4 too much, surely it
भाई
is.
मारा नहीं, हीरो ने मारा बे.
Going back in for Navi.
अब जीत गया.
Hero needed to warm up into the series, and there we go, 3K off the bat. What I liked about Navi
किधर है भाई? सर्च करो Binks.
A site being relatively easy to retake.
भाई मैं $5 का सब्सिडाइज करते $50 हो गए और कितने डॉलर के सब्सिडाइज करनी पड़ेगी नई चड्डी के लिए. न्यू चड्डी नीडेड लव फ्रॉम एस्टेट. बाय सिर्फ 999 कम है यार. महंगाई कितनी बढ़ गई है. आप वहाँ पे रहते हो, आपको यहाँ का महंगाई नहीं मालूम है. बहुत बढ़ गई है भाई. आज के जमाने में डायमंड चाहिए उधर, वरना समझ में नहीं आता कुछ पहना है. समझ रहे हो? Love you much, man. Thank you for the $5 मेरी जान के चोटे.
Qualnoob's got ult early on here, and I kind of like.
इन्हें कितने बजे इसके बाद ही?
He's been looking pretty solid on this. Big redeeming factor for Navi, even their more woes. Mid-war.
मारते तो है भाई शॉट.
Okay, Qualnoob goes down. I was bigging him up. That's what I get, I guess, cursing him. My bad. And a 4v4.
You can always expect Heretics when they bring out something new. They're always going to have these micro plays, these new ideas, this creativity from the coaching staff. Nice to see already on Pro.
पैसे आने वाले क्या मतलब? I think मोहित पे 50 देने वाले.
It's just slow crowding now, trying to reassess the scenario.
24 hours stream हो जाए?
Left inserted
24 का मालूम नहीं.
See here, Heretics
आज
using
बहुत
the
long
smoke,
streams है.
making it feel like a B-long exec, but doing a little bit of shenanigans around middle.
Kind of posturing towards the side.
आज जी का मैच है ना शायद. दोपहर को मेरी जान की
That
रोटा है.
keeps that security there, but they still have two players posted over towards this side. So Woot's creeping down. Shao tucked
just
safe.
hidden.
Did he see a barrel? He did. Oh! That's all
भाई
you
मत
need if you
मारते
want
ना
to
ये
spin
लोग.
some place.
और उसको पता भी है लेफ्ट साइड पे. वो देख रहा है.
So far.
नहीं देख
This position always seems to be rewarded. Not today though. Benji clears it fine, and now they've got to respect that smoke.
Who also caught one with the lurk, getting the second.
That is beautiful mid-rounding from Heretics. It's something that is
ये
such a
क्या
strength for
DP
them.
है?
Finding options here, and I was worried when they weren't able to get rid of that alarm bot over towards Art that maybe they could have cheated that additional
Thank you
player
for the
over
5
Navi,
gifted मेरी
rescored it,
जान
but
के
again,
टोटे.
Boo finding that space.
That's my Goda right there, chat.
This is the one. Literally.
What I loved here as well is that
Huh?
traditionally you see a Jet player there.
That's my Goda right there.
Woot disciplined enough to just wait for his teammates.
Yeah, very impressive stuff.
सब लोग मेरे घोड़े को थैंक्स बोलो. जी जिसको मेंबरशिप मिला है छुपा लो.
I'm hoping to see some rounds here from Navi. I do want to see their attack side against Heretics.
घोड़े का.
Please.
बस बारिश पे है भाई. आज क्या बारिश हो रही है?
Not yet. Not yet. We wait with bated breath. Hope
आज
sky
देखेंगे
high.
EMEA strong है NA.
We can will it
इसके
into
बाद
existence.
NA का stream है देखते.
We've seen a Bucky look rather good recently.
पिंकी घर जल्दी आ रहे हैं शायद.
Ruxic, you got any of that sort of magic?
उसके बाद हम देखेंगे सबसे specific strong है कि नहीं.
Benji.
हाँ?
Nice little camera for Benji to be safe.
देख के रखो NA 75k.
Heretics grouping towards A main. It's going to be a free site if they decide to commit.
Time to jump.
हाँ मान रहे भी.
Read of the approach. Clean on entry. A little bit of a chip damage coming in from, I guess, towards Art, but that's about it. And the patience. Let's see if it pays off here. Yeah, very disciplined from Benji. Might be overwhelmed, but no, that camera keeps security. Very well.
भाई क्या मारते दिखना एकदम flicky aim है भाई.
Now down to the remaining three. Shao Hero.
Bro, you Nayak are
Now
Gujarati
the odds
नहीं.
even further against him with the divide coming through. Miniboo just going to wait on the other side.
I'm
in case someone
Konkani मेरी
dares
जान के
attempt
होते
it.
South Indian.
But it's towards Woot. Yeah, sharp. Yeah, very sharp, and gets away with plenty of time to spare. This is looking sewn up again.
Bro, this is looking like a game
I was
match.
interested by why this
But I think
pairing
Navi का
appears for
attack strong हो
Heretics,
सकता है.
the Euro and the Jet, but already Woot looking extremely comfortable taking all the
Huh?
space with the Jet. Fragging out, just like he was on ISO last map.
That's three.
I was a little bit critical of the idea of them going
भाई
double duels
अभी
on maps,
मैं
but it's
को
been
पता
looking
चला
incredible
कि
so far.
शाव भी है.
You're getting
Hero भी है, शाव भी है.
I don't know.
I mean, I was startering earlier, and I've only won 180 quid at Epic Land apparently, but
No, they're really going in. This,
what's this?
look, they've realised they've been caught, so they're just trying to hide the evidence.
What was
but
the evidence?
I'm
Gode,
saying
thank you for the
she's been
5
stirring
more
the pot.
gifted
She's
मेरी
stirring
जान
the
के
pot.
टोटे chat जिसको
How did
मिला
you feel
है
about the chance, by the
10
way?
gifted के लिए thanks बोले मेरी
Like,
जान के टोटो.
it felt like a rap to me.
जिसको भी
Yeah.
मिला
Little
tag
rap.
करके thanks बोले
Yeah,
please.
Ranu, when you're like doing like in
मेरा
school,
घोड़ा है
it was
बे.
like, don't worry, we can make maths cool with this simple rap. Meg's got a real career.
Hey, I thought it was cool, okay?
Right. Well, for now, Na'Vi fighting for the space towards
I
A main,
think
which
Sova
is a bit of
is
a difference here.
dead.
It feels like traditionally to this point, Heretics had won that out.
I think
this
Sova
time,
is
actually
dead.
going to commit towards it. Wonder how long Angel wants to stay here though, because it does get real tricky. Yet having to backpedal, but at least finding indicators
नहीं
of
पीछे गए वो
presence.
लोग.
Here's a strength for the Navi composition. They've got the Astra, Teo Salvos to fight for that A main
Jaren
space.
Jale,
if they
yes
want to.
sir.
Usually you'll see Koala Noob there with them as the Euro. But Angel having a bit of a day with the aim, so maybe just him is enough.
He's reset the tempo a little bit, and I like the Heretics are already looking for a new option. Now, Koala Noob's position.
Bro, read heavy है बे. यूरो अगर मार के निकलेगा तो भी उसका टीपी देख कितना दूर है.
Your ult's going to be big though.
Yeah, he has to respect it. That's side
Bro,
of the
retake
platter,
scenes.
really. Mini Boo trying to find his man, and I think he has. Yeah, commitment made. He's taken over so much space already. They're forced so deep here.
Just like I was talking about how the post plants on Haven A site are so strong, giving up
Smoke
this B
देखो
site
ना
is
बे.
a
क्या
nightmare.
कितना clear
The
किया
retake
देखो
for
ना
Navi
बे.
is going to be very difficult. Your ult might
Retake
be
ult.
Might. Switching out that
दो,
operator here. Oh my word, that
भाई
is a
body
lot
block
of
कर
bodies.
रहे
This
हैं.
could be hugely valuable. Oh no! Woot had it
क्यों body
red.
block नहीं किया
And gets
proper?
another, bringing Navi to their knees until now. A
Woot ने
3v3,
क्या मारा
but
दो.
then Mini Boo is so much potential here. Angel's still standing though. Clears backside. He's got this. The first step in a long road back through here. Trying to check on the smoke, but the spam comes in, and both players now noted.
Full भी है लग
Takes
गया
that
है.
next layer of contact. The time. Forcing the hand here, they've got to get moving, and Navi know they're out of
1-5
options.
भाई
They
क्या
are
खेल
out
रहे
of this
TH.
round. Another foul for Heretics.
Inder bhai, thank you for the 10 euros मेरी जान के चौथे. बस क्या है?
Spaces. B is a bit weaker, and then if you're losing B
बस क्या है
side,
chat?
the retake's hard. We saw Heretics with great post-plant theory, having the
Birthday है
Astra
मेरा.
so live towards that B long. The rest of the players making the delay on the site, but Gravwell shocked out some recons for that post-plant. Simple cleanup there for Heretics.
Binks के parents were okay. मेरे वालों को मना लिया बस. Excuse me. मेरे mom dad against थे भाई, against. मेरे mom dad ने बोला था कि Binks तेरा qualification इतना ज़्यादा है, इतना ज़्यादा है, इतना ज़्यादा है. तेरे को कोई भी मिल सकता है इस दुनिया में, कोई भी. इजिप्ट से, रशिया से, मलेशिया से, इटालियानो से. मैंने मम्मी डैडी को बोला नहीं. बेचारी मेरे पीछे पागल है. हाँ प्लीज करके वो लोग मानते. टाइम लगा मेरे को मनाने के लिए, बट दिस इज ट्रू स्टोरी बेस्ड ऑन ट्रू स्टोरी. बस भाई उस दिन वाला सिचुएशन, अरे यार अकेला खेलूं क्या मैं? तो फिर इनकमिंग सोने ही नहीं वाला.
Very nice.
Koala farming with the op. This time
Shots
around.
हो गया.
Even on Raze, like I was watching VODs earlier, it seemed like every time he's playing Raze, it's
दिमागी
almost looking
मैडम
like
का
Jet
short
or
है.
Yoru, like.
पहले सुपर चैट क्योंकि नॉर्मल मैसेज नहीं दिखा. लव यू.
Duelist, but
अब पता चला ना तेरे को
It's
टिप्स एंड
scary
ट्रिक्स.
times.
लव
Thanks
यू
for
लव
having
यू.
Woot having a game here. This time Angel not able to get towards posturing that deep.
फंस रहे आज बहुत लोग फंस रहे चैट.
So the question mark remains towards A main.
इंदर भाई आपने बताया नहीं आप कहाँ से हो, फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
they've left Arc completely
10
open.
यूरोस दिया बिना कोई
Arc was
मैसेज
going to be
के.
the place that they needed to play heavier.
अंदर से खाली खाली सा लग रहा है
It
मुझे.
becomes a problem.
क्या करते हो
If
बताओ.
Heretics get towards this A site and have Arc controlling the post plant, it's going to be difficult for NAVI. They have stacked 4 people now though, rotated across.
शर्म करो क्या शर्म करो यार.
But we've
सुबह
seen the
से
mid
कुछ पाया
round.
नहीं
That's where
है.
a lot of our compliments were
इसमें
placed.
जॉनी
towards.
बाबा अब भी मैं और फंसाने वाला था. और बताओ जॉनी बाबा क्या सीन. How's you?
Right now.
It's not 20 seconds yet, don't worry.
Thank you for the 5.
Love that. On the corner, very heads up and cleared.
10 किया करके
Just
मेरे को
feels like
शक
they're
हो.
crossing the T's,
आप
dotting
5
the
5
I's.
देते थे.
Now they find Hero. There's still Koala Noob. He's kind of
Love you.
and he's going to be spotted now off the back of the hat.
मेरी डेली
And it looks like they still want to
डेल्टा
pressure the
सुपर
point,
चैट.
right? They're still heading this way, disrespecting the operator in his hands. But Woot
Woot
managed
का
to
round
slip
है.
through. It's an awareness shown,
मारता
but
ही
Woot
है
is
भाई.
hitting today, and he
मारता
slips
ही है.
away. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. He's done the damage.
6-1
Leaving
bro.
Shao still
वो
alive
लोग
with
का
just a
100
ghost.
अल्टी
Rooksy
भी
has
बर्न
got
नहीं
the
हुआ
Vandal.
भाई.
Koala Noob having to run this
कुछ
back with
तो ये
the
लोग को ट्राई
operator.
करना पड़ेगा
The
यार. अल्टी
temptation
बर्न
surely
करने
to
का
save
एटलीस्ट.
becomes bigger and bigger.
लव यू मालिक एंड मालकिन जी. कल जी जीता था 5 और में मुझे कब वैसे आपका स्ट्रीम देख के वाले स्टार्ट किया था ब्रॉन्ज 1 से ऊपर. बोला था पिंकी का स्ट्रीम मत देखो भाई. क्लीन राउंड जीते 6-1. लो भाई मैं भी फंस गया. लव यू धनंजय भाई. थैंक यू फॉर द 100.
How do they shape up against the big boys, right? How do they look against your vitality, fanatics, your
बोला था पिंकी
heretics?
का स्ट्रीम मत देखो.
So far, it's not looking great.
No, yeah, NAVI this season, it seems like they beat the teams that they're expected to beat, but against the tougher opponents, a bit more tough. I did love that from Heretics though, the little push through into the suicide.
क्या नावी का मैप है.
The little jet updraft to distract the crosshair.
मेरे को कुछ एकदम फिनोमिनल अटैक दिखने गए. फिनोमिनल
The discipline as well.
नावी का.
Woot's playing a good jet.
हाँ नावी के साइड से मेरे को कुछ एकदम फिनोमिनल अटैक दिखने गए.
Over towards B.
Simple approach this time.
Yep. Keep it
Straight
simple.
exec.
Rupsik now overwhelmed. Can he try and make it out of this with any positivity? Already going to be noted and spammed. Down to 47, he's in trouble. Hero fell, who's probably one of the closest, but he fights his way forward. Finding one in a second. Spins for the third! Rupsik putting up numbers for NAVI.
Bro.
But Woot's still breathing and Benji still standing. It ain't over yet. This might be too far though. Benji late to the party as
सुना टेंस और नेट जी आ रहे हैं.
Give themselves a
इसके
chance
साथ
for a
गाली भी
second.
सुना क्यों सुनना बचा है.
Benji, once upon a time, these 1v3s felt almost fated. Not today.
W,
Shao
2-6,
there, and
W.
Navi make it up to 2.
W.
Yeah,
भाई
beautiful
रुसिक
round
ने
from
क्रेजी
Rupsik.
मारा
He's
बे
had a-
3.
He had a bit of a rough kickoff, but stage 1 he's been up there. I think him and Hero have been
हाँ
Turkish duo looking quite good on this team.
ये ज़्यादा पसा चाटी है ज़्यादा
Let's
पसा.
go.
Thank you for the membership धनंजय भाई. Thank you, thank you.
It looked good. but
अपग्रेड करने के
Roach
बारे में
from
आपका क्या
Roots at
ख्याल
the
है?
end.
क्योंकि अभी ऐसा है. Thank you for the membership.
now for
अपग्रेड
Navi.
करोगे तो
This is gonna be a
ए thank you for the membership yo yo.
Every round.
This is why I really
ऐसा
expect them to be able
humble
to play
rap.
these retakes. Hopefully towards the A side of the map. I don't want to see them dying whilst they have these ults up.
Hero, Shao, and Rupsik are the 3. 1 off for Angel. And a heavier emphasis towards this B site for
नहीं
Navi.
करूँगा
Hero
upgrade.
waiting.
Excuse me.
Feels that pressure building now.
It's clearing out the util. Heretics aren't fully grouped towards B. It's just trying to push off any info lines from Navi, making sure they don't have information towards B long.
Minimum कितना round चाहिए नावी को chat?
For an option later on. Gonna go back and explore.
Minimum patch, I feel.
So far, so good.
Nah?
It's a very different tempo to this round. Patience being displayed.
Just bit
Bro,
of a
B
bit,
करके
bit
ही
of
जाने
noise
वाले ये
towards
लोग.
A, softening up that B side, and Woot's got a
One
free kill on hero.
tap मारा
It's one of those big ults
ने.
Yeah, 2 remaining. Ruxic 1, Shao the other.
Hey!
Oh, the double step is so nice though.
Dhananjay bye, welcome to the cast zone membership. Yay!
Towards A, but it's going to be late.
Yeah, just
WWW, can we have Dhananjay open in the chat? Love you.
But this is getting so
आए group
tricky.
में आए
15
group में आए
seconds.
WhatsApp group
They
में
ain't
आए.
got much time. They got to go now. 12. Shao. He's in place, in position. Spots out another. This is good from Navi. There it is.
मैं बोला ना जिस हिसाब से खेला मेरे को लगा था बीफ फेक करके ही जाने
Yeah,
वाला.
I mean, we were complimenting Heretics' mid-rounding, but if you mid-round...
चलो one down अभी किसको ध्यान दे.
Those are those situations that can happen, especially when you're playing against those ults. Those ults could be used to stall, as we saw from Shao.
कोई है potential.
Heretics.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Very nice. Heretics
Salesman
feeling
ही
enough
दे.
of a resurgence.
WhatsApp group में आए मेरी जान
Slow
की
things
रोटे
down
धनंजय
here.
भाई.
Wanted to keep control of this. They have a couple of ults of their own, and of course we noted earlier that Navi have to
VCT
do
अमेरिकास
this.
की
Time
वॉच
to
पार्टी होने वाली है थोड़ा लेट हो सकता है.
Yeah, good time
5
to
मिनट
take
ऐसा कुछ.
it. Lost 2 in a row, momentum shifted back to Navi.
लेकिन होएगा. Hopefully थोड़ा जल्दी खत्म.
Heretics have 3 rounds to work with where this timeout could be useful.
So Weber having the chat there. I saw that Niels had finally stopped talking. He kind of led the initial part, but yeah, it looks like Boo kind of maybe going through
Membership
the options, what
खरीदने
they
नहीं
want to
दे
be
रहा
doing.
है. YT anyone knows why? Shoes by upgrade करो इसलिए.
Which hat do you prefer?
Mods जरा link
Chat
दो.
I prefer.
No.
I mean, the Omen one.
मोबाइल से करो आराम से हो
Heretics
जाए.
hater.
टेंशन मत. नहीं हो रहा है
I mean,
पीछे
if I was
से
gonna
करो.
wear a hat, it
नहीं हो रहा है बाहर जाके एक iPad लो
I think it'd be a bit weird
और
if
फिर
I wore
ट्राई.
Heretics one.
Or just
मैं नहीं पसंदगा मस्त
reveal the
थोड़ा
code.
फ्लेक्स कर कितने टाइम से मेंबर है.
Giving over the strats.
That's not a
हाँ?
competitive integrity moment potentially. I don't know.
What's competitive integrity? You know, between friends. Focusing in now.
ये
Looks like
बिंक्स का
Ruby is
घोड़ा
backing
कौन है
on
बंक्स
that
भाई?
up.
मेरा घोड़ा है भाई.
On the other side, though, they found a cure for the woes, Navi. 2 back-to-back. Koala Noob in place.
Next month upgrade after appraisal. Mod इसका नाम चाहिए ठीक है.
Now going to try and stand his
Potential.
ground, at least for a moment.
Navesh
Too
bhai,
worried yet
thank
until
you for
then.
the
Decides to
membership.
respect it and fall away, but look at the
Upgrade
reaction
होता तो.
Yeah.
No,
Free
no.
rotating towards B now, and Heretics walking towards this A
Anish
side.
bhai, thank you for the membership. हमारी तरफ.
This could be lovely. Shao has
सोचो
to
इस
over
बारे में
deliver.
आप दोनों एक काम
Already the
करो
knives
मीटिंग
start
करो और
flying,
सोचो
Storm
इस
comes
बारे
in,
में.
Woot trying to find his way forward. You can
सोचो.
see them trying to gap close now. Shao in
Split
trouble.
TS
He's
team.
gone. He couldn't stay alive much longer, it felt like, but still didn't even grab one with him.
Split TS
Site
team.
under control
सोचो
now.
बात करो.
Ult still here for Navi.
आपस
We're
में.
hearing them go off here. Angel
मैंने
trying to find a
फंसूंगा
connection, and
ये
he
क्या
does.
दे. अनिश
Good
भाई आप ज्यादा
attacks,
हैंडसम हो.
great pick up onto Woot. And the plan
मैच
in
में
play
क्या
now.
हो रहा है किसको पता है? 4v4 चल रहा है. लो.
Minibu's gonna have to fight out this one.
Oh, the shot goes through. This is time. Oh my God, what a shot! Minibu dragging them down
तो
with
मार
him,
के.
costing them time and comfort. Divide on top. It's all 3 ults here, and Rien's might have been spotted getting closer now. I think they're aware of this. But he's going to make the run. He goes down. But Benji ready and waiting, but it's up against Ruxic, the man who got Navi started. Going to get it to half. Benji, patience, looking like it's gonna pay!
Oh
And Ruxic,
my
a second
God.
to change his mind was never gonna work out.
Yeah, and even with the Killjoy Astra ult combo, it's not enough for Navi.
क्या?
I gotta highlight Shao there. I think he's got stuck on the back of that A site by himself.
भाई क्या टाइमिंग
In a round
थी
where we have
बेंजी
these
की.
big retake ults. I think that's a blunder by him, but great.
भाई
kills from
रुसिक
Minibu.
को लगा कि वो ऑलरेडी क्रॉस करके
Shot
बैक
himself
साइड आ
out of
गया
that
रे
corner
बेचारा.
nicely.
विशाल भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप.
तो बेसिकली दवेश भाई नहीं फंसने वाले, अनीश
Big
और
round there.
विशाल भाई के
You
बीच
love
में
a
है
country action, don't you?
कि कौन करेगा मेंबरशिप अपग्रेड। जानने के लिए बने रहिए इसी एपिसोड में।
It is
Just
pretty
44
sick, though. I mean,
months
you just
only
got
of cast
all the
those
ults out of
love
Navi.
you यार।
You just turned that on
How
its
does
head
it
after a
feel
couple of rounds that Navi
अंदर
looked
से?
like to be rekindling some
जरा
of that
चैट को
fire,
बताएं।
but
माइक टू यू।
pulling off the perfect fake.
Portal closed.
सबसे पहले ये दोनों को बताएं, अनीश भाई और विशाल भाई, मतलब प्रायोरिटी कस्टमर।
Another simple approach for Heretics, grabbing that orb towards A, moving towards B.
विशाल भाई को मत पसंद, उन्होंने बहुत सपोर्ट किया, that's one of the reasons.
Astra ult online, very strong towards that B side of the map, able to facilitate the plant and get into a good post plant quite a lot of the time.
Revealing area.
This is good from Angel. Whoa, a little slow on the corner, going to be punished for that. Down
अगर
39.
7 राउंड से एक भी राउंड
And his
ज्यादा जीत
commitment
गए ना
here,
तो ये
that's
जीजिए।
all the players seen. We'll try and play on this
Navi
smoke.
right there.
Navi have
पेन
made the
बेच रहा था
rotations.
इसको,
The divide comes in as you
खरीदा पीछे
expected.
वाले ने।
And it just doesn't. It feels like Angel just didn't expect Wu to go that far. And he absolutely does. Now Navi going to be held back, forced to respect this ult. Spikes in. Navi, what do you have
भाई
left
मैं
to do with
कॉपीराइट
this
मारूंगा,
now?
कोई अगर मेरा सेल्समैन
We're
टिप्स एंड
waiting.
ट्रिक्स यूज
And
किया
now
ना
striking. Minibu the first to
यूट्यूब
find
पे
it.
चैट मेरे को
Shout
बताना,
balls. We're down to
कॉपीराइट
3.
मारूंगा।
And the chaos continuing on the site, leaving
Huh?
Hero, Rooksik, and Koala Noob in a world of trouble.
हो गया एक राउंड भाई,
Minibu
खत्म है,
doubles
ये
down.
जीजी गेम है।
And the save becomes
राहुल भाई, thank you for the cast those membership मेरी जान के रटे, thank you for the cast those membership। आए WhatsApp ग्रुप में आए,
carrying on his march towards the remaining Navi man.
आए फट से आए। माफ करो तुझे, मैं कोविड से पहले से देख रहा था, नेक्स्ट मंथ देखते, अभी पॉसिबल नहीं है, ये सेल्समैन बहुत टाइम से देख रहा था ना, फंस गया। लव यू यार अनीश भाई, लव यू, नेक्स्ट टाइम जरूर लेना, ठीक है।
Heretics like the approach, very
विशाल
simple,
भाई अभी आप ही
very
बचे पोटेंशियल
very
कस्टमर।
known, but I did like the little addition to that root updraft onto the box.
Okay.
दो जन ने हाथ ऊपर कर दिए।
Through that Astra wall on a very
हो
awkward
जाए।
angle. But like
हो
I said
जाए।
before, playing retake towards that B side of the map.
ये दो जन ने जो हाथ ऊपर किया ना, वो लोग को पछताओ, वो लोग को वो करो।
Minibu's got ult as well. 2 off from Koala Noobs. Oh man, this is getting tough.
पेन किसको बेच रहा था मैं?
We hoped we had enough rounds to witness the other side of
खरीदा
this.
कौन?
3 is looking
Love you,
minimal.
यार।
Hoping they can get another here, so we at least
Love
get to
you,
see what
love
that
you,
side looks
love
like for
you।
Navi.
इनको बहुत टाइम
Nice.
लगा फंसने के लिए,
That's
इनको बहुत टाइम लगा। मनोहर पाजी कितने वॉच आवर्स जरा फ्लेक्स करो, इनको बहुत टाइम लगा।
Oh god, Koala Noob. Takes a
5,000
long
hours.
just to pick
कितने
that
हुए?
handle up. And now Minibu going to try and spring into action and take the space away too. Spots
He is
out
the
at least
most
another.
veteran
I think that was
customer।
Angel potentially, yeah. It's Koala Noob the one over towards the other side. But Angel, lot to
कोई
navigate
नहीं
through
बचा
here.
मेरे
And a
शिकार
lot of
से।
problems to try and
मॉड भी
clear.
बच गया, अभी क्या ही बचा।
Just the side was ready for this retake. Nothing too much from Navi.
थैंक यू
another
फॉर
comfortable position
कास्ट
for
मेंबरशिप मनराज पाजी। नावी
anything
एक
change
मूवी है
that outcome
क्योंकि
for
उनके
Navi,
पास
though?
हीरो है।
No
Sorry।
Rooksik to have that moment of the 3K again.
इसके
Rien's
बाद
gonna
तेरी
find
हिम्मत
connection
भी
with
हुआ है
Koala
चैट
Noob.
में आके बोलने
Hero
को
doing
सुपर चैट
well.
मिस।
Shao on the follow-up, punishing Minibu. Hold on, it's not over yet. We're into a 3v3. But the time ticking, and Rien
by
sets him
9-3
up
by
for success.
impossible है,
As Hero and Shao
impossible।
trying to step into the ring, and it's not looking good. Shao is going to be on a heater. He's got his ult. He's got the right choice here. Boo has to play forward, and Boo does enough. Calm and composed.
Uh-oh,
And minimal rounds to be walked away with for Navi.
9-3।
Managing 3 is going to put
हाँ,
a lot of
मैडम,
strain
भाई
on them
भाई।
going forward, as diligent as we may say they are on this other side.
Asher bye,
Incredibly hard to try and close
welcome
this
to
one
the
out
cast
with a positive
those
aspect.
membership मेरी जान के डटे। मेरा पोर्टफोलियो बढ़ते जा रहा है। हाँ, welcome, that's a crazy name Shar bhai, that crazy name, that's a crazy name bro, that's a crazy name। yep extreme bhai thank you for the membership यार। आपने नोटिस किया रहेगा चेहरे पे आपका ज्यादा लाइट नहीं है, पता है? ये जो ग्लो है ना, ग्लो ये तब भी आएगा जब कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप लोगे। टुन टुन टुन। ये लिंक में पिन कर देना अनबिलीवेबल लव यू विशाल भाई चैट में क्या बोले नॉर्मल चैट भी कर दो विशाल भाई आज फर्स्ट टाइम देख रहा हूँ मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट करूंगा तू डांस करेगा तो विशाल भाई मेरी गांड की कमर टूटी हुई है गांड की कमर टूटी हुई है
तेरे को समझा नहीं
क्या
ये क्या हो रहा है
क्या हो रहा
ये
है अपग्रेड कर रहा है
अबे दोस्त है फ्री का मैसेज होता है ना वो लिख रहे हैं उसमें सिर्फ ओ माय गॉड यू बूमर नूब
ये असली अपग्रेड है
असली अपग्रेड हाँ
गोड आई लव यू यार
इधर देख लिख के आता है अपग्रेड इधर 3 मंथ्स फ्री
घोड़ा आई लव यू यार घोड़ा मतलब सबने मिलके तेरे को चुमटिया बनाया मतलब मैं नहीं फंसा मेरा घोड़ा फंसा चैट मेरे घोड़े को अच्छा फंसा है that's W right there WhatsApp ग्रुप में आए घोड़ा भाई आए
Anything less than a good start is going to be
मेरा
a
घर का
problem.
सपना
You see the
आपके
ghosts
सामने
coming
से
out
टूटा
about
मेरा
Heretics with the Sheriff on mini boot on the other side.
मेरे को लगा बेंच 5-6 लोग बन गए बे
3 ghosts.
क्या बनाया मेरे को
Interested to see what Navi do with this.
गाड़ में हाथी का लंड
Heretics don't know. Koala sneaking up.
Shit, man.
He's going to hear this.
इसलिए 1 million नहीं हो रहा
Nice patience shown by Koala Noob there.
हाँ?
Didn't get
इसलिए।
ahead of himself, and that's a big scalp.
Rhoda, thank you for the cast those membership. The real one.
Woot though, don't you? You clear Woot, don't you? You clear Woot.
भाई क्या क्रिस्पी मारता ना वन टैप पे
Yeah, Heretics didn't move at all.
भाई एक दिन
from that
खेलूंगा
kill,
इसके तरह
From that death even. Able to answer back.
इतना क्रिस्पी मारता है भाई
Mini Boo getting all that information.
Oh, this is tough now. Woot in the right place, but he's feeling a bit of pressure. He can't really evade this. He has to stand and deal with it. It looks like he wants to fight forward. Feeling a bit brave, and that's why sharp shooting from Woot. And now the rest of the cavalry's arrived. Boo's on the case. Navi have to dig deep here.
डोमिनिक भाई फ्री का
Angel and Hero in
मैसेज मत लिखो
combination.
हाँ
But look at Mini
कुछ
Boo's
लिया नहीं है
positioning.
मेंबरशिप फ्री का मैसेज लिखो
Way
चैट को यहाँ
around and patience from Boot. Brothers in arms now. Mini Boot. Oh, this is the death of them, surely.
दोनों मरे
Oh,
bro
look at this. Oh no! Shooting with the sheriff in the back. There's something about it. I tell you. No way! Gosh, shades of Nuke and Nico in the back of my mind, but Angel pulls it off and gives Navi
चैट
a
भी बिंग्स
lifeline.
माफ करो
Yeah, I
यार
was about to say how Heretics were shooting so nicely into this
Hurt
round.
हुआ
There's something about it though. If someone's turned around,
No,
it's just.
It's true. I'll give him a
अरे
free
रियल
pass.
वाला है वो
You get that.
सच्ची
You get one. You get one.
डोमिनिक भाई थैंक यू फॉर द
Brilliant
मेंबरशिप
scoreline,
मेरी
but
जान के
that
बेटे
is a huge sigh of relief for Navi.
Yeah,
Love you.
Needed that pistol, honestly. I don't think they had a
To be
chance
honest,
in
I
this
would
game
prefer
to get up.
Sheriff and fist bump Ruxic. 2 things which is priority, okay?
ओके देखो टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो ये कमबैकेबल है
Mini Boo does have a
नॉर्मल
marshal
मैसेज
for this
नहीं
one.
देखता
Classics for everyone
अपग्रेड करो
else.
भाई
He's looked so good today with all the snipers.
But this shouldn't go anywhere. It really
not.
shouldn't. You're looking at 5 for Navi.
I'm trying to reverse.
तू तो टेको जीटी जिनन है पता है
Okay, I like that. Navi taking space. This is good. Boot timing. Oh, I think Koala Noob saw him there. Yeah, he did. The pathing from Navi.
It's curious, given you usually don't want to go through those tiny alleyways against classics or potentially shorties.
भाई वो लोग वहां से गए ना मेरे को एक बक्की वाला क्लिप याद आया
Cross to be made,
Huh?
plant to be in, Navi.
इन्हें को कूटना टाइम है
Be another.
कूटना नहीं रे कितना रे बाबा
Gets up
कूटना क्या
nicely the
होता
post plant, 2 killjoy mollies, art control.
कान का के टाइप
everything
कर
you
रहे
need.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Xiao's there. Don't worry. Xiao's in the building now. Ignore what happened on that B site earlier. All
नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम
good.
सेम स्ट्रीम नहीं कर सकते
Benji?
उसका वॉच पार्टी राइट्स अलग है ना
See much from it.
इसके बाद
Already,
नेक्स्ट
yeah, there it is. Nice. Navi, make it through with 4 standing. That's round 5. This is perfect. We wanted to see this. The fight
आवाज
back
मत
for
बंद
Navi
कर देना
chance
कम कर रहा है बार बार
to show what they can do.
और कम कर रहा हूँ मैं
This round for Navi, looking good.
मैं
Convert this
किधर
one.
गया
Their economy. Heretics is in the bit.
दिन का एमसीपीजे आज बंक भाई अबे डरते हैं कि इतने अच्छे मैचेस चल रहे हैं भाई
Okay, that
ये वाला
outlaw
थोड़ा
with
सा
Ruxic is interesting me. You've got
Casual हो गया।
3 light shields to
और
work
मैं
against.
किसी
That's
का
some
गांडा
potential
वाला
and
पता है
pace
क्या
to start with. Navi bullying their way down A main.
घोड़े का मेरे
Ruxic's already out on that B line with that outlaw. He's going to get information there. Hero's in a tough spot though. 3 Heretics players right beside him.
These people are still playing. It's 11 here. इसके बाद नया मैच चालू होने वाला है वेंकट भाई
They're going to hear these steps towards A main.
Ruxic's getting good information here. Might call the team back.
और वेंकट भाई कैसे हो आजकल डिनर्स नहीं आ रहे सब ठीक
And he would be right. Like I said before, if they get this B
भाई
side,
जितने लोग को
retaking
सपोर्ट
B
करते
is hard.
सबको जानता हूँ ना मैं
So good call from Navi.
मेरे पास एक वो है बुक पेज 1
On
पेज
Benji's
2
shoulders. There's Cam towards that kind of mid link, but other than that, very open towards long. Only one indicator of
Thank you
presence.
Banks for the streams alone in US streams help me get to the day love you यार मोहित भाई love you
I think he knows, yeah, he can't stick around on this too long. Calls in the
Love
cavalry,
you.
but let's
Thank
not
you so much for
spit
watching the
heroes.
stream.
Oh, he's cleared quick. I thought he might be able to maybe do a bit of damage, take one with him. No. Okay, game back on now.
Getting proactive with that mid push.
Want to take some space back. I like this. Benji seems aware of the possibility, though. Yeah, triple swing. Oh, my word. Boom just puts himself to the blender. Benji having to turn it, respect it, but they punish him for this. This is great. With a trade out of space. Miniboo taken back from the site. We're down to 2. Ruxic and Koala trying to do some damage. Miniboo on a tear, but a 2v1 in time. They want the ace, but I think Heretics just want the round. And Ruxic might have to go wide to try and deny this one. Oh, he can't see the defuse. Woo just has to defend. And yeah, it's stunning and it is an ace for Miniboo.
मिड में मार के
Yeah, the retakes are hard, but
इसके मार
Miniboo's
के
running
हेवन में
around,
मार के
shooting them all. Easy stuff for him.
Oh man, and I feel there for Hero because it felt like there was a chance for a bit more maybe.
He's not going to be hypercritical. I think that he shouldn't be in that forward position already. Just
slip back, play back now, yeah.
If they push mid, you can see them run away. If they don't push mid, then go for that lane there.
Voila.
You saw Benji, he had the Cypher cam ready when that happened. I guess the turret is there.
Roll by
for him,
to
but
upgrade go to go
overwhelmed
कौन
in
सा
the
roll
end.
by भाई एक roll by already upgrade कर चुके
This doesn't
इससे ज़्यादा
completely
upgrade
change
क्या?
things. That was, I believe, their
अच्छा, याद हो
bonus. So
भाई?
again, they're fine. This is the
Love
buy
you,
back
यार.
into it, right?
They're so
जिधर
close
से
to
membership
being
लिया वहाँ
that
से
round that could have changed everything.
नीचे perks पे
and
click
this setup
करके
never
right
got
click
found,
में
right? It
upgrade
never
आएगा
got sniffed
बात
out, it never got
love
cleared or
यार
seen, so they run
है
back
मेरा
That's the
chat
beauty of playing traps on defense. If it doesn't get
सीख
caught,
रहे
just run
सीख
it
रहे
again because why wouldn't
chat is like my associates
Playing this building.
Nice
Boo
shot,
this time
nice
falls
shot.
very early, and we've seen this as kind of like a 1-3-1 setup. That
इसके
little
बाद
trap play
अमेरिका
towards
से
ARP,
yup
but I don't know if they're going to hear any of these steps. I think they're going to be shift walking by the time they get any closer, but there's a lot of faith in this. Not getting a reward now.
with this AX, like, I want to see what space Navi end up taking. Like, do they try and push through the
नेक्स्ट
CT
मैं
for their
बेल
post plan?
की मैच का
Do they push
आज
through
है
into Arc to
लेकिन वो
take the
देखूंगा
fight?
कि नहीं
What
मालूम
space
नहीं
do they want for
क्योंकि
this post plan?
I almost
And
wish
maybe
Koala
versus
did take
Fury.
a look towards other just to see what he'd find, because they're going to try and backfill this. Yeah, Woot's going to go forward.
Fury
This is going to be a crunch now. Rienz actually gets Angel on the way through. Koala Noob is the one to try and save them.
समझ रहे हो
And already slipping away though, Miniboo falls. It felt like it was half cooked almost.
लेकिन देखेंगे तब तक
Rienz
जोश
and Benji
जोश
now,
लेवल क्या है
tricky, beautiful from Navi. Koala Noob pathing back here to make
तब
sure
एक
that
बात
crunch
आएंगे तो
didn't
5
come into
गिफ्ट
play.
मेरी जान के
Was the right
तो
call.
थे
Now Navi very much in the
भाई
driving seat.
कमबैकेबल तो है अभी इको है वो लोग 10-6
Benji's going to go for the
10-7
save. Not even a great gun here.
तब एक बात आएंगे तो 5 गिफ्टेड चैट
Guardian.
जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिला
Yeah,
प्लीज
I think I
टैग
gotta be
करके
critical
छुपा दो
about Heretics there. Like, Navi,
Flame 'em, Minnie.
they've done well,
in
the
there, Minnie,
AX,
come
like,
on.
whatever, but we're playing a heavy art setup. Holding on to art for that retake. What are Navi going to do? All they're going to do is they're going to have to push CT. As long as you contain that CT space, they don't have any space to work with from an A main exec. I don't think the post plant is good enough without art control, in my opinion. So I think the flood in attempt from Heretics there was a massive mistake.
And I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone can disagree with that. We've seen the outcome right in front of our eyes, and it's obviously the save for Benji, and of course another correct step for Na'Vi. And this was kind of the midst of the battle, trying to flood back in, but kind of putting themselves in that pinch position, right? It just didn't work out how they wanted. And maybe there should be layers to this trap play if they want to go back to it, but looks like that's off the menu for now, as the classics and Guardian are all they can bring in with.
Yeah, Heretics, just that Guardian, one Sheriff.
इधर आज तो गई थी वहाँ पे हल्का सा चेक करके दिमाग विमाग गिरा है क्या करके आज तो
This should be 7. I say should. We haven't seen too many messy enter. Oh god, what was I saying? What am I saying? Mini Boo! That was a headshot as well. Okay. But again, you know, realistically, you still got 4 rifles.
With rifles.
Yeah, and you've got the divide as well. Lots of nice stuff here. Lots of nice stuff.
Might have had the server ult, but someone died.
Yeah.
बस बस I got the one gifted मेरी जान के टोटे.
What's this about? I don't fully understand the investment of that, but it's getting a bit dangerous now. This reposition down long is coming in. Heretics need to make their move. Na'Vi should be fine. Should be fine, should be fine, should be fine. Everything is fine because Xiao's here. Takes away Mini Boot. Yeah, lovely. This is good. Na'Vi doing exactly as prescribed.
That's almost it. Big man, any tip for Valor Esports? You have to be the best, bro. You have to be insanely good.
So he's, you know,
There's
close
no
to it already
shortcuts.
again. Halfway there.
Have we seen? I swear these tail ults have been absolute.
तुम लोगों को story सुना क्या? पिंकी जो यहाँ पे बोल के गई है story.
I feel like no one's really found something for
They
it.
look bad when they look worse than what they are sometimes.
Chat,
That
मैं
they
क्या बोल
add
रहा
to
हूँ?
someone cool.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? If we have seen enough, can we go to? क्योंकि ये तो TH जीता है chat. तुम लोग को सच्ची देखने क्या है? सच्ची नावी को हारते हुए देखने क्या तुम लोग को? G2 वर्सेस सीन है नहीं, G2 वर्सेस सीन है. ठीक है देखते.
It was that low buy from Heretics.
देखते आज चार ट्राइट है या दो ट्राइट है देखते.
The economy again for Heretics though. If they lose this round again.
ये 100 का एंड करेगा.
In a rough situation. Navi's bank account.
ये राउंड तो जीतने वाला है. योरू अल्ट है.
They've built up some good old money. Rook's sitting on 6k, 4k, 4.8 for Xiao. 6 for Hero, yeah, it's lovely. And again, nice to see Xiao looking solid here. It is a quiet one, so it's not like another race coming in, but he's been, I mean, he's leading the board overall.
Another A main fight for Heretics. I'm not sure exactly what it is they see on this side of the map. Navi aren't contesting too much.
And if only they had that little trap play in place.
Yep.
Not to be this time though. An Angel feeling some pressure, feeling the presence. And slipping away from this. Got to be cautious with that spike. Don't want to lose it in these predicaments. Koala noob. Hold on, easy. Okay. It's out of there. Deals with the util and backs away. We're still above a minute.
Yeah, just taking that util out from Art, making sure that.
Why don't they get into sports? Because I'm just above average. I'm not good.
They have inserted Jet into A main though. So there is a bit of information on that side of things.
Yeah, they've pulled the rotation, which I like to see. It's good for Na'Vi. This might make him second guess. I'm waiting to see what the pathing is. It's weird again. Is this a Na'Vi-esque round from Na'Vi?
Both teams exploring this space. It's like weird space to explore.
Yeah, Mini Boost is agreeing. He's like, this is weird. We're at 35 seconds and something weird is happening. Where are they? Because they're not in up. They're not in mid. Guys, I think they're coming towards you on B. Get ready. What the hell is going on here? Trying to play a little bit of a crossfire. Oh, Rienz!
तुम लोग ने देखा वो लोग ने क्या किया?
This felt
awful.
क्लोन पे रिवील डाल के क्लोन भेजा बैक साइड.
Done in the middle, end zone, flawless.
Oh my God.
What was the intention, Mini?
Intention was to do a B split.
Idea
and
था,
if you've heard me cast before, you probably heard me say that I hate B splits because you got to go for a tiny choke point. You got to go through the tiniest choke point in the game. You got to run out of. They've got using your TP in the corner. It's the easiest kill of. I think it was. Benji's life, just sat in that corner next to the cage.
दिमाग ओपी था भाई.
TP by himself and die.
क्लोन को
just has to take a nice little off
दिया.
angle. Nice shots from him, but you know. Too many angles to clear, and it's such a tight choke point. I do not approve. Do not approve of this split. Saying all these nice things about their attack side. You know, using that B long control, using arc control, and then they throw in a B split, and I just disappointed.
Oh no, the disappointed.
Disappointed.
Do you ever tell Bosi you're disappointed?
खत्म करते अभी इतना कर लिया खत्म करते भाई. ज़्यादा मिस करेगा 2-3 राउंड
I
मिस.
don't think so. I think my face did enough to.
Yeah, your coach.
Headalos pasta.
It was brutal. Even in the win.
Sometimes I have to remember which parts I was very angry at. Just skip very quickly through.
For 2 times speed, don't worry about it, guys. Anyway, into the next one. Okay, 7-11. Look, as much as Navi looked very competitive here, there was a big advantage on the half for Heretics, right? So they're very close. A couple mistakes, a couple missed calls, and that would be enough for Heretics to push through towards a 2-0. Navi can't afford to be making those mistakes. They still have the money to get this purchase here, still have these ults that I feel like they've been sat on for quite some time now.
Yeah, the irony to me is if Navi played with the game plans they have before, where they're using this B long space, they would notice that Heretics are playing extremely weak on this side of the map, could get a very easy plant down and win the rounds like they have done in this half already. This time a B long pressure, but look at these two ready. Looks like they might go for a little bit of a fake towards B long with 2 lurkers coming through late.
Okay, like seeing the divide. Whoa, that was Koala Noob who barely came out breathing from that. And yeah, he stabbed Benji, backfields the space, disrespecting it, doesn't care. Miniboo trying to bait it out, trying to play this one forward, but they're just greeting Navi on all occasions. Rien's from afar, gets his shot as well. It looks like Angel took a boatload of damage. What? Oh no, okay, it was Shao who got that, but Benji is immovable, it looks like.
बाकी लोग मर गए भाई.
Positions are seen. This map feels
Benji का जो balls of steel रहता ना हर
Benji's had a round. We noted this side looked weaker
मार के केज
from the
के around गया भाई.
But Benji putting up numbers.
इतना pressure के बीच में.
Once again, Navi held in this terrible choke point. Spike
क्या
down
steal
towards
है
long,
भाई.
trying
Steal of balls.
daisy chain their way in. Babu making light work of what Ruxic was trying to do as Heroes' options become nil.
30 seconds left.
क्या खेलता है भाई.
Yeah, gotta say in this one, the chaos the Heretics caused and Benji at the helm of it was magnificent.
Yeah, Benji played fantastic, but the unsung hero that round for me was Riant. He droned back through middle and caught those 2 sneaky pests trying to lurk through that B doors. And it meant that Navi's exec looked a bit awful because there's only 3 people there.
Feel-good moment though for Benji. Quieter side of the map. Sometimes feeling a little bit behind the curve on it. But they're showing his presence. We've been seeing this A-main push-up from Heretics that I don't think has been challenged by Navi traditionally yet. Oh, there's bodies here. Oh, no. Why do I feel this is going to work? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. But you check on Woot, right? You clear this. Yeah, there we go. Going through the motions, but it shows a lot of intent to invest this amount of utility here. Especially the Aldrone to follow. And we're playing it to the second, but backs away.
Lucky there, Angel didn't get the tag, otherwise he would have popped his server ult.
और बदले में क्या मिला सिर्फ ए में.
Damage is taken for this as well now.
अभी साइड में अंदर जाने के लिए वापस रुकना पड़ेगा रिकॉन आने तक.
Still, Shao one off from his ult here. Should be able to get that ult orb if they feel that they can secure it, but the amount of bodies from Heretics on this side of the map is vast.
और meanwhile
Looks
उधर
like Angel's
देखो.
gonna set up his ult
Cam
and
पूरा
pray,
मिडर
but
देख रहा है.
Heretics
वो
looking to
पूरा
recur.
बी देख रहा है. पूरा टाइम एज का क्या रहेगा. समझ रहे हो?
Happy to take those chances.
वो लोग हिलेंगे ही नहीं एज से किधर और.
This one towards pit.
Yep, 4 players here from Heretics.
And they're not sitting deep. They're sitting close. Woot's fancying another go at this. This time going to be damaged up, and nothing there to really force him away. No Aldro now. The dart already got used. Now comes the fight, though. You're going to have the Hunter's Fury coming in. Rien's going to find Hero. Finally cleared out his Boot, though. Took a lot to try and push him off the angle. Boot's going to hold his down. Oh, my word. We're down to Boo and Benji up against Ruxic, Angel, and Xiao. Angel earlier on so damaged. Still a divide for Boo as well. Plant in play. Doesn't get to deny. Boo wants to fight. He gets it, but he doesn't win it. Angel's still standing on only 10 HP. Looking bulletproof until now. Benji, can you clutch up?
Oh,
no, Xiao extends
almost.
play. Navi still alive.
Almost.
Sound a little bit like a broken record, but once again, Heretics, I think, overcommitting on that A side. You know, they had the 4 players there.
हाँ,
Shao's had to hit some shots to go through and trade up all that out. I know playing towards that pit and playing for the retake would have been difficult against that tail ult, but just maintaining that arc control for me would have been enough.
Without Xiao, though, I feel like this map would have been wrapped up before.
Nice,
Yep.
Beautiful from him. Nice to see that as well, because I feel like we talk about a lot of the other players, Koal, Noob having impact, and here and there others. It doesn't feel like Xiao's had that conversation in a minute, but rinse and repeat feels like the answer. Adjustment made on the other side is Wood, though, with the operator. And this time, obviously, none of those ults to bank on, barring Heroes.
Powers use कर रहा हूँ जल्दी खत्म होने.
They're not going to commit to getting that ult orb yet.
Huh?
Yeah, Navi have gone back to standard pro. Go towards A main. Maybe go back to explore B. Starting Ruxic though as the Astra.
भाई B explore करके A split होने वाला है मेरे
Not sure
हिसाब
how he's gonna get
मेरे
into play
हिसाब
later.
Oh. Wow.
Who's gonna peek after this drone?
Cool. Hero, there
That's
we are.
so read and a half,
He's
baby.
awake. Benji, he over-delivered last time from a position somewhat similar to this. Are we going to have another Benji round, or can Navi hold on? Benji again, rolling it back. That's his site you're trying to take, and he's having none of it. Down to just Ruxic in a 1v3, and he could not be further away, Mini.
30 seconds left.
1v3 needed for Navi to stay in this one. Gets the first.
Okay.
Bit of a drive-by.
You got
20
more
seconds
of that.
though.
All right, Ruxic, you pulled off that miracle earlier on that first half. That 3K was gorgeous, but this 12 seconds. And Rienz, does he wait? He does. Plants coming in. Ruxic doesn't get away. Heretics get the job done. Navi couldn't quite get enough rounds on that first half to really challenge.
ये जो भी लोग हाई करके मॉड्स लोग स्पैम कर रहे हैं ना, इसका टाइम आउट दूंगा ना, इसका टाइम आउट दूंगा, हाई की जगह पे बाय लिखना चालू करोगे तुम लोग. हे आज नींद है ही नहीं, घंटा सोफा.
But I think they're looking strong.
चलो गाइस, आदियोस, शेडी में ही पादियोस. 5 मिनट के अंदर लाइव आ रहा हूँ. 1-2 राउंड मिस हो सकते हैं. बाय बाय, टेक केयर, सी या, लव यू, लव्ड यूज. अभी का भी शेड्यूल कर रहा हूँ, 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ. 2:45 का शेड्यूल कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है. चलो बाय. आ जाओ, एने आ जाओ. बिन पे बाकी दिन तो सोना ही है ना. कौन सा दिन सोया हूँ ना, मैडम को पूछो. मैडम को पता भी नहीं चलता कि मैं घर पे हूँ करके कभी कभी. यही है भाई. आप क्या समझोगे, 20 गिफ्टेड क्या है, 50 गिफ्टेड करते हैं तब शायद मेरा दर्द आपको समझ में आता. देखते हैं नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में समझेगा कि भाई. एने वाला स्ट्रीम 2:45. आ जाओ यार. लव यू चैट. आदियोस, चैट में पादियोस. सेंटी कर दिया मेरे को.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up